KM Story 001. Skippy decides instead of doing the same OLE generic drop WW2 Nazi ships in Baltic or North Sea, he would instead drop a WW2 fleet in the Pacific theater, specifically at Tsingtao. He briefly speaks to the crews of the selected ships of this fleet, telling them, Nazism is an evil and it is desirable that it never comes to power. You have been dropped in Pacific on August 27, 1914. Do with this as you wish. Note, you would think stopping Nazis from existing, he would put the fleet in Europe to help the Germans with future knowledge, but Skippy wouldn't be Skippy without doing something nonsensical. He drops the copies of the following ships and their crews from our history into a new German Pacific fleet, along with changing their flags to the German Empire Naval flags. Both Bismarck class and both Scharnhorst class ships. All of the Deutschland and Hipper class cruisers. All of the Koenig class and Leipzig class light cruisers. Zestroyers, destroyers, Z10 through Z22. 4 tanker ships. 4 supply ships with extra ammunition, food, and the equivalent of 1914 German currency equal to 1914 $1 million USD for purchasing supplies in neutral or friendly ports. No U-boats though. It is a given that the crews, once they adjust, will fight for the German Empire and the Kaiser. What kind of impact will this fleet make in the immediate vicinity, as this is right at the time Japan is preparing its ultimatum for Tsingtao to surrender and beginning its blockade? Will they focus on disrupting Anzac and Indian trade routes, or will they try to make their way back to Europe for a showdown with the Entente in the Atlantic? If they go back to Europe, will they head west towards Suez or try to go east towards US, where they know they can purchase further supplies, including oil, from California, since they have cash on hand and US will sell to anyone at this stage? Pacific, August 27, 1914, German naval base Tsingtao. From the early hours of this day, August 27, there was complete chaos at this naval base. It was not because the German Empire was at war, but because of an event that could not be explained in any logical or rational way. The harbor changed completely, grew larger, and suddenly there were large repair docks that could accommodate giant warships. Its entire infrastructure was not only changed but also modernized. Equipment and tools were now available everywhere that were definitely not from 1914, but from a period that had not yet occurred. All the modern equipment and tools had a 1940 or 1941 manufacturing mark on them. However, this was only one of the few shocking and unbelievable events that happened that morning to the people of Tsingtao. The harbor was now completely filled with modern warships, vessels both immensely powerful and beautiful. These warships were also supported by a fleet of modern tankers, vessels not only gigantic in size but also fast, at least from the perspective of someone living in 1914. The crews of these warships were Germans, but not Germans from 1914, but from 1940 to 1945. It was true that these sailors were as shocked by the events so far as the people in Tsingtao itself. Their last memories were of an unknown being speaking these words to them. I am giving you all a great chance, save your country from the disaster that came after the Great War. Nazism is the evil that is responsible for the destruction of your generation. Prevent this monstrous political system from emerging. The fate of Germany is now in the hands of all of you, don't waste it. You'll never get another chance. This warning was the strongest memory that all members of the Kriegsmarine remembered, regardless of their age or military rank. The Germans of the future sought to consolidate quickly, and the highest officers very soon met aboard the flagship that was the Bismarck. The highest-ranking officer to go back in time was General Admiral Rolf Karls, who was the only one from 1945. Before his body was transferred aboard the Bismarck, he was in a bomb shelter in the basement of a school in Bad Old Slow on April 24, 1945. He remembered very well his own death and dozens of others when the school was hit by a British bomb. It wasn't exactly a pleasant memory, and Rolf Karls had a very good personal reason to take advantage of the chance he and his compatriots had just been given. He was 59 years old at the time of his death. Now he knew he was much younger and more vital. He felt inwardly that whoever sent him back in time had also rejuvenated him. He was now exactly 50 years old. The second oldest officer in rank was Admiral Wilhelm Marschall. He returned from 1943, when he was dismissed from the position of commander of the Naval Group West. He was certainly under no illusions at the time about how the war was going. It was clear even to the greatest optimist that the Third Reich was losing the war. Marschall used to be the commander of the battle fleet before he was removed due to disagreements with Ritter. By some coincidence, the powerful being who sent all those Kriegsmarine sailors back in time did not choose Ritter for this journey. Which, given the bad relationship between him and the Großadmiral, Wilhelm Marschall thought was a good decision. Along with Rolf Karls and Wilhelm Marschall there were 6 other flag officers. With them also nearly 18,000 sailors who were part of a fleet of 4 battleships, 3 armored ships, 3 heavy cruisers, 5 light cruisers and 13 destroyers plus 4 tankers and 4 supply ships. All Germans who came from the future now faced the important question of what they would do at this moment. The German Empire was at war, a war it lost overwhelmingly in 1918. The one who brought them back to this time made it clear to them that Germany lost because it was defeated. There was no stabbing in the back by Jews or politicians, but military weakness. None of these Germans at this point believed the propaganda that the Nazis and militarists had put into their heads. Everyone from the highest admiral to the common sailor knew the truth. And the truth was not exactly pleasant. On the contrary, the task they will face will be the most difficult in their lives. The being who gave them the chance to change history for the better for Germany gave them enormous power, but at the same time made fun of them with a cruel joke. The enormous power that their fleet possessed was now located thousands of miles from Germany and surrounded by the enemy. If the members of the Kriegsmarine knew anything very clearly, it was that their ships had to get home to Germany as soon as possible. The fleet itself was an inexhaustible well of new technology, and not only that, their knowledge of history gave them a huge not only tactical, but directly strategic advantage. However, getting the entire fleet home could literally be a task that befell the mythical King Sisyphus, i.e. impossible. Thus, on August 27, 1914, the German officers faced a decision that changed world history forever and affected not only the fate of their country, but of everyone on this planet. KM Story 002. August 27, 1914. SMS Bismarck. Admiral Karls called the officers' meeting to order. Gentlemen, he began, we all received the same message, we all know why we're here, so we can dispense with those pleasantries. Prior to your coming over, all ships began raising steam. We are on the clock, gentlemen, it is August 27th, a joint Anglo-Japanese fleet is on the way. Scout planes will be launching shortly to locate it. First, the threat must be dealt with, and that is what we must discuss. Sir Marshal responded, those ashore must be confused by our appearance. We should open contact with them, and make clear who we are, and our intentions. Admiral Karls nodded in agreement before replying, correct, and I've sent an aide to act as liaison between the fleet and the shore. However, as luck would have it, whatever divine providence sent us here also informed the personnel ashore, so they aren't the least surprised we're here, and are prepared to cooperate with us however necessary. Sir, you mentioned a fleet coming towards us. Do we know the composition of that fleet? One of the other flag officers inquired. As a matter of fact, we do. Answered Admiral Karl, 4 pre-dreadnoughts, 3 being captured Russian ships, 2 old Russian coast defense ships, 3 armored cruisers, 8 protected cruisers and some small destroyers. Nearly all Japanese ships, only 1 British battleship. We will assume our enemies are competent and well drilled. So should we leave the anchorage, and form up a line outside of the harbour, sir? Asked one of the other flag officers. If I may, sir, asked Marshal. Receiving a nod from Karls, he proceeded, we're faster, better armed, and make lots less smoke, and we have a scouting advantage. We should leave the harbour immediately, and sail over the horizon. They aren't expecting us, so when they form up outside the harbour and demand the surrender of the colony, we'll pin them against the land and crush them. Admiral Karls considered a moment before replying, and what of the logistics ships? They can't sail with us into battle, and I don't like the idea of leaving them to potentially be sunk or damaged in the harbour. They sail too, sir, and we leave them over the horizon, with 2 of the destroyers as escorts. The enemy ships are coal-fired, they aren't sneaking up on anything, so they can flee if smoke seems to be approaching. Admiral Marshal replied. A good plan, I believe. Karls agreed, the most possible gain. If they see us sitting outside the harbour when they sail in, they may well simply sail away. While we can pursue, that is not advantageous to us at this time, as our fuel is limited. Finally, we must discuss fleet tactics. Unlike the enemy fleet, we are not used to operating together, and do not have the doctrine or the practice for it. Asking that now is too much, so instead each of you gentlemen will have local control of your squadrons. We will form a line, led by Bismarck and Tirpitz, followed by the Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. This is for the sake of convenience, not the Admiral's review, so do your best. The Panzer Schiff will be in the van and the heavy cruisers in the rear, and the light cruisers and destroyers will stay unengaged, at least initially. Roughly speaking, the battleships will engage the battleships, and it is desirable to sink the British battleship first. The Painter ships can attack the armoured cruisers, and the heavy cruisers will deal with the enemy-protected cruisers. The light cruisers and destroyers will be held back for any sallies by the enemy torpedo craft. It is in our interest to keep the range beyond 15 kilometers. At close range, the heavy secondaries of the enemy will cause damage that we cannot afford to take. Any further questions? At this time, the meeting was interrupted by a discreet knock on the door. Admiral Karls answered and received a slip of paper from the radioman. Glancing at it, he announced, the time is nearly upon us, gentlemen. This is a report from our scout. A fleet has been spotted sailing this way at 8 to 10 knots, about 80 nm away. It is time to return to our vessels and depart, gentlemen. 1 hour later, battleship Scharnhorst departing harbour. Marshal stood on the bridge, keyed with excitement. An enemy was at hand. In a matter of hours, the fleet would finally be accomplishing something. They had to move fast. Orders were to accelerate to 21 knots as soon as they cleared the harbour. They would steam south until out of sight, and then wait. Already smoke was gathering on the eastern horizon. History was about to undergo an improvement, reflected Marschall. I decided that the shore personnel would also be informed, lest time be wasted establishing credentials, or a jumpy coastal gunner cause issues. I'm more than willing to change this if opinions decide that they could engage outside the range of the Japanese guns, but this might lead to expending ammo they don't have. I am going to assume that the Japanese are not going to be well practiced outside of 12 kilometers. Their heavy guns can reach to roughly 20 kilometers, but in practice they'll never hit a thing at extreme range, and while in range of the German ships, it would lead to a lot of expended ammo to no hits, so a little closer is worth it. KM Story 003. Battleship SMS Bismarck August 27, 1914. The German fleet was heading to meet the Japanese fleet. In a few hours there was a high probability of a confrontation. The truth was that General Admiral Rolf Karls was completely calm and rather looking forward to the battle. He wasn't worried about how the ensuing confrontation would turn out. The German superiority was too overwhelming, both materially and technologically, and it had something that the enemy did not, and that was the element of surprise. The battle that awaited the Germans was the easy part, much worse was what came next. It was the subsequent decisions that he would have to make that troubled him the most, and the truth was that he still had no concrete plan. The German commander was currently on the Admiral Bridge of the flagship, looking at a naval map of the vicinity of Tsingtao, where he and his subordinates would soon fight the first major naval battle of this war. He was interrupted from his thoughts by the arrival of Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt. Admiral General, I and my subordinates have managed to obtain the information you requested. Okay Hubert, I think we have time for a little history lesson. Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt's aide first presented a map of the Pacific before General Admiral Rolf Karls. All German naval and colonial bases were plotted here. Also marked on the map was the route sailed by Admiral von Spee's squadron, which proceeded to Fanning Island on August 29 to rendezvous with SMS Nürnberg. Later, during October, she was to meet with 2 other light cruisers and then head for Coronel. Then came a map of the Indian Ocean, showing the main naval bases of Germany's enemies and the route followed by the SMS Emden until it met its end at the Cocos Islands. Then a map of Africa and the Caribbean where the remaining 2 German light cruisers operated until their destruction. General Admiral Rolf Karls quietly listened to his subordinate's explanation together with other officers on the Admiral Bridge. He knew most of this information, although the tactical details had already slipped from his memory and he was very happy to recall them. So, what do you propose here Hubert? I'd be very happy to hear your opinion regarding our future strategy. Express yourself completely without inhibition. Rolf Karls. I believe we should do our best to help our brothers in arms. It will probably not be possible to save SMS Karlsruhe. We still don't know exactly what happened there. SMS Königsberg will also not be able to help, it has engine problems and we have no repair ship to help it. However, rescuing SMS Emden and Admiral von Spee's squadron should not be a problem. We know their location and also the strength of the enemy they will be forced to face in a few months. Hubert Schmundt. You want to chip away at our forces to try to save a few old ships, that's stupidity that won't do us any good. We must return home as soon as possible with a large part of the fleet and change the balance of power in the North Sea. Moreover, we must pass on our knowledge to those responsible so that the German Empire avoids defeat. Günther Lütjens. So are we to sacrifice hundreds, if not thousands, of our countrymen who will die if we do not help them? I understand that we have to get home to Germany as soon as possible, but we have a moral obligation to help all Germans, no, only those who stayed at home. Hubert Schmundt. Günther, please tell me what your very last memory is before you found yourself here and be honest with us. Rolf Karls. I was on board this warship. The Bismarck was surrounded by the RN and I died on the bridge. I think my death was very quick, then I found myself here, Tsingtao. Well, I wonder whose fault it was that the Bismarck was surrounded by the RN and destroyed, Hubert Schmundt. Vice Admiral Günther Lütjens looked sharply in the direction of his colleague and probably wanted to say something very concise to Schmundt, but Rolf Karls didn't give him the chance. For God's sake, we haven't even been here a day and you want to blame the past. Or, in our case, rather a future that, if we act correctly, will never happen. For some reason Providence has chosen us, it is our job to work together, not to argue. Bringing up and reminding of our failures just for personal insults is stupid, don't do it anymore. We have more important things to do. Hubert, I agree with you that we have a moral obligation to help our compatriots and I am in favor of doing it. But you're both forgetting one key thing, you're still thinking in the context of what happened in OTL. Yes, it still makes sense at the moment, but in a few hours, when the battle with the Japanese and British navies takes place, history will be completely different. After the battle, when we return back to Tsingtao, the next course of action will be decided. I want to help our compatriots, if possible all of them, but it is too early to predict anything. Now we have a battle ahead of us and please do not underestimate our enemies because arrogance is just the road to hell. Rolf Karls. No one on the Admiral's Bridge objected, Rolf Karls was right. In a few hours, history will be completely different from the one they knew. It will be up to them alone whether they succeed in improving the fate of Germany or not. KM Story 004. Japanese battleship Suwo, bridge. Vice Admiral Kato stood calmly on the bridge, watching the operation of his ship going on like clockwork around him. They were approaching Tsingtao, where he would establish a blockade, and reduce the forts protecting the German colony. That would be the hard part, since the Germans had no warships to speak of. The East Asia Squadron was reported to have left, and even if they were still around, they were no match for his squadron. An airplane lazily droned by again. The infernal thing had been flying over them for quite a while. This was the second one. It looked like no airplane that Kato had seen before, but Japan was not exactly at the cutting edge of aviation, so perhaps that wasn't a surprise. Well, the Germans knew he was coming. No matter, they couldn't change the inevitable, they would just get that much longer to prepare to meet their ancestors. Admiral, land is in sight, reported the captain with a salute. Excellent, replied Admiral Kato. Signals. Release the cruisers to establish a blockade line. The battleships will form a line and prepare to move in for shore bombardment. Battle stations. SMS Bismarck. Admiral Karl stared at the plot. According to the aviators, the enemy force was breaking up. The battleships were staying in a group, and heading further in, the cruisers were fanning out, forming a blockade line. Well, that presented an unexpected opportunity. The observers had reported about a dozen cruisers, 4 battleships, and several destroyers. The destroyers were staying inshore, probably to help screen the battleships while the cruisers did the blockade work. The admiral drummed his fingers on the plot for several seconds before coming to a decision. Signals, he barked. Order the panzerschiffs, heavy and light cruisers to prepare for action. The battleships will remain here for the moment. Attach the destroyers to the light cruiser squadron. Flags only, maintain radio silence. After all, no sense in alerting the enemy through wireless activity now. Outside the flagship, the cruisers and destroyers nimbly came about, and reformed into their squadrons. The admiral watched his ships moving with pride. Despite having no fleet cohesion, they were working well together, as professional sailors should. Signals. Admiral Karl spoke up again. Order the cruiser groups engage enemy cruisers to the north. The German ships began moving north, seeking their prey. Japanese protected cruiser Akashi Hakiro Hei-8, Note 1, stood at his post on the foremast. In the distance he could hear the rumble of heavy artillery, as the battleships began attempting to reduce the fortifications on Tsingtao. He watched his assigned arc without much interest. There was unlikely to be anything to see out here. Rumor had it that the German East Asia Squadron was gone, and there is unlikely to be many ships to capture with hostilities commencing. An airplane droned up from the south. A few minutes later, another airplane droned due south. Or was it the same one? No matter. Hei-8 and the other lookouts had been ordered not to report on the airplanes anymore, since the fleet had been shadowed by one of the contraptions for hours now. What was that? Hei-8 noticed a smudge on the southern horizon and brought up his powerful binoculars for a better look. A ship. A warship certainly, he could see the military look of it, and what might be a turret, without much smoke plume, though at the moment he couldn't tell more than that. He uncapped the voice pipe and made his report. A few moments later, the head of the ship began to swing around, and he felt the screws begin to bite more as the ship worked up to a higher speed. Hei-8 steadied himself against the new motion of the ship, and brought his binoculars up to watch the contact. It had already become much sharper. There was definitely a turret, no, 2 turrets. As he watched, the target changed aspect. It was going broadside. As it came fully broadside, he could see 2 more turrets aft. The turrets blinked. The enemy vessel had opened fire. Hei-8 scrambled back to the voice pipe. Enemy vessel has opened fire. Enemy vessel appears to be a battlecruiser. Hei-8 hoped that the panic he felt wasn't in his voice as he made his report. The 415 cm gun barked a reply at maximum elevation, but fell well short of the enemy vessel. Geysers erupted from the sea about 200 yards short. They weren't as big as Hei-8 would have expected, but still quite big enough. Looking through his binoculars again, he noted that the enemy ship wasn't fully broadside, but still coming towards him, showing enough side to get all turrets on target. Another set of flashes from the enemy vessel. His ship heeled as it began turning away. Splashes soaked him, and a terrible screeching of tortured metal reached his ears, and the ship shook like a dog. Japanese battleship Suwo. Admiral, there are multiple reports from the cruisers being under fire from an enemy battlecruisers and battleships. Admiral Kato blanched. That should be impossible. He had been told that the British had stated all heavy ships to still be in the North Sea, saving Goben only. It had to be a mistake on the part of the lookouts. Besides, enemy ships could not have gotten here, the Royal Navy would have never let them through. Cancel the bombardment, he ordered. Form up and sail south, we are going to the aid of our cruisers. Order them to retire to our position. The battleships heaved around, and headed south, to the sound of gunfire. SMS Bismarck. Admiral Karls watched placidly as the ship's boats plied amongst the wreckage, looking for survivors. Battle was the wrong term for what had happened here. This was execution. Most of the Japanese protected cruisers never even got within range to hit his ships, and those that got in gun range hit nothing but the sea, being near the edge of their range. The 20.3 and 28.3 cm shells from the heavy ships had wrecked them with few hits. Even the 15 cm shells from the light cruisers had done terrible execution to the lightly armored vessels. The armored cruisers and battleships had charged in bravely, but futilely. To his credit, the enemy commander attempted to extricate himself as soon as he realized his situation, by sending in a destroyer attack, but those torpedo craft were far too few, and were quickly dispatched. Those pre-dreadnoughts never had a chance, either to run or to fight. Karls was still surprised how easily they went down. He had, in his own early Navy days, heard pre-dreadnoughts referred to as 5-minute ships, referencing how long it was expected that they would last against modern vessels, but hadn't taken that literally. Until today, that is. He had watched one of the battleships roll over and sink after taking only 3 hits, note 2. The HMS Triumph had taken several hits to the bow and appeared to just drive under the water. The signals officer was fairly certain that he had jammed the enemy battleship's transmissions, so no news of what had happened here would be getting out. The cruisers had gotten some transmission out, but they had never seen his battleships. Signal from one of the boats reported one of the men they've picked up a flag officer. Well, this is an unanticipated opportunity, thought Admiral Karls. Note 1, Original character. Note 2, the Iwami, a Borodino-class battleship, had a longitudinal bulkhead, that greatly increased the risk of capsizing from flooding on one side. The Hipper class is nearly as long as a Congo, and in profile will certainly look like a battlecruiser to the lookout. A panzer schiff will look much like a pre-dreadnought to them. I can find little on the naval campaign at Tsingtao. I find that the fleet was assigned to blockade, and the battleships bombarded the forts, so that's what is happening. So the cruisers are spread out on blockade duty, making them easy meat for the Germans, who have good information between scouts and radar, and can pick them off easily. KM Story 005. Pacific, August 27, 1914, German naval base Tsingtao. In the office of Captain Zursi and at the same time Governor Kyotsku, there was complete chaos since morning. The changes that took place were a huge shock not only for Governor Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Although the information about whose fleet appeared in the harbor did get into his mind. And that they are friends, but understanding all these events and completely believing them was definitely not easy. The commander of this fleet sent him a short message after one of his men, telling him that he was sailing to battle. His goal was to try to stop the Japanese fleet and prevent it from attacking the German colony. Captain Zursi Alfred Meyer Waldeck had no objection to such a decision. The truth was that even if he tried to protest, he still had no means of forcing obedience from the German admiral. Now in his office, he was discussing the situation with his closest subordinates, planning not only the defense of the city, but above all, how best to cope with the situation that had just arisen. He had already sent a personal message to the Emperor a few hours ago, promising to defend Kyotsko to the end. However, at the direct request of General Admiral Rolf Karls, he did not mention a word about the events that happened here that morning. He took no pleasure in lying to his emperor, but he did it in the end. The admiral from the future and his fleet under him apparently had very good reasons for wanting to remain secret for now. Still, it was clear that this secrecy couldn't last long, especially with the battle that awaited them. Lieutenant Colonel Paul Kullo, who commanded 3 companies of German Marines and was one of the highest-ranking officers in Kyotsko, snapped the governor out of his thoughts with his words. "Sir, Gunter Pluskov has just arrived and the other airman who came with that fleet has the latest information for us. I think we should both listen to them." "You're right, Paul, call both airmen, at least we'll know how we're doing." Alfred Meyer Waldeck. The city and harbor were briefly bombarded by the Japanese fleet, but the latter withdrew very soon. The firing of naval guns could be heard and everyone in the city was aware that there was a great battle going on out there. Gunter Pluskov was one of the few aviators in Tsingtao and the governor sent him to get at least some information. He was glad that the airman and his plane returned safely to the base. The 2 men entered the governor's office and gave him a military salute. Just looking at them showed the difference between the Germans of 1914 and those of the future. The first and most noticeable were their uniforms. The man who came from the future had a leather jacket that fit him perfectly. It was part of his uniform and matched him perfectly, literally matching the whole uniform. Gunter Pluskov had already taken off his flight suit, but the governor had seen it many times. When he compared it to the equipment of a man from the future, it actually seemed ridiculous and unnecessarily massive. He preferred to put aside his thoughts on the subject and bluntly ask the 2 men about the situation. His subordinate was the first to speak. "Sir, what happened out there on the sea was not a battle, it was a slaughter. The Japanese fleet is completely destroyed. I highly doubt any of their warships survived the massacre. I did not see the whole execution, I had to return to the base, but our ships achieved a crushing victory. There is and cannot be any doubt about that. Thank you for the information, Günther. You risked a lot on that flight, now go rest. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Sir, with all due respect, I could stay here. I would like to hear my colleague's report, if you will allow me. Of course, you're right, Günther, stay here. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. All eyes turned to the other man who had walked into the study a few minutes ago. Kapitän-Lieutenant Manfred Kinzel, who had been silent until now and only listened to the conversation between the governor and Pluskov, was thoroughly enjoying the situation. His last memory was the death of U-338, which happened on September 20, 1943. Now he had a new chance, and he certainly had no intention of giving it up and wasting it. He again served on the Scharnhorst as at the beginning of the war and had at his disposal his favorite seaplane, the Arado AR-196, which in 1914 represented the absolute technological top among aircraft. Plus, he was just standing in the room next to his childhood idol. And it was Günther Pluskov himself, one of the most famous aviators in German history, who looked up to him with admiration. I think my colleague has said the essentials. The Japanese fleet no longer exists, it has been completely destroyed. I don't think our own fleet suffered any losses, I could be wrong but I honestly don't believe so. The difference in the quality of our ships and the enemy's was simply too great, the enemy was completely crushed. If I may suggest something, Mr. Governor. Of course I'm listening, what do you want to give me advice, Herr Kapitän-Lieutenant? Alfred Meyer Waldeck. I believe that General Admiral Rolf Karls will want to show leniency to the enemy and try to save as many Japanese sailors as possible. The Japanese fought bravely and showing humanity on our part is the right decision. Although I do not believe that there will be many prisoners, because the Japanese ships were sinking quickly. We should be ready for those prisoners in the city, especially the wounded. That's a good reminder, LT. COL. Paul Cullo will take care of everything. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, young man? Alfred Meyer Waldeck. No sir, I can't think of anything else. Okay, now I'd like to ask you about the fleet and all you know, I need to understand a lot of things. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. I'm sorry, Governor, but I am expressly prohibited from consulting you on anything regarding the fleet. Admiral Marshall only allowed me to personally inform you of the outcome of the battle and that Kyotsko is currently safe from Japanese and British attacks. General Admiral Rolf Karls will answer your questions once the fleet returns to port. I am truly sorry, but such are my orders. Then all I have to do is wait for our saviors to return. I firmly believe that soon I will get answers to at least some of my questions. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. KM Story 006. Pacific, August 27, 1914, Battleship Scharnhorst. The fleet was on its way back to Tsingtao. The battle it had just finished was its first major baptism of fire. A big, but at the same time very easy victory, which should boost the confidence and strengthen the morale of all sailors. It was ironic that the victory that marked the destruction of the Japanese fleet was a greater relief to the people of Tsingtao than to the Germans of the future. However, it was understandable. Until the morning of August 27, the defenders of Kyotsko were completely alone and left to their fate. They had no chance of victory. After today's battle, the situation was already completely different, even if the German fleet left the base. It was clear that it would be weeks, if not months, before the Japanese dared to attack Kyotsko again. And after this battle, the Japanese will be extremely cautious. In the admiral's cabin aboard the battleship, Wilhelm Marschall read the battle report and could not have been more pleased. None of his warships were damaged and, most importantly, ammunition consumption was relatively small. At first he was worried about how his subordinates would fare during the battle, not sure what the shock they had just experienced would do to them and their confidence. Fortunately, his fears proved to be completely unfounded. The warship crews fought well, he might even say brilliantly. But he didn't want to fall into too much optimism. The enemy the German fleet was fighting today might have been brave, but he didn't stand a chance. It was highly unlikely that when there were more battles, that the course of such confrontations would be so one-sided. Today, there were too many advantages on the German side, from technological and numerical superiority, to the element of surprise that came from the knowledge of the future that the Germans had. From this day on, the history they all knew had already changed and the direction it would take was up to them alone. Any further news from the flagship Otto? Marshall? No, only that one of the high-ranking Japanese officers was captured. General Admiral Rolf Karls is probably already interrogating him. It's a bit of a miracle that any of the Japanese survived the slaughter. Otto back in collar. How many survivors did we actually pull out of the water? Marshall. Not much, there are 112 of them aboard the Scharnhorst, but the question is how many of them will live to see us return to Kyotsko. How many prisoners there are on the other ships of the fleet I have no idea yet, but I do not expect more than 200 or 300. Most of the prisoners are in a very bad condition, our doctors are doing the best for them. Wilhelm, I don't want to sound like a monster, but it is wise to give them such care. Our medical equipment is extremely scarce and we have no chance to replenish it. Moreover, many of the medicines we have are not available in 1914 because they simply have not been made yet and will not be for a long time. Otto back in collar. You're suggesting we let them die, they're just Japanese, yellow bastards. No Otto, I've been given a second chance, we all know that, but I'll say it again. Gernot is alive, he is aboard Z-20 Karl Galster, the being who sent us back in time told me so. She brought my son back to life and I am grateful, very grateful. I am not a Nazi, only a soldier, which in retrospect is perhaps worse than if I had been an active supporter of the regime. We both know what happened in Germany and how it all turned out in the end. Although I returned from 1943, I still do not doubt anything that the being told us. Even in 1943, it was not a problem for someone like me to get such information. We have blood on our hands, hectoliters of blood, and the responsibility of helping the monsters maintain their power. The Japanese we killed today, and that there were at least several thousand of them. They died because they stood in our way. We'll kill thousands, maybe even tens of thousands more before we get home. I sure hope they all wear military uniforms so it will be easier for me to morally defend it. I'm being honest with you Otto, I've always been if we can get the fleet, or at least part of it, back home to Germany. Millions of people will die anyway, we may not even win this war, with a bit of luck we will only avoid our defeat. So saving a few hundred Japanese and trying to keep them alive at the expense of our medical supplies is the least we can do. To justify all the killing that awaits us in the future. I'm already enjoying the moments when I can use my influence to help someone, because I won't have many opportunities like that for the next few months. And you'll be there anyway Otto, Marshal. You realize we've lost everyone, we're starting a whole new life. Like my sister, Margaret is a little girl at the moment. And on board the Bismarck is her future husband. Personally, I don't really understand why the divine being chose me for this mission. If I'm being selfish, I'll put it this way, you have Gernot in the fleet, but who do I have here and thousands of others who they went back in time. All I have in my mind is the thought of having served the Nazis and the need to justify myself for it. For God's sake Wilhelm, I'm half Jewish, if I didn't serve those Nazi bastards faithfully, it would endanger not only me, but everyone I knew and loved. I would end up somewhere in Latvia with a hole in my skull and buried in a mass grave. I don't have to apologize, I just wanted to survive. Otto back in collar. I know, maybe you are here so that the idiots who are in power in Germany now understand that Jews are the same Germans as the rest of us and that there is no difference between us. Marshal. You really believe that, Wilhelm, anti-Semitism is older than humanity itself, perhaps it arose at the same time as the oldest profession in the world. Whenever there is an accident or disaster, we Jews are responsible for it, that's the reality. Otto back in collar. Otto, you're probably as Jewish as I am Catholic. Just because I went to church doesn't mean I believed in God with all my heart. I was raised to revere God, but that hardly means my faith was absolute. After the events we have just experienced, my faith is in ruins. I never took you as a Jew, and you know it, but as my friend and able officer. That's why you're my chief of staff. If you want a reason why you went back to 1914, I'll tell you. I just need you here, I trust you like no one else and I know I can't do without you. You said it clearly, we all have a whole new life ahead of us. Our younger selves don't exist anymore, that being made us aware of that. They say it was impossible to keep both versions of us alive, that's why we're the only ones here. My beloved Waltraud is now 18 years old and there are so many of me that I could be her father, or even grandfather under certain circumstances. If we get home, I'll want to meet her, just for Gernot's sake, but I'm certainly not going to ruin her life to force her to spend it with an old man like me. We have to live in the present, we have no choice. You have to leave the past behind Otto, there is no other option. Regarding the captives, let them receive the maximum possible care from our side. Our humanity is not a weakness. Marshal. Otto back in collar did not talk about the prisoners anymore, he accepted and also understood the opinion of his superior and also his friend. The journey home for the fleet would be a voyage of death, thousands would die and there was no certainty anywhere that the fleet would actually reach Germany. He knew the logistics officer's report, the fleet did not have enough fuel to make the trip as a whole. Some of the warships would either have to stay at Kyotsko or the Germans would have to refuel on the way home. The second alternative was not impossible, but it was certainly not easy at all and it carried a lot of risks. It was too early to think about all this. August 27, 1914 was an extremely hectic day. The evening was approaching, and in the morning of the next day General Admiral Rolf Karls wanted to call a meeting where he would meet with Governor Alfred Meyer Waldeck. He knew very well that he would need to rest, but he doubted that he would sleep tonight without sleeping pills. KM Story 007. SMS Bismarck, Sickbay August 28, 1914. Admiral Karls walked into the sickbay, and was greeted by the doctor. "Good morning, sir," greeted the doctor. "You are here to look in on the Japanese admiral." "Yes, Dr. Kaiser." "How is he doing, asked the admiral. Well sir, he's over here, if you'd like to look in on him. I was just about to change his dressings, replied the doctor. They walked over to a bed, where the Japanese admiral was laying. His left arm was broken in 2 places, sir. That has been set and is doing as well as can be expected. He has some burns, and those are dressed. One cut that needed stitches. The doctor detailed, as he pulled off some dressings, and examined them. The prisoner groaned slightly and shifted in the bed. The doctor inspected the wound, and the dressing, and somewhat to the discomfort of the admiral, sniffed both. No sign or smell of infection, the doctor proclaimed, holding up the dressing up as if for the admiral's own inspection. Admiral Karls declined to make a closer inspection, suspecting that, if he smelled the dressing, it, and everything else in the room would shortly thereafter, smell like vomit. The doctor went back to the patient and wrapped the wounds with fresh dressings. Will you be interviewing him, sir? Asked the doctor as he worked. Unfortunately, not until we get back to base, replied the admiral. No one on the ship speaks Japanese. Keep him well, doctor. SMS Bismarck, Tsingtao base, anchored. As the work of restocking ammunition and fuel commenced, there was again a flag meeting aboard Bismarck. First of all, gentlemen, let me congratulate you on a battle well fought, began Admiral Karls. All performed admirably. However, we must now discuss what we do next. Surely, we should join up with von Spee, shouldn't we, sir? Asked Admiral Marshal. He'll be sailing for Tahiti, and shelling it on September 22nd. We can meet up with his squadron, then head back to Germany, stopping along the way in the United States to refill our tankers. There are many neutral ports along the way where we can refuel our ships as needed, and get additional supplies if need be. We'll take only the Bismarck, Tirpitz, Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, Lutzow, Admiral Graf Spee, and Scheer with us. The light cruisers and destroyers will struggle in the seas of the Pacific, and the engines of the heavy cruisers aren't reliable enough to make the journey under the duress we'll be going through. Leaving behind the cruisers and destroyers is sentencing them to death when the Japanese come back, objected Admiral Luchens. Assuming that they come back at all, countered Admiral Marshal, they've just lost an entire fleet to us. Will they be so quick to send another? The Japanese will be landing troops a short distance away in a few days. We can send the light ships to destroy the landing. They must bow out at that point. After that, the remaining vessels can terrorize the Entente shipping and colonies as long as they can. A good thought, mused Admiral Karls, that is, if they don't cancel the operation after the loss of the battle fleet. If the enemy was unable to transmit, they were engaging enemy ships, the Japanese High Command will be in the dark for at least a little while. They'll send out a dispatch vessel, or destroyer to check in on the fleet. The other question is, how do we report into Berlin? None had any insight on this. Wireless telegraphy was an amazing invention, but not exactly suitable for explanations of this sort, and wireless radio telephones only existed in the fleet right now. I have made a decision, announced Admiral Karls. Here is what we will do. SMS Bismarck, sickbay. Admiral Kato was still in a degree of shock. The mission should have been straightforward. Then reports of enemy capital ships. When he went to the succor of his light ships, he was confronted by the largest ships he had ever seen. 2 of them must have been 30 meters longer than the Congos, and those were the most powerful units currently in the Japanese Navy. If that was what the German Navy could send to a backwater station, what was going to happen to the mighty Royal Navy when they confronted the German fleet? None of the Second Fleet ships had withstood more than a few hits from those monsters, or the slightly smaller ships accompanying them. He could only hope that the Japanese High Command would see the wisdom of making peace after the loss of a fleet. The ships themselves were mostly obsolescent, but the loss still represented nearly half of the small cruisers of the IJN. Losses like that would see Japan relegated back to a world laughingstock again, like before humbling the Russian Colossus. However, he was now out of this war, and had to pray that the cost of this war would not be more than Japan could afford to pay. Well, now we decide what happens next. The Hipper class are infamously unreliable, the K-class cruisers and Zestroyers are known for being a bit light for the North Atlantic, and the Pacific can be every bit as brutal, so it makes sense to leave them behind. No idea how the Germans break this to high command. Through a wireless transmission. Keeping it short, to avoid allowing for code breaking. Meeting up with the East Asia Squadron at Tahiti can be done if the fleet leaves shortly. Then they can all head slowly back to Germany. The East Asia Squadron must cruise slower than the other squadron, but that saves oil. Tanking up at the US before heading back to Germany makes sense. This also allows them to assemble a convoy of ships to bring to Germany, with things that they know will be needful. Though I don't know, I imagine that they could charge purchases to the German government through the embassy, especially in New York. KM Story 008. August 28, late morning. Governor's House, Tsingtao. Admiral Kato found himself yet again stunned. He had never entertained the thought that he would be defeated and captured. Such thoughts of defeatism were not appropriate for an officer of the Emperor's navy. He had hoped to be the one treating a defeated von Spee on his own flagship, perhaps even adding German ships to the navy. So, to find himself in the governor's mansion, with his wounds treated, sitting down to tea with the German governor, 2 admirals and a man acting as an interpreter was quite surreal. Note, the conversation will still appear normally to avoid the hassle of putting in all the extra speaking through the interpreter. I am pleased to meet you, Admiral, began one of the German admirals. I am Rolf Karls, Admiral of the Imperial German Detached Fleet. This is Admiral Marshall, and the governor of the colony here. He indicated the other men. I wish I were not meeting you under such circumstances, but we are all at the call of our emperors. Cato nodded politely and returned the sentiment, wondering if when he would be taken away for interrogation. When I learned you survived, I wished to meet you before you returned to Japan. That is one thing I wished to tell you. You, and all of your men that we rescued will be going back to Japan on a ferry under a flag of truce tomorrow. Continued the Admiral, Karls apparently. If you will give your word of honor that you will not attempt to escape, you may have free access of the governor's mansion in the meantime. I give my word. You will just send us back, asked Cato in coming out of his reverie. Certainly. Acknowledged Admiral Karls. While I don't expect you can make any such guarantee, it would be wonderful if it could be guaranteed that they will not serve against Germany for the duration of the current war. I fully understand that you cannot make such a promise. The men may as well recover among their families. We have no quarrel with Japan, Admiral. We will defend what is ours, but it is not our desire to war against you. Japan and Germany are much alike. Both empires seeking their place in the sun, with other powers seeking to stop them or control them. For centuries Germany was a battleground in Europe or used as a shield by one power against another. Now we are united and strong, and those same powers seek to put us back in our subservient place. For Japan, you and your people accomplished amazing things in a short period of time, and then Russia sought to humble you. You successfully beat them back. Now the UK, whom the French rightly call perfidious Albion, seek for you to break your sword on the German shield. The Royal Navy must have known that our ships were here, yet they told you nothing. They sent one old ship of their own, maintaining their fleet while yours is broken. What do they plan after that? Cato thought about this as he sipped his tea. He couldn't deny any of it. Weren't the British sending troops, ostensibly to help with the siege, but really just to make sure that the Japanese stayed in their place? The same with the fleet, enough to look like help while being none. The conversation shifted to lighter topics. They discussed Germany, where Cato had once been to oversee construction, and how things had changed. Cato enjoyed himself immensely. It wasn't often he got to be conversant with professionals equal to himself. The high loneliness of command, he supposed. The German admirals were scrupulously polite, and kept the conversation about things he could enjoy, like ship handling and time spent with his family. He could completely understand Admiral Marshall's wistful desire to go fishing with his children. All too soon, the time ended, and Admiral Cato was escorted to a comfortable room in the mansion. After checking and indeed finding no guard, Cato sat at the window, staring at the massive German ships in the harbor. What had Japan gotten into, agreeing to go along with her ally? August 28, SMS Leipzig, leaving Tsingtao harbor. Admiral Siliux stood on the bridge of his command as she smoothly slid out of harbor, followed by the other light cruisers and half of the destroyers. They were sailing for Lungau, where they would establish a line to prevent any troop transports from getting through. The General Admiral had been most emphatic that they were to be given a chance to surrender before being engaged. He hadn't thought that they would accept but wanted to give that chance before slaughtering 23,000 men. While history mentioned that the landing began on September 2, the General Admiral thought it likely that they arrived the night before, and spent the intervening time in preparation, and since the squadron was ordered to keep offshore, it seemed likely that they might intercept them even sooner. His orders were most emphatic. He was to avoid violating Chinese neutrality, and so must keep at least 3 miles offshore. The weather was showing signs of worsening, so the radar would probably be the best way of finding anything once visibility started dropping. Even more so when night fell, the troopships would have that much smaller of a chance of slipping by in the dark. No escort was known of, but Siliux couldn't imagine that such a valuable convoy wouldn't have at least a few destroyers escorting it. Not that such craft intimidated him. He had seen a Japanese destroyer fall to pieces after receiving a single 15 centimeters hit amidships during the battle off Tsingtao. Note 1, it was amazing how much ships had advanced between now and his time. August 28, 1914 late afternoon. SMS Bismarck. Preparations for departure were well underway. Refueling and rearming were completed, now it was only the myriad of other tasks that needed completion before weighing anchor. Currently, plans were to depart tomorrow, escorting the cartel ship part way before turning back. They would then turn south once out of sight of the prisoners, and head towards Tahiti. They would send a message to von Spee to see about rendezvousing with him there, and then take stock of their fuel. If it was felt they had sufficient fuel, they would head round the Horn, and head for the United States, where they would refuel themselves and their tankers. They would also go to the German embassy and establish themselves with the current government in Germany. Over at a nearby quay, a ferry was preparing itself to go to Japan under a flag of truce. A reasonably sized ship for the task at hand, and the most comfortable ship that was available in harbor. Karls wanted his prisoners afforded every courtesy. They weren't going to be packed into some fishing boat for the journey. The captain of the ferry was taking no chance. The flag of truce was already floating lazily from the masthead of the ship. It had been decided to leave the heavy and light cruisers, and the destroyers behind. Appropriate ammunition, and one tanker would be left as well. They were then allowed to wreak havoc on the Entente shipping. Hopefully the tanker would keep them fueled until they could capture some British tankers. It wasn't thought that the Entente could send any ships fast enough and heavy enough to threaten the Hippers, as long as they didn't break down. Hopefully the rest of the fleet would decisively shift the balance of power in Europe, keeping the RN from even considering it once their presence was known. Very soon now, the die would be cast, and it would be time to see which side Kriegsglück would favor. Note 1, actually, a torpedo boat, perhaps 150 tons burthen. A 15 centimeters high explosive shell to the boiler room would indeed be an insult that it would fall to pieces it. Should Siliux be the commander of the light cruiser and destroyer forces? I'm happy to change it if it should be someone else. So, we see the plans. Any thoughts on this? Admiral Karls is trying to sow doubts in the thoughts of Cato. I would think his little speech would ring fairly true to the Japanese. The Hippers, light cruisers and destroyers will be left behind to do what they can, and the heavy ships are going to try and meet up with von Spee. KM Story 009. Pacific, August 28, 1914, German naval-based Tsingtao. Preparations for the fleet's departure were already in full swing, and the entire base was in organized chaos. In the evening, General Admiral Rolf Karls had a meeting of all senior officers convened. The meeting was held on board the SMS Bismarck. In addition to the Commander-in-Chief of the fleet, Admirals Wilhelm Marschall, Hermann Boehm, Otto Schneewind, Gunther Lütjens, Otto Backenkoller, Hubert Schmundt were present. Only Otto Siliux was missing, who was at sea with his subordinates and was most likely to face another battle with the enemy. A private meeting, and General Admiral Rolf Karls did not want to be interrupted. He wanted a personal meeting for many reasons, and he needed to know the perspective and opinion of his subordinates. I know you're all tired and we're going out to sea again tomorrow, but before that we need to talk. My question is a little personal now, but I will ask, who among you, besides me, came from 1945? Rolf Karls. There was a moment of silence, which was broken by Wilhelm Marschall. I think you are the only one, sir. I am from 1943, at least that is my last memory. Here Otto Backenkoller is from 1944, all others are from 1941, only Otto Siliux, at least from what I heard, is from 1942. Or am I wrong and have bad information? Marschall. Everyone present confirmed the correctness of the information their colleague had just uttered. Then I have to ask you all, do you have any idea why this is? Why did the being transport us through time from different time periods? It's simple for me. I died. I know Gunther Lütjens did too, at least that was his last memory of his previous life, just like mine. But the rest of you were still living at that time, Rolf Karls. The truth is that it is not only about us, that is, human beings, but also about our warships. Each is from a different era, and sometimes the difference is big, at least in terms of equipment. At the moment, the most modern warships in the fleet are the cruisers Admiral Scheer and Prinz Eugen. Both are from 1945, have high-end radars and GHG, even their light flak is on a completely different level. The oldest warship, if I may say so, is the Admiral Graf Spee, which is from 1939, December to be exact. As far as battleships go, Scharnhorst's best is from December 1943, at least that's the last entry in his logbook. Gneisenau is from February 1942 and Bismarck from May 1941, Tirpitz from August 1941 when it operated in the Baltic Sea against the USSR. The light cruisers are two from 1940, the ones that were sunk that year, and the rest are from 1944. The destroyers are similar, all but Z-20 Karl Galster are from 1940 when they were sunk, Z-20 is from 1945. However, this does not apply to the crews of their ships. Just because the vessel is from 1945 does not mean that the sailors are too. The vast majority of the team is from 1940 or 1941, only a few dozen are from 1942, individuals from 1943. We don't know yet if anyone is from 1944 or 1945, but we will find out soon. Otto Backenkoller. What Otto said here is true. I just want to add this. Even if a warship is from 1945 according to their log entries or modern equipment, it is still brand new. All our boats look as if they have just left the shipyard. They are in absolutely perfect condition. They are not worn at all, which is a huge godsend for us in our plans. Unfortunately, their technological limitations remain. Only armored ships have diesel propulsion, the others have steam turbines. Otto Schneewind. Well, I guess we couldn't have hoped that the being who sent us back in time would make it so easy for us. Even so, she gave us a pretty big chance, the question is whether we deserve it or don't waste it. Gunter Lütjens. What do you mean, Gunter, that we don't have the right to change the future? We have all paid in some way for the chance we have now. Some of us more, some less, but each of us has lost something. We are all about the same age, we are very close in birth years. I should be well over 50 now, almost 60, but physically I'm much younger. Mentally, I haven't gotten any younger, but I might be 48 now, definitely not more. It's not a big difference, but considering what's ahead, it will help me. This voyage, which the fleet will embark on tomorrow, will be extremely demanding, not only physically, but also mentally. Our warships are not designed for this climate, we will all suffer. As soon as our physical condition deteriorates, the mental condition will follow, and I'm not talking about the stress of the fight to come. Because I no longer believe in more easy victories. Very soon the RN will find out what we are and do their absolute best to eliminate us before we reach the North Sea. And if the fleet makes it home, it certainly won't be the same composition as when it leaves Kyotsko tomorrow, everyone here can be sure. You remember how he came to visit me then in May 1941 and you asked me for advice about Operation Renewbung. Do you know what I told you then? Marshal. Of course I remember it, it's almost like yesterday from my point of view. You told me that I was the commander and that I should not follow the instructions of Redder and SKL, but what the situation was on the battlefield. Because no plan survives an encounter with the enemy, Gunter Lütjens. And what did you answer me then, Gunter? Marshal. Gunter Lütjens remained silent and everyone present waited for his answer. Finally he said. I replied that I would not be the Third Fleet commander to be fired by Redder for refusing to follow his orders. Then he smiled bitterly and continued. Instead I perished in my position. Gunter Lütjens, asterisk. There was not much to say about it, everyone present knew the fate of Bismarck, it was not the decisive reason for Germany's defeat in the war, but it had its meaning. Perhaps even bigger than many present at the time wanted to admit. I don't expect blind obedience from you, I'm not Redder or Hitler, so I want a clear agreement on our course of action here. The chain of command is clear, if I die I will be replaced by Marshal, followed by Hermann Boehm. Then it will go according to rank, everyone here knows each other. I know that from the previous time our professional and human relations were not ideal, but that is in the past, leave it behind. I hope we all understand each other. Which brings me back to my original question. The being told me something very important before returning to 1914 and now I don't mean the truth about Nazism. She spoke to me personally, about something that only I know and I have a chance to change that now. I believe she told you something like that, or am I mistaken? Rolf Karls. No sir, you are not wrong. I think and believe that each of us here has a reason to change the future and it is not about our defeat in the Great War. This is a very personal matter for me, which I am not going to discuss here under any circumstances, I will only say this. My personal motivation for Germany not to lose this war is absolute and I will do my best to do so even if I die during the voyage. At least that's how I feel, I can't say more about it. Hermann Boehm. The motivations of the others present were very similar, no one mentioned it or shared it with others, but it was there. If they had this personal motivation, it was clear that everyone in the fleet had it, from the common sailor to the commander-in-chief. The being chose them because in the period 1914 to 1920 every member of the fleet lost someone they loved dearly as a result of the German defeat. Whoever sent them back in time made this already difficult task extremely personal for everyone in the fleet. Comment. Asterisk in OTL, this visit between the two admirals actually took place and Marshal warned his colleague. His answer was as mentioned in the text. Gunter Lütjens did not want to be fired as commander of the battle fleet. KM Story 010. August 29 dawn, Tsingtao Harbor. SMS Bismarck, preparing for sea. Admiral Karl stood on the bridge, patiently waiting for the time to leave. A lieutenant entered and saluted. Sir. The captain of the Z-22 would like a meeting with you. He reported. Have him come aboard, Karls acknowledged. He wondered what the destroyer commander wanted, but it would help pass the last little time before weighing anchor. About 10 minutes later the captain of the destroyer was shown into the bridge. Admiral Karls motioned for him to follow, and led him into the wardroom. Well captain, what is it? The admiral inquired. Sir, I'd like to request permission for the Z-21 and Z-22 to accompany the main fleet back to Germany. I had decided that the destroyers should stay behind, due to not being as weatherly as the large ships and fuel reasons. The admiral replied. Well sir, the Z-21 and Z-22 are acceptably weatherly I believe. Also, the ships would be excellent scouts in weather that is too rough for recovering the aircraft, and would be handier for boarding operations, or recovery operations than the big ships. They would also extend your search line in the case of hunting for merchant, and add additional radar sets. The captain of the Z-22 ticked off. Admiral Karls considered. These were good reason that he hadn't considered. Also for scouting purposes, the destroyers were much less obvious than the big ships, and even airplanes in the middle of the Pacific would draw notice. "Very well, Captain. Can your vessels be ready for sea in an hour's time?" asked the Admiral. "Yes sir, they can," the captain affirmed. "Very well, I'll have orders drawn up. Go back to your vessel and finish preparation, and the flag will signal Z-21. The captain saluted and walked out. Admiral Karls walked back to the bridge. Another thing to think about for making it home. August 29th, late afternoon at sea. Parolee ferry 10 knots. The ferry carrying the Japanese parolees sailed on towards Japan, while the fleet turned back towards Tsingtao. Admiral Kato watched from the railing, impatient to get back to Japan. He had to stop anything else from happening, before more of his countrymen died. He watched the enormous ships heading back. On the bridge of the flagship, he saw the German admiral. A gun boomed out from the flagship, then another and another. The German admiral was rendering a salute to him. He looked again at the German admiral and saw that he was saluting as well. Kato returned the salute until the last gun boomed out. These Germans were most honorable opponents. He returned to the lounge. The ferry was quite a nice one and clipping at a decent pace back to Japan. He was allowed to go to the bridge, and the captain of the ferry spoke Japanese and was quite genial, but Kato didn't want to talk right now. He estimated it would be 3 days before he got back to Japan at current speed, which would be cutting it close. He hoped that he would be back in time for the invasion fleet to be recalled before they met with the German ships. August 29th early evening, Yellow Sea. SMS Leipzig. Admiral Siliux had retired to his cabin. They had reached their blockade point, and now were waiting. Typical military life, really. Long periods of waiting, with intense moments of activity. After arriving to location, his ships had spread out in a search formation, with doubled lookouts. He didn't know when the invasion fleet was going to be coming through, but he was going to be ready for it. He wished the enemy fleet would hurry and get here, that was a problem much easier to solve for him. In the meantime, he'd use the time to plan for after this operation. Being left behind was not onerous to him, since it in practice meant he'd have a free hand to plot operations against the Entente. Limited by fuel. That would be the first problem to solve. Slightly longer term, the next problem would be ammunition and spare parts. They had what the ships carried, of course, and some on the supply ship, but nowhere near enough. Ammunition could be used up quite quickly if the Japanese decided to attack again. He sighed. It was a hopeless situation, of course, but the Entente would feel his wrath before his ships were sunk, or immobilized by lack of fuel or parts. The name Emden kept coming back to him. He recalled how SMS Emden would attack the port of Madras, destroying a large quantity of oil. He looked at a chart and made some measurements. From Tsingtao to Madras was nearly 5,000 nautical miles. Leipzig and Nuremberg couldn't make that journey. But the Königsbergs could. One way, at any rate. Siliux mulled this over. If Emden alone could burn the stocks, could one of his cruisers be able to steal some of it? Any tankers could theoretically be seized. He doubted that he could fill empty tankers, but any native workers that knew how to do it could probably be bribed into filling empties. This would certainly have negative effects of British prestige in India. This had been half done by SMS Emden in his own time. Nothing there could stop Emden, let alone him. He would need to discuss this more with the Admiral of the Hippers. August 29th, early evening. SMS Scharnhorst. Admiral Marshall sat in his cabin, looking at charts. They were heading at a leisurely 12 knots towards Tahiti, where they would rendezvous with von Spee. They would then refuel the ships that needed it, and start towards South America. There would be plenty of neutral harbors to refuel and get fresh food in. Being tied to the old German ships, some things would certainly go as they had in his time. They might avoid the Battle of Coronel, though since that had been mostly an accidental affair, they might just get it in another location. However, they could absolutely avoid fighting the battlecruisers. Not that they needed to, but it was certainly unnecessary to return to Germany. In fact, letting the battlecruisers search around uselessly might see them out of the picture when it came to returning to Germany. Tentatively the plan was to rendezvous with Spee, sail to Pagan Island and refuel before heading to Montevideo to refuel again, then to New York. There would be other refueling stops in there too, especially because of Spee's squadron and the destroyers. In New York it was hoped that they could refill the tankers, coal Spee's squadron, and possibly pick up some German merchants that were waiting for the end of the war, and convoy back to Germany. Hopefully loaded with whatever strategic materials could be stuffed into them. The first concern was oil of course, and their money would go towards that. Admiral Karls thought it possible to bill the German government through the embassy, though that would of course first require establishing credentials with the embassy. Another thing that Spee would be able to help with. Finally, they'd use the embassy to let the German government know they were coming home. That would be months from now at best, though. August 30th just after sunrise, Parolee Ferry. Admiral Kato stood out on the bow, enjoying the sea breeze, and admiring the sunrise. Such as it was. It was beautiful at first, then obscured by clouds. He looked around out of habit, and noted idly a vessel coming towards them, though still at some distance. Over the next 15 minutes the vessel rapidly resolved. Recognition dawned on Kato at the same time. A puff of smoke came from the bow of the ship. It was the cruiser Otoa. A splash arose some distance off the bow, and the ferry rapidly came to a stop. A boat put over from the Otoa, and shortly a midshipman, Note 1, stood on the deck demanding to see the captain. Kato quickly walked over to him, very conscious of his being out of uniform. The midshipman looked down his nose at Kato. "You're the captain of this scow," he asked officiously. "Explain the flag quickly." "You call me sir," barked Kato, almost unconsciously. "I am aware of my lack of uniform, but I am Admiral Kato of the Second Fleet. I demand to be taken to your vessel immediately." The midshipman instantly deflated, and deferred to the obvious authority Kato exuded. "I beg your pardon sir, I didn't know. I do need to explain to my captain the situation, though." The midshipman replied much more humbly. "This ship is returning survivors from a battle to Japan, under a flag of truce, and should not be molested. I must get to your vessel so I can contact the Admiralty." Kato deigned to explain to the midshipman. Cruiser Otoa. A short time later. The captain of the Otoa looked at the man standing before him in civilian clothes, wearing a stained and battered admiral's coat. That it was Admiral Kato he had no doubt, and so had accomplished his mission of checking on the Second Fleet to see why they hadn't reported it. "Admiral sir, we were sent to check on you, when the Admiralty heard nothing from you for more than 24 hours. It was assumed that there might be interference or damage from the German defenses," the captain stated. "Captain, we must return immediately at best speed. The Second Fleet is destroyed, I must report. The Germans have a mighty fleet in Tsingtao that shot us to pieces. They have dreadnoughts, great dreadnoughts larger than the Congos. We have to call off operations against them." The captain gave the orders, and the Otoa turned back to Japan and began working back up to her best speed of 19 knots. Kato only hoped he could be in time to save some of his countrymen. Note 1, I do not know if the Japanese Navy had midshipmen, but I assume so since they modeled on the RN. A self-important low-grade officer getting dressed down by a superior is always entertaining. KM Story 011. Dawn August 31st, SMS Bismarck, at sea, 13 knots. The battle group continued sailing towards Tahiti. The crews of all ships met the hour of surprise at general quarters, but the rising sun verified what the radar had indicated, an empty horizon. The crews dispersed to breakfast. The weather promised to be warm, and all ships were ventilating as best as they could before the heat of the day. Mid-morning August 31st, SMS Leipzig 6 knots. The hour of surprise had passed uneventfully for Ciliax and his group as well. The weather had turned foul overnight, and now rain lashed the ships as they ceaselessly plied across their patrol route. Visibility was now fairly poor, so Ciliax was having Leipzig power up her radar for a few minutes every hour to keep an eye out for the invasion force. He didn't completely trust the gadget, but his lookouts were nowhere near as effective in this weather. It was time again. The radar was powered on. Contact, called out the operator. A large contact to the southeast, about 10 kilometers away. "General quarters," ordered the captain. Klaxons began wailing, and men rushed to station. "Signals," called Ciliax. "Contact the rest of the squadron, have them form up on us, and prepare for battle." The grey ships steadied on course to the southeast in a line abreast formation, and began the hunt. 10 kilometers southeast. Japanese cruiser Tsukuba, 5 knots. "Sir," called the radio man to the captain. "Signal detected in the area, quite strong." "In code." The captain considered for a moment. It might well be the British. There was supposed to be a British force to help the invasion force. He should have heard, though. Given his proximity to Tsingtao, the enemy station was probably what was heard. Still, while it was technically possible to be too prepared, he had yet to see it. "General quarters," he ordered. "Signals. Inform our destroyers." His 2 old destroyers were unlikely to be much help if something was out there, but might as well let them know about it. Visibility was patchy, coming and going as the rain varied in intensity. The lookouts would have trouble seeing anything. The convoy consisted of 10 ships, Note 1, escorted by his vessel and the 2 old destroyers. The East Asia Squadron could beat them, but they had abandoned Tsingtao, and weren't something to be worried about. No, he was likely in no danger. "Sir. Transmission from unknown source, no encryption. It's a demand for our surrender." The radio man reported, the confusion evident on his face, handing the copy to the captain. "Commander, invasion force surrender or be destroyed. Stop." The captain read. "Tsingtao's bravado? Contact report from 4 lookout. More than one ship to the northwest, range roughly 6 km, reported a drenched runner." Peering through the lightning rain, the captain thought he saw the shape of a vessel of some sort before the rain increased again and hid it from view. This wasn't to be a boring escort mission after all. August 31st, armored cruiser SMS Scharnhorst, 10 knots. Sir, message for you from Tsingtao, said a radioman, handing a message to von Spee. Meet with additional vessels at Papeete September 21 stop. Admiral von Spee wondered where any reinforcements could possibly have been scraped up. There were no Allied vessels that could possibly be in the area. The only Austro-Hungarian vessel was the ancient protected cruiser in the harbour at Tsingtao. It would be of no help. Goeben and Breslau were in the Mediterranean before war started. If they had gotten through Suez before hostilities started, it could be them. Adding Goeben to his squadron would give him the strength to do what he wanted. Even HMAS Australia wouldn't stop him. It would make logistics much more difficult, though. Already he was trying to plot his course based on where there might be coal stocks to plunder or buy. Well, ruminating on it wouldn't tell him anything. Time to set course for Tahiti. Note 1, I have no idea the actual composition of the invasion fleet, and nothing I've read detailed it, so I'm making a guess. 23,000 men plus artillery in 10 ships is probably a bit cramped, but in WW2 at least, the comfort of the army at sea was not generally considered. I figure there is no way that the convoy was unescorted, so I chose some vessels that were used historically in the campaign. KM Story 012. August 30, 1914, Tsingtao, Bismarck Barracks. Governor Alfred Meyer Waldeck was in a quandary. He gave his word to his emperor that he would defend the colony and fight for as long as possible, and make no mistake, he would do his duty, but the mere existence of the Kriegsmarine squadron complicated matters, and the information they brought with them. He sighed, rubbing his eyes in frustration before looking towards the hulking figure of the Lieutenant Colonel Paul Kullo and the less imposing Captain Freiherr von Lilienkron of the 3rd Naval Infantry Battalion. Both commanded the largest forces currently in the colony. Kullo's 750s and von Lilienkron's 1300s Marines made up almost half of the available forces in Tsingtao. And both were his close confidants. What's the verdict? He tiredly asked the lieutenant colonel. Sir, he started politely, beyond Tsimo and Kyotsko there's no chance of moving something heavier than a machine gun. This infernal rain is making sure of it. Only the 5th Mounted Company and the horse-drawn machine detachments could make it to Lungkau. 200 men. He paused. 200 men against a force of 20,000. The governor muttered in annoyance. So nothing changed even with the sudden arrival of the Kriegsmarine ships. Can't afford to reinforce Lungkau, can't afford to march onto WI Highway, so all we can do is wait out this storm in the hopes that Admiral Siliux will solve this problem for us. He said the last part with distaste. 2. Until the next one rears its ugly head. Commented von Lilienkron. And that's the problem. Alfred rose from his seat. He will win this fight, he will win the next one, he will hunt down that damnable Triumph and Duplex, allow our September resupply to reach port, but then what? He will run out of fuel and ammunition and remain a sitting duck in port. It would be Admiral von Diedrichs's fear materialized for the wrong reasons. By the last sentence the governor lost his steam, tiredly looking at a map of the whole Pacific. Instead of coaling stations it's oil. And we don't have enough to keep the ships running for 4 years. After hearing what was to happen, or rather, what happened in the Kriegsmarine men's past, he could not sleep, else he would be plagued by nightmares. The information could never now leave his mind. 4 years of war, millions dead, hunger, starvation and the death of the empire, and he barely survived 2 months under siege. He would do better. He needed to. Admiral Karl's squadron was what the people from the future placed all their hopes on, in their battleships, to save the Asiatic squadron and break the Royal Navy's back through pure power and technological superiority, leaving Siliux's squadron behind not for any other reason than his ship's unsuitability for the long voyage. Because of their mindset, of the ingrained instinct of a naval power forced to fight and survive in the Northern Sea and the Atlantic, the Pacific was not even considered as an avenue to hurt the Entente, neither did they notice the irony of leaving behind the cruisers which would allow him to finally implement the cruiser warfare strategy, thought up and planned since 1900. But oil fueled for a plan based around coaling stations. 3. We need oil, ammunition, and guns. Everything is secondary to keeping Siliux's squadron supplied and defending Tsingtao. He looked at the map of the Pacific, fingers gliding over Australia, wool, gold, and wheat. 22 million pounds, 15 million pounds and 5 million pounds. He looked at his 2 close confidants and quietly said. We need to check the ledgers, talk with the merchants and get a meeting with Yuan Shikai and find where we could get the oil and ammunition the ships need. And, well, this took longer than I anticipated. I wanted to talk about more things, like the governor's defense plan for Tsingtao, or expand upon some strategic points, include some people from the future etc. But I ended up settling on what is going through the people of 1914. There should be some follow-ups, if not tomorrow then in a few days, to touch upon the subjects. 1. The roads to Tsimo and Kyotsko were metalled, everything beyond was not, so, mud, lots of mud. 2. I did not know how to include it, so I ended up leaving it out, but, just for clarification, his distaste stems from his personal adherence to rules and regulations and the complete disregard from the KM admirals, captains etc. of including him in more than just token talks. There's also the distance of the two different times that contribute to it. 3. It was a real strategy, pursued since 1900. You can read about it here. KM Story 013. August 31st mid-morning, SMS Leipzig. Many ships sighted. Exact number is hard to determine, as visibility waxes and wanes, sir. Reported a lookout to Admiral Siliux. Flashes in the murk. Gunfire, perhaps? A towering geyser erupted perhaps 100 meters away. A very large geyser. Siliux swallowed hard. Something here was a lot bigger than the ancient protected cruiser that was the worst they were expecting to see. Signals. Alert all ships in the squadron, possible capital ship is in the vicinity. Be prepared to use torpedoes. Siliux ordered. The convoy is our objective, let's not get distracted. A brilliant flash made the murk glow. The curtain of rain lifted for a moment. About 6 km off was a beast of steel, a pre-dreadnought battleship. Note 2, the huge turrets were trained what seemed right at him. He barely registered the forward turret of his vessel barking a challenge, nor the spark of a shell impacting on the fore turret of the enemy vessel. What he most noticed were the flanks of the enemy ship lighting up and the forest of splashes surrounding one of the destroyers. Multiple fires broke out, and the destroyer maneuvered violently to throw off enemy aim. A few kilometers away. Japanese cruiser Tsukuba. All hell had apparently broken loose and was in the vicinity. When the visibility had enhanced from the rain letting up, the horizon seemed filled with enemy vessels. Lookouts had counted what appeared to be 4 light cruisers and at least 3 larger cruisers. Note 1, the main guns had taken a tentative shot at a large cruiser, only for the rain to lift immediately after. Practically point-blank range. The secondaries blazed away, catching one of the enemy light cruiser in a hail of hits. When the rain descended again, she was burning fiercely and attempting to fall back. Ha! 1 down. Maneuver to avoid torpedoes. Increase speed to full, ordered the captain. His boredom from being on convoy duty was forgotten. He commanded one of the most powerful armored cruisers in the Japanese Navy, and he was among his proper prey. A soaked sailor saluted him. Damage report, sir. 3 hits received. 1 120mm gun out of action, 1 boat destroyed, and a hit on the fore turret. The fore turret is currently jammed but is expected to return to action shortly. The sailor made his report and returned to his post. A hit on the fore turret? When did that happen? Wondered the captain, looking forward to the turret. In spite of the rain, he could indeed see a scorched mark on the turret near the deck. Even as he watched, the fore turret moved left and right, and the guns elevated and depressed. Back in action, then. If only there was something to shoot at, he thought, glaring at the rain. As if on cue, the curtain of mist and rain lifted again. He was surrounded by ships. The fore turret boomed out, brilliantly lighting the murk. SMS Leipzig, 20 knots, increasing. The rain lifted again. There was the battleship again. It had changed aspect to Leipzig. Before she was presenting broadside, now they were off the port bow quarter to her. The big turret boomed out, and a splash engulfed the damaged Z-13. When the splash subsided, the Z-13 was still limping away, but now her aft funnel was gone, and in its place was a fire. Siliux saw torpedoes leap from her tubes and speed towards her tormentor. Again, the flanks of the enemy ship lit up. His own command was not immune this time. He heard at least 1 impact aft. The battle was not at all unfolding as Siliux had expected. His guns were beating the enemy battleship like a drum. She was burning amidships quite nicely now. Though he had severe doubts that his puny 15 cm guns were doing anything to that monster over there. A brilliant fire, then 2 more leaped up behind the enemy battleship. The other ships were in the convoy then, feeding while the sheepdog was distracted. A pair of enemy torpedo boats burst into view, hotly pursued by Königsberg. They fled right in front of their battleship, and Königsberg sheered off, and launched a torpedo. Whoever was commanding that battleship was trying to maneuver her like a torpedo boat. Tsukuba, 13 knots, increasing. Torpedoes in the water, port side, shouted a lookout. Hard to port, ordered the captain automatically. Unseen by him, 3 torpedoes launched by Z-13 sped by. Unfortunately, the maneuver brought him into contact with the destroyer Akabano. Screw-unch. The ship's momentum seemed to be barely checked, though the captain saw half of the destroyer go by on the starboard side. The rain curtain descended again. SMS Leipzig, 23 knots, increasing. Polling his captains, Siliux so far had 6 ships noted as sunk. And anywhere from 4 to 10 still out there, plus the battleship. He would gladly avoid the cursed thing, but with the ever-changing visibility, it seemed impossible to stay away from it. The surrounding murk flashed again. Gunfire nearby. Hopefully not that big brute again. Z-13 was seriously damaged and attempting to limp back to Tsingtao. Leipzig had taken a hit that had demolished an anti-aircraft mount, and 2 other destroyers had taken light damage. The rain curtain lifted again, and Siliox found himself staring straight at the bow of the battleship, about 2 kilometers away. However it happened, he was crossing her T, and her guns were pointed away from his vessel. The 3 turrets of Leipzig spat shells towards the ship as rapidly as the gunners could load. Siliox watched the sparks of hits, several on that big turret, one that appeared to penetrate. A huge column of water rose up on the side of the enemy vessel. Japanese cruiser Tsukuba, dead in the water. The first thing that met the captain's eyes was wreckage. The bridge had clearly been hit at least once. How was he still alive? His left leg hurt badly. Touching his face, which felt as though he'd been shaving with glass, he felt his eyebrows crumble to ash. Groaning, he saw a midshipman loom into view, panic on his face. "Captain! We're sinking. Oboro is standing by to take all survivors, if there still are any." The midshipman's voice cracked due to the strain. "What happened?" asked the captain. "The bridge was hit. I think you're the only one alive. Your leg is badly cut by glass or shrapnel, but I have a tourniquet on it. You look burned too. We took a torpedo. We're settling quickly." The midshipman replied while attempting to get the captain to his feet. "No, boy. Leave me here. It's my duty to go down with the ship. You save yourself. The Emperor must be informed of what has happened here," gasped out the captain. The pain was almost blinding now. "With respect, sir," squeaked the midshipman, managing to look more frightened. "That's the captain's duty." The captain laughed grimly. "Very well. Help me up, I'll go as I can. If we go into the water, save yourself. You're still young." Together, they limped off the bridge to where the little destroyer waited for survivors to board. SMS Leipzig, moored in Tsingtao harbor. Admiral Siliox was finishing his report. A resounding victory by any metric, but he greatly regretted the damage to Z-13. She was already in dry dock, being looked at by the shipwrights. The damage on the other vessels was fairly superficial and could probably be made right at the Crane Pier in a week or so. All said, they had sunk 10 enemy transports, and an enemy battleship. A small destroyer packed with survivors leaving the area had been spotted, but not harmed. Only about 21 survivors had been found by his ships. Due to the bad visibility, rough sea, and the shifting battle, it had been difficult to find where the ships had gone down once the battle had finished. He put the finishing touches on his report. Now for a meal and a rest, then back to planning the next offensive. Note 1, the German destroyers are nearly as big as early light cruisers, so a forgivable mistake. The light cruisers are longer than Tsukuba, though a bit more than half the tonnage. Note 2, the admiral can be forgiven for not appreciating the difference between a proto-battlecruiser and a pre-dreadnought. This was difficult to write. I know there was storms in the area, because the troops were landing at Lungau during flooding. So I used that to create a knife fight, rather than letting the cruisers stand off and shoot the transports to pieces. KM Story 014. September 1, 1914, SMS Prinz Eugen, Tsingtao Harbor 0 knots, moored. Admiral Siliox, Admiral Schmund, and Commodore Bont were in the wardroom of the heavy cruiser looking at a map of the Indian Ocean. "We should repeat the Madras raid, but with one of the heavy cruisers and 2 light cruisers," declared Siliox. "We'd have a chance to capture some tankers, and we could do much more damage than Emden, with fewer rounds. We can refuel in the Dutch East Indies if we can't capture any tankers." "Isn't there a major fleet base not far from there, at Colombo?" asked Commodore Bont. "There is," replied Admiral Schmund thoughtfully. "Perhaps not major, but the RN Indian Ocean units are often based there. I don't think that's more than a couple of armored cruisers. Staying outside of 10 kilometers should allow our ships to demolish any such vessel while remaining fairly safe. Perhaps such a force could deter, and shell Colombo as well. That would certainly be a hit to British prestige." "What are the distances involved?" asked Siliox, mostly to himself as he picked up a pair of dividers and began measuring off the sailing distance we'd need to fuel at least once. "If we could fuel at the Dutch East Indies there and on the way back, that would be best, setting aside any tankers captured." "That will take money, which we don't have," pointed out Admiral Schmund. "Looks like a round trip, with visits to Penang, Colombo, and Madras, with one stop by Surabaya, would be around 12,000 nautical miles. The Kongsbergs and 1 heavy cruiser could do that at 10 knots, with a stop to refuel," speculated Siliox. "For money, what can be gathered from Tsingtao?" asked the Commodore. "Also, merchant ships have payroll safes. If all of those were confiscated from any captured vessels, it could help." "A fine idea, though not one that can be relied on," pointed out Admiral Schmund. "I like the idea of the raid, but the logistics trouble me. I will not send our lone remaining tanker on this enterprise. We could send out short-range raids from Tsingtao to try and capture some ships, and get their payroll," suggested the Commodore. "It's unlikely anything will be found. The Japanese and British both will have rooted away from us," replied Siliox. "Would anything be gained from raiding Hong Kong, then?" queried Commodore Bont. All 3 officers looked again at the map. September 1st. SMS Bismarck, speed 13 knots. Admiral Karls and Admiral Backen-Kohler were also looking over a chart. So, we'll pick up Spee, then head directly for Montevideo after allowing Spee to shell Papeete, asked Backen-Kohler. I don't know about allow, but yes. Replied Admiral Karls. We'll head for Montevideo, with needed refueling stops along the way. Admiral Backen-Kohler studied the charts. I see no reason for us to have to refight the Battle of Coronel with this route, he remarked. While I expect it to be too much to hope for, I hope to see no RN ships until we dock in New York for our last leg. Replied Karls. The biggest danger would be in the Caribbean, with the RN squadron in Kingston. What about getting home from there, asked Backen-Kohler. We can't fight through the entire Grand Fleet, even if von Ingenohl will come out to support us. That's why it is my wish to refuel completely in Caracas. Spee will sail into New York to recoal, and pick up the merchants. We will stay out of sight of the coast, hopefully. When the RN decides to try and interdict Spee, they'll likely only send the battlecruisers, or armored cruisers to do so. Stated Karls. Backen-Kohler whistled softly. That is a lot of luck to depend on, he noted. Yes, I know. The last option is that, if we are beset by RN, we'll speed up, leaving the merchants to their fate, and Spee will have to do his best to follow. We cannot allow the fleet to be destroyed in that fashion, or even seriously damaged. Sighed Karls. Will also talk with Spee and see if he has better ideas. May luck be with us, noted Backen-Kohler. Somewhere in Japan, on a train. Admiral Kato was on a special train being rushed to Tokyo in order to brief the High Command. He was attempting to arrange his thoughts to tell them what he had seen. The German ships were like nothing he had seen, some with triple turrets. He knew some new battleships were being built with triple turrets in America and in Europe. Those would have been new, so Germany had detached their newest vessels to protect Tsingtao, what must be their entire battlecruiser fleet. The Royal Navy would surely love to know that. However, he doubted the entire battle fleet of the Imperial Navy could defeat the ships that he had seen. He must advise caution to the High Command. So we see the characters discussing what to do next. Feel free to comment on plausibility, or to pick up any arc you like. KM Story 015. Pacific September 2, 1914, German naval base Tsingtao. The meeting between the governor and the German admirals of the future was informal that day. The effort of Governor Alfred Meyer-Waldeck was clear, to find a way to the new arrivals, to build a friendly relationship and to start working with them in some way. There had been relatively little interaction so far. Now that the main fleet had departed and General Admiral Rolf Karls was gone, he was therefore trying to offer an olive branch. Therefore, he invited both admirals and their closest subordinates to lunch at the best restaurant in town. He wanted neutral territory outside his residence, or one of the warships. The lunch and the subsequent conversation took place in a relatively friendly spirit, yet it was clear that the difference of more than 30 years of history still separates the two sides from each other. In the end, it was Otto Ciliux who changed the informal meeting. Governor, I want to ask you something. The last battle of our fleet ended in a crushing victory, but it was not for nothing. One of our ships, the destroyer Z-13 Erich Kollner, was fairly badly damaged. We have the first casualties since we went back in time, 27 sailors dead, 11 missing and 41 wounded. The wounded were sent to a local hospital, along with a medical team that was detached from other ships of the fleet. This team of doctors will help everyone in the city, not just us, the arrivals from the future. We will share all medical supplies and our knowledge, which my subordinates will be happy to pass on to your people. My request concerns the burial of our dead. I want a formal farewell. I would like you to attend as well, not only you, but as many people from Kyotsko as possible. Those sailors died defending it. I want everyone in the colony to know that and be aware of the great sacrifice made by my subordinates. Otto Ciliux. I will be more than happy to arrange all this, Admiral. There is no problem in the slightest. Also, thank you Fleet for your medical team. It's a big gesture. Your doctor's knowledge as well as medication will be invaluable in the difficult months that follow. Now, I don't want to sound like someone who doesn't appreciate your support, but I'd like to suggest some plans I've worked out with my subordinates. I know that this meeting was arranged for the purpose of getting to know each other better, but my responsibility makes me think of my duties. Alfred Meyer-Waldeck. Please, Governor, speak freely. I am willing to listen to you and consider your proposals. Hubert Schmunt. I spoke to the people at the shipyards. The damaged destroyer will be under repair for 2 months. We have the capacity and spare parts to repair it, that's no problem. Still, this warship will be out of service for 2 months. Will you provide me with the crew of Z-13 Erich Kollner? There are more than 220 sailors and you have no military use for them now, but I do, Alfred Meyer-Waldeck. The two admirals looked at each other and then Hubert Schmunt turned to Commodore Bont and asked. Is there a problem, Friedrich, if we put the men under the governor's command? No sir, I really don't see any problem, the governor is right, now these men are useless. Let him use them as best he needs. I just want to remind you that Z-13 is a Narvik ship, its crew fought like foot soldiers. They have a great deal of experience fighting on land and in the worst climates or terrain. I never saw them fight, but I know from my subordinates that they went through hell then. Friedrich Bondt. Then those sailors are all yours, Governor. Use them as you need, there is no restriction from our side. The 220 men are completely under your command, I will issue the necessary orders today. Hubert Schmundt. Thank you for your generosity, Admiral. I want to divide those men into small battle groups and incorporate them into my units. I would like them to pass on as much of their combat experience as possible to my subordinates and teach them how to handle the weapons of your time. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Paul Culloh, who was in command of the Marine Corps, turned to the governor and he signaled for him to speak his mind. I would like to ask something too. I saw the equipment of your subordinates when I was invited to your flagship, Admiral. Those assault rifles and machine guns are a powerful weapon in the hands of an experienced individual. Maybe even such that a soldier armed like this would replace my 10 well-trained men. The 220 veterans you gave us is a wonderful chance to improve our defense, but I would like to ask for even more. We need your infantry equipment, we only received individual pieces of weapons, as samples. This is good for imagining how the future is or has been fought, but it is not enough. You therefore have no use for the equipment on the warships, but my men in the defense of Kyotsko are in a different situation. I've talked to our techs, we have an industrial base to copy some of those weapons, but it's going to take months, maybe. Will he provide us with those infantry weapons now? Paul Culloh. Okay, I understand your arguments, and while I don't think Kyotsko is in any great danger now, we will give you everything you ask for. You will receive weapons and gear for another 200 soldiers. Make that unit your elite formation, your firefighters, which you will deploy at the moment when it is most needed. Hubert Schmundt. Forgive me, Admiral, but we were hoping for at least double your equipment. You know, I have a suggestion, you may think it's silly, but try to hear me out. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Dear Governor, I consider you anything but a fool, you have my respect, please share your thoughts with us. Hubert Schmundt. Several weeks ago SMS Prinz Eitel left Friedrich Kyotsko and joined the warships under Admiral von Spee. My subordinates have been looking at the naval history books you gave us. I would like to request that you send a message to your superior, Admiral General Rolf Karls does not need this vessel, but we could use it. SMS Prinz Eitel Friedrich was a very successful fighter, so we could use him. He, unlike your advanced warships, needs coal, not oil. I know this auxiliary cruiser has not captured any tankers during its voyage, but we can direct it to the area where the tankers are. I would like to equip this auxiliary warship once it returns to Kyotsko with your modern technology, especially that wonderful aircraft, and also with your men. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. The Germans of the future were surprised by this idea because it was a good one. The possible loss of the SMS Prinz Eitel Friedrich would not hurt them much, but the chance of this successful corsair capturing even a single fully loaded tanker would be worth all the resources they would invest in her. The idea of using an auxiliary cruiser was not bad at all, on the contrary. Governor, I have to admit that you surprised me, you know our plans were different, but this one is truly original. I will send the message to my superior and ask him to direct SMS Prinz Eitel Friedrich here as soon as possible. We'll send a message through the Naval Enigma, the auxiliary cruiser will get its own, so we'll be able to communicate with it ourselves. There is no way in this world or age that the British will be able to crack the Naval Enigma. As soon as the auxiliary cruiser approaches Kyotsko, we will send our destroyers to meet it. And as for your request for additional sailors, did you want them for the auxiliary cruiser? Hubert Schmundt. Yes, Admiral, that's exactly why I wanted them. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Then you will get them, you have my word. If you have any more plans, please tell us, I am very curious. Hubert Schmundt. Admiral, we all have plans, I have plans, you have plans, von Spee has plans, Admiral General Rolf Karls has plans, and so do our enemies. They are plans within plans, whether we will be successful depends above all on our mutual cooperation. I gave the Emperor my word that I would do my absolute best to defend Kyotsko. You made a promise to prevent the future from your time from happening again. Our plans and efforts do not actually contradict each other, I believe that we all have the same goal. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. When Admirals Hubert Schmundt and Otto Siliux returned to SMS Prinz Eugen, Siliux said this to his colleague. I was quite surprised by the governor, I don't like that he wants so much from us, but to tell you the truth, I'd probably do the same if I were him. Probably so, but he's right about the auxiliary cruiser, small investment for possibly a big reward, I really like the idea. We will have to choose our man who will be in charge of it all. Someone who knows what to do and has balls of iron. Hubert Schmundt. Siliux smiled and said. We have exactly who we need to implement the governor's smart plan. I'll have Theodore summoned, he'll be surprised we have a new job for him, there's no better man in the fleet for the job. KM Story 016. September 3, 1914. Governor's House. Admiral Siliux and Schmundt found themselves again speaking to Governor Meyer-Waldeck. Governor, we find ourselves in a quandary, and we hope that you might be able to offer assistance, began Admiral Siliux. I am happy to do whatever I can to assist. What is it that you require? Asked the governor. We wish to send a squadron to raid the Indian Ocean, joining up with Emden to damage Entente shipping and British prestige, stated Admiral Schmundt. However, purchasing fuel at the Dutch East Indies is necessary, and our ships do not have the funds to do so. It shames me to beg for money, but I find myself in that position. Governor Meyer-Waldeck smiled. There is no difficulty in that. The colony can provide money for the purchase of fuel. We are indeed trying to find sources of many things. We can buy them, if only they can be shipped to us. Is that all? We would also like you to contact Emden and have her meet us at a place that we will determine. It is desirable to maintain radio silence, replied Siliux. Also easily accomplished, replied the governor. May I ask a favor of you gentlemen in return? Certainly, if it's something we can accomplish, replied Admiral Schmundt, somewhat warily. Are you familiar with WI Highway? Asked the governor. The admirals exchanged glances before Schmundt replied. If I recall correctly, there is a British base there. There is a Royal Navy base there. It is underdefended, possessing perhaps 50 constables and a single small coast gun of perhaps 75 mm. If we seized that base, we could control the entire peninsula, and perhaps defend the longer. Stated the governor. I believe one of your small ships, accompanied perhaps with our gunboats and a ship with some troops, can capture it without bloodshed. Stand off and threaten bombardment unless they capitulate. If they do not, shell them and take it. It is my belief they will surrender. They are as cut off as we are, and far less able to defend themselves. I think that is doable. It at least sounds like no harm to try, replied Admiral Schmundt. I'll give the appropriate orders. I shall write up orders to give you a stipend for your raid, and to contact Emden when you know where you wish her to meet you. I wish you good luck, gentlemen, replied Governor Meyer-Waldeck, rising and shaking the hands of the admirals. September 4, SMS Emden. A wireless operator handed Captain Muller a message. It read: Tsingtao to Emden. Meet allies near Penang. September 15. Stop. September 4, WI Highway. Sir James Lockhart watched unemotionally as German Marines debarked from the small ship. An hour ago, that German light cruiser, Note 1, had shown up with her 2 small consorts and ordered the colony to surrender. What could he do? He had 50 policemen and a 12-pounder. To fight would be to as much as kill his people with his own hands, to inconvenience his enemies somewhat. It would not do. He had still done his duty. Before the ultimatum had expired, he'd sent out a single message on the wireless, and had it destroyed. September 4, SMS Blucher, leaving Tsingtao harbor. This ship would take some getting used to. Siliux stood on the bridge, as Blucher led Königsberg and Köln out of the harbor. A wireless operator approached, saluted, and handed him a message. This was just transmitted in the clear, sir, he said, before returning to his duties. Port Edward surrendering in 5 minutes. Stop. God save the king. Stop. Note 2. So, the governor's ploy had worked. Siliux wasn't sure of the wisdom of gaining that much more land to guard, but that wasn't his affair, or understanding. He was heading up a raid to the Indian Ocean, meeting up with von Muller, purchasing and stealing whatever oil he could, and returning. The sky lit up in the distance, and several seconds later a faint rumble rolled over the seas. A storm was coming. September 4, SMS Bismarck, 13 knots. Admiral Karls read the daily reports from his fleet. Soon it would be time to find a place for the destroyers to fuel. All in all, good reports. 13 knots was doing very well for fuel economy. Reviewing his charts again, along with his figures from the tankers. It would be far closer than he liked, but all was still looking well for supplies. He hoped that the hand of whatever deity had given them this chance was leading them. Note 1, more confusion. It's the Z-17 and a couple of gunboats. Note 2, Port Edward was the British name of WI Highway. KM Story 017. September 2, 1914, Tokyo, Japan. Your presence here is a great dishonor to the brave men who perished doing their duty, to the cabinet, to the nation and to His Majesty. Gravely declared the Prime Minister Kumashige Nobu, an aged oligarch, army supporter and politician of the Japanese elite. Vice Admiral Katsuda Ichi remained silent, head bowed in shame, while at his side, stood both the Minister of Navy, Vice Admiral Yashiro Roker, and the Chief of the Imperial Japanese Navy General Staff, Shimamura Heiao. However, as you've been captured, treated, and released by the Germans, you possess some personal insights that might yet wash some of the shame. Continued the Prime Minister. Sadakichi knew that this was both the apex, and the end of his career as a result of the promise he gave to the German admiral, and more gravely, the catastrophic destruction of the Second Fleet. This, he realized, did not affect him as much as he expected, compared to the stain placed upon the navy, but more so the domination of the government that was soon to follow by the army. But your shame could never be fully washed away while still living, as it was with General Nogi," added the Minister of Education Ichiki Kitakur. General Nogi was a coward, thought Sadakichi in annoyance at what the minister was suggesting, but did not say out loud. Instead, the Minister of Navy bluntly stated, "Seppuku is illegal since the 1660s. That ruffled a bunch of feathers from the various men in the room, as even those horrified at what the Minister of Education not so subtle suggested chafed at Yashiro openly stating that the cabinet wished for the Vice Admiral to commit seppuku. 1. Thankfully, the Chief of the General Staff intervened before the cabinet could descend into a shouting match. "Please, esteemed ministers, do not place all the blame on the Vice Admiral, the blame falls on us all, from the tools we gave him, to our planning and to our intelligence efforts, because, from what we managed to piece together, the enemy the Vice Admiral faced was formidable and would have repeated their success even if they lacked the element of surprise." Shimamura furrowed his brows as he finished. "And the Navy is of the belief that we should honor the memory of our departed emperor and learn from our mistakes and failures and not succumb to the shortest way out." The jab at General Nogi was obvious if the fuming Minister of the Army, Oka Ichinashuk, was of any indication. However, Sadakichi realized, the Navy placed itself at odds with the warrior and martial ways the Army started recently endorsing from their previous ambivalent position. He had no doubt that this was about saving face, but it also probably stemmed from Shimamura's views on honor. This is the warning turned reality that was given to this cabinet in the past and recently about the need for more modern ships. And like a person who could not read the mood of a room, the Minister of the Navy, Yashiro Roker, helpfully pointed out, before the Minister of the Army promptly exploded. Afterwards, the hearing descended into a confusing mess of shifting blame, demands for more funds, in the case of the Navy to build more modern ships, which the Minister of Finance swiftly rebuked as being currently impossible. With the 2 Congos, the 2 Fusos and the dozen destroyers now under construction, there were no slipways available until 1915, and it was too on the cheek to now ask for more ships. Instead, he approved the funding for 4 more infantry divisions for the army as, he pointed out too. The loss of 30,000 soldiers and 140 artillery pieces by the Navy must be swiftly rectified, as it now comes down to the army to take care of the German colony. The Minister of Foreign Affairs Baron Kat Takeki complained that this whole debacle was an international humiliation for Japan, undoing years of work to elevate their nation to the same great power status like Britain, France, Germany, Russia, and the United States. He expressed his fears of what the British might demand from them now after they refused an international force to siege Tsingtao. 3. The mention of the British brought great suspicions from some of the ministers. After all, they stated there were no ships in Tsingtao, all leaving shortly before the declaration of war, hence they asked them to hunt the ships down and protect the trading routes. But they did not wholly support such a plan. Neither did they trust that Tsingtao was defenseless as the British implied, reason why they took so many ships with them for the blockade and landing operations. Here Sadakichi explained that the ships came from the sea, most likely from the direction of the Indian Ocean, but they certainly did not look like Spee's squadron. However, that brought up the question of what were those ships even from? Or what type of ships they were. The Minister of Navy pulled out a dozen sketches done by Navy intelligence through the collaboration of everyone who witnessed the ships in question, and, through the help of the British naval liaison, they got photographs of all new German ships currently in service or under construction, which brought all kinds of problems, because none of the sketches fit. However, the closest 2 were the Derflinger and the Pilat, with everything else seemingly in between, all oil-fired, which raised all kinds of questions and doubts, but it at least managed to horrify the British liaison. 4. It became evident that any future engagement between the Navy and the German ships would require a very powerful and modern fleet, formed around the 2 Congos and the Chikumas for 1914. With only more flexibility by the end of 1915 with the addition of the 2 other Congos, the Fusos, and the new destroyers, which the Navy considered insufficient and asked for twice the amount of destroyers and a successor to the Chikuma, as the Germans swimmingly had a dozen light cruisers. They were rebutted that by the time those ships would enter service, the army would have already taken Tsingtao. It became obvious that now the army would run the whole military campaign, while the Navy would become a subservient part of it. The Minister of Navy fumed at this but could not afford to walk away after 2 disastrous scandals this year. Seaman's scandal and the destruction of the Second Fleet. When the Chief of the General Staff asked how this was to be achieved, the Minister of the Army responded that they would take full control of the Manchurian railways, commandeer all available trains and transport the soon-to-be reactivated 1st and 2nd Army to Peking, then to Shandong, where they would march towards Sinanfu and then Tsingtao. The only one who had any reservations about this course of action, barring the Navy, was the Minister of Justice, Yukio Ozaki, who was the most hated man in the conservative and militarist circles for his views on republicanism and anti-militarism. His concerns were in regards on how China would react to such a heavy-handed course of action. The words of the Minister of Foreign Affairs said it best. They should be grateful we are not commandeering the whole of Manchuria. 5. And, this, more or less, is the Japanese reaction to the whole debacle. One Nogi was dealing since the early 1900s with depression and suicide. The war, the stress, his failure, and the death of his son only added to his weak mental health, so here the vice admiral is quite biased. 2 OTL-2 divisions were approved only in 1915, now they get 2 more and approved earlier, for obvious reasons. 3. The British pushed OTL for an international siege of Tsingtao, with British, Japanese, Russian and French troops attacking the German colony, but the Japanese refused and went to do their thing. 4. I am not really a naval guy, but from my untrained eye the Hippers and Bismarcks look like Derflingers, more or less, with the Type 1936 etc. destroyers looking more like Pilau cruisers. You might imagine why the British might be a little under the weather. 5. Keep in mind that this comes from the guy who wrote the 21 demands in 1915. So yet. KM Story 018. September 5. Old Admiralty Building. The Lords of the Admiralty had seated themselves around a table. Each had papers in front of him detailing the latest news, and a fine tea set was set up, with all the lords save one currently sipping tea while they reviewed the morning's agenda. This is preposterous, began First Lord Winston Churchill. The Japanese Second Fleet and Invasion Force sunk, they say, by Derflinger-class battlecruisers. More than one, according to our liaison with them. Perhaps it's a misidentification of another vessel, speculated Lord Battenberg. It's quite an easy thing to do at sea. HMS Triumph sunk with their fleet, noted Admiral Hamilton, and Port Edward taken. What is going on in that corner of the world? The loss of Port Edward is regrettable, but unimportant. It was a backwater station. The loss of prestige by the loss is worse than the loss itself, stated Churchill. The bigger concern is how the Germans managed to sink a Japanese battle fleet with one of our battleships, and no report comes until the Japanese tell us. They apparently don't know either, if they weave tales to us about battlecruisers that aren't even complete yet, sailing round the world, with no one noticing, and sinking fleets. Lord Battenberg picked up a piece of paper, glancing at it before saying, according to reports this week, Derflinger herself is on sea trials in the Baltic, and the others of her class are not complete. Indeed, the last hull is not even in the water. What can the Japanese hope to accomplish with this deception? Do they want us to send ships? Quite the opposite, chuckled Admiral Hamilton. They still want to take Tsingtao themselves. You see, proclaimed Churchill triumphantly, if there really was a German battlecruiser fleet at Tsingtao, they'd not be so eager. I remind the First Lord that the Japanese have the Congo-class battlecruisers, which formed the basis for improvements incorporated into our own Tiger class. Battenberg stated placidly, if there really are Derflinger-class ships there, the Congos should be able to handle them. I see the greater danger of Japan taking Port Edward and then keeping it. They wouldn't dare, sputtered Churchill. A question for another time, interrupted Hamilton. What do we do now? Churchill drank a glass of brandy to compose himself before replying, I sincerely doubt there are German heavy units outside of the North Sea except for Goeben. It must have been a trap with mines or torpedoes, and the Japanese do not wish to admit it. However, Spee must have been involved. The question is, what will he do next? The Pacific is huge, we could search with the entire fleet and not find him, objected Battenberg. The liaison claimed the ships were oil-fired, said Admiral Lambert slowly and thoughtfully. If true, then they need oil. Tsingtao has no oil supplies. Where can they get it? A waste of time, snorted Churchill, given everything else they said. I suppose Spee's ships were converted to oil burning under our very noses. It isn't technically challenging, said Admiral Tudor thoughtfully. The biggest issue would be storage conversion of coal spaces to oil. The Dutch East Indies, continued Lambert, so we should consolidate what ships we have in that area. We don't want them destroyed piecemeal. Are you suggesting we blockade the Dutch East Indies? Asked Battenberg. No. We have Minotaur, Hampshire, Yarmouth, and Newcastle in the area. Consolidate them and have them patrol where there is oil. Replied Lambert. A waste of time, groused Churchill, but will do no harm. I'll send orders to that effect. There are Russian and Japanese vessels in the area that I'll inform as well. The meeting went on to other subjects. September 5, SMS Blucher at sea 10 knots. The 3 ships of the Indian Ocean Raiding Force plunged through heavy seas. Siliox was happy to be on the much larger Hipper class through this. He didn't get seasick, but it was still far more comfortable to be on the larger ship. He had less to rewrite. He had been working on ammunition expenditures. Discounting a battle, his 2 Königsberg-class cruisers had 1,080 rounds of 15 cm ammunition each, and Blucher had 1,180 rounds of 20 cm. And plenty of 10.5 cm. He would have Emden use her guns, and the secondaries of the Blucher for most shelling, saving the heavier shells for harder targets in battle. September 5, HMS Minotaur. The captain read the message he had just been handed. RDVZ with Newcastle at Penang and take command Yarmouth Newcastle Hampshire stop patrol Dutch East Indies for Spee stop. He called for the sailmaker to make him a Commodore's broad pennant and gave the orders to sail for Penang. So we see the British reaction. They do not believe the Japanese, and given everything they know, I think it's a reasonable reaction on the part of the Admiralty. If the enemy ships need oil, get between them and the oil. They still think it's only Spee's squadron, since they know for a fact that it cannot be multiple Derflinger class. KM Story 019. September 6, 1914 SMS Blucher. Siliox's raiders took a fairly fast, 12-knot, British-flagged freighter out of China loaded with tea. Due to having the superfluous AA gunners, he decided to send it back to Tsingtao manned with a few of them. After unloading sufficient for his own needs. The vessel did get off a distress call, but it didn't have position. September 7, 1914, SMS Gneisenau, battlecruiser, cruise mess. 3 crewmen were having a hushed conversation over their midday meal. When we get back to Germany, we should settle accounts with Hitler and Goering, hissed Otto Eberbach, gunner's mate. We can make sure they never have a chance of doing what they did. We can't kill them for what they might do, objected Dennis Schurz, radioman. Besides, Goering is, or will be a hero right now. How would we manage it? I agree, we can't kill them for what they haven't done, offered Karl Kohl, machinist's mate. We should do something so that they don't do what they did. Easy for you to say. Did you have relatives that were decided to be Jews? Replied Eberbach. That hasn't happened here. Replied Kohl. So we can't punish them for it. But what we could do, if we find them, is. September 8, 1914, SMS Bismarck near Pagan Island. The 2 destroyers were refueled, and the fleet continued driving towards Tahiti. No vessels had been seen so far. September 9, 1914, HMS Hampshire. The captain of Hampshire looked along the Straits of Malacca. He supposed he would get used to this view, as his ship along with 3 others were going to be very familiar with this area, as they were to be patrolling this area for Spee. Already the ship was becoming hot. He couldn't imagine what the boiler rooms would be like. He had standing orders for the stokers to have shortened shifts unless action was imminent. He would go as easily on his crew as possible. This heat was punishing. September 10, 1914, SMS Blucher. A 3,000-ton British freighter was taken laden with coal. Since it could maintain 10 knots, Siliox decided to keep it with the fleet, in case Emden needed coal. It could be scuttled at any time. She had a wireless, but the Colonel succeeded in jamming her call for help. The Black Gang was mostly Indian, it appeared, and were more than happy to continue working for a bit more pay. September 11, 1914, Imperial Palace, Berlin. Kaiser Wilhelm II was ecstatic. He had received a message from the governor of Tsingtao, brief, but saying that a Japanese fleet with several battleships and invasion force with another battleship had been sunk, and in addition to all that, the British colony of Port Edward was taken. If only he had more details. There would be poor Le Marites handed out for this when he could. Admiral Spee and Governor Meyer Waldeck would be decorated for this. Promoted, ennobled, nothing would be too much for these heroes that succeeded when all told him it couldn't be done. This news had to be spread, a great day for the German Empire. It would be encouraging to everyone. It proved what he knew all along, the German race was far superior to the savages. Still, when the Japanese came for peace, as they must after losing so much, he would be magnanimous. He would show them the error of their ways, fighting Germany and allying with the British. He needed to call a meeting of the cabinet and show them this. He would have to address the nation, have a holiday. There was so much to be done. He looked at the wireless message once more, making sure it really said what he thought. It still did. Though not dignified, Kaiser Wilhelm II, Emperor of the German Empire, was unable to suppress a giggle. September 11, 1914, SMS Scharnhorst, armored cruiser. Admiral Spee double-checked his charts. He was still on schedule to get to Papeete for the rendezvous. Once again he found himself idly wondering what ships were waiting for him. He still couldn't think it was anything other than possibly Admiral Sushon with Goeben and Breslau. With such a powerful force, he would have to decide whether to go down to German New Guinea to defeat the Australian force, or head straight back to Germany. Germany seemed more likely, it was still a long way away, and his ships needed dockyard time already. Goeben could hardly be better. They would probably be little more than barges by the time he got to Germany, in best case scenario. Getting through to Germany would still be a problem, but there were possibilities to be explored based on what happened between then and now. For now, it was time to get to Papeete. September 12, 1914, SMS Blucher, speed 10 knots. Siliox was beginning to get jumpy. These waters were well traveled, though so far most appeared to be small sailing vessels, probably for fishing, that seemed to be ignoring him. Well and good, most would probably be of no interest whatsoever, and he wanted to hurt the British, not locals trying to earn a living. Since SMS Köln had the best sensor suite of the squadron, he was having her sweep regularly. He would probably not continue to do so. As they approached the Malay Peninsula, the clutter from innumerable islands would provide little useful information, while adding to wear and tear on this precious advantage. By his estimation they would enter the Straits of Malacca in about 4 days. Hopefully Emden was punctual. September 12, 1914, SMS Emden, speed 10 knots. Von Müller looked with satisfaction on the Riau archipelago coming up. He was ahead of schedule for his meeting with reinforcements, so he would stop and coal here, and allow the men some rest before continuing. The little speck on the chart south of Arabu looked like a good spot. KM Story 020. Pacific, near the Philippines on September 3, 1914. The Russian cruisers Askold, Commander Captain 1st Rank S.A. Ivanov, and Jemhug, Commander Captain 2nd Rank Baron I.A. Cherkasov, were integrated into the Allied fleet during August. Already on August 16, the cruisers arrived in Hong Kong, where they joined the squadron under the command of Vice Admiral Martin Jerem. Now near the Philippines, both warships had English liaison officers on board and were about to split up. Their task was to accompany the transport ships that carried British and French soldiers to Europe. At least those were their orders, but on the afternoon of September 3, Captain Ivanov received a message directly from the Minister of the Navy himself that changed everything. Admiral Ivan Grigorovich was now ordering him and the cruiser Jemhug to head for the Shandong Peninsula and conduct reconnaissance near the German naval base at Tsingtao. The Japanese fleet that operated here was supposed to be destroyed by the German fleet, at least that was the news. Very soon another message came confirming this order, this time from the commander of the Siberian fleet, Rear Admiral Mikhail Fedorovich von Schultz. His orders, however, warned both captains and urged them to exercise caution and prudence. They were to conduct a combat reconnaissance of the area and determine if Admiral von Spee's fleet was indeed moving here. Under no circumstances were the Russian ships supposed to fight the German ones. The two captains met aboard the cruiser Askold on the evening of September 3 to discuss their new assignment. Neither of them was particularly excited about the new mission. Sergei Alexandrovich Ivanov was convinced that the defeat of the Japanese fleet probably caused enthusiasm in St. Petersburg. On the one hand, he understood a little, after all, the memories of the Russo-Japanese War were still fresh. But he no longer supported other intentions of Russian politicians. According to him, Admiral Ivan Grigorovich, or even the Russian Prime Minister, will want to take advantage of Japan's temporary weakness and try to get Tsingtao only for themselves, which could damage the already rather strained relations that St. Petersburg had with Tokyo. It was clear to both captains that if it was von Spee who defeated the Japanese, he too must have suffered heavy losses and, above all, exhausted his ammunition reserves. From this point of view, the mission did not seem too dangerous, rather militarily unnecessary and politically motivated. As early as September 6, however, another disturbing news came that a German light cruiser and several smaller support vessels had occupied Weihai. This small British outpost was very weakly defended. However, the fact that the Germans could afford to split their forces to occupy it was not good news. A day later, both captains received a new message indicating that at least one German light cruiser and a large number of gunboats or auxiliaries were in the vicinity of Tsingtao. The commander of the Siberian fleet, Rear Admiral M.F. von Schultz, now changed orders and ordered the Russian cruisers to attempt to recapture Weihai/Port Edward. Destroy the German ships in the vicinity of this former British base and leave a garrison of 100 men to defend it. It was clear that Rear Admiral M.F. von Schultz issued these orders at the request of the High Command in St. Petersburg. With this action, Russia wanted to secure later control over Tsingtao and not allow Japan to take this German colony. So St. Petersburg wanted to build a temporary military base near the German colony and probably occupy it together with the British before the Japanese did. The following evening, on September 7, 1914, the captains of the Russian cruisers were informed that they would be joined by the British destroyers HMS Usk and Kennet, which were to assist the Russian ships during the recapture of Weihai/Port Edward. It was clear that, even if London does not attach much importance to this small military base, it does not want the Russian presence there, or at least wants to keep it under control, until he has enough resources to take Tsingtao on his own. The Russian and British warships were supposed to meet around September 10 and arrive at Weihai/Port Edward a day later. At least that was the plan, but problems with coaling and provisioning meant that the Russian and British warships would not arrive at Weihai/Port Edward until the morning of September 14. The day before, on September 13, a meeting was held on the cruiser Askold, which was attended by all vessel commanders. When the British returned to their ships, Captain Ivanov warned his colleague that at any indication that von Spee and his armoured cruisers were operating near Weihai/Port Edward, he would withdraw immediately. He was willing to use British destroyers as scouts to warn him of the presence of German warships. In case of extreme necessity, he was willing to sacrifice his British allies. Both Russian cruisers were the most valuable warships the Siberian fleet had, and their eventual loss would mean that Russia would have no large warships in the Pacific. Weihai in the early morning of September 14, 1914. One of the first things the Germans did after occupying Weihai was to move two Arado 196 seaplanes there to conduct routine sea reconnaissance. Both of these aircraft originally belonged to the heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper, which was now docked at Tsingtao and for the time being had no use for these aircraft and their aircrew. The German fleet, apart from Admiral Siliux's Kampfgruppe of 3 cruisers, which was now in the Indian Ocean with its warships, was in a state of inactivity. Only one old German S-90 destroyer and 2 gunboats were anchored at WI Highway/Port Edward. In case of necessity, however, 4 modern destroyers at Tsingtao were on standby in case of need. They could very quickly go to help if this new German base were threatened. At 9:27 the crew of the reconnaissance aircraft found 2 enemy destroyers and a few minutes later reported the presence of 2 cruisers. This news caused alarm in both WI Highway and Tsingtao. Several days of inactivity and waiting for the enemy were finally over. KM Story 021. Pacific, September 14, 1914, German naval base Tsingtao. Governor Alfred Meyer-Waldeck visited the flagship again that day and held a discussion with Admiral Hubert Schmundt and his closest subordinates. These meetings were now regular. Every other day the governor would speak with either the admiral or one of the admiral's officers. There was a constant exchange of information and a gradual rapprochement between the Germans of 1914 and those of the future. I must tell the governor that the beer is excellent. I could not get used to it at first, but now I cannot praise it enough. I always have a glass before bed, it helps quite a bit. So is your food, it's perfect, much better than our cans from the future. Hubert Schmundt. Thank you, Admiral, we have Coyote Chaw's abundance of food here so far, so food is not a problem at the moment. However, I can't guarantee what will happen next month. Still, what worries me more than our food supply is that we don't have enough ammunition. I know that in your time the Koyotsko defense collapsed for this very reason. Alfred Meyer-Waldeck. Fregattenkapitän Rudolf Peters, on the Admiral's instructions, prepared a list of weapons and ammunition that the fleet from the future had brought with it. Arms and ammunition were stored on 4 cargo ships. These ships also carried spare parts for the repair of warships, including a certain amount of infantry gear and other equipment, as well as medicine and food. He then handed this list to the governor, who immediately began to read it with interest. The Germans from the future watched as the governor absorbed the information and waited in silence for his reaction. She came in a few minutes. May I ask, in all politeness, why you are only showing me this list now? It might have saved me a lot of worry and fewer grey hairs too if I had seen him 2 weeks ago. Alfred Meyer-Waldeck. This was not a matter of disrespect or distrust of the governor, but you must understand, if we showed you the list now, you would be asking us to hand over some of the equipment. Please understand that we have our reasons for not wanting to do this. Moreover, at the moment, the defenders of Kyotsko do not need any of this. There is currently no danger to the colony. The Japanese will be very careful after the terrible beating the fleet gave them. And no one but them can threaten us from the sea. Hubert Schmundt. Well, let's say I agree, there is no danger from the sea for now, but what about the land? The Japanese will want to take Kyotsko at any cost. Now it's a matter of losing face. You have humiliated them and they must regain face, and the only way they can do that is by conquering Kyotsko. So they will come to us through Chinese territory, and believe me, they will. Alfred Meyer-Waldeck. And will they gain an enemy in China? That would be madness on their part. They would then have, in addition to us Germans, only one more enemy. Rudolf Peters. You know, gentlemen, since the fleet appeared here, my life has changed a lot. I've always been a workaholic, but now it's even worse. I don't rest much, but the little free time I have is always very well used. I'm reading a lot now, especially the history books you lent me. The Japan of your time is described as very militaristic. I'm not afraid to say crazy. It longed to conquer China, it always wanted to. Now they have a chance. If the Chinese refuse to allow the Japanese army to pass, the Japanese will get the casus belli they want. Occupying Kyotsko will be just a good excuse for them. Moreover, they now have the support of the British, French and Russians. Alfred Meyer-Waldeck. Okay, let's say I agree with you and they actually attack Kyotsko from land. What exactly do you want from us? Hubert Schmundt. What do I want, Admiral? This is very simple. I'm asking you for half of your infantry weapons on this list. Which is 1,000 Kar 98 rifles and half the ammunition for these weapons, i.e. 50,000 rounds. I also want some your sailors from those cargo ships, so 120 men and at least 80 of your Narvik veterans. I want these veterans fully armed and equipped. They will serve as instructors for now. Also, I want at least 2 of your planes for reconnaissance, but not over sea, but over land. I also need 1 more Arado for my people to explore. And with the help of your engineers, try to reverse engineer new planes. I'm sure these planes probably won't be as good as the original, but they'll still be better than anything the enemy has. That's all for now, but I'm hoping for a lot more in time if I'm proven right. If I'm wrong and the Japanese don't come overland, I'll be a fool. Believe me, I will be very happy to accept it. Alfred Meyer-Waldeck. Admiral Hubert Schmundt was about to reply when one of the officers entered the room and reported to him that reconnaissance aircraft stationed at WI Highway had located a group of enemy warships. So one defeat was not enough for the Japanese. We probably underestimated their determination. Helmuth Brinkmann. No sir, from the reports we have so far it looks like they are Russian and British warships. Said Korvettenkapitän Moritz Schmidt, who brought the news. It doesn't change things, we have to destroy them anyway. Friedrich, please take care of it. The 4 destroyers we have on standby will be enough. Hubert Schmundt. Admiral, I am far from advising you on what to do. Still, please don't underestimate this situation, 4 destroyers may not be enough. You want to have another damaged warship that will then be repaired. Why take unnecessary risks? Alfred Meyer Waldeck. My ships are strong enough to handle this problem. Friedrich Bondt. No, Friedrich, the governor is right, he will not take unnecessary risks. I will order SMS Karlsruhe and another destroyer to support you. You will take our Russian and British guests in a pincer and together you will completely destroy them. I don't want any of my ships to be damaged, and I want to avoid another mass burial of my subordinates for a long time to come. Hubert Schmundt. Jawohl, Herr Admiral. Friedrich Bondt. When Commodore Bondt left, the Admiral turned to the governor and said, regarding your request, we will talk about it again tomorrow. Now please excuse me, Governor, my subordinates have a battle ahead of them. It's possible that the ships that our scout planes discovered are just the vanguard of something much worse, I have to prepare for that. Hubert Schmundt. Notes on the text. *1 tanker and 2 supply ships remained at Kyotsko, 3 tankers and 2 supply ships departed with the main fleet. It's worth mentioning that supply ships have a certain amount of infantry equipment. Not much, but in the context of the situation of the defenders, after all, something. I only chose the Kar 98 as my main weapon, even in 1914 it is still a very high-quality rifle. Only the cruiser SMS Prinz Eugen has infantry weapons and equipment from 1945. But only a very small number of these weapons are available. The cargo ships that departed with the main fleet carried all the 28 and 38 cm ammunition, some of the 15, 12.7 and 10.5 cm ammunition, along with spare parts specifically for the ships that went. The defenders of Kyotsko have some supplies of ammunition for their ships, but the quantity is not great. KM Story 022. September 14, 1914 SMS Emden, 12 knots. It felt good to have a full load of coal again, and Captain von Muller relished the feeling that came with full fuel reserves. It was time to head for his meeting with the Allies sent from Tsingtao. Idly he wondered what it could be, but concluded that it was most likely another armed merchant cruiser. Maybe something has strayed too close to that ancient Austro-Hungarian vessel and was captured. Possibly they had thought it a wreck, and hoped for salvage rights before discovering their mistake. September 14, 1914 SMS Blücher, 10 knots a few kilometers south. Smoke plume reported to the north. Sir, the captain said to Admiral Siliux, shall we investigate? Siliux considered. It was probably just one of the worthless coasters, but given the area he was in, it could be something more interesting. Detach Königsberg to investigate. He ordered. A few minutes later, Königsberg smoothly changed course, and sped up towards the mysterious plume. September 14, 1914 SMS Emden, 10 knots. Contact report. Warship of unknown configuration spotted to the southwest, sang out a lookout. Captain von Muller put his binoculars up to his eyes and searched. There it was. How was it so close already? He noticed it put off hardly any smoke plume, no wonder it wasn't spotted sooner in the morning haze that seemed to blanket the area. As he examined the strange vessel, he saw a light blinking. It took a moment for him to realize it was a message directed to him. He interpreted the signal in his mind as he watched the stuttering light. Well met SMS Emden, we are here to accompany you, please follow us to rest of squadron. The message repeated twice before he was sure he had it all, replete with the private signal, then he ordered the signalman to respond affirmative. It was possibly a trap, but they had used the private signal, so he would bring up all boilers just in case he needed to run. Though he wasn't sure he could run, the ship looked fast. September 14, 1914 SMS Blücher, 10 knots. Welcome aboard, Captain von Muller greeted Admiral Siliux, striding forward to take him by the hand as he came aboard the flagship, followed by the captains of Köln and Königsberg. I'm sure you have many questions, but time is short. First to introductions, I'm Admiral Otto Siliux, and I am honored to sail with you. You are aboard SMS Blücher, Königsberg found you, and Köln is over there. This is Kurt Zoepfel, captain of Blücher, Heinrich Rufus of Königsberg, and Helmuth Strobel of Köln. Now, please hold questions until the end. In short, some deity has seen fit to send us from a future where Germany loses the Great War, causing greater tragedy. We are here to try and prevent it. To that end, some of our ships are going to try and meet with Spee and go to Germany, some continue to defend Tsingtao, and we are here to help you bring the war to British possessions in the Indian Ocean. To that end, we wish to attack Penang, then Madras, finally Colombo before sailing to Surabaya, refueling and returning to Tsingtao, while disrupting commerce to whatever extent we can. Have you any questions? Von Muller found he was too shocked to say anything. He stared for a moment, before a broad smile formed on his face. When do we start, sir? he asked. Ciliux laughed. Let's have a meal together first and get to know each other. Tomorrow, we enter the straits. September 15, 1914. Just after sunrise, HMS Minotaur 10 knots. Commodore Keane looked proudly at his fleet, They had been sailing up and down the Straits of Malacca between Penang and Surabaya, watching for enemy raiders. Technically he should split up the vessels under his command, but it was his first fleet command, and he was enjoying that too much. They had left Penang and were heading down the straits towards Surabaya. He wondered if that silly little Dutch coastal defense ship would accost him again. Clarification of his orders gave him leave to violate Dutch neutrality to destroy any raiders, and he was taking pleasure in baiting the Dutch. Besides, he had to see into Surabaya, didn't he? It felt good to be a flag officer. September 15, 1914, SMS Blucher, 8 knots. Ciliux cursed the haze that hung over the straits. Note 1, if visibility reduced more, he'd have reduced speed more. Visibility was 2 to 3 kilometers. He'd tried the radar, but it was useless due to all the clutter. The ship was at about half readiness. He didn't want to exhaust the men by having them standing at battle stations too long, especially as the heat got worse through the day. He'd worry less when visibility improved. Contact. Something ahead. Identity uncertain, came a lookout's call. General quarters, called Ciliux. He could see a haze shape up ahead starting to define itself more. Perhaps it would be an oil tanker. Put a shot across the bow, let's see what we've found, ordered the admiral. September 15, 1914, HMS Minotaur 10 knots. Commodore Keane was shocked to hear a distant boom like thunder, followed by a splash somewhere off to the side. What was that? If that Russian was still around, he'd suspect that the fool was opening fire on him. Contact. Multiple ships ahead, came a panicked yell from a lookout. All hands to battle stations, bellowed the Commodore. Action at last. The 49.2 turret boomed out the displeasure of the Royal Navy towards interlopers. Signals. Order all ships to form line to port, he ordered. The straits were plenty wide at this point, as long as he didn't get too fast. September 15, 1914 SMS Blucher, 8 knots. The giant splash in reply to his shot across the bow was quite unpleasant. Form line to starboard. Open fire when targeted. Ciliux shouted. He mentally kicked himself for being caught unprepared. On the bridge wing, the signal lamp clattered as a signalman relayed his orders. The 20 cm 4 turrets boomed out a reply. The ships, more than one now, certainly, ahead were changing aspect, and he could see more of an outline. He saw no splashes, or sparking of hits. The side of the first ship erupted, and the thunder of multiple guns going off. He heard the general rumble of the rest of the fleet opening fire. A squall charged across the battlefield, dropping visibility for 5 minutes. HMS Minotaur, speed 10 knots. Commodore Keane huffed in frustration. Just when he had the enemy in his mailed fist, one of the cursed tropical squalls saved them. Well, they didn't tend to last long, and would clear the air somewhat. As if in response to his wish, the storm abated, and continued on its way leaving the air less hazy. The Commodore had been yearning for this moment, engaging the enemy, beating them and earning his laurels. He suddenly regretted his eagerness. Now clearly defined in front of him were 4 vessels, one certainly the Emden, one could only be a battlecruiser. At about 4,000 yards away. His mouth went dry, but he sprang into action. Signals. Report immediately. Squadron is engaging enemies consists of Emden, Derflinger, and 2 unknown ships. Both sides broadsides erupted. SMS Blucher, speed 8 knots. Increase speed to half, ordered Ciliux. The visibility immediately helped gunnery. It seemed that Blucher may have been all the enemy could see, as it seemed like every enemy ship was targeting them. Ciliux noted 2 armored cruisers and 2 light cruisers. Signal engage opposite number, ordered Ciliux. Blucher's main guns crashed out a challenge, and her secondaries erupted. The enemy lead ship was surrounded by splashed, with the orange flashes of hits visible through the curtains of water. Ciliux watched in amazement as the roof of one of the wing turrets of the enemy armored cruiser shot into the air like a rocket, accompanied by a fountain of orange flame. The ship seemed otherwise fine, though the other wing turrets took several minutes before they raggedly resumed firing. The secondaries were beating all over the enemy ship, no doubt causing some damage, but he doubted that the 10.5 cm guns would do much to the height of that cruiser. Down the line, Königsberg was clearly winning her duel against a Devonshire-class armoured cruiser. Her 6 secondaries appeared to be all out of action, and her 7.5 main seemed to be firing at Blucher, but Ciliux wasn't sure where. Emden was shooting her target to pieces, though again the 10.5 cm guns weren't doing as much damage. Köln's target appeared in serious shape, blowing steam and listing. Ciliux looked back at his target, just as flame erupted around him. HMS Minotaur, 10 knots. Hit his bridge and his aftmost turret, crowed Commodore Keen exultantly. His duel with the battlecruiser had gone better than he could hope so far. He had lost several of his 7.5 secondaries, one to a flash fire, though luckily flash protection had held, but the concussion had disabled the adjacent guns and crews. Message from Yarmouth. They are abandoning ship, sir, panted a runner. Hampshire reports they are losing speed, all secondaries disabled. The Commodore looked back at the battlecruiser in disbelief. The aft turret was destroyed, the bridge was a smouldering wreck, and he could see holes in the funnel and a few marks on the side where penetrations had occurred, but she seemed otherwise fine. Her remaining turrets belched smoke and fire. Wang! Whack crash! Wang! He felt 4 heavy hits midships and low. The feeling of the ship instantly changed and her speed dropped quickly. Helm does not respond, sir, reported the helmsman, spinning the wheel loosely in his hands. The ship was starting to list heavily, and pull to the side, indicating an engine out. The list was rapidly increasing. His vessel must be severely damaged below the waterline. Heavy flooding in the boiler and engine spaces, squawked a voice pipe. The ship continued to lose way. His 9.2 guns gave a defiant blast, and he watched the mainmast totter and fall over the side. SMS Emden. The battle had gone better than Captain von Muller could have hoped. The enemy had all focused on the flagship. He knew it is damaged, though not how badly. 3 of the enemy ships were clearly sinking, the last one, a Devonshire-class armoured cruiser, was still wallowing on, but no longer firing. Another salvo from the Köln and Königsberg arrived, with the sparks of several hits erupted. Great gouts of steam erupted, and the ship began to rapidly settle. Somewhere in the UK. Lord Kitchener awoke in a cold sweat. He'd been dreaming he was sailing somewhere when suddenly there was a massive explosion, and he was engulfed in cold water. He lay back gasping. It was only a dream. Note 1. The Strait of Malacca often has haze issues in the summer due to wildfires. Visibility can drop below half a kilometer. KM Story 023. WI Highway in the early morning of September 14, 1914. At 10:16, the German destroyer S-90 made visual contact with the British destroyers HMS Usk and Kennet. The German destroyer rushed at top speed towards Tsingtao, where it sought protection. 4 large and modern German destroyers were coming towards him. They were Z-10 Hans Lodi, Z-11 Bernd von Arnim, Z-12 Erich Gies, Type 1934A, and Z-17 Dieter von Roeder, Type 1936, which was the flagship of Commodore Friedrich Bondt. The light cruiser SMS Karlsruhe and the destroyer Z-20 Karl Galster also left Tsingtao harbor shortly after these 4 destroyers, whose task was to prevent the enemy ships from retreating. Russian cruiser Askold 1030. Captain Sergei Alexandrovich Ivanov had just received word that the British destroyers he had sent to scout had found 1 German destroyer. He immediately ordered the British commanders not to attempt to pursue the German warship. His mission was clear, to retake WI Highway/Port Edward and hold it until further reinforcements arrived. However, he did not know when that would happen and when more Entente warships would arrive. He was well aware that there was no element of surprise on his side. The German plane was constantly in contact with his cruisers and another plane with the British destroyers as well. The Germans knew very well that his warships would soon arrive at WI Highway/Port Edward. That is why the German destroyer left this base and ran for safety. Despite his orders, the captains of both British vessels chose to follow Nelson's spirit and began to pursue the S-90. Z-17 Dieter von Roeder 1050. Commodore Friedrich Bondt received continuous reports on the movements of enemy ships. He knew that the S-90 was being chased by British destroyers and that the Russian cruisers were still heading for WI Highway. The destroyers of the 4th Zestroyer Flottille were usually commanded by FKPT Hans Joachim Gadow, but he was injured and his flagship Z-13 was under repair. After a short deliberation, he decided to first destroy the 2 British destroyers and then attack the Russian cruisers. The enemy gave him a chance that allowed him to destroy the British and the Russians piecemeal. Contact with the enemy should have been established around 11:10. Russian cruiser Askold 1125. The radio operator reported that a few minutes earlier, the 2 British destroyers had made visual contact with 4 German light cruisers of unknown type. And they asked for support from Russian cruisers. Captain Ivanov now received the message he had been dreading all along. It was now clear that von Spee's squadron was still in Tsingtao. The Russian commander had no interest in fighting 4 light cruisers. He knew very well the qualities of his ships and how such a confrontation would turn out. He immediately ordered to increase speed to maximum and sail as fast as possible from the reported position of the German fleet. According to the tables, Askold was capable of sailing at a speed of 23 knots, but the reality was that 20 knots was a realistic maximum. At 11:30, both Russian cruisers turned around and sailed to at least apparent safety. About 2 minutes later, patrols reported that 2 enemy aircraft were approaching. Shortly after, 2 bombs fell around the cruiser Askold, followed by 2 more. One exploded very close to the bow and damaged one of the 152 mm guns. The planes turned and engaged the Russian cruiser with their onboard weapons. Each Arado charged head-on across the bow of the Russian warship, firing MGFF 20mm cannons at the Askold. Arado launched 2 attacks during which she expended all her ammunition and left dozens of sailors dead and wounded in her wake. On the bridge of the Russian cruiser, Captain Ivanov was slightly wounded, many other Russians were not so lucky and were dead or dying. Z-17 Dieter von Roeder 1140. Commodore Bont observed 2 burning wrecks of British destroyers through binoculars. It was much easier than he actually expected, the enemy didn't stand a chance. S-90 was slightly damaged and had wounded on board, so Bont ordered her to sail to Tsingtao. None of his own warships were damaged and he decided to head for the Russian cruisers. He had already received word that 2 seaplanes had attacked the Russian ships to slow them down. It may have been completely unnecessary, but it was actually the most realistic training possible for German seaplane crews. Enemy ships had practically zero anti-aircraft defenses, so the aviators were not in much danger. Soon the Russian ships would be attacked again. Bont knew there was no way the Russians would escape him. Russian cruiser Askold 1205. Despite the damage, the Russian flagship was still sailing at a speed of almost 19 knots, but was already almost 7 miles behind the cruiser Gemhug, Commander Captain 2nd Rank Baron I.A. Cherkasov. This ship was capable of sailing at 22 knots and thus gaining an edge. Cherkasov was well aware of the danger he was in and refused to show any solidarity with the flagship. Shortly after 12 o'clock, 3 more German planes appeared in the sky and all attacked the lead ship. Gemhug tried to maneuver and her crews fired at the planes with small arms, but she failed to repel the attack. Only 1 bomb directly hit Gemhug, but others landed very close and damaged the ship's hull. An SC-50 bomb hit the bridge of the Russian cruiser killing Cherkasov and most of those present. The cruiser abruptly changed course and began to slow down. The seaplanes then continued to attack the Russian ship with onboard weapons and caused carnage among the ship's crew. The German planes focused exclusively on the Gemhug and ignored the cruiser Askold, which changed direction and tried to get as far as possible from the damaged Russian warship. Z-17 Dieter von Roeder 1250. It took the destroyers of the 4th Zestroyer flotilla more than an hour to find the damaged Russian cruiser. Commodore Bont ordered to surround it, and in less than 10 minutes Gemhug was literally shot to pieces by 127mm guns. The Russian cruiser then quickly sank. Of the 12, Erich Gies tried to rescue some of the survivors, but Gemhug disappeared below the surface too quickly. The Germans caught only 2 sailors and they succumbed to their serious injuries shortly after being rescued. Russian cruiser Askold 1335. Captain Ivanov informed his superiors that the Germans had at least 4 light cruisers and 1 destroyer at Tsingtao. He also reported frequent airstrikes against his ships and damage to Askold and that Gemhug had lost steam and he was forced to abandon it. If the Russian commander had any hope that he and his crew could survive this mission, it definitively collapsed shortly after 2:30 in the afternoon. When patrols reported an unknown armored and light cruiser sailing directly towards them from the northeast. Very soon the unknown armored cruiser opened fire. Askold tried to return it, but the range of his guns did not allow him to hit the German warship. On the other hand, shells from German ships hit Askold regularly. At 13:47 Askold lost power and stood in the water dying. Soon after, the German ship ceased firing and began to withdraw. At 13:51 Askold capsized and sank. Around this time, Z-20 Karl Galster was preparing to launch a torpedo attack to hasten the demise of the Russian cruiser, but in the end it proved unnecessary. SMS Karlsruhe 1355. Captain Zur C. Friedrich Reeve watched the destruction of the Russian warship and tried to feel at least some satisfaction. What he had just experienced was not a battle, but an end to suffering, or rather a stroke of mercy. His opponent had no chance. Maybe he should have allowed the Russian warship to surrender instead of shooting it right away. Instead, he sent a message to Z-20 to try to fish someone out of the water if there were any survivors. He sent a short message to Tsingtao that the enemy had been destroyed. He kind of hoped that the seaplanes would find more enemy warships, but unfortunately he got no such report. At 14:10 he ordered to return home to Tsingtao, Z-20 joining him after the rescue work was completed only at 14:43. At the time, the German destroyer had 26 Russian survivors from the cruiser Askold on board. A foolish and naive attempt by politicians in St. Petersburg to provide the Russian Empire with its own colony in China ended in disaster and the death of more than 1,000 Russians and British. KM Story 024. September 15, 1914 early afternoon, SMS Blucher, sickbay. Speed 0 knots. Admiral Siliux groaned. Maine got his head hurt. He attempted to reach up and rub his head, but his right arm wouldn't work for some reason. That hurt as well, and felt heavy. His face felt like he'd been shaving with glass. A face loomed into his field of vision. Admiral, a voice came, sounding distant. Do not try to move right now. You are injured, in the sickbay. The face resolved itself into Dr. Cole. What happened? Groaned Siliux. A shell hit the bridge. You are the only one still alive from the bridge. The captain expired shortly after the battle. Others were killed outright or expired before being rescued. The doctor replied. You have burns to your face and hands, several lacerations from flying glass, your right arm is broken, and your right eye is injured, sir. I will be frank, I do not expect you to regain vision in that eye, sir. Your arm is set, and should heal normally. Water, croaked Ciliux. He was suddenly horribly thirsty. The doctor assisted him with getting a drink, then laid him back down. I must see to the other patients. Myself, or one of the other sickbay attendants will check on you periodically. The doctor said, beginning to walk away. The ship? The battle? Asked Ciliux. I will tell someone to brief you that knows what happened, sir, the doctor replied. A few minutes later, the first officer, now acting Captain Kurt Kohler, walked in. He looked tired, but still carried himself well. I'm glad to see you awake, sir, he greeted Ciliux. The doctor says you are doing well. You are doubtless busy, Captain, Ciliux replied, but can you briefly tell me of the battle and the ship? Yes, sir. The battle was won, all enemy ships were destroyed. Emden and Köln were rescuing survivors, but sharks were everywhere quickly, I do not know how many they have recovered. Königsberg is near us, helping with repairs. No other ships are damaged beyond ammunition expenditure, it appears we were the only vessel fired upon. In terms of damage, we took many hits from calibers ranging from 10.5 cm to 23 cm. In addition to the bridge hit that injured you, there is a hole in the bow, through both sides. Turret Dora took a hit from a shell that did not explode, killing the crew with shrapnel, and damaging some equipment and disabling the turret. The mainmast was shot off, there is a hole in one of the boiler rooms, and another aft that damaged the shaft bearing. The engineer was on top of it, and shut it down before damage became excessive. There is other damage too, but much of it is minor. We were listing, though counter-flooding has eliminated the list. The engineer thinks that we can patch the holes if we can get to a protected anchorage. Due to engine, boiler, and shaft damage, we are probably limited to 18 knots. In terms of casualties, we lost 46 outright, with around 100 injured to various degrees. Reported Kohler. Very good. Return to your duties. If any of my aides survived, please send them. Said Ciliux. Yes, sir, the acting captain saluted and left. Breathing hard, Ciliux heaved himself to a sitting position. His head throbbed, and he closed his eye attempting to shut out the pain. Admiral. You must rest, came a voice. Opening his eye, Ciliux saw one of the orderlies. Help me get to the deck. I have to get to Königsberg to give orders, growled Ciliux, glaring out of his good eye. Sir, the doctor really should, the orderly trailed off, feeling intimidated by the admiral's bloodshot glare. Yes, sir, he finished meekly. Ciliux hurt, but saw that, save his sleeve being cut off, he was otherwise still clad. Assisted by the orderly, he started towards the deck. It took what seemed like an eternity, with several rests. An aide showed up at some point and assisted, and at last they got to the deck. Hoses were playing on still smoking areas of debris, in other areas, men were cutting free wreckage. About 2 meters away, SMS Königsberg was playing hoses over the bridge. I need over to the Königsberg, said Ciliux, leaning against the superstructure. The orderly slunk away, while the aide hailed someone on Königsberg. It took several minutes, but a bosun's chair was rigged and Ciliux was carefully swayed over to the Königsberg's deck. Nearly the same moment as he touched on the deck, he saw the doctor appear on Blücher's deck, waving his arms and shouting something about rest. Captain Rufus and an orderly met him. Sir, you're injured, Captain Rufus said reproachfully. Never mind that. I need to give orders to the squadron. Growled Ciliux. Let's at least get you resting in my day cabin, sir, sighed the captain, signaling the orderly to assist. Carefully, slowly they began moving towards the captain's day cabin. When Blücher is stable, began Ciliux, dispatch her to Surabaya. She is to refuel there, and repair for as long as the Dutch allow. Then head back to Tsingtao. The rest of the ships continue the mission. The captain gave the needed orders, and the admiral finally laid down. The dark of the cabin eased his head, despite the stifling heat and humidity. September 15, 1914, early evening, Penang Harbor. SMS Emden slid smoothly into the harbor, followed by SMS Köln. SMS Königsberg stood off outside the harbor. Von Müller glanced around, taking in the scene. He could see 2 colliers, 2 freighters, what looked like a liner, a small liner or dispatch vessel, and 2 or 3 flashes from 2, no 3 vessels. He didn't see where the shots landed. No matter, his gunners were on top of it, shots were already heading out. Köln also fired. French destroyer Mousquet, Penang Harbor, speed 0 knots. Lieutenant Theroin couldn't believe his eyes. 2 German ships had just sailed into the harbor, as if they owned the place. He ordered steam brought up and opened fire with his 65mm gun. He had no illusions of what his gun could do to those ships, but if he had steam enough, perhaps he could use his torpedoes. Certainly, he had a better chance than the antique d'Iberville, or the sad Sac Frond with her drunkard captain. Note 1. Surprisingly, the Frond was raggedly firing, though Theroin wasn't sure at what. He was more surprised to see a torpedo leap from the Frond and go speeding off. Shells began landing around them. Finally, he had some steam, and Musquet began slowly creeping away from her berth. A shell smashed into D'Iberville, starting a large fire. D'Iberville began immediately settling. No surprise there, it was more of a shock she didn't sink by herself when the enemy came in sight. SMS Emden, Penang Harbor. Speed 3 knots. The first French ship was settling into the harbor, and the crew was abandoning ship. One of the little destroyers was blazing away at something, von Muller supposed, and one was trying to get underway. He whipped around at the sound of an explosion and was just in time to see a column of water receding from the apparent liner. Who had shot at that? A flurry of 10.5 cm shells arrived at the immobile destroyer, and she slipped beneath the waves. The last one was slowly making its way towards them. Several 15 cm shells arrived at the slow destroyer. None appeared to hit, but the ship lost way and he could see men jumping overboard. Well and good, on to the business at hand. The most important orders were to fire the coal stocks. That job fell to Kern. The admiral was resting, so Captain Rufus had ordered that they attempt to fire the coal, take any tankers and sink the rest, attempting to respect neutrality. Well, all ships flew flags of the belligerents, so that was easy. Under no circumstances were more than 10 rounds per gun to be used for the bombardment. Kern fired a salvo into the area of the government docks. A pile of coal there took much of the brunt and began smoldering with a bright spark in the heart of the pile. Star shells, Muller supposed. He had heard of those. The liner that had mysteriously exploded was on beam ends. Muller took the 2 colliers under fire, and they quickly began settling. The Kern had already settled the 2 freighters on the bottom, and the small liner or dispatch vessel was burning. As Kern, Königsberg and Emden sailed away from Penang, black smoke reached into the sky behind them. Note 1, I actually don't know anything about the officers of these ships, so I made something up. You don't typically assign your best officers to backwater stations. LT Theroin was real, but there is generally nothing special about a 43-year-old lieutenant. KM Story 025. Pacific, September 14, 1914, Tsingtao, Governor's Residence. Governor Alfred Meyer Waldeck had a bad feeling since his meeting with Admiral Hubert Schmundt today. He knew very well that although he was nominally in command of all the German military forces stationed at Kyotsko, he had no authority over the fleet from the future. Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt and other Kriegsmarine officers were completely outside his influence. Both sides respected each other, helped each other, but he was the weaker side and he was very aware of it. Most of the meetings were conducted in such a way that the governor was in the role of a supplicant, asking for something. The last time the fleet officers had come to him for help was shortly before when the Otto Ciliax had set sail on his mission. He needed money then, and he was happy to lend it to him, or rather to give it to him. He was happy to do it, moreover, he understood very well that getting fuel was a necessary necessity. Today, the enemy fleet tried to attack Weihai. This attempt ended in complete failure. The enemy was completely destroyed, 2 Russian cruisers and 2 British destroyers were sunk. The Germans only had a slightly damaged S-90 and 2 wounded sailors. Originally, the governor thought that the Entente would not attack again from the sea, but as he understood today, he was wrong. Not that this blunder bothered him so much, another naval victory would boost the morale of the defenders in the city. But what he was really worried about was the reaction of the Japanese. He was convinced that they would send their ground forces and attack through Chinese territory. And if such an attack comes, he won't have enough troops to fight it off. That's why he kept asking his friends from the future for more men and equipment. Which met with little understanding from Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt. It was already late in the evening, and the governor had decided to leave his study and go home to sleep, when he was interrupted by his aide-de-camp and informed of the arrival of a fleet officer. The governor had decided to accept him, he really had no other choice, certainly not today when the fleet had once again won overwhelmingly. Entering his office was Korvetten Captain Moritz Schmidt, one of the staff officers in charge of supplying the fleet. The governor welcomed the officer. Good evening, Korvetten Captain Schmidt, what can I do for you at this late hour? Alfred Meyer Waldeck. I'm sorry, Governor, but I only now have what I want to show you today. It could have waited until tomorrow, but the Admiral asked me to bring this material to you now. The governor motioned to the officer of the fleet to sit at his table, and he himself did the same. Moritz Schmidt pulled an envelope from his briefcase and handed it to the governor, who opened it and took out a bundle of photographs. He put on his glasses and started looking at the photos. He was very interested. Is that from today? Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Yes, they are mostly aerial photographs, but some are photographed directly from our warships. If you're interested, Governor, the Admiral invites you back to the flagship. He'd like to show you the footage of the battle. It will certainly interest you and your subordinates. I have seen some of them, they are extremely high quality. By tomorrow, our people should have a full movie made from this footage. I can give the photos to my people. I would like the newspaper in Kyotsko to publish them as soon as possible. It is perfect propaganda material, it will help the morale of our people in the city a lot. Hearing about the victory of our joint forces is one thing, seeing it with one's own eyes, at least vicariously, is quite another. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Unfortunately I can't allow that, sorry, these photos are only for you and your closest associates. It is necessary to avoid their publication for the time being, at least such are the Admiral's orders. May I ask why the Admiral insists on something like this? Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Of course you can, but I am not authorized to answer you. Now I'll be honest with you, I don't really know why the Admiral insists on this, you should ask him yourself. I will be very happy to visit the flagship again, I will arrive for lunch. Eating together should break the tension that still exists between us. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Governor, there is no tension between the fleet and you, we are not so different from the Germans of 1914. I understand that there are still some prejudices and it can make it easier for some misunderstandings to occur, but none of this is intentional on our part. The Admiral is trying to accommodate you as much as possible. Sometimes I get the impression that he is disgusted by my constant requests for help, or am I wrong about this? Alfred Meyer Waldeck. No, actually you're right, but the reason we refuse to help isn't disrespect or anything like that. The Admiral just doesn't want to make a major decision until Admiral Siliux returns. And we won't know if he succeeded or not. If we get fuel and more tankers, the fleet will begin large-scale operations in the Pacific, we have certain plans. These plans may seem ambitious to you when the Governor, Admiral Schmunt, introduces them to you, but they are necessary. If Admiral Siliux fails and the fleet doesn't get fuel, then you get everything you want. Many ships will have to be disabled and their fuel will be used to power the other ships of the fleet. You will get enough troops from these decommissioned vessels, maybe more than you need. Nevertheless, as a sign of respect and also your legitimate concerns, Governor, the Admiral has decided to place under your command the additional 80 veterans from Narvik, as well as the 120 sailors from both freighters that you desired. You'll also get that infantry weaponry as well as ammo, including certain other weapon systems, especially those from the flagship. Unfortunately, this equipment is very scarce, but we will give it to you anyway. Thank you for your generosity, I will personally thank the Admiral for it tomorrow. May I ask what made the Admiral take this decision? Alfred Meyer Waldeck. You know, we've all been thinking about your words about the warning against the Japanese. Mainly their desire to regain the face they lost when their fleet was destroyed. At first we thought these warnings were exaggerated, but it's better to be prepared for the worst when it does happen, at least we won't be surprised. I know you want to deal with the Chinese, if you do, you can show them the photos. I repeat, only show and behind closed doors. It might help you during those negotiations, or at least we hope so. Okay, I'll think about it, but it's a good idea, hopefully it will impress our Chinese neighbors. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. The two men chatted some more and then Moritz Schmidt returned to the flagship. The Governor got everything he wanted again today. It seemed that September 14, 1914 was a really good day for all the Germans in Kyotsko. He sincerely hoped that there would be many more good days like this. KM Story 026. September 16, 1914, Peking. The mood in the Beiyang government's center of power following the events that happened from 29 August, which resulted in the sinking of the Japanese Second Fleet, to the forceful seizure of the Peking-Mukden Railway by the Guangdong Army the day before, could be best described as weary. With the worst affected being none other than the President of the Republic of China, Yuan Shikai, who, since the beginning of the European conflict did his utmost in keeping China neutral, something that no longer seemed possible even if some still clung to their delusions. After all, his attempts were foiled at every step by the Japanese and to a lesser extent the British, and the longer this charade went on the more evident it became that Japan had no intention of eliminating from the continent of China the root of the German influence which forms a constant menace to the peace of the Far East but of territorial conquest, else why would they pressure China to reject the Germans' attempt at giving the least territory back? Even now, when they lodged a protest for the unlawful seizure of the railways and the audacity of not even bothering to inform the government, all they got in return was a thinly veiled threat that any opposition by the Chinese would be regarded as an act unfriendly to Japan and partial to Germany. When the reply came, the President irately asked his advisers in close confidence on why the Japanese government were dealing with China as if it were a slave. The Councillor Liang Kikeo sarcastically asked if perhaps there are Germans stationed all along the railway. Others made their voices heard but only managed to add to the weary mood permeating the room. They are trying to occupy the whole of northern China which they will turn into another Manchuria. If Japan takes Peking, what will become of the nation? Apparently, Japan can seize anything it wants as a prize of war. This must be stopped. The debate, if it could even be called as such, managed to not only reach no consensus but to drive a further wedge between councillors, generals, and bureaucrats, a matter made worse by the President's inner circle indecisiveness on taking proactive action against the Japanese. Yuan Shikai rather chose to rely on advice from the Australian George Morrison, the American Frank Johnson Goodnow and the Germanophile Jan Hwicking. This state of indecision was further boosted by the arrival of the German delegation from the least territory, which, technically, the least agreement was repelled during August. What that actually meant in practice was anyone's guess, and, intelligently neither the Chinese nor Germans brought it up. The German delegation, before meeting with the President of the Republic of China, met with Baron Adolf George Otto von Maltzahn and his wife, the charge d'affaires at Peking to act as their liaison with the Chinese President, and more so to rely on his familiarity and understanding of the current political situation. The President, his War Minister Duan Kaiyue, Foreign Affairs Minister Liu Zhengxiang, Yuan Ketting and Jan Hwicking met with the German delegation formed by Baron von Maltzahn, Dr. Wilhelm Schramier, the Commissary for Chinese Affairs, Captain Louis Freiherr von Lilienkron, the adjutant of the governor, the depressed engineer and manager Gustav Lenung, Heinrich Cordes from the Deutsche Asiatische Bank and 2 men from the Kriegsmarine, Lieutenant Volker Bassermann and Captain Reinhold Allersen who were the most knowledgeable about Asiatic history during the Great War and the Warlord era. The meeting started off in force, with the Germans showing the Chinese photos taken during the battles against the Japanese and the British. One photo in particular with multiple Japanese ships burning and sinking on the horizon greatly impressed the Chinese president, with the others not too far behind him. It is certainly different to see it than to read about it. Congratulations to all your brave men who fought in the battle. Jan Hwicking translated the president's words in perfect German to the delegation, visibly vindicated. I would like to correct one misunderstanding if the president is willing to permit it. Started the Lieutenant Bassermann, much to the confusion of Shikai who, nonetheless, gave his consent. It was less a battle and more a training exercise for the fleet. The only things we wasted were shells and fuel. The president gave a nod with an amused chuckle. So it seems. The Baron took charge of the conversation as the mood visibly lightened. The wasted shells and fuel are one of the topics we wish to discuss with you, Your Excellency, that are of vital importance to us, especially if we wish to stop further aggression and expansion from the Japanese, as, we fear, if we don't stop their advance into Shandong they will never stop. You are of the opinion that Japan aims to conquer China? Asked the War Minister Duan Kaiyue. I am certain of it. We have reason to believe that they plan to issue a set of 21 demands in a year or two, calling for the Japanese to have settlement rights, handing over the mining concerns in the Chinese hinterland to full Japanese control, demand that China hand over its financial policy and internal policing to Japanese advisors, force you to sell Manchuria to pay your debt to them and so on. At the end of von Maltzahn's speech, President Yuan Shikai had a ghostly look of realization on his face. And indeed, those demands sounded close to what the former President Sun Yat-sen suggested 2 years ago, that they should lop off the Manchurian provinces, which were, after all, merely the homeland of the ousted Qing emperors, in exchange for massive loans fit to build a new nation. Even if Yuan Shikai believed the Germans about the 21 demands, he moved away from the subject for the time being, as he generally still wanted to discuss the issue with the U.S. ambassador, Paul Samuel Reinsch, before daring to confront the Japanese. He returned to the subject of ammunition and fuel, which eventually expanded into steel, weaponry, food, and other things. Here, Gustav Lenung made his knowledge and experience regarding the Hanyang conglomerate quite obvious, same as his mastery over the Chinese language. However, the subject of the Hanyang coal and iron works made Yuan even more irate, as the conglomerate was more or less owned by the Japanese since the previous year, which probably made him predisposed to agree to their requests. However, the Chinese also considered the opportunity this situation presented, and one where the Germans were more than willing to comply with, that being, paying their debt of 340,000 cupping taels, 360,000-400,000 USD, to Tibia off by selling above the market price with the chance to expand the arsenals to a war footing while doing so. The Germans were also willing to provide the Chinese with some of their modern weapons to locally produce, though, only if they could be made in a month or 2 months for small weapons and at most half a year for larger ones. After the meeting ended, the Germans got most of what they wanted, 10,000 Mausers and 100,000 cartridges. However, President Yuan Shikai still remained indecisive on what to do, especially with the British garrison in Peking, hence he quickly got into a meeting with the U.S. ambassador Reinsch, who was beyond frustrated and angered by the Japanese actions, but he still had yet to receive instructions from the Foreign Secretary as this matter went beyond his purview. While Yuan Shikai and his clique were willing to wait for instructions from the U.S., his son, Yuan Ketting, was less patient to wait for the Japanese to knock on their door, and, together with Jan Hwicking, met with Baron von Maltzahn and Captain Reinhold Allersen in private, who brought to their attention some serious problems regarding what the damn American kept whispering into the president's ears, but more so, the influence the Japanese had in the heart of the Chinese government. The discussion lasted for hours, and by the end of it, Yuan Ketting was pale and exhausted, but convinced that something had to be done as soon as possible, and not let the division that the Japanese fostered break China. He reluctantly agreed that the imperial ambitious his father, and to an extent himself, would not gather him any support from the rest of the Chinese military governors, and speaking of such a military governor, he needed allies that would be willing to take the fight to the Japanese. That night, in the panic that engulfed Peking following the Japanese seizure of the railways, the house of CAIE was paid a visit. A lot of stuff happened in this chapter. KM Story 027. September 16, 1914. SMS Blücher, near Surabaya. Blücher had been met near the territorial limit by HNLMS Koenig and Regents. Captain Kohler maneuvered Blücher as well as able to within shouting distance. "Ahoy," he called, "we request permission to enter the harbour." A short-looking uniformed man stalked out to the bridge wing of the Dutch ship. "The Netherlands are neutral and have no desire to play host to either side in this sorry business." The man shouted back, "You will kindly leave the waters of the Dutch." Kohler sighed. Why was he the one having to deal with this officious homunculus? "We wish to refuel, and conduct permissible repairs, as permitted by the Hague Convention," he called back. Note 1. The Dutch captain huffed. "Very well, you may refuel and stay for 24 hours as permitted." He stalked back into the bridge. Kohler gave the necessary orders, and Blücher began easing into the port. Part 1 was done. Next would be seeing about having his stay extended. Every hour able to be used to conduct sheltered repairs would be a good one. September 16, 1914. SMS Bismarck. The ships of the fleet continued to sail on towards their rendezvous. They were on target to meet when scheduled, which pleased him very much. He returned to a book that he had been checking on. Originally, Spee had hoped to find coal at Papeete, but the inhabitants heard of his presence in the area and had fired it. That hopefully wouldn't be happening this time. He hoped to meet Spee out of sight of the harbour, and send him to do the bombardment alone. He didn't want his ships spotted. With luck, Spee could coal while his fleet topped off their tanks, and then they would be heading towards Cape Horn. He studied a chart with a frown. There would be a distinct lack of islands to use for refueling. He would have to be extremely attentive to the fuel state of the destroyers. They simply had to have full tanks around the Horn. Well, there's somewhere along the coast. September 16, 1914, Old Admiralty Building. Churchill smoked a cigar furiously, glaring at a paper as if to change its message with his gaze. Before him was a decanter of brandy and a glass, around him the other sea lords, each looking at copies of the same missive with expressions of shock or concern. "It seems you were correct, Admiral Lambert," began Battenberg. "Our squadron did encounter the Germans. Presumably sinking them," finished Lambert, and another reporting of a Derfflinger-class battlecruiser. "The question is, was this the entirety of the German fleet, or just a portion? There are no reports of Spee's armoured cruisers, so they must be elsewhere." "What ships do we have in the area?" asked Battenberg. "None large enough to be useful," growled Churchill. "The Japanese have 2 ships, one of their big, armoured cruisers and a light cruiser. I don't know the current position of those." "We'll have to reinforce that station," stated Battenberg. "But if that is a Derfflinger, what do we send to deal with it?" "We send Princess Royal and Queen Mary," stated Churchill. "Those vessels are strong enough to deal with Derfflinger and whatever mystery ships are there. We'll send the orders after this meeting. Jellicoe will be apoplectic about the weakening of the scout forces, and Beatty will be furious of the loss of his 2 newest ships," cautioned Battenberg. "Tiger joins the fleet in a few weeks, it'll be a temporary inconvenience," Churchill replied dismissively. "Besides, if the Germans really have sent Derfflinger away, we still have superiority in numbers locally. Perhaps we might recall Indomitable or Indefatigable from the Mediterranean?" Battenberg asked cautiously. No. They are keeping Goeben bottled up. While I have no doubt that either of them can beat Goeben, we need both there to keep availability to sortie against Goeben," Churchill replied hotly. A gentle knock came at the door. "Enter," boomed Churchill. A mousy-looking man came in and handed Churchill a message before slipping back out unobtrusively and closing the door. Churchill read the message, and his jaw dropped, allowing his cigar to fall into his glass of brandy. "What is it now?" Lambert asked, looking concerned at Churchill's expression. "The Germans bombarded Penang last night, destroying the government docks, the coal supplies and several ships including the French ships that were guarding the harbour," bellowed Churchill, slamming his hand down on the table. Shock was apparent on all faces. Churchill grabbed his glass of brandy and took a drink, then launched into several seconds of spluttering and coughing. He glared at the cigar in the glass through tearing eyes as he choked on the cigar ash. "Is there any further objection to sending Princess Royal and Queen Mary to deal with this?" he asked, glaring around the table, daring anyone to object. None did. September 16, 1914, SMS Königsberg. Admiral Siliux sat in the bridge of the Königsberg. He still hurt, but was feeling well enough to be around. The doctor had proclaimed that he could get up, however he must take his ease in doing things. After the debacle of the battle, things had gone off as well as could be expected. Captain Rufus had handled all of the bombardment details, and from the reports, all had gone without issue. They had set out from Penang afterwards, and now it was through the Bay of Bengal to Madras. It was here he hoped to find a tanker or 2. Dawn had gifted a surprised merchant ship packed with rubber and able to maintain 10 knots, so it was now following along with the collier they had captured before the battle. Ciliux was sure that they needed rubber in Germany, but that wasn't going to happen. He could still take it back to Tsingtao, and do, well, he didn't know, and that wasn't his purview, he was an admiral. Tsingtao. He now dreaded going back and facing Admiral Schmunt with the damaged Blucher. Well, hopefully the Blucher would be back long before they were, and already getting repaired. The best way to mitigate a failure like that is with success, so he would have to hope he could find several tankers, in addition to shelling Madras and Colombo. September 16, Surabaya, Governor's Mansion. You realize, we are a neutral power in this sorry business, and your presence here puts that in jeopardy, the governor asked coldly. Captain Kohler sighed. This was what being the captain was about. Dealing with petty bureaucrats constantly. I apologize for any inconvenience our presence causes you, said Kohler humbly. I wish to refuel, and have time to repair my vessel from damage so I may return to port. You have 24 hours, the governor returned shortly. Be gone after that. Respectfully, may I have 72 hours, so damages can be repaired? The Hague Articles do allow extensions of permissible time in the event of damage. Kohler politely asked. The governor sighed. The sooner the nonsense in Europe resolved, the sooner he could stop trying to dance a line. First there was the absolute disrespect shown by the British squadron, and now a German wants more time. 72 hours, and not a minute more. He allowed. May I ask one more potential favor of you? Kohler asked unobtrusively. The governor waved his hand impatiently for Kohler to continue. If we were to revisit with some tankers that were liberated from British service, would you allow for us to fill them here? We would very much like to become regular customers of yours. Kohler inquired. The governor thought for a moment before deciding. The Hague required him to fairly apply any standard regarding prizes, and so far the Germans weren't being as outrightly disrespectful of him. I believe I can agree to selling you all the oil you can carry, he agreed. Kohler and the governor rose, and shook hands. Note 1, Relevant Hague Articles. Art 9. A neutral power must apply impartially to the two belligerents the conditions, restrictions, or prohibitions made by it in regard to the admission into its ports, roadsteads, or territorial waters, of belligerent warships or of their prizes. Art. 14. A belligerent warship may not prolong its stay in a neutral port beyond the permissible time except on account of damage or stress of weather. It must depart as soon as the cause of the delay is at an end. Art. 19. Belligerent warships may only revictual in neutral ports or roadsteads to bring up their supplies to the peace standard. KM Story 028. September 17, 1914, Old Admiralty Building. The Lords of the Admiralty again sat around the table. Churchill poured a glass of brandy and carefully set it off to the side after taking a drink, well away from errant cigars. More bad news, gentlemen, he began. The Russians failed to seize Port Edward. Unfortunately, we lost Usk and Kennet at some point in the battle. Reports are more than one light cruiser at least guarding Port Edward. Is that news so bad, considering that we all had doubts on what the Russians would do if they captured Port Edward? Asked Battenberg. Churchill ignored him and went on. Given the recent blow to British prestige with the loss of a squadron of ships and the bombardment of Penang, I believe we must do something to strike back at the Huns. These defeats, along with the defeats suffered by our allies, will drive others into the waiting arms of Wilhelm. This cannot be allowed to stand. 2 modern battlecruisers will be heading out to deal with the killers of Commodore Keane, noted Lambert. Assuming they are successful, do we need to do anything else? A fine question, and one I wish to discuss. Said Churchill. The Japanese have indicated that they intend to move on Tsingtao regardless, said Battenberg. It's likely they'll also have Port Edward long before we could muster any forces that could get there. Even if we had troops available to send. I suspect that Lord Kitchener would have many things to say if you asked him for troops. What about the Australians? Asked Lambert. Could they muster up a force? They have a heavy escort readily available. It would take a more than month to get a force assembled and sent to Tsingtao, mused Churchill. If the Japanese haven't settled the question by then, it might be worth trying. Perhaps we wait on that option for the moment. It will also give time for Queen Mary and Princess Royal to track down the Derfflinger. The Australian squadron is a powerful one but would be outmatched if Derfflinger met up with Spee's armoured cruisers. His light cruisers are apparently still in China, except Emden, which was spotted in the Straits. All of the other German colonies are being moved on right now, aren't they? Asked Admiral Tudor. Churchill shuffled through some papers. Let's see. Marshall Islands, Japanese are moving on them, same for the Carolines, and the Marianas, Samoa and Solomon being occupied by Australian forces. Those are what matter to us currently. Yes, all colonies are currently occupied, or in process. Perhaps we could repeat the Heligoland raid, offered Battenberg. A good idea, but the German Navy hasn't hardly stirred in since the first one. The Pacific squadrons are the only ones that have continued action. Churchill replied thoughtfully. His eyes suddenly lit up. Perhaps we could force an action. We could seize one of the German islands. He looked at a chart, perhaps Borkum or Sylt, or Heligoland. If the High Seas Fleet comes out, then Jellicoe can trounce it. If it doesn't, well, we use the island to further bottle up the High Seas Fleet. Prince Louis of Battenberg blanched. Take and hold island a few miles off of the German coast, in the middle of mine and U-boat infested waters, he asked incredulously. Yes. Churchill replied excitedly. It would neutralize the High Seas Fleet and answer the loss of prestige from our setbacks. Here is how we can do it. Note 1. September 17, 1914, SMS Königsberg, Indian Ocean, 10 knots. Admiral Silliax was pleased. The squadron had taken 3 ships so far, including an invaluable tanker of about 5,000 tons. Unfortunately, in ballast, but nonetheless now tagging along behind. The second had been a ship loaded with rice, though it was too slow to be worth keeping, and was scuttled after removing the crew. The last had been a ship loaded with automobiles and locomotives. It could maintain the required 10 knots, so after consideration, it was decided to keep it. Perhaps the cargo could be put to good use in Tsingtao. The lookout called out another ship looming into view. September 17, 1914, various areas in the UK. The press had gotten wind of the Royal Navy defeat in the Straits of Macassar, as well as the loss of Port Edward. Though no names were yet being directly said, it was being put forth that the Admiralty was compromised by German influence, unnamed persons in the Admiralty perhaps being in league with the Kaiser himself. Note 2. September 17, 1914 SMS Bismarck, South Pacific. Admiral Karls wiped his face again. It was still hot. It was always hot, save for a few blessed minutes when squalls struck and drenched everything, and a few minutes after before the sun returned to its full fury. Why did anyone want to live here, let alone call this section of the world paradise? He had shortened duty for the men to what extent he could. Long watches in this heat would quickly lead to heat casualties and inattentiveness that he couldn't afford. He was positive that the crew weren't as alert as they should be, but it couldn't be helped. He'd eliminated dress code, within reason, so most of the men were going around stripped to the waist. Every possible way to ventilate the ship was also being used. Some of the men had asked permission to sleep on deck at night, and he'd permitted it. Better to have them get some sort of rest there, rather than stifling in their bunks. Anyone off duty was now sleeping on the deck at night, saving only the officers. An awning had been rigged from Bruno turret forward and Caesar turret aft. It would be lost in the event of sudden action, but it assisted the men to no small degree. A few of the crew had also managed to make a pool or bath out of canvas, that was then filled with seawater to allow the crew to cool down in the water. It was the sort of thing that would be frowned on under the critical eye of an inspecting admiral, but Karls allowed it for the sake of the men's comfort. Large smoke plume to the southeast, called a lookout. Ships with awnings mounted. Note 1, Churchill is Churchilling. Probably preaching to the choir here, but he really did advocate this. It is clearly a brilliant plan that has no way of failing spectacularly. The Lords of the Admiralty are feeling pressure to do something. Luckily, it never causes issues when there is political pressure on military decisions. Note 2, Prince Louis of Battenberg really was regarded with suspicion due to his German name and heritage, and this would result in his being drummed out of the Admiralty. Similar suspicion would be cast on the King himself, resulting in the change of the house name to Windsor. KM Story 029. September 18, Washington, D.C., United States of America. The position that the U.S. government, notably Wilson, Bryan, and Lansing, held up until the Japanese intervention into China was of peace and meditation, going as far as discussing with the belligerent powers during August the possibility of circumscribing the area of hostilities and maintaining the status quo in the Far East. However, the United States could not enforce such a course of action, or stop the Japanese from attacking Tsingtao even if some representatives supported such a resolution. Instead, they were forced to take a wait-and-see approach to the developing situation, as trying to forcefully stop the conflict, which the British and Japanese extended to the Pacific could be seen in this case as partial to Germany. The events at the end of August and beginning of September did not really change their official position, more so, the efforts of peace and meditation were bolstered, though not in small part due to Secretary Bryan's efforts. A man who believed simply that the American government should do everything that it could to end the war as soon as possible, and not wait until the rival alliances were evenly balanced, for he doubted that such a time would ever come. More so, he was of the belief that any settlement at this time would have to be a compromise, which the Secretary of State was not particularly concerned about the terms such a compromise would involve. He was concerned only about stopping the fighting. 1. It is perhaps a great irony that when an opportunity for meditation and peace, however unlikely that might have been, between the Chinese, Japanese, Germans, and British was presented onto a plate to the Americans, Secretary Bryan went on a vacation in Asheville, North Carolina on the 16th and would not return until November, or until being forcefully recalled by the President. 2. President Wilson, on the other hand, was perfectly happy to have Bryan away and not inform his Secretary of State until the last moment possible. Instead, he brought in Colonel House to tackle the Chinese issue, which, compared to Bryan, House was to some degree Machiavellian in his thinking about the war. Moreover, he had very definite ideas about the kind of peace settlement that American mediation should be used to attain, particularly, European disarmament and a limited Anglo-French victory that would see German militarism curbed, but one that would not let the Russians or French dominant on the continent. While Wilson and House were of the same inclination to see the Entente win, they could not ignore what was happening in China, especially when the Japanese ignored their warning from 19th of August. Should disturbances in the interior of China seem to the Japanese government to require measures to be taken by Japan or other powers to restore order, the Imperial Japanese government will no doubt desire to consult with the American government before deciding upon a course of action. Such a consultation never occurred. Moreover, when they demanded an explanation for the seizure of the Chinese railways, the Japanese ambassador expressed that Japan was in their right to take control of them, as they inherited from the Russians a 25m zone on each side of the railway under their purview. Even if the Japanese were right, they weren't. Such purview only applied to the Manchurian line. The move clearly indicated what Wilson, Bryan, and Lansing feared: Japanese expansion into China. And with Russia seemingly supportive of such a move when asked, giving similar empty promises of troop transit towards the German colony, through Mongolia, it became clear they were planning to divide China between them. While Wilson and House were deliberating on how to respond, more than diplomatically at least, the Germans at Tsingtao brought an opportunity to the table in their request for weaponry, ammunition, fuel, machinery, ball bearings, aluminium, and so on. This request, when put on the larger political map inside House's mind, solved two large issues on helping the Chinese and reaching a limited Anglo-French victory. House advised the president to accept the request, even offer whatever they ask at normal prices, within reason obviously, but, on the condition of escorting and transporting Chinese material aid to help the Chinese. House reasoned that this way, they would explicitly show to the Entente and Central Powers that the United States was neutral and fair to both parties, and, by helping both the Chinese and Pacific Germans, would put pressure onto the Entente to accept a compromise that they would otherwise not accept but still achieve a victory that would see Germany defanged. Wilson was more interested in seeing Japanese and Russian expansion and influence in China completed, curtailed if not outright removed, but eventually agreed with House's reasoning. On September 19, President Yuan Shikai received a short message from President Woodrow Wilson. China has all the rights to defend herself. The United States will make sure to support our fellow Asiatic republic with everything we are able to. It wasn't long before Reinsch met with von Maltzahn to hash out terms. The Second Sino-Japanese War was soon to happen. A lot of the information from this chapter came from Volume 3, The Struggle for Neutrality, if anyone is interested. 1. Bryan really was like that, perhaps the most genial anti-war politician in power who had no taste for pushing U.S. interests. 2. OTL he only left on the 18th, TTL because of the destruction of the Second Fleet. The stress and uncertainty throughout September made him take an earlier break, in addition to the assumption of no significant action for a month at least. KM Story 030. September 18, 1914, SMS Bismarck in company with the East Asia Squadron. Spee sat with Admiral Karls, and the others, under an awning on the forecastle of the battleship, enjoying the breeze coming over the bow. Spee had been astounded to see the battle group flying the German flag loom over the horizon. The ships were massive, the two largest nearly twice the size of Scharnhorst and Gneisenau. Upon looming over the horizon, he had been signaled that these were the reinforcements he was expecting and requesting his presence aboard the flagship. He had a boat lowered, and quietly rowed over, looking in bewilderment at the massive steel beasts. Upon boarding, he had been subject to a flurry of introductions, then they all retired to the bow, to discuss what needed discussing while Karl's steward brought cold drinks. Explanation is called for, began Admiral Karls, when the steward had served them all and quietly retired. Our presence must be quite a surprise to you. We have been sent from our own time to prevent the tragedy that happened in it from happening here. We believe the best way to stop that future from happening is to assist Germany with winning the Great War. We started in Tsingtao. There, we destroyed a Japanese battle fleet and invasion fleet, before setting out to meet with you. If you are agreeable, you will accompany us to Germany. We hope to return to Germany via New York so that we might take home all the vessels and persons that wish to return. We must get our ships home in order to help the fatherland to win in this hour of crisis. Admiral Spee was quiet for a moment, taking this in. A cat jumped on his lap and made itself comfortable. He unconsciously began stroking it. Then we have a chance, he said at last. I had thought that we would die out here, hunted down by the Royal Navy, with no chance of ever seeing home again. But with your vessels, we have a chance to break through into Germany again. That is the plan, Karls agreed. We wish to avoid contact to whatever extent we can, so that we don't have to fight through the North Sea. We have ways of seeing in bad visibility, so we have a chance to avoid all action. At least one of our ships must get through. Your ships are magnificent. Spee proclaimed. With these vessels, perhaps even the Grand Fleet might be humbled. Truly God has blessed us to send such assistance, unhoped for. Note 1. What is the state of your vessels? Inquired Karls. Do you require fuel, or any other supplies. I had hoped to seize coal from Papeete, admitted Skippy. I do wish to refresh my food supplies as well, though that will not happen here. Our engines are in acceptable condition for now, but it's a long way home, and we will be in some degree of distress by then. Excellent, said Carls. We have a long journey to make, but we'll be going around 10 knots, which will hopefully ease the burden on your engines. Also, for now refrain from using wireless when possible. The British can track us using our transmission. The less said, the less they know where we are, stated Admiral Boehm. Note 2. Skippy looked horrified but nodded. I'm not surprised. He replied, hearing strong signals in an area was a hint that something was there, though complete tracking is a surprise. Well, tomorrow you can seize the coal stocks at Papeete, then we'll be heading for South America, to round the Horn. We'll refuel as needed along the way. Our 2 destroyers will need fuel prior to rounding the Horn. Carl said. We'll stop at Montevideo for fuel again. We have our tankers to refuel from, but you'll need to coal from the port. We'll stay offshore to protect you, and because to the greatest extent possible, we wish our vessels to remain unseen. This will ultimately prove impossible, but the longer it happens, the better. From there, we wish to sail to Caracas where we will buy oil for the tankers. We'll also have our embassy there, wire the embassy in New York, and have any ships that can maintain 10 knots readied. It will be a dangerous area, that's where more Royal Navy ships may be encountered. Skippy nodded in understanding. Nothing he knew of in Bermuda would resist this fleet, but if warning were given, the entire Grand Fleet would be blocking the way. The conversation turned to home and seeing it again. September 18, 1914, HMS Queen Mary. Rosyth, speed 0 knots. Admiral Skippy had boarded Queen Mary to complete preparations for his journey to the Indian Ocean. He was thrilled at the prospect of possible single action, removing a Hunnish scourge. It would be glorious. The only thing currently marring his good mood was HMS Lion. He knew Admiral Beatty was livid at losing his 2 newest ships. He was positive he could feel the admiral of the battlecruiser fleet's beady little eyes boring holes into him straight through the superstructure. He appreciated Beatty's anger. Losing part of his command would be difficult. He also appreciated that he was given this command because Churchill wanted him out of the way. It wasn't his fault. Churchill had asked for a set of plans for seizing a German island, possibly Heligoland, one of the more fortified islands on Earth, a mere 30 miles from the base of the High Seas Fleet. Such an enterprise was madness. Perhaps telling Churchill so wasn't the most diplomatic thing to do, but for a grown man to sulk like that was not at all becoming. Note 3, Battenberg had given him the command to get him out of Churchill's sight and ire, which was fine with Skippy. Preparations for going to sea continued apace. September 18, 1914, SMS Blucher, Surabaya, moored. It had been hell for the last 2 days, but Blucher was ready to go to sea. They would rest easy tonight. The holes in the hull had patches welded over them, much to the astonishment of the locals. The hull had been dewatered, and the oil bunkers filled. Captain Kohler collapsed into his bunk fully clothed and slept. A nondescript man took several photos of Blucher, and then slipped out of the harbor in a hired fishing boat. Note 1, to my understanding Skippy was a deeply religious man. This would heavily reinforce that. Note 2, not strictly true in this case, though triangulation of signals is child's play. Assuming the child possesses an intricate knowledge of trigonometry. However, it does show that something is in a general area. Also, a skilled operator can tell the difference between different radio operators based on how they tap the key. A prime reason for radio silence is to keep the British from realizing how many different ships are in the area. Note 3, in fact, it was Fisher that was so hated Skippy he sent him away. Fisher hasn't reappeared yet, so he's insulted Churchill unintentionally. KM Story 031. September 19, 1914, SMS Blucher leaving Surabaya. Captain Kohler stood on the somewhat rebuilt and repaired bridge as his ship eased out of the harbor. Less important repairs were still proceeding, but the hull was watertight for now, and they could sail back to Tsingtao. He did not look forward to the inevitable meeting with Admiral Schmundt about the condition of the ship. Repairs had gone well, and he hoped back at Tsingtao that his men could have a long rest. They had performed like heroes in the hellish tropical conditions getting the ship ready for sea. Even now repairs were continuing. The radar was being examined, and the electricians seemed optimistic about getting that back up. The bridge was being painted even now and was at least functional. After the battle, it had been in somewhat poor condition due to a suspected 23 cm shell detonating nearby. Kohler shuddered involuntarily, thinking of the arms still hanging from the wheel, and bodies lacerated beyond recognition by flying glass. How anyone had survived that, he'd never know, and he didn't doubt he'd take that image and the smell to his grave. For now, though, all he could smell was fresh paint and fresh sea air. September 19, 1914, SMS Königsberg, Bay of Bengal. Speed 10 knots. A fifth ship had joined the little convoy, though perhaps unwillingly. An empty troopship had been taken, and a freighter full of general goods had been sunk, too slow to keep up. The captured sailors had been deposited on a Norwegian ship, save only the rescued RN sailors. The Norwegian captain had protested until Silix had offered to pay for the job of getting the captured sailors to shore. Luckily, he had most of the funds brought from Tsingtao, plus what was in the safes of the captured vessels. He was surprised at just how busy this section of sea was, though it couldn't last. He knew that Emden's prowling originally had caused all sailing to cease for a time, and if such orders hadn't been sent out, they surely would be soon. He had captured only one precious tanker so far, creatively dubbed Old Shift 1 by the officer in command, and a small one at that. Hopefully more would be had. It was only a qualified success. Silix looked at the chart, tracking the progress of the squadron. He reached for dividers and missed. He still wasn't used to his new lack of depth perception. Reaching again, he picked up the dividers, and measured the distance to Madras. Tomorrow late morning or early afternoon they would arrive at Madras. September 19, 1914, SMS Bismarck. Admiral Karls sat on the forecastle under the awning reading a book. Spee and his squadron had sailed over the horizon to attack Papeete, and so Bismarck and the squadron worked slowly back and forth, waiting for them to return. In the meantime, Karls was taking the opportunity to read up on what happened originally with the Great War. "There's still time to stop it," he murmured. "Some light reading, sir," joked the captain, walking up and glancing at the doorstopper history book that Karls was reading. "You could say that," replied Karls, looking up. "If we want to change anything when we get back, we need to have plans to give out. I was noticing that it shouldn't be too late to stop the horror of toxic gas." "How will we convince the Heer of that?" asked the captain. "I don't know. It should help if we show them what tanks are and what they can do," said Karls thoughtfully. "If the Heer goes on the defensive until some tanks get built, they can break through all at once. They can focus on the east in the interim." "What if France or the British Army deploys toxic gas first?" asked Lindemann. "It's a risk, but we have gas masks on the ship that can be used as patterns, so we're ready," replied Karls. Note 1. "So, you want the army to sit on defense in the west, attack in the east, what of the navy?" asked Lindemann. "The first thing will be to have engineers examine our ships and get them refitted. We need ammunition manufactured. At best it will be a few months before we are ready to go out. I hope by then that lessons learned from our ships can be digested and applied to other ships. At the easiest, improved rangefinders based on ours should be able to be manufactured and fitted, giving us an advantage in getting hits first," said Karls thoughtfully. "Though actions will depend on the situation when we get there. And to be honest, at that point it won't be up to us. Hopefully we get out to test our mettle against the Grand Fleet sooner, rather than later," noted Lindemann. "You'll get your wish, I'm sure," replied Karls. "There is one loose end that I'd like to see tied up when we get back sooner rather than later." "What's that?" asked Lindemann. "Who, rather than what?" "Vladimir Lenin," replied Karls. September 19, 1914, HMS Queen Mary, Rosyth. Admiral Duftonsteady looked at the report once again. They would leave on the 21st. Supplying was nearly complete and would be tomorrow. He'd been ordered to expedite, so he'd be traveling a bit faster than his most efficient cruising speed, which wasn't good for his fuel efficiency, but that didn't matter, he would refuel along the way. Currently he planned to stop at Grand Harbour in Malta to refuel, then on to Colombo where he would refuel again prior to finding and eliminating the German battlecruiser that was stalking the Indian Ocean, avenging the Royal Navy's worst defeat in over a century. His duty to king and country came first, of course, but he looked forward to the accolades he could expect if he managed to destroy the enemy raider, and it certainly sweetened the pot. Shuffling through papers, he looked up his expected nemesis. 12-inch guns, and a speed of 27 knots. Ha, his two ships each with 13.5-inch guns more than matched that. He considered briefly whether it would be worth splitting his command when he arrived in the Indian Ocean to search. No, it wasn't worth the risk. Princess Royal could easily destroy the German ship herself, leaving less glory. Note 1. I actually don't know this for sure, but as fires aboard ship can often have toxic fumes accompanying them, it would be logical. If not, they at least have some good pictures as a place to start. KM Story 032. Pacific, September 20, 1914, Tsingtao, flagship of the fleet cruiser Prinz Eugen. Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt and other Kriegsmarine officers looked over the technical plans handed to them by the shipyard staff. Work on the rebuilding of the two auxiliary cruisers that returned together to Tsingtao yesterday was to begin immediately. Governor Alfred Meyer Waldeck, who was also present, hoped for the Kriegsmarine admiral's maximum support for his plans. Originally, Alfred Meyer Waldeck only hoped for the return of the SMS Prinz Eitel Friedrich, but eventually the SMS Cormoran also arrived accompanied by the coal ship Mark *, so two warships were now available, each capable of sailing at a speed of 15 knots. The careers of the two auxiliary cruisers were very different, or so the governor could tell from his knowledge of history. However, this was not so important at the moment, because Alfred Meyer Waldeck had his own plans for both warships. So what do you think, Admiral? We were lucky and our ships were able to return safely, now we can rearm them and send them out to sea again. According to my people, the reconstruction will take less than 3 weeks, and I believe that our efforts will more than pay off. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. I have to say, Governor, your enthusiasm for this cause is contagious. 3 weeks seems like an extremely optimistic time to me, but so be it. From what I've seen here looking at the drawings, you want the SMS Prinz Eitel Friedrich to be able to carry the Arado 196 seaplane. You also require basic search radars to be built into both vessels, including our radio communication equipment. This is acceptable in my opinion and I will approve your request. However, I have certain conditions. Hubert Schmundt. Regarding the radars, we still have 2 disassembled Seetocht radar sets on the supply ships. It won't be a problem to use them on both auxiliary cruisers, although this is older technology, but still extremely important. However, I am pointing out our basic problem: we do not have enough spare parts for our radars as a whole. Especially the most modern ones, including the one located on the flagship. The climate in this corner of the world is definitely not helping us either, and not only people, but also our equipment is suffering immensely. Korvetten Captain Moritz Schmidt. This reminder was timely as many sailors became ill. Whether Admiral Hubert Schmundt would admit it or not, very soon he would have to give orders that some of the larger ships, including the flagship, would send a large part of their crews ashore. Where these sailors will not only be more useful, but also less likely to end up in the infirmary. Thank you, Admiral. I want to assure you that the shipyard workers will be working 24 hours a day on the SMS Prinz Eitel Friedrich and they will get the job done. Both vessels will be ready to sail at the given date. Now I will ask what I can do for you. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. I'm asking just one little thing. I want my men on both ships and I also want both ships to work as a team. SMS Prinz Eitel Friedrich has a crew of about 220 men, SMS Cormoran almost 360 sailors. I have no intention of removing any of the captains or their officers from their positions. But my man, personally handpicked for the job by Admiral Siliux, will take command. Both warship captains will answer to him, he will make decisions. I assure you that I have absolute confidence in my man, he is the best man in the fleet for exactly this kind of work. Hubert Schmundt. I have no problem accepting your proposal. How many of your men do you want on those warships? Alfred Meyer Waldeck. 140 sailors will be moved, fully armed and equipped, to act as guards once any valuable ship is captured. By the way, this is the man who will command it all, Hubert Schmundt. The Admiral pointed to the officers in the room, who gave the Governor another military salute and immediately introduced himself. My name is Theodore Detmers, in my time I served as commander of the auxiliary cruiser Cormoran. I have ample experience in the operations of this type of warship. Moreover, I believe that with the knowledge of history and the technological advantages we have over our enemies, we will be very successful. Have you read about the operations of these 2 vessels? If so, you know it was a lack of coal and maintenance that doomed both vessels to end up in internment. So may I ask what your plan is? Alfred Meyer Waldeck. My plan is simple, I will head for the Indian Ocean with both auxiliary cruisers. My ships will operate in front of the oil ports and we will try to capture as many tankers as possible. These are our main goals. After them, of course, will be coal ships, which we will use for our needs. We quickly sink anything else because it has no meaning for us. As soon as I capture the fuel tanker, I will immediately have it occupied by an armed group and send it to Tsingtao. I have radar, or rather soon will have it on both my ships, plus a scout plane. Both auxiliary cruisers will be supported by the supply ship Mark, which will also serve as a prison ship for the crews of sunken vessels. I will have some weapons of our time mounted on both auxiliary cruisers, such as the 2 cm Flak Vierling 38, which has a range of almost 2,700 meters. And to a lesser extent the 3.7 cm Flak 43, which is even more effective as it has a range of almost 6,600 meters. These weapons will silence any transmissions of the attacked ship. I want to approach my goals as close as possible. I believe that the speed of my ships will allow us to do so. I will mainly prefer night attacks, when thanks to the radar there will be a moment of surprise on our side. I say straight up that my actions will be merciless. I won't give the enemy a chance to send a message for help. If the crew of the attacked ship tries to do this, I will destroy its bridge and everyone on it. Our goal is to get as many tankers as possible and cause maximum damage. For my mission to be successful, I will be able to move around the Indian Ocean area for 2 to 3 months, then withdraw to Tsingtao where my ships will undergo repairs and maintenance. Theodore Detmers. So you are not interested in carrying out a similar style of operation as SMS Emden and creating fear? Alfred Meyer Waldeck. No, I certainly don't want that. The British must not know about our ships. Let them search for SMS Emden, or Admiral Siliux's cruisers, but let them have no idea about my group. Only then will they find out that we sunk their ship. When will this ship not arrive at the port where it was headed? I also want to be able to occupy neutral ships, not only if their cargo is valuable. I will have these vessels sent to Tsingtao, where you will buy their cargo and release the captured ship. However, I'm not going to risk any neutral revealing my presence in the area. I understand possible diplomatic inconveniences, but unfortunately there is no other option. I repeat, I will prefer night attacks, so the identity of the attacked ships will be disputed. Theodor Detmers. I had hoped for moderation in this respect. I know the inconvenience caused by the SMS Prinz Eitel Friedrich when she captured and then sank the William P. Fry. Something like that must be avoided at all costs. They are neutral and neutral. Capturing an Italian ship does not bother me. I know what those traitorous pigs have done to us, but the USA and the Netherlands are a completely different matter. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. The governor is right here. We cannot afford a mistake that will damage all our efforts so far. US and Dutch flagships are not allowed to be attacked. The others are simply unlucky to be in a war zone. You get those night vision binoculars that are available on the flagship. Always make sure you can engage the target before attacking. In this regard, if you are not sure, it is better to let the prey float away. I know that night attacks are extremely effective, especially when there is an element of surprise on the part of the attacker, but the diplomatic risks of attacking a neutral US ship are too great. Hubert Schmunt. I have one more question, Admiral. What do you want to do with that supply of magnetic mines your ships brought back from the future? Each destroyer had 60 on board, so we still have 720 of this amazing weapon in stock. When the fleet first sailed to fight the Japanese fleet, General Admiral Rolf Karls had the mines removed from his ships for safety reasons. I was hoping that the auxiliary cruisers could lay at least some of those mines off Singapore or Hong Kong. If the British really have no ability to defend themselves against those mines, we will be at a huge advantage. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. I'm sorry, Governor, but I refuse to place those mines on my ships. From the era I come from, my own ship was lost because I didn't get rid of those mines before. If I had, I might have saved the Cormorant. My orders are clear: try to capture as many tankers as possible with fuel for the fleet. Not to lay mines in front of enemy ports. I am very happy to leave that to someone else. Theodor Detmers. I agree with Theodore, those magnetic mines should be our secret trump card. If the enemy attacks Tsingtao again, the magnetic mines will be our last line of defense against the enemy fleet. Using them in offensive actions against enemy bases is extremely tempting, but we prefer to postpone such a plan. We still have other options, and we still don't know how Otto Silix is doing. We will soon know much more, so I must reject your proposal, Governor, for offensive mine operations. Hubert Schmunt. Governor Alfred Meyer Waldeck did not protest. He considered using those mines only an interesting possibility to make life hell for Germany's enemies. The truth was that Hubert Schmunt was not wrong, that everything now depended on how Silix would do. If his colleague failed catastrophically, the operations of the two auxiliary cruisers would be the only chance to get some fuel tankers for the rest of the fleet. He sincerely hoped that the Germans would have more than one iron in the fire, and that the operations of the auxiliary cruisers would be merely an alternative to their plan to obtain additional fuel. Because even though Theodor Detmers seemed like a perfect professional to him, he definitely did not have his absolute trust. Now all that really remained was to wait for Silix and the return of his Kampfgruppe. KM Story 033. September 20, 1914, SMS Bismarck. Admiral Karl's fleet continued to maintain position beyond visual range of Papeete. SMS Dresden had briefly sailed up and delivered a message from Spee. The coal stocks had been captured, and the militia had agreed not to interfere with Spee taking the coal, wrecking the wireless and sinking the small gunboat in exchange for not shelling the town. Spee had apparently also agreed to pay for the coal, thankful to be able to fill up here. With full bunkers, he should be able to make it to South America without refueling, whereon they could fill up at another neutral port. Karl's fleet would hopefully find some small island to fuel at when that happened. September 20, 1914, SMS Königsberg, Madras. Admiral Silix looked through binoculars into the shore. Their arrival had caused quite the stir. He could see people running around in an apparent panic, unsure of what to do. Köln was suppressing Fort St. George, Note 2, while Emden was covering the ship's boats that were rowing towards 3 docked tankers. Outside of some gawkers, most seemed to want nothing to do with what was going on and were apparently leaving town quickly. Ammunition expenditure was to be kept to a minimal level while still accomplishing their goal. Köln was firing deliberately, and the ancient fort was already smoking. The boats arrived at the target tankers, and the crews swarmed aboard, and disappeared from view. One boat arrived at a tugboat, and the crew boarded. Within a few minutes the tugboat pulled towards the first of the tankers. Silix lowered his binoculars. His radio man was reporting that he was jamming the attempts of the port to call for help. Not that any help was likely to be forthcoming, but the longer they had to get away, the better. The first of the tankers was being helped by the tugboat. It was unlikely that all, or even any of them had steam up, but Silix was fine with that. The cruisers could tow the tankers until steam was got up. A signal light blinked towards the flagship from the first tanker. Steam available for 5 knots. Full load of kerosene. Well, kerosene wasn't that useful. Perhaps the diesels could burn that. The engineers would know. The tugboat cast off, and went to the second ship. The first slowly chugged out to join the other ships of the little convoy. If all of these tankers were useful, it would be a rousing success indeed. A blinker came from the second tanker. Engine disabled. Well, blast. The crew piled into the boats, and left, heading back towards Emden. The tug shifted to the third in line. Köln ceased firing. Silix wondered idly if she was waiting to see if the fort dared reopen fire, or was conserving ammunition. Looking back, the final tanker was being pulled out of its anchorage. A blinker came. No steam need tow. Full load bunker oil. Silix was pleased with that news. Sure, they'd be towing her for a bit, but that was fine. The boatload of men from the second tanker regained Emden. When the final tanker was clear, Emden opened fire, sinking the disabled tanker, before taking the oil refinery tanks under fire. Königsberg joined in. Neither ship was to fire more than 10 rounds per gun without permission. The first shot from Königsberg missed. The second appeared to crash into a tank. A flurry of shots from Emden crashed into one tank. Another shot from Königsberg crashed out. A moment later, the tank she was firing at caught fire in a massive orange fireball. Note 3. Emden's tank also caught fire. Both ships changed targets. Fire was spreading as the tanks spewed their burning contents over the ground. Great black clouds began reaching high into the sky. The third and fourth tanks caught fire, adding to the pyre of the refinery. 2 more to go, noted Silix as the guns changed targets. Köln had left her area and was hooking up to the tanker, preparing to leave. More shells left Königsberg, crashing out towards the plume. The final 2 tanks went up in flames. Königsberg, Köln, Emden and their collection of captures headed off to the southwest at 5 knots. Behind them the pillar of black smoke reached into the sky. September 20, 1914. Bed, London, England. Winston Churchill sat in bed, furiously writing. He was attempting to formulate a better plan for seizing an island from the Germans and neutralizing the high seas fleet. The planners had been discouraging. Or would have been, to a lesser man. Churchill was no lesser man, he was made of sterner stuff. The Admiralty planners had said that, seizing an island was one thing, holding it deep in enemy territory was quite another. That buffoon Duffensteady had actually laughed when asked to concoct a plan to seize Helgoland Island. Realizing that it wasn't in jest, he'd attempted to salvage the situation, talking about minefields covered by artillery. It was better to have that unimaginative lout out of the way. Churchill sat back and considered. The Grand Fleet could certainly pound the island into a fine powder. No German fortification could withstand shells weighing 1,400 pounds. However, that would make the fleet vulnerable if the high seas fleet came out. Well, that was no problem. The Royal Navy had plenty of pre-dreadnoughts. Those could pound Helgoland into rubble too, though it would take longer. And if some of those were lost, well, they were simply some of His Majesty's less valuable ships. In the meantime, the Grand Fleet could be nearby in case the high seas fleet came out to succor the island. Then what? It was one thing to flatten the island, landing troops to take the rubble was another matter. Who could he talk to that would know how to deal with such a thing? Battenberg was becoming political poison. If there was one more defeat to the Royal Navy defeat, Battenberg would have to go to keep the public's trust up in the government and the Navy. Admiral Arthur Wilson was eager to take Helgoland, but he'd heard others whisper that Wilson was round the bend. What about Admiral John Fisher? He would have an understanding on what to do next. He was a maverick, but if there was one thing Churchill was sure of, it was that he could direct the old admiral in the desired direction. Note 4. Churchill took out a fresh sheet of paper and hurriedly began composing a letter. Note 1, OTL, the citizens of Papeete knew /suspected SPI was coming. Due to his sailing straight here ITTL, they got no such warning and thus, didn't have a chance to flee and fire their coal stocks. Note 2, Fort St. George has some guns, but I'm unclear on what. OTL, they couldn't hit Emden before she left. Note 3, one tank was full of benzene that Emden failed to damage. Benzene was burned in early gas engines. It was considered fortunate that tank was unhurt OTL. Note 4, Churchill really did like working from bed. He also was very wedded to the idea of taking a German-held island. Indeed, had he succeeded in talking some of the others into it, we might well be discussing that folly rather than golly polly. He was also fairly sure he could control, or at least, direct Fisher. Note, from what I can gather, more than one tanker was in Madras, but the number wasn't clear. KM Story 034. September 21, 1914, SMKMS Bismarck. Hit to the starboard generator room. Flooding in the starboard generator room. Damage control, Schnell. Captain Lindemann bellowed through the loudspeaker system. A moment later the lights flickered and went out. The noise of feet running thudded through the structure of the ship. Looking from the starboard bridge wing, Captain Lindemann and Admiral Karl saw the lounging men on the forecastle spring to their feet and run towards their stations. After the main rush had passed along with danger of being trampled, a petty officer took a piece of chalk, and drew an outline on the deck, and wrote something in it. The chalk apparently broke during this, leaving about half the piece on the deck. The lights came back up. The electricians were on top of their game. "Ha, the scoundrel," chuckled Lindemann. "He's blocked the passage with a hole from damage." A tardy seaman ran from forward, still pulling on a pair of trousers, and stopped short at the chalk outline. He stared at it for a moment before picking up the half piece of chalk, drawing two parallel lines on the deck, writing something, and running past the startled petty officer. "What on earth?" wondered Karls. A report came into the bridge. "Flooding under control. Shoring teams ready. Tell the men well done," the admiral replied. "Drill complete." "Well, Admiral, I want to see that hole and what the sailor drew," said Lindemann. They strolled down to the hole. Nearby, the annoyed-looking petty officer sprang to attention. "At ease," the captain said. On the deck, the petty officer had drawn a jagged circle blocking the path, and written on it was "Simulated shell hit, hole." In the center, the sailor had drawn two lines across it, and written in them "Simulated 25 cm plank." Note 1. "Sir, I know the culprit, I'll get his name to you," the petty officer said, observing their interest in the chalk. "No need," replied the captain. "Quick thinking is a good trait to have. Just let's not spread this around, et." The captain and admiral walked back to the bridge as Bismarck and the others drove west at a steady 10 knots. September 21, 1914, SMKMS Blücher. Captain Kohler was relieved that the Blücher seemed to be doing quite well. They had easily maintained 10 knots as they headed back for Tsingtao. Minor bits of damage continued to be put right, but overall, with the worst of it patched, he was allowing his crew as much rest as possible. The electricians had been as good as their word and had gotten the radar working. He was still being careful of it since it could break down again at any time. He patted the binnacle and said softly, "Hold together, old girl." The engines had been somewhat problematic, but the engineers had kept them churning at the steady 10 knots. Right now, the biggest worry was running into a Japanese battlecruiser. He couldn't run and didn't like his odds currently in a fight. Consequently, about an hour before dawn he was powering up the radar for several minutes to see if anything was out there, and would continue making that part of his routine until safe back in Tsingtao. Who knew what the Royal Navy still had out here, though Kohler was significantly less concerned about that. The strongest thing he ought to run into out here would be another armored cruiser. As long as he saw it in time, it would never get in range. September 21, 1914, SMKMS Königsberg. The tow was cast off, and they were proceeding at 10 knots to their next destination. The tankers, being newer ships, were all easily capable of that once steam was up. Not long after they had left Madras behind them, they had heard in clear the squawks for help from the city. Most entertainingly, they had reported being under attack by a squadron of battleships. Note 2, they also reported the entire waterfront being ablaze and were pleading for assistance from anyone able to render it. They picked up no immediate replies to the message, but neither were any messages in any sort of code intercepted. Either the Royal Navy wasn't here, wasn't listening, or was sneaking up on them. Ciliac scanned the horizon nervously for signs of coal smoke. Nothing in sight. His injured arm itched terribly. September 21, 1914, HMS Good Hope, Caribbean Sea. Admiral Christopher Craddock stood on the bridge of his flagship and puzzled over his orders. He had been granted the ships Good Hope, Lancaster, Monmouth, and Glasgow. He had been assigned initially only Good Hope and Monmouth, with Glasgow joining on station. His original orders were easy enough: patrol the South Atlantic protecting shipping, and watching for spy. Well and good, though his force was unsuitable for this. He had been granted an additional ship, along with new orders. The telegram, lengthy, complicated, and self-contradictory, ordered him to concentrate sufficient force to destroy Spee, who was understood to have 2 armored cruisers, and possibly 1 light cruiser. He was to base in the Falklands, and operated in the southeastern Pacific, but also leave behind sufficient force in the Atlantic to patrol and protect against German raiders, which could include light cruisers. He could expect no further reinforcements at this time. Note 3. Craddock didn't know how to carry out these orders. None of the ships were worked up in the least, except the new Glasgow, and he'd been granted no additional ammunition for training. His squadron speed would be 18 knots on a good day, to Spee's 23. Half of his ships had guns washed out in any sort of sea. Indeed, looking back he could see Lancaster wallowing along behind, burying her lower gun ports with each plunge, in spite of the fairly benign seas. Lancaster, Monmouth, and Good Hope had all been pulled out of mothballs for this assignment, potentially facing down the elite German East Asian fleet. Admiral Craddock sighed and looked out over the beautiful Caribbean. He'd have to make this work somehow. He would not end up like poor Trowbridge. Note 4. Note 1, a variation of a sea story I heard once. Note 2, to the average landsman, every big ship with guns is a battleship. Note 3, really happened. Care to guess who sent the telegram? Note 4, Admiral Troubridge was about to be court-martialed for not attacking Goeben with his armoured cruiser division. Craddock knew this, and it contributed at least somewhat to his decisions. KM Story 035. September 22, 1914, Broad 14th. Commander Otto Weddigen of U-9 slipped away, leaving the remains of 3 British armoured cruisers behind him. This would be a day to brag about when he returned to base. Perhaps he'd finally get assigned a boat that didn't smoke like the entire high seas fleet when on the surface as a reward. Note 1. September 22, 1914, SMS Königsberg. The doctor was washing up after having finished examination. Ciliax's head felt strange, being finally free of the wrapping and gauze that had graced it since the battle. I believe it is certain you will never see out of that eye again. He stated the arm appears to be knitting as well as can be expected in the time frame. It would knit better if you relaxed. Here he stared disapprovingly at Ciliax. Admiral Ciliax looked into a mirror. He had been unable to bear shaving after the battle had left him with flash burns on his face, so he had a week's growth of beard, probably delayed by the burns somewhat. His injured eye was shrunken, discolored. The lid only half open. He sighed, and put an eye patch on, offered by the doctor. With his beard, eye patch, and mismatched, borrowed uniform he had a distinctly piratical look to him. He supposed that was fitting, given that his current mission wouldn't look all that strange to a pirate. Seizing ships, and firing ports. The only thing he lacked was a pile of treasure in the Jolly Roger. Ciliax thanked the doctor and left. He had a mission to oversee. September 22, 1914, Colombo. Battenberg Battery. Private Harry Quatermain wandered around his 6-gun. After receiving word of Madras being shelled, and ships cut out from under the very nose of the battery there, increased alert had been ordered. This had resulted in the garrison commander making it very clear that there would be no repeat here, so the battery crew was being kept at partial readiness. In the tropical heat, this was extremely exhausting, so most of the gun crews were sleeping, or otherwise occupied in whatever bits of shade was available. All except Harry, who had drawn the short straw this watch to keep an eye out for any officers. Not that any officers would come out in the middle of the day. He looked around. The report had been enemy battleships which would make the 6, let alone the 6-pounders somewhat useless. There were 3 other batteries guarding the harbour, the newest being 6-pounders, which would be useful, Harry assumed, if the Germans attempted to attack using rowboats. There were actually gun drills scheduled for tomorrow too. Not live fire. Harry had never actually done live fire exercise on these guns. Colombo was a very busy port. He'd once heard that 1,000 ships a year came through, though as it came from a longshoreman who was deep into gin, that was a dubious claim to Harry. Note 2. He sighed and glanced up at the sun. It still beat down with fury. He looked forward to a pint and a rest. Maybe 2 pints. After dark, Colombo. Echelon Barracks. Harry was awakened by a crash of thunder. Then another. Groaning, he rolled over and tried to ignore his pounding head. Then a bugle. Harry immediately entertained homicidal thoughts against the bugler. It was still quite dark, there was no way it was time to get up. Then yelling. "We're under attack, to your guns," came a shout. That got his attention. Harry finally rolled out of his cot, and found his trousers that he pulled on, all while being jostled by others attempting to get dressed. Finally succeeding, Harry ran out, carrying his boots, still shirtless. As he ran towards his gun, he could see 2 dark shapes in the harbour, with searchlights stabbing out from them. There were fires, roughly at the coaling dock and the graving dock. Stabs of light came from the shapes in the harbour, along with the thunder of artillery. More explosions in the waterfront. Perhaps a docked ship? Harry stopped and pulled his boots on. Others ran past him in 1s and 2s, and his gun was perhaps half-manned by the time he got there. He ran to the breach and swung it open. More rumbling of artillery. This time an ugly screeching noise overhead, followed by an explosion in the direction of the barracks. Fire sprang up, and he could hear the screams of men. The shell came, and he helped ram it into the breach, followed by the powder charge. He swung the breach closed and moved out of the way. The gun trained towards the dark shape. The gun fired. An explosion beyond the target. Flames leapt up, illuminating a steamer. Oops! The gun loading drill repeated. Another screeching of a shell over their heads, and an explosion somewhere in the fort complex. Finally, their own searchlights began to come up, dimly at first, probing towards the enemy tormentors. Harry was cheered by the sight. A rattling sound from the harbour. One of the searchlights went out with a brilliant flash of sparks. Then another. The gun roared another challenge to the enemy ship. No sign of a hit, but all the ship's searchlights abruptly disappeared. Harry and the other men began cheering. They'd driven off the enemy. Standing on the edge of the battery, he looked into the harbor. Flames were illuminating ships. What must be the enormous pile of coal was glowing. For the first time since joining the military, Harry felt glad that he was not an officer. September 22, 1914. SMKMS Königsberg, south of Colombo. Issei Uz was pleased. He'd again stuck his head into the mouth of the British Lion again and pulled it out safely. It was Captain von Muller's suggestion to attack at night. The coastal batteries had been surprisingly fast to get into action, but none of those that fired hit the German ships. When the enemy finally got searchlights up, the anti-aircraft batteries had quickly knocked them back out. Having those manned was Captain Strobel's idea. Issei Uz would make sure he got that credit. The area had been teeming with shipping too. The group had taken 5 ships, including a tanker inbound to Madras to pick up oil. Her wireless operator had died on the voyage, so they didn't know what was going on in this corner of the world. The others had been old useless scows and had been sunk, after looting the safes, and any fresh foodstuff. The captured troopship had proven handy, as captured crewmen were stationed on it. They would release them all in Surabaya, with the governor's blessing. As they steamed off towards Surabaya, captured ships in tow, Issei Uz adjusted his eye patch, and felt a strange desire for rum. Note 1, a clear exaggeration. As a paraffin-burning boat, it did indeed smoke, but only as much as a single division of the HSF. Note 2, I ran across info indicating over 1,200 British ships a year went through Colombo before 1914. Note, currently Issei Uz's corsairs have a little convoy consisting of a collier, a freighter carrying rubber, one with automobiles and locomotives, a troopship, and 4 tankers. KM Story 036. Pacific early morning September 21, 1914, Tsingtao, Fleet flagship cruiser Prinz Eugen. Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt and other Kriegsmarine officers listened in complete silence as Governor Alfred Meyer Waldeck read the message he had received from his Chinese friends. There was talk of a major naval battle in the Straits of Malacca, which ended in a disastrous defeat for the RN. According to the Chinese, the British lost at least 4 cruisers, 2 armoured and 2 light. German losses appear to have been limited to 1 damaged ship, which is said to have sailed to the neutral port of Surabaya. The battle took place on September 15. The last mention of what happened in the Indian Ocean came from the same day when the German fleet struck the port of Penang. No other new information was available to the governor, although he was not the only one who wanted it very much. Because until now all the Germans in Kyotsko were in absolute ignorance as to the operations of Kampfgruppe Issei Uz. Admiral, I know I've told you that naval operations are yours alone and I'm not going to get involved or interfere. Still, I ask, is it really necessary for Admiral Issei Uz not to send a single message home since the beginning of his mission? I understand that General Admiral Rolf Karls, after leaving Kyoto, no longer considers the defense of Tsingtao to be his problem and has left it in our hands. So I fully understand that Rolf Karls is silent, but why Issei Uz? I am asking you, not I am begging you, to send a message to the flagship and request a report on the situation. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. It's not that simple. Otto is at sea and at that moment he is his own master, he decides whether to send a message or not. He certainly has good reasons why he hasn't done so yet. From the info you got from the Chinese it's clear the RN found him, he crushed her ships, but apparently he's in trouble. However, I don't think his difficulties are insurmountable, if they were he would have asked us for help and he hasn't done so yet. I'll be honest, even I don't like that I'm still groping in the dark. The lack of information doesn't make me happy either, and it worries me a lot. Hubert Schmundt. Then explain to me why it won't send the report? After all, it does not use our communication, but yours, and it seems to be completely secure. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. There is always the risk of a governor. It's not so much that the British or anyone else can intercept our message and decipher it. I don't think it's technically feasible to crack Enigma ciphers in 1914, but that's not the point. Issei Uz does not fear that the British will read his messages, but that they will target the position of his Kampfgruppe and reveal his location. He's worried about that, and I'm not surprised at all. Friedrich Bondt. I ask again, so is he contacting the flagship? Alfred Meyer Waldeck. All right Governor, we'll do it. I will order a very short message to be sent via Enigma to the cruiser Blücher. I will request a report on the situation as soon as I receive it, you will be the first to be informed. Hubert Schmundt. Thank you Admiral, I will await your message. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Heavy cruiser SMS Blücher, afternoon of September 21, 1914, somewhere in the South China Sea. According to many, the cruiser Blücher was an unlucky ship, a ship bearing this name sank in both wars. Many members of his crew died in the process. Even now the situation of this modern warship could hardly be considered comfortable. The acting commander of the ship, Captain Kohler, now held in his hands a message from Admiral Hubert Schmundt. It was short but very clear. What is the current situation of Kampfgruppe Issei Uz? Kohler became the ship's commander because all other senior officers were dead or seriously wounded. The truth was that he wasn't even second or third in line for this position, actually even fifth. His orders were clear to get Admiral Siliex's former flagship back to Tsingtao safely. He couldn't afford any confrontation with the enemy, that was out of the question. He wanted to keep radio silence and creep home slowly. So what now, should we ignore this request or do we respond? First Engineer Karl Thaneman asked, who, despite his injuries, was present at the meeting. We have to answer, there is no other option, but if the enemy intercepts our transmission, they can find us. I'll send a short message that the ship is damaged and sailing home, what the rest of Kampfgruppe Siliex is doing none of us know exactly anyway. Kohler. Say right in that message that we need help, we'll be near Taiwan Island around midnight. We cover 240 nautical miles every day, if necessary I can increase the speed to 14 knots, but I'd rather not do that just yet. Our engines are quite spirited and the current speed is also beneficial due to fuel consumption, which we should not waste. Karl Thaneman. I don't want to ask for reinforcements, there isn't exactly a surplus of fuel in Tsingtao. We can do it ourselves. I didn't survive the sinking of the cruiser Blücher in the future to watch the ship die again. Today, that idiot Oskar Kummitz, who bore the main responsibility for the sinking of the Blücher, is not on board. All of us on board today remember that day very well, April 9, 1940, I don't intend to repeat it. Kohler. I don't want to disabuse you, but the Japanese still have enough ships in the South China Sea. We sail about as fast as a snail, we have no planes and our radar is not very reliable. Say in that message to send us a welcoming committee, at least to the level of Shanghai, there will be a lot of Japanese ships in that area. Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt will understand, I believe he will help us, he is not the type of person to write us off. Karl Thaneman. Karl, I'm going to ask you if we get home, what are the chances that we can fix the cruiser, be honest with me. Kohler. Well, I'll put it this way, it will never be the same ship even after the repairs. We probably won't replace the Dora Tower, we have no way, we'll fix the engines, the hull as well. I can see it being out of service for 5 months if there is a willingness to repair the ship, if I am a pessimist. 4 months in dry dock, if I'm optimistic again, however, when our Blücher leaves the dock, it will be a bit of a hybrid. But my personal opinion, and I'm very happy to repeat it to the Admiral and the Governor, is that it will be worth the money to repair the ship and the time we invest in it. Karl Thaneman. I'll ask for help, I'll suggest we meet our escort, if the Admiral sends one, somewhere around Shanghai. Which will be in about 48 hours, unless something unforeseen happens. Kohler. Pacific Evening September 21, 1914, Tsingtao, flagship of the fleet cruiser Prinz Eugen. The Governor sat in silence in the dining room and listened to the explanation given by Korvetting-Captain Moritz Schmidt to everyone present. He was honestly expecting bad news, he even mentally prepared for it, but he was still very upset. So Kurt Zoepfel, Heinrich Waldog and Erich Haymann are dead, with 43 other men who died during the battle. Another 10 men died of their injuries over the course of several days, and about 90 sailors are still injured. Heavy cruiser Blücher is badly damaged, sailing at 10 knots, 1/4 of her main artillery is out of commission plus 1/3 of her secondary as well. His temporary commander, Captain Kohler, is asking for our help. Is there any mention of Admiral Siliex in that report? Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Yes, it seems the Admiral was wounded during the battle, yet he left the flagship and continues on with the mission, we don't know anything more. I believe that Captain Kohler has sent all the information he knows, and certainly Siliex has not informed him of his next plans. Moritz Schmidt. Sir, my ships are ready, we will leave Tsingtao tonight and sail to pick up Blücher and his crew in the South China Sea. Friedrich Bondt. I have absolutely no interest in any more operations in the South China Sea, we will be fighting in the Yellow Sea again very soon once the Japanese move again. And we still don't have any new fuel. If I send your Kampfgruppe it will cost me a huge amount of fuel and for what exactly? To save a cripple who is of no use to us at the moment. Hubert Schmundt. The room was silent, the Admiral's outburst of anger surprised everyone. The Governor felt very well that Schmundt was very angry with his colleague. This was for many reasons, but the main one was that Siliex refused to send home the message of his failure. The destruction of the British armoured cruisers meant nothing, in the context of the whole strategy the Germans were attempting at Kyoto it was rather insignificant. Siliex should have avoided the battle, but he didn't for some unknown reason. He did destroy the enemy, but the price he paid was very inadequate. The Governor was once again pulled from his own thoughts by the words of the Admiral. Of course Friedrich, I will send your Kampfgruppe to assist the heavy cruiser Blücher. Your orders are clear, avoid engagement with the enemy as much as possible. Do not attack anything or anyone, the Japanese must not know that our warships have left Kyotsko. Find the damaged Blücher and bring him home to safety if the enemy tries to threaten him. So crush such an attempt without mercy. Hubert Schmundt. Commodore Friedrich Bonn saluted and immediately left the mess hall. Governor, if I may ask you, use your contacts that you have with China and try to find out more about what happened in the Indian Ocean. I will send another message to Otto Ciliux, but I am not sure if I will get a reply. Hubert Schmundt. I will do what I can, Admiral, but I would not see the situation as pessimistically as it seems. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. It is very strange that I hear these words from you, Mr. Governor. Hubert Schmundt. I'm actually surprised, but the British defeat made a good impression on China and its president. We Germans, i.e. white people, crushed the Japanese, come on, it's not that surprising. But now we have humiliated the British too in their own backyard, and if those reports of the attack on Penang are at least half true. Thus the British and French humiliation is enormous, their colonial subjects no longer have to praise their masters as much as before. Such defeats can cause quite a lot of instability in the colonies, and that is really good news, Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Do you think there could be an uprising in some of those areas? Helmuth Brinkmann. Rebellion is probably a strong word, but disobedience and refusal to do one's duty is a good start, and soon it might grow into something more. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. At 2300 hours Kampfgruppe Bonn left Tsingtao and headed to rendezvous with the heavy cruiser Blücher. KM Story 037. September 24, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. The Sea Lords sat at the table in shock, desperately rereading the missives, hoping that they were incorrect. Mistaken. Anything. No matter how hard he glared at the reports, Churchill found they didn't change. Papeete robbed of coal, definitely by Spee and his squadron. Madras shelled, all oil tanks destroyed, 2 tankers cut out. Colombo bombarded. The damage there is fairly limited, the searchlights shot out, a few shells hit the fort area, a ship thoroughly wrecked in the graving dock, the coal stores ignited. 3 ships sunk, several damaged. Admiral Tudor read off from the list. Emden identified at Madras with battleships. No identity on the attackers at Colombo. When does Stiddy arrive with his force? Asked Admiral Battenberg. 3 weeks. Replied Churchill tersely, time enough for the attackers to be elsewhere. The French withdrawing the 2nd Light Squadron from the Channel, noted Hamilton, in order to deploy them to colonial protection until the raiders are stopped. That is regrettable, but unimportant, said Churchill dismissively, the Channel Fleet will keep it secure. What about public opinion? Asked Admiral Battenberg. The public will hear nothing until we want them to. Stated Churchill emphatically, so, we must do something now to strike back at the Hun. We can't keep this hidden, even if we silence the papers with the defense of the Rheims Act, objected Admiral Hamilton. Sailors returning will tell what they saw. That will be a month or more, replied Churchill, time enough for some good news to be found. If not, well, the defense of the Realm Act works there still. Ensure that returning sailors know of it. Note 1. What good news can the Navy have? With the High Seas Fleet refusing to give battle, all we have is the hope that Stiddy finds the mysterious Derflinger that sank poor Keane. Objected Tudor. That the enemy refuses to fight us is hardly going to counteract all this news. Churchill smiled broadly before starting. First of all, we must be seen to be acting for the defense of our colonies. To that end, I propose that we send out the Majestic class to important harbors to be guard ships. We'll need to make a list, but the Majestics will not be missed in home port, and they will at least appear as a powerful symbol of Royal Navy might. If indeed they can be fitted with shore steam, they only need to have gunnery crews on board. We should also send HMS Swiftsea to the China station, along with some cruisers. Our presence in that area of the world is unacceptably diminished. A fine idea, agreed Battenberg. We'll need to discuss what harbors receive ships. Reinforcements for China station is also a good idea. I think we can consider that settled. Secondly, we must take action against the Hun, since they hide in their harbor. Churchill went on. Noting the sighs and eye rolls around the room, he glared at them before going on. I know my thoughts of seizing a German island are not held in esteem amongst this group. No, I don't propose that. However, the sauce that's good for the goose is good for the gander. I suggest we bombard some of the German islands. We can discuss which ones. To this end, there are 2 ideas I have. He paused, taking in the room. They were listening, but clearly skeptical. 1. We have some of our pre-dreadnoughts bombard the targets. We can either have submarines watching for the High Seas Fleet or have the Grand Fleet ready in case of a sortie. If they come out, we sink them, if they don't, we get the victory of returning unto them their own treatment. Jellicoe will love that, some murmured. Note 2. Second, Churchill went on, ignoring the comment, we send ships out that need target practice. Why should they waste shells in the sea? Let them be used against our enemies, to strengthen our grasp on Neptune's trident. The room was silent as they considered. A few hours later. Buckingham Palace. Churchill stood with Battenberg before the king. The king's eyes were filled with deep sorrow. Prince Louis of Battenberg, began the king, it is to our regret and shame that we must ask for your resignation. Your name, it breeds mistrust having one so German-sounding in such a high post of the Admiralty. You shall have it as soon as I have paper and ink, replied Battenberg. I will do what is best, for king and for country. Dreadfully sorry, said Churchill. Keep your commission as Admiral active. We'll try and find a command for you. Prince Louis was silent. He had joined the Royal Navy before Germany existed. Now he was drummed out because it did. That didn't matter. He would do what was best for king and for country. September 24, 1914. SMKMS Königsberg. Siliux sighed. Tsingtao command was firm to the point of shrill about an update of his situation. He sat down and composed a message. Shelled Penang. Burned coal stocks. Destroyed 3 French warships. Shelled Madras. Destroyed all oil tanks. Cut out 2 tankers. Captured 2 other tankers, collier, troopship, and 2 steamers with valuable cargoes. Rubber, automobiles, locomotives. Shelled Colombo. Burned coal stocks. No further damage taken. Refueling and filling tankers in Surabaya. He called the radio man and handed the message to be sent. September 24, 1914. London, England. Churchill greeted his old friend, Admiral John Fisher, and joined him at his table. Well, old chap, he began, it's been far too long. I have a proposal for you. Fisher grinned and shook the offered hand heartily. So it has. What's your proposal? How would you like to return to the Admiralty as First Sea Lord? Churchill proposed. Fisher's jaw dropped. Are you serious? Bah, the king would never have it. Note 2. Never mind about that, Churchill said, waving dismissively. If you would return, I'll see to it that the way is cleared. What do you say? I say it's about time the Admiralty got up and did something in this war, and I'm happy to wear the boots to give that kick. Growled Fisher. Splendid. We'll get everything sorted, but let me be the first to welcome you back. Churchill replied jubilantly. Churchill chattered on to his old friend while imagining just what he would be able to accomplish with the expertise and force of will of Fisher pointed at all of his enemies. Note 1. The Defense of the Realm Act gave government wide-ranging powers of censorship, including execution for intending to assist the enemy. 10 were executed under this act. Note 2. Fisher and the king disliked each other. This actually mattered then. KM Story 038. September 26, 1914, Imperial Palace, Berlin. 3 servants were having a hushed, vehement argument. I won't deliver this message to the Kaiser, insisted the first, Heinrich Schmidt. I had to deliver the message about the Japanese fleet being sunk. The Kaiser was so excited he kissed me, and I won't do that again. This story had indeed been heard by all servants, and as with many such stories had grown in the telling. The fair way to do this, stated the second, Johann Dietz, is to draw straws. A few minutes and 1 accusation of cheating later. Dieter Reinhold obsequiously delivered the message in question, and as quickly as possible beat a retreat. Kaiser Wilhelm II glanced at the message and noticed the unseemly speed with which the messenger had delivered it. Seeing the sender was Tsingtao, his chest tightened. Bad news? Had Tsingtao fallen to the yellow peril? He quickly opened the message and spread it out on the desk. His mustaches twitched upwards as a smile began forming on his face. When he reached the end, his grin was enormous, and he was positively ecstatic. His fleet, his colony. They destroyed a British squadron and humbled arrogant Albion by sailing right through the crown jewel of the vaunted British Empire and doing as they would. His navy was responsible. He wished he could see the look on his cousin's face when he saw the same news. He reached for pen and paper, then paused. No, this required going to Wilhelmshaven himself. He would see Pole and have him order Spee and the others home. He simply had to decorate those responsible for tugging the lion's tail himself. Spee, that brilliant rogue, would receive a better command than an armoured cruiser squadron. He called for a servant and began making plans to travel to Wilhelmshaven. September 26, 1914, Old Admiralty Building. Churchill and Fisher sat alone in the old meeting room. Fisher was not yet confirmed, but Churchill considered it to be all but done. Fisher had just finished reviewing all that had been going on. So you see, began Churchill when Fisher had set down the last paper, the Navy is on the back foot. We must change that, as soon as possible. Fisher tapped thoughtfully on the table for a moment. Yes, I see. He began. I see your proposals too. They mirror my own thoughts to an extent. I admit, the German boldness in the Orient surprises me. However, that art of the war is unimportant. I believe we can win the war in a stroke, with the right move. Churchill leaned forward. What strategy do you suggest? He asked, voice quivering with excitement. The weakness of Germany is not in the North Sea. Nor in France. Sending the army to France is a criminal folly. No, to beat Germany, we must go through the Baltic Sea. There, we can land, and march to Berlin in days, Fisher said. Note 1. Churchill frowned pensively. How would we manage such a stroke? He asked. Fisher flipped over a piece of paper and quickly drew an ungainly-looking craft on it. We manufacture many of these craft for landing men. It need not be fast, it's only going to drop men on the shore. Each would hold 500 men, get as close as possible to the beach, drop the front ramp, and the men would exit, and the craft could go back to get another load of men from troopships offshore. Churchill's eyes shone with delight at the drawing Fisher had produced. A fine plan, he said approvingly, but what about the high seas fleet? Bah, we can lay minefields to keep them in harbor. Fisher stated dismissively. What if we practice this Baltic landing first? Churchill proposed. Go on, prodded Fisher. These craft are perfect for an idea I've been trying to work out. We seize an island close Germany. Borkum, Sylt or even Heligoland. With such a threat on their very doorstep, the high seas fleet must either come out and be annihilated by the Grand Fleet, or stay cooped up in a prison, the chain being our hold of the island. If we can then disable the Kiel Canal, your plan is then a certainty. The Hunnish fleet will be unable to respond, the Hunnish army is elsewhere, they wouldn't be able to do a thing to stop us from marching to Berlin and wringing peace out of the Kaiser at the point of a sword. Churchill gloated, a mere matter of marching. Fisher smiled smugly. Churchill's enthusiasm was infectious. He couldn't wait to get his hands back onto the weapon he had forged. There was much work to be done before it was time to swing it at the neck of his enemies, though. Note 1, Fisher loved this idea OTL. Note 2, Fisher and Churchill disagreed greatly about the execution of this Baltic invasion. Had they come to an accord, it is possible that it would have gone forward. The main disagreement was how to deal with the HSF. Fisher was certain it could be bottled up with mines, Churchill was certain they had to do more. Many of Fisher's preparations would later be used at Gallipoli, like the landing craft. KM Story 039. Pacific, afternoon of September 24, 1914, Kampfgruppe Bond, light cruiser SMS Nürnberg. Commodore Friedrich Bondt was reading a message brought to him a moment ago by one of his subordinates. It was a copy of the report that Admiral Otto Ciliux had sent to Tsingtao. Admiral Hubert Schmundt decided to forward it to him as well, so that the Commodore would know what the current situation was. Good news, Commodore? Asked the flagship commander, KPT.Z.S. Otto Kluber. The Commodore silently handed it to him so that Otto Kluber could read it. By all accounts, we're doing quite well in the Indian Ocean. Our enemy has been taken by surprise, we'll see how long it lasts. Any news from our scouts? Friedrich Bondt. Not yet, none of the 3 seaplanes have made contact with the enemy yet. We have only found a few cargo ships, but due to our orders, we are ignoring them. Although I would very much like to inspect these vessels, we could get some interesting loot. Otto Kluber. No, Otto, this is a rescue mission, not a hunting expedition. Any news from the cruiser Blücher? Friedrich Bondt. Not yet, all we know is that they sailed past the island of Taiwan and nobody bothered them, that's all for now. If we don't run into any complications, tomorrow, around 10 o'clock, our ships should meet. Otto Kluber. Commodore Bondt was hoping for a routine mission, he wanted to quickly find the damaged Blücher and then return home with it. He did not want any confrontation with the enemy. His ships had just entered the South China Sea, he had to maintain economical speed and avoid detection at all costs. Admiral Hubert Schmundt put him in charge of 3 light cruisers and 2 destroyers, which was a great power but also a huge responsibility. The last time Bondt had such unprecedented power in his hands, he failed catastrophically and perished himself in the process. It wasn't a nice memory, and it served as a warning to him, whether he wanted it or not. He still felt that he had to do his best to correct this catastrophic failure of his previous life as soon as possible. Japanese battleship Kawachi, South China Sea, September 24, 1914. For Admiral Tomosa Burkat**, this war has been something of a nightmare so far. He was the commander of the Imperial Navy, which had suffered 2 terrible defeats at the hands of the Germans in the previous weeks. At the same time, the original plans for this war did not assume that Germany would be able to mount any major active military resistance in the Pacific region. Unfortunately, it turned out that Japanese naval intelligence had greatly underestimated the determination of the Germans to defend their colonies. The Japanese completely missed the transfer of a modern fleet of warships from Europe to the Pacific by the Germans. The truth was that they were not alone in this respect, the British, the French and the Russians had all made the same failure and now they were all paying dearly for it. Admiral Tomosa Burkat had some suspicions that the British knew something about the movements of the German fleet after all, but he had no proof. Shortly after the destruction of the Second Fleet, commanded by his colleague Sadak Ichikat, the admiral spoke to him personally several times. His colleague became a broken man who had no choice but to resign his post and retire. Nevertheless, during their conversation, he had made it clear to him that under no circumstances should the Japanese Navy engage in a direct confrontation with the German fleet. He predicted that the next attempt to fight a decisive battle would end in total Japanese defeat, no other outcome was possible. Furthermore, he urged Tomosa Burkat to do everything possible to end this war as soon as possible, which would only bring more defeats to Japan and be a national disaster for the land of 1,000 autumns. Tomosa Burkat himself was far from pessimistic, but he certainly took his colleagues' warning seriously, even very seriously. A few days ago he received word that the German fleet was operating in the Indian Ocean. The Germans inflicted several defeats on the British and French, in addition to completely destroying the British squadron of armoured and light cruisers. To these reports of the defeats of the Japanese allies, he had to add a desperate attempt by the Russians and the British to capture Port Edward, which also ended surprisingly in disaster. Although he had to admit that most members of the Imperial Navy took the sinking of the Russian cruisers as good news. Speaking in person to the Minister of the Navy a few days ago, Admiral Roker Yashiro had clearly instructed him that the Navy should try to achieve a success that would mitigate the failures so far. The Secretary of the Navy saw such an opportunity in the fact that the Japanese fleet would engage the returning German fleet from the Indian Ocean. Other events, and above all a message from Japanese agents from the port of Surabaya, hastened the Japanese reaction. According to the reports the Japanese had so far, the British managed to seriously damage one of the German warships during the Battle of the Malacca Straits. It was not yet clear which warship it was. However, one of the very reliable sources that the Japanese had in the harbour claimed that the damaged warship was called the Blucher. This information was very important to the Japanese. Moreover, it more or less made sense. The Blucher was a modern armoured cruiser, with relatively large firepower. Admiral Tomosa Burkat's mission was to find and sink this cruiser. "Sir, if we keep up our current speed, we should arrive in Shanghai around noon tomorrow. Here we will replenish the coal and then we should sail to the island of Taiwan. We have not yet received any news of the movements of the German fleet." Machida Komajiro. "Thank you, Captain. I personally did not expect any of our allies to join us during this expedition. The French Navy seems to be doing everything to avoid the armoured cruiser Blucher. Although it is clear that the German warship is damaged. So we're on our own, we have to find and destroy the damaged warship. We need at least some naval victory." Tomosa Burkat. "Admiral, with all due respect, our forces are far too large to pursue one damaged German ship. Sure, that armoured cruiser is dangerous, but we have 2 battleships here, a cruiser and 8 destroyers. It seems like an unnecessary waste." Machida Komajiro. "Perhaps I am being overly cautious, but I would rather be criticized for going after an enemy with overwhelming superiority on my side than answer for another defeat. Which, by the way, Japan can no longer afford. In the Indian Ocean reports we have received, a battlecruiser is said to be part of a group of German warships. It is most likely SMS Derflinger. Even if it wasn't true and it was just a mistake in identification, I won't risk anything. I want to consider the worst-case scenario. The Kawachi and Setsu battleships are strong enough to handle the SMS Derflinger." Tomosa Burkat. Captain Machida Komajiro didn't say anything anymore. He had only recently taken command of the battleship Kawachi and was proud to be the commander of the flagship of the Imperial Japanese Navy. Still, he knew that if the Japanese ships encountered the SMS Derflinger, it would be an extremely difficult battle. The admiral was right in not underestimating anything. The moment the fleet left Sasebo they had not yet received any news of enemy movements. He was very worried that the enemy of the Japanese fleet would somehow escape and the whole mission would turn out to be pointless. Late evening September 24, 1914, Kampfgruppe Bont, light cruiser SMS Nürnberg. It was 11:40 p.m. when Commodore Bont was awakened by the seaman on duty. The message the German commander received was more than clear. The operators of the GHG listening devices had picked up a large group of warships traveling at approximately 15 knots approaching from the front right. At 23:51, a group of enemy vessels was also detected by German radars. The flagship, which had been following the light cruiser SMS Leipzig, now increased its speed to 28 knots, and the entire Kampfgruppe Bont adjusted to it. "Do we have an idea of what stands against us?" Friedrich Bont. Fregattenkapitän and navigational officer Helmuth Giesler immediately informed his superior when the Commodore arrived on the bridge of the flagship. "The enemy force consists of 3 larger ships, most likely armoured cruisers, and 8 destroyers. We could make visual contact with them in less than an hour. Our current course allows us to approach the enemy so that he is sailing towards us at an angle. It could be a big advantage early in the battle." Bont looked at the map that lay on the table in front of him and thought about everything for a moment. It was night and in all probability the enemy had no idea that his Kampfgruppe was moving in the immediate vicinity. He could have given the order for the German ships to disengage and withdraw, but Helmuth Giesler was right. He now had a huge advantage and the element of surprise on his side. Going against armoured cruisers wasn't very smart, but the technological advantage he had gave him too much of an advantage. In addition, his operational orders allowed him to destroy the enemy if they were a threat to the damaged SMS Blucher. And this enemy was indeed a threat. He ordered to prepare for battle. He sent 2 destroyers ahead of his light cruisers, commanded by his deputy and at the same time Führer der Zersteurer Erich Bay. Z-15 Erich Steinbrink and Z-16 Friedrich Eckeldt picked up speed and within minutes took position at the head of the Kampfgruppe. The German plan for the battle was not very complicated, quite the opposite. Both destroyers and Shortly after them, light cruisers were to take advantage of the moment of surprise and attack the enemy ships with torpedoes. The torpedo attack was to be made at close range, then the German ships would use their radar-guided artillery. Although the German 150mm guns were not very effective in fighting an armored cruiser, as the Germans saw when they fought the cruiser Tsukuba. However, she still managed to cause serious damage. Commodore Bont wanted to completely crush his enemy, but he was not arrogant. He knew very well that if the battle went against his warships, he would use his high speed and retreat. His task was to protect the damaged SMS Blucher, not to completely destroy the enemy. All it took was for the enemy to take enough damage to force them to return to base. Also, the ever-worsening weather was to increase his moment of surprise. When his warships strike the enemy fleet, all the advantages were thus on his side, or so the German commander thought late on the night of September 24. Japanese battleship Kawachi, South China Sea on the morning of September 25, 1914. During the night, the weather began to deteriorate, and Admiral Tomosa Burkat remained on the bridge of his flagship throughout the evening. His instincts warned him that he shouldn't go to sleep. The approaching storm broke the formation of his fleet. The cruiser Chikuma sailed in front of the flagship, followed by the 4 destroyers Shirayuki, Naoaki, Shiromayo, Matsukaze of the 9th Destroyer Squadron. Following the flagship was the battleship Setsu, which was her sister ship. The entire Japanese group was closed by 4 destroyers from the 12th Squadron, Harusame, Uramai, Ayanamai, Isanamai. The starting storm was taking a toll on the stability of the Japanese destroyers. They were small vessels and they had trouble maintaining their position in formation. It was precisely 12:47 when the bridge of the flagship was dazzled by the explosion of one of the Japanese destroyers. It was Shiromayo who was hit by a torpedo and quickly disappeared under the surface in a huge fireball. At 12:49, the same fate met Naoaki, which exploded and sank in less than 3 minutes. The battle in the South China Sea has just begun. KM Story 040. September 27, 1914, London, England. Despite misgivings from the King, Admiral John Fisher is confirmed as First Sea Lord. He immediately attacks the work with a ferocity belying his 73 years. September 28, 1914, Old Admiralty Building. Fisher burst into Churchill's office waving a paper excitedly. "Winston, old chap, your interest in aviation is a boon to the Navy. Look at this," Fisher said, slapping a paper down in front of Churchill. "Yes, an aeroplane dropped a torpedo successfully right before the war," Churchill noted, reading the paper. "A promising development, but immature. The craft that did so has a mere 30 minutes endurance carrying the torpedo. This is the answer to neutralizing the high seas fleet," Fisher stated emphatically. "There are 3 ships carrying these, and a 4th in the process of conversion. Altogether, 20 aircraft can be carried. Too few to disable the entire fleet to be sure, but damage enough could be done to keep them in harbour. We could do this again if successful, but with more vessels and planes." Churchill was intrigued now. "Yes, we could attack them in their own citadel," he mused, "though we only have a few of the torpedo-carrying seaplanes, and they proved somewhat disappointing in practice. The replacement is ordered but not yet ready." Fisher's brows gathered thunder. "Who is producing the replacement?" "I'll have 20 aircraft by the time HMS Ark Royal is ready, or else I'll have him dropped on the high seas fleet," he bellowed. "Short brothers," Churchill said thoughtfully. "I don't see why they couldn't build us the required aircraft. They'd all be prototypes, of course, but 20 torpedoes delivered to the high seas fleet would be an excellent stroke to take back some of the lost prestige. Would be very embarrassing to be attacked within one's own base." He drummed his fingers on the desk thoughtfully. "It's a bit longer than we really should wait to counter the onslaught of the Hun, but we'll do something else in the interim." "Let's do it." "Short brothers are the builders, you say?" Fisher asked, an unpleasant smile gathering on his face. "I'll go have a word with them, personally. Several words in fact." He turned and left Churchill's office, chuckling to himself. Churchill began drafting orders that the HMS Riviera was to begin torpedo training with short 81 seaplanes. They could practice with their planes and aim at vessels of the Grand Fleet. If Fisher could have Dreadnought built in a year, he'd have some planes in a few months. Now they needed a corps of trained aviators. September 28, 1914, Admiralty Headquarters, Wilhelmshaven. The attendees of the conference stood to attention as Kaiser Wilhelm II entered in. "Good day, Your Highness," greeted Admiral von Müller. "To what do we owe the pleasure of this visit?" The Kaiser took a seat and motioned for the others to sit. Around the table was Franz Hipper of the battlecruiser force, Friedrich von Ingenohl of the High Seas Fleet, and George von Müller, Chief of the Naval Board. "I wish to praise the efforts of the Navy," extolled Wilhelm. "The Japanese Navy has been defeated, and the crown jewel of the British Empire thrown into the mud." Note 1. "Yes, Your Highness," acknowledged Müller. "Admiral von Spee's performance in destroying a Japanese fleet, a British cruiser squadron and shelling several ports is a surprise to us all." "Yes, a true tribute to Germany," the Kaiser agreed. "So it is time to bring such a genius home." I wish that such brave men should rejoin the high seas fleet. Look at all they accomplished with a small squadron. What will they accomplish here? You wish for von Spee's forces to be ordered home, Your Highness? Asked Admiral von Müller cautiously. Yes, the sooner the better. Wilhelm stated. Your Highness, he'll have to fight through the entire Royal Navy, objected Ingenol. Wilhelm glared at Ingenol. The high seas fleet will make plans for his return, then. Wilhelm said elaborately. As I am sure that will take some discussion, I'll leave you gentlemen to it. I look forward to seeing your proposals. Wilhelm stood and exited the room, hardly able to wait until Spee should return. September 28, 1914, somewhere in the Pacific. Admiral von Spee stood on his bridge, and whimsically watched the nearest of the heaven-sent vessels. He had been told it was named Admiral Graf Spee. September 28, 1914, SMKMS Königsberg. Admiral Silix finished his look at the plot. By his estimation, they would reach Surabaya in 2 days. He had spoken to his engineer about using the kerosene in the diesel engines. The engineer thought that using the kerosene in that way would not be the best use of it. Instead, he recommended dividing it among the tankers, Köln and Königsberg, and combining it with bunker oil. It would thin out the bunker oil a little, which didn't matter, but it wouldn't have to be dumped or sold, and then they would return to Tsingtao with 4 full tankers. Small tankers, it's true. 2 at 5,000 tons and 2 at 7,000 tons. It would be nice to get regular deliveries into Tsingtao, but that wasn't going to happen. Any tankers would need escort to and from Tsingtao. The seas had been empty since leaving Colombo. Apparently, merchants weren't sailing. According to the radioman, there had been several reports over the open of raiders in various places around the Indian Ocean. Since Silix was reasonably sure he was the only one operating here, it was likely it was the heated imagination of shipmasters. Note 2. Still, making good time. He didn't look forward to meeting with the governor of Surabaya in his current state. With no clothes of his own aboard, he was making do with borrowed uniforms, none of which fit well. He would scarcely do credit to the Kaiser's navy, with his arm in a sling, an eye patch and ill-fitting uniform. Well, the joys of command he supposed. September 28, 1914, Belfast, Ireland. Horace Short gently replaced the telephone receiver and mopped his forehead. He had just finished being on the receiving end of a 1-hour-long harangue by the new First Sea Lord. The First Sea Lord had made it abundantly clear that not less than 20 of the new seaplanes were going to be ready by December, or the consequences would be dire. It hadn't all been threats and yelling. He had also been told that there would be bonuses for having the craft ready in time, and if there were any difficulties getting what was needed, he only needs tell Admiral Fisher, and the difficulties would be dealt with. Note 3. Horace sighed. Nothing to it but to get to work. Note 1, a bit of hyperbole. Surprising for Wilhelm, I know. Note 2, it was. A bit of excitement when the RN tries to figure things out. Note 3, the short 184. Would be ready in January OTL. Luckily, there are no downsides to rushing production of aircraft. KM Story 0041. Battle of the South China Sea. Japanese battleship Kawachi, morning of September 25, 1914, 12:50 to 1:10. An alarm was sounded on all Japanese ships. The cruiser Chikuma, which was sailing as a vanguard ahead of the flagship, made a sharp evasive maneuver shortly after the explosion of the destroyer Shiromayo. This portside maneuver meant that Chikuma was sailing away from the enemy and trying to disengage from the scene of battle. The reason why this happened was that the ship's commander, Captain Sakamoto Noritoshi, was desperately trying to avoid the enemy's torpedoes. He succeeded in doing so, but he put his flagship in danger. At approximately 12:58, another German torpedo hit, most likely one of the light cruisers, the destroyer Shirayuki, which was in the immediate vicinity of the flagship, the battleship Kawachi. The small destroyer broke apart almost immediately and disappeared below the surface. At 1:03 another German torpedo hit the flagship itself. The torpedo hit the front of the battleship near the mooring gear and took about 10 meters off the entire bow. The Kawachi battleship was forced to reduce its speed significantly and continued to slow down. The torpedo hit the battleship just as its commander, Captain Machida Komajiro, was attempting an evasive maneuver and it was too late. In addition, the battleship made a turn to starboard, i.e. towards the enemy, before the torpedo hit. The Germans could thus easily target it not only with the help of their radars but also visually. The flagship thus left what was left of the Japanese formation and headed towards the German ships. All the Japanese, including Admiral Tomosa Burkat, were surprised by the sudden appearance of the enemy. The Germans surprised them again and really well. The Admiral tried to get an idea of what and who he was up against. In a short time he lost 3 of his destroyers and his flagship was damaged by a torpedo. The torpedo explosion alone knocked him to the floor of the bridge. He wasn't the only one rolling on the ground. The Admiral quickly got up and used his binoculars to try to find the attackers. It was only at 1:05 that the Japanese finally sighted the German ships. It was only because they saw the flashes of the German guns. German cruisers, probably a combination of light and armored, fired at the flagship from a distance of 14 to 15 kilometers and, it must be added, very accurately. Columns of water rose around the battleship Kawachi from the impact of German shells, and she was soon hit by the first enemy shells. Fortunately, the 150 mm shells failed to cause fatal damage, only ravaging the Japanese battleship and causing heavy casualties among her crew. The flagship soon responded by firing her 305 mm guns. She had a combined armament of 2 times twin 12-in, 305 mm, /50 guns plus 4 times twin 12-inch /45 guns. The moment the flagship's heavy guns thundered, Admiral Tomosa Burkat calmed down. He definitely had no intention of losing this battle. Signal our destroyers from 12 Squadron to attempt to attack the enemy. Send a message to the cruiser Chikuma to rejoin the formation at its end and support our destroyers as soon as possible. Send a message home and also to all Allied ships in the vicinity that we have encountered the German fleet. Perhaps these are the ships that were on a mission in the Indian Ocean and are now returning home. Tomosa Burkat. Commander Captain Machida Komajiro had just received word of the damage. The torpedo had torn off a large section of the bow. And a large amount of water was entering the battleship. He had to give the order to reduce speed again. Besides, the storm that was raging around was not helping the Japanese much. It was dark and visibility poor. Kawachi fired by aiming for the flashes of German guns in the darkness. Because none of her headlights were working anymore. While she herself burned brightly like a torch in many places and was thus a great target for the German gunners. Kampfgruppe cruiser SMS Nürnberg, morning September 25, 1914, 1:15 to 1:35. The first attack by the German destroyers bore fruit. Of the 8 torpedoes fired towards the Japanese fleet, several hit. And the 2 enemy destroyers turned into fireballs. The torpedo attack by the light cruisers was also successful. 9 torpedoes scored several hits, 1 destroyer was sunk and an enemy large ship was also hit. It was most likely a battleship, most likely a Kawachi or a Setsu. The adversary's formation was completely broken and the damaged battleship slowed significantly. Moreover, it went on a collision course with the German fleet. She was now a very easy target for the gunners on the German ships. Commodore Bont watched the enemy, saw the Japanese battleship on fire in many places and repeatedly hit by German shells. The Germans fired both AP and HE projectiles. In the end it didn't matter. Because it was clear that the 150 mm caliber would not penetrate the enemy ship's citadel or penetrate its hull. It was around 1:19 when Bont sent a message for the 2 destroyers under the command of Eric Bay to prepare for another torpedo attack. He wanted to reach the enemy battleship and then disengage from the enemy. To continue the battle would be an unnecessary risk to his ships and subordinates. The Japanese ships had shot very poorly so far, but there was no point in trying their luck any further. Both destroyers were following the German light cruisers and had not yet engaged in an artillery battle. At 1:24, Erich Steinbrink's flagship Z-15 was illuminated by a searchlight from the Japanese battleship Setsu, and she soon opened fire on it. Giant columns of water rose around Z-15 from the impact of heavy 305 mm shells, each of which could have sunk a German destroyer. At 1:29, one shell landed very close and damaged Z-15, forcing her to break off her attack. Z-16 also turned away from the Japanese fleet, and this destroyer too began her retreat without making an attack. For Commodore Bont, the news of Z-15's damage was the final reason to call off the battle and withdraw his forces. The enemy had already organized, the moment of surprise had worn off, and continuing the battle would only bring more risk. At 1:33 the order was given for the general retreat of Kampfgruppe Bont, which easily detached itself from the Japanese ships at a speed of over 30 knots. Although the cruiser Chikuma and the destroyers of the 12th Squadron tried to chase her. But the storm and the higher speed of the German vessels did not allow them to do so. The battle in the South China Sea was thus over. After the battle, the Japanese battleship Kawachi, midday on September 25, 1914. For the Japanese, this battle ended in another defeat. Their fleet was taken by surprise and, in addition, they lost 3 destroyers and their flagship was seriously damaged. The last fires on Kawachi were not extinguished until around 10:50 am. Regarding the flooding, the worst damage was also provisionally repaired. However, the battleship had taken on nearly 1,000 tons of water and her forward section was partially submerged. The flagship's speed was reduced to just 6 knots, 97 crew members were killed and another 86 sailors were injured. A preliminary inspection of the damage showed that the vessel had been hit by 1 torpedo and at least 27 150 mm shells. This number was later increased to 31. Kawachi now had to head for the island of Taiwan where temporary repairs would be made before she could return to Japan at a later date. Around 12:30, Admiral Tomosa Burkat decided to transfer his flag to the battleship Setsu and escort Kawachi to Taiwan with the rest of the fleet. He wasn't going to send her there accompanied by only 2 destroyers when he knew German warships were close by. His original plan to sail to Shanghai had now become obsolete. He therefore sent a message to Taiwan to be sent to meet him with coal vessels and with them another military escort, in the form of the armoured cruiser Ibuki. He also briefed the British and French again on events in the South China Sea and requested the involvement of their warships in the pursuit of the German squadron. He was convinced that the warships he faced during the battle were at most weakly armed armoured or light cruisers. The caliber of the weapons of these ships was relatively small, and in a direct battle during the day, these German warships would not stand a chance against the Japanese. He believed that he had lost the battle mainly because he had allowed himself to be surprised, the responsibility for the failure being borne mainly by the crews of his destroyers. However, there was no point in punishing them because their punishment had already come. Of the 3 lost ships, no sailor survived. After the battle, the cruiser SMS Nürnberg, shortly after 1300 hours, September 25, 1914. The damage suffered by the German fleet during the battle was minimal and not worth mentioning, but Bond had 2 dead, 2 missing and 15 wounded. Destroyer Z-15 Erich Steinbrink was slightly damaged and all the dead and wounded were from this ship. The problem was 2 missing people, the crew from the seaplane Arado, which was supposed to return to the light cruiser SMS Karlsruhe more than an hour ago, but this did not happen. During the day, the German commander had several of his seaplanes sent out for reconnaissance. He wanted to know where the Japanese fleet was, possibly other enemy ships. His radio operators picked up the Japanese broadcasts intended for Allied ships in the area, so it was obvious that in addition to the Japanese there were also the French or the British, or their Australian henchmen. A seaplane from Karlsruhe found the Japanese they had been fighting during the night, reported a badly damaged enemy battleship and the course of the Japanese ships, including their speed. But then he paused. Was it possible that the plane was shot down by the Japanese? It wasn't impossible, but at the same time unlikely. It looked more like an accident. Sir, our scout plane reports finding the damaged SMS Blucher. We will be in visual contact in less than an hour. Helmuth Giesler. Okay, once we meet him, send a short message to Kyotsko about last night's events and that SMS Blucher has been found. And that now we are sailing home together. Friedrich Bondt. And the seaplane, what are we going to do? Otto Kluber. There's nothing we can do, both of those airmen are probably dead. I can't risk my ships searching and very little chance of saving the 2 men. I have responsibility for over 4,000 men. I'm sorry, but that's our current situation. Friedrich Bondt. At 14:02, Kampfgruppe Bondt met the heavy cruiser SMS Blucher and together at 10 knots, all German warships headed back to Kyotsko. None of the heavy cruiser's crew doubted that if Kampfgruppe Bondt had not come to its aid, the cruiser would have fallen prey to the Japanese fleet. KM Story 0042. September 30, 1914, Admiralty Headquarters, Wilhelmshaven. Hipper, Ingenol, and von Müller were again meeting to discuss the Kaiser's wishes. Today, Grand Admiral Tirpitz had joined them. Have orders been sent out then? Asked Ingenol. Yes, we've sent orders for speed to all of our embassies. We've heard nothing yet, he will hopefully acknowledge when he gets them. Then we'll have an idea of what degree of time we will have before he arrives. Replied von Müller. If he gets the orders. And if the Royal Navy doesn't find him first, Ingenol said gloomily. The Royal Navy apparently found him once, said Hipper. It apparently didn't go terribly well for them. Yes, between that and the bombardments he's conducted, he must be nearly out of ammunition, mused von Müller. It may be beyond him to get home. We will see what he says if he receives the orders. So, the plan to rescue him, began Ingenol hopefully, is only necessary if he can get to the North Sea. Tirpitz stated the High Seas Fleet does not have the capability to hare off into the Atlantic to meet him. He must come to us. We should start wearing down the enemy before then. Hipper said excitedly. I knew you would say that, Ingenol said. We cannot meet the Royal Navy in open battle and hope to be in shape to fight again if Spee comes home. What if we harass the enemy without endangering our capital ships? Asked Hipper. I'm listening, said Ingenol suspiciously. We should send U-boats to attack Scapa Flow where the Grand Fleet docks. Hipper offered. 1 U-boat could cause some damage, more could see several battleships sunk. And increases the chances of being spotted, Ingenol replied. True, but without using our ships, I see no way to otherwise hit the Grand Fleet, challenged Hipper. We could lay mines in the channel with some of our destroyers. Or fast mine layers, like Albatross, countered Ingenol. That requires no risk to our capital ships. We are unlikely to damage many capital ships that way. Noted Tirpitz. What about sweeping the blockade line with the 1st Scouting Fleet? Asked Hipper. The battlecruisers are fast enough to evade interception. The High Seas Fleet could be deployed in case the Grand Fleet is around. The gathered admirals thought about this for a moment. Tirpitz drummed his fingers on the table. Though it is well to make the blockade line nervous, that would take attention to that area. He said speculatively. True, but if they become so jumpy that they run at the sight of heavy smoke, what does that matter? Asked Hipper. What do we have to drop from Zeppelin? Asked Tirpitz suddenly. I beg your pardon, Grand Admiral, asked von Müller in confusion. For a month now, I have recommended using our Zeppelins to bomb. The army does it. What do we have to drop? The army? I don't know. I can find out. What do you want to bomb? Asked von Muller. Rosyth. If we could bomb the British battlecruisers, we could put out their eyes. Proclaimed Tirpitz. No damage risk to the fleet. Noted Inganol. We have some ideas to look into. I propose that we adjourn and return when we have sufficient information. Proposed von Muller. The admirals stood, shook hands and left to their respective commands. September 30, 1914, Easter Island. Z-21 and Z-22 sat distinctly lower in the water, having both drunk their fill from the tanker. While the tankers refilled the destroyers, Admirals Spee and Carls went ashore to negotiate the purchase of sheep. Williamson Balfour, an English sheep farming concern, was the owners of this island, and, cut off as they were, Spee felt it quite safe to stop to see about buying fresh food. The owner was happy to see, not having yet heard of the war. Many sheep were driven down to the shore where they were slaughtered and loaded aboard the ships, providing the men with the first fresh meat for weeks. No vegetables or fruit were available in the needed amounts, unfortunately, but Spee and Carls were pleased to have obtained several tons of fresh meat as a treat to the men. September 30, Surabaya. Governor Eidenberg checked himself over again. The admiral of the German ships in harbour was coming to visit, and he wished to have his best foot forward. When he first saw the German admiral, his first instinct was to have him thrown out as a vagabond. The man was wearing a cast around his right arm, misfitting uniform, an eye patch, and a beard neatly trimmed, but still somewhat scruffy. Allow me to introduce myself, the admiral began. I am Otto Siliux, admiral of the German squadron. My apologies for my appearance, my uniforms are somewhat out of sorts after a vigorous discussion with a British squadron commander. The governor chuckled in spite of himself, and felt a liking to the admiral. I believe I already met one of your subordinates. He said, and it was he that first asked if you could purchase oil in captured British vessels. Be warned that I must extend the same courtesy to the British. I expect nothing less, the admiral replied. It is good to see a modicum of fairness remains in the world at this time. Indeed, agreed the governor, the ether has been burning up this last fortnight. Presumably your work. I must admit, I never foresaw the German Navy standing up to the Royal Navy in such a fashion. It is, and as my appearance testifies, the Royal Navy is by no means toothless, but it is not an unbeatable force. I hope we can inflict many more such checks on them. Siliux replied. Understand, I favor no side in this conflict, stated Governor Eidenberg, but the Royal Navy has been significantly more truculent. Presumably the squadron that you had an exchange with was regularly antagonizing us, sailing up to the harbor, outrunning our defense ships. I'm not sorry to see that gone. I assure you, we will never do such things, Siliux promised. While the British may bully, we wish to maintain good relationships with our partners. Doubtless the British were like that once too, replied the governor. I hope that if your star rises as did theirs that you remember. The conversation shifted to other topics, while the tankers and ships filled with oil. KM Story 0043. October 1, 1914, Brest, France. The newly created French 2nd Colonial Squadron slowly steamed out of Brest. Guichen led the way, followed by Desaix, Kleber, Jeanne d'Arc, and Chateau Renault. Admiral Favreau looked back at his command with a degree of pride. They were doing well, the past work they'd done working together in the Channel had paid off. Now, he was ordered to take these fine ships, join up with the ships already in French Indochina, and defend all French possessions from the depredations of the Boche. The General Council had been outraged when reports had come in that Papeete had been robbed of coal at gunpoint. The French vessels that had been assisting with the defense of Penang were sunk. That was no great loss in itself, they were ancient. However, after the robbing of Papeete, and the apparently unchecked marauding of the Boche around the Indian Ocean, it was decided that it was high time to send more French assets to the Far East to defend their possessions. What was there was too old, and far too few to defend everything. Admiral Favreau had some hope of encountering the dreaded Admiral von Spee, once his ships were all collected. With all that the Boche had been up to, he had to have nearly exhausted his ammunition. Perhaps he could refill at Tsingtao, Favreau didn't know. What he did know was that if he managed to humble Spee, it would thoroughly embarrass the Royal Navy. To be allied with the British after so many years of enmity was something he still couldn't get used to. However, it was clear that perfidious Albion still couldn't be trusted. The Royal Navy was supposed to be keeping the German Navy bottled up, but clearly, they couldn't even do that. He hoped he could destroy Spee and humble the Royal Navy all at a stroke. October 1, 1914, SMKMS Bismarck. Admiral Carls was sitting in the wardroom, looking at a picture of a tank. A French tank of all things. The Renault FT-17 should be eminently buildable in Germany at this time. It was small, needed only a small engine and gun. Indeed, a machine gun or two alone would probably be enough initially. They would allow the army to completely shatter the Entente lines. He wondered how long it would take to get these put together in sufficient numbers to do so. Ultimately the war would be won or lost on land. He hoped that the High Seas Fleet would fight and defeat the Grand Fleet, but even a battle that saw the Grand Fleet annihilated would not end the war. Germany was still surrounded on every side by enemy armies, the French, Russian, British, Austro-Hungarian. Well, maybe not that last one, though they drained enough manpower that they may as well have been. Aviation was another area they could help immensely. He doubted that much could be done on short notice, but they probably had enough knowledge to help avoid some dead ends. This was where the pilots could possibly give more advice. He suspected that the Arados would be less help than he hoped, since they were so very advanced compared to what was currently being built. The engines should be in reach, and might see the German motor industry take a major advance. One thing that stuck in his mind was the fate of the Ausonia. An Italian liner under construction in the German yards, she was taken in hand late in the war for conversion to a carrier. It was too late, and too ambitious, and nothing came of it. Karls didn't understand carriers, but if that happened immediately on his return, she might be a useful asset. Besides, the only way to learn was to have one to learn with. October 1, 1914, Portsmouth, UK. HMS Swiftsea was preparing to leave, heading towards the Far East. Accompanying her were to be the cruisers Roxburgh, Antrim, Topaz, and Diamond. They were to become the core of the China station. More might be sent later, but this was what was available now, under the command of, for the moment, Commodore Michael Young. He was to take this little fleet, and deliver it to Admiral Jerome, and place himself under his command. If he was honest with himself, Commodore Young was excited and nervous. Excited, because it seemed like there would actually be action where he was headed. Rumor had it that the Germans were active in the area, as opposed to home, where they had in their base. Nervous to be heading so far from home. Across the harbor, he could see some of the elderly Majestic-class battleships. 4 of them were to be heading to the Far East as well, slated to become harbor guard ships. Young was glad they weren't attached to his squadron. Neverfast knew, the years had not been kind to them. Sitting as harbor guard ships was probably the best they could do these days. Though he wouldn't want to be sitting in one of them if what he heard about tropical heat was true. He'd overheard one of his officers who had been in tropical waters joking with the others that if they died while on duty in the tropics, they'd know when they woke up in hell because it would be far cooler than the ship would be under the equatorial sun. He presumed that was an exaggeration to haze the newer officers. The ship reverberated with the thud of the anchor chain as the ships got underway. The engines churned, and slowly HMS Swiftsea nosed out of the harbor, off toward her new station. October 1, 1914, SMKMS Königsberg, leaving Surabaya. Admiral Siliux inspected the route they were to take. He estimated 11 days to reach Tsingtao. He had contacted Admiral Schmundt and informed him of their leaving and expected arrival date and verified that he had 24,000 precious tons of oil with him, which would hopefully allay some of the trouble from the damage Blücher took. Looking over the rest of his prizes, he considered what they might be useful for. The troopship could be armed as a raider. Rubber he knew was useful, though not what it would be useful for in Tsingtao. The locomotives might be useful, if they worked on the Chinese rail gauge. He didn't know about that, whether locomotives for India would work on Chinese rail, or if not, how easily they could be converted. Automobiles might be of dubious use, if gasoline couldn't be had. He wondered how much could be imported from China. Regardless, they had those 2 relatively fast freighters now to go get something. They would ultimately need ammunition, but getting that from Germany just wasn't going to happen. They could possibly buy from the United States, but shipping it through an ocean swarming with Japanese and Entente vessels sounded like about as much fun as losing an eye. Perhaps Japan would see the wisdom of making peace. They had lost an invasion fleet and a naval fleet. It would be far more advantageous to them to be at peace with Germany. Also, he wasn't sure that they could win against Japan again, if they sent another fleet. If another fleet came to Tsingtao, this time it would be dreadnoughts and battlecruisers. The mines that the destroyers brought would certainly come in use in that situation. He knew that in his time, Japan won when the defenders ran out of ammunition. Well, unless they could source more, that was happening again. He wondered where more might be procured. Much more. KM Story 0044. October 3, 1914, Scapa Flow. Lieutenant Aloysius Pratt pulled hard on the stick as his short 81 motored along the surface of Scapa Flow. With no observer, it was just possible to horse the 810-pound 14 torpedo into the air. Only just. The HMS Riviera had been assigned to start training torpedo bomber pilots, and he was in the first group of those. In briefing, it was stated that more powerful planes would be allocated eventually, but for the moment, they had the short 81s. Finally, the short lurched clear of the water, sluggishly clawing for altitude. For drop training, he didn't need much altitude, and indeed, didn't have time to get it. He had 30 minutes of fuel in his tank, so he would get clear, circle around, drop his torpedo, land, and be briefed on how he did. Given the primitive state of instrumentation, much was by instinct and guesswork. He completed his lazy circle and lined up on today's target, HMS Agincourt. He liked the look of the battleship, bristling with turrets. Instruction had been to aim his torpedo under the funnels of ships. That would give a chance of flooding boiler rooms and engine rooms, which also were the largest compartments in a ship. He picked the aft funnel to line up on. He glanced at his watch. How had half his time elapsed already? Holding a steady altitude to the best of his ability, he did his best to judge distance as he closed on the ship at a blazingly fast 60 miles per hour. When he judged he was at the right distance, he yanked the release, and instantly the plane jumped up, and sped up about 15 miles per hour. Pulling back on the stick, he flew over Agincourt, circled around, and landed on the placid waters of Scapa Flow, coasting up to the Riviera, where he was hoisted aboard. Half an hour later, he was sitting in the wardroom with 4 other pilots, and the flight leader Arthur Longmore, all of whom had been on the Agincourt watching his attack. Longmore stood and cleared his throat. "Well, gentlemen, you've seen your first torpedo attack by an aircraft. Lieutenant Pratt, well done for a first attempt. Understand that there is no criticism here, we are developing a brand new tactic. All in all, your attack was nearly perfect. Excepting one thing, you dropped too close. The torpedo had not yet resurfaced and went right under the ship. How far that is, we don't know, but that is one of the things we will be finding out in our training. Other than that, your approach and altitude were perfect. Well done. Lieutenant Childers, you're next. Remember not to get as close." Lieutenant Pratt, the instructor, and others went to the steam launch that would return them to HMS Agincourt to watch the attack and see what happened. Lt. Childers went to a plane that was being lowered over the side, the torpedo slung from its belly. Half an hour later Pratt and the others were standing on the deck of the Agincourt watching the seaplane struggling out of the water. It circled around, and the nose pointed at the big ship. Childers was apparently aiming for the first funnel. The group moved in front of the funnel to better see the attack. Coming straight at them, the plane seemed to be crawling through the air before the torpedo fell from the belly of the plane. It splashed into the water, and a moment later, they could see the wake as it motored towards the ship. The torpedo tended slightly to the aft, approaching lazily, appearing to slow as it got closer to the ship until... clonk! Looking down, they saw the torpedo rebound, and float to the surface. The group broke into applause and cheering. The plane was circling around, coming down to land when the engine sputtered and died. The group went silent, watching the plane coming down to the water. Childers did a good job, but the plane struck the water hard, too hard, one of the wings was clearly injured, but the plane still floated and came to halt. A trawler set out from beside Riviera to tow it the rest of the way to the ship for repairs. Aboard Riviera, another plane was being prepared for takeoff. The group loaded up into their launch to debrief and allow the next pilot his turn. October 3, 1914, Wilhelmshaven Admiralty. Admirals von Müller had contacted Admiral Tirpitz to meet again regarding using Zeppelins offensively. Tirpitz had accepted, and had joined von Müller in his office. "I contacted the army to see what they use for bombs," began von Müller. "They have been using artillery shells, with fins fitted so that they fall nose downwards. A bit of a field expedient. Mostly 10.5 centimeters shells right now." Tirpitz stroked his beard thoughtfully. 10.5 cm is too small for attacking warships, he said presently. "What is the carrying capacity of our Zeppelins?" Von Müller searched some documents before finding the relevant information. "We can reasonably load 2,000 kilograms of cargo on our Zeppelins." He read from a sheet of paper. "If we modify the Zeppelins to carry and drop bombs, it will likely cost some weight." Tirpitz speculated. "Then we could load them with perhaps 14 or 15 24 centimeters shells, modified to fall nose down. Those should penetrate the decks of any enemy ship that managed to hit." Von Müller looked thoughtful. "We have plenty of those shells in storage for the old battleships. We would just have to mount the fins and figure out how to drop them from the Zeppelins. We should start that modification at once," stated Tirpitz. "Pick 2 Zeppelins and modify them accordingly. We'll then make an attack and change tactics from there." "Well and good," agreed von Müller. "I'll have LZ-31 and LZ-32 taken in hand for modification to bombers. Make it so as soon as possible. As quickly as possible, we want them to start bombing," Tirpitz declared. Tirpitz, never one for small talk, assisted with the writing of the orders, and then left. October 3, 1914, SMS Seydlitz, Wilhelmshaven. Admiral Hipper and Fregattenkapitän Erich Ritter, his chief of staff, was staring at a chart of the British Isles. "So, you're supposed to create a plan for a distraction that will force the Grand Fleet to respond, and move away from the North Sea," reiterated Ritter, "but somehow without endangering any major fleet units." "Yes, that's it exactly," sighed Hipper. "Risk is inherent in war. I do not see how we can make the Grand Fleet respond if we don't risk the fleet." "What if we used pre-dreadnoughts to bombard Belgian ports?" asked Ritter. "That wouldn't endanger major fleet units." "The Channel Fleet would be a real risk to such a plan, as well as the British battlecruisers," mused Hipper. "Such slow vessels can neither disengage, nor fight with hope of winning. I suppose bringing the fleet out as distant cover is out of the question, asked Ritter. I would imagine so. We can try to refine that plan more just in case, but there would be a real risk of the fleet being pinned up against the coast if the Grand Fleet came out. Hipper said thoughtfully. Suppose then, we pick some sleepy fishing village in England, and take a light cruiser and torpedo boat or two, and land some men, make a show, wreck the local telegraph line, take the flag from whatever government building is there, and take some pictures of the German flag flying over the government building, and leave. The ships can then retire at maximum speed, and local gossip will do the rest. Offered Ritter. The whole operation need not take more than an hour. Hipper paused. There would be real danger of locals taking pot shots at the landing force, but to do such a thing would certainly cause a stir. This was certainly worth taking up the chain of command. KM Story 0045. Unexpected event, Pacific September 25, 1914. Just before 11 o'clock, an Arado 196A reconnaissance aircraft of 1/BFL 196 spotted a group of warships about 150 miles northwest of Kampfgruppe Bont. The enemy vessels were heading at a speed between 6 to 8 knots towards the island of Taiwan, which was then called Formosa because it was held by the Japanese. The seaplane spotter counted the Japanese ships and sent a message to his mother ship, the cruiser SMS Karlsruhe. Horst, fly a little lower, I want to take a picture of the warships. Radio operator/observer. Which of those warships do you want me to make the first pass over? Pilot. The damaged one first, I think Commodore Bont will be interested to see how the battleship is doing. Then fly over the other one. Radio operator/observer. Okay, but we're going to attack them on the third pass Thomas, we don't have any bombs, but I want to give them something to think about. Pilot. The pilot began to slowly descend with the plane and headed towards the damaged Japanese battleship. He was at a height of less than 400 meters. He did not expect any threat from the Japanese side, he had already made many such flights since he first came to Tsingtao. No warship of that time had anti-aircraft flak and therefore the possibility to threaten his plane. At least he thought so until now. The problem was that many things had changed since August 27, 1914. Shortly after the destruction of the Second Fleet commanded by Admiral Sadakichi Kat. This officer, even before he was forced to retire, advocated for Japanese warships to be equipped with at least primitive anti-aircraft defenses. He urged his colleagues, and especially the Minister of the Navy, Admiral Roker Yashiro, and the Commander of the Imperial Fleet, Admiral Tomosa Burkat, not to underestimate the threat of enemy air power. Aerial reconnaissance was a huge German advantage, the enemy's aircraft were clearly superior to the Japanese. Admiral Tomosa Burkat took these warnings quite seriously and actually saw to it that his fleet received at least some anti-aircraft weaponry. The first warships to be modified in this way were the battleships Kawachi and Setsu, the other ships were still waiting for this modification. However, by the end of October 1914, every major Japanese warship larger than a destroyer should have basic anti-aircraft capability. Today was to prove how wise and literally prophetic Admiral Sadakichi Kat's warning was. As Arado flew over Admiral Tomosa Burkat's former flagship, her sister ship Setsu opened fire on the German seaplane. During the night battle, Kawachi was severely damaged and all of her anti-aircraft weapons disabled, but her sister was fully operational. The pilot of the seaplane tried an evasive maneuver at the last moment, but it was too late, his machine was hit many times and crashed into the sea near the cruiser Chikuma. South China Sea, Japanese battleship Setsu, afternoon of September 25, 1914. At the moment when the German plane crashed into the sea, the Japanese ships erupted into cheers of victory. It was actually the first time, since the beginning of this war, that Japanese sailors had achieved any success that they could enjoy with their own eyes. Admiral Tomosa Burkat gave the immediate order to try to rescue the German airmen. He did not have high hopes that any of them survived, but he needed prisoners. So far the Japanese had not managed to capture any Germans and he needed information. He wished from his heart to know who and what exactly he had been fighting against during the night. The battle was extremely confused and the Japanese were unable to identify any of the German ships due to poor visibility. One thing the Japanese admiral knew for sure, he was definitely not fighting the armored cruiser SMS Blucher. The one who challenged him to a duel at night commanded small and fast ships that were poorly armed. If an armored cruiser was part of the enemy group, the caliber of its guns was not greater than 150 mm. It took about an hour before the admiral was called. The news he received did not make him happy. By the time he arrived at the infirmary, he already knew that none of the Germans had survived the crash, but he still wanted to see their bodies. He had no idea why he had this morbid interest that could do him no good, yet he persisted. The two dead airmen were lying in separate hospital beds, their bodies were seriously damaged by the crash. No wonder none of them survived. One of the officers approached the admiral, it was the commander of the cruiser Chikuma himself, Captain Sakamoto Noritoshi. "Sir, we really tried, but they couldn't be saved. When we got to the wreck, the pilot was already dead and the observer was dying. Despite our efforts he soon died." Admiral Tomosa Burkat looked at the two dead bodies in disappointment for a moment, then asked. Did he who lived say anything before succumbing to his wounds? Admiral. Captain Sakamoto Noritoshi motioned for the others in the room to leave, leaving only the Admiral, himself and one of his officers. This officer could speak German and was present when the prisoner died. He spoke quite out of the way, sir, it didn't make much sense, he really hadn't been alive for a long time, and we think he was in shock. Translator. The Admiral turned to the linguist and said very loudly. I asked about his last words, just tell me, I'll decide if they're important or not. Admiral. He was in pain, he cried and called his mother, he was afraid to die. Translator. Admiral Tomosa Burkat looked at the young man's dead body, was silent for a moment, and then answered. Considering his youth, I can hardly blame him, he doesn't look more than 18 years old. He probably never even had a wife, that's why he called his mother. Having a fear of death is the most common thing, every normal person should have it. He who is not afraid of death is simply a fool. Was that all the boy said? Admiral. Not quite, Admiral, he said something very strange that none of us really understand. As he cried, he said he didn't want to die again, repeating it several times. He said it exactly like this, not again, I don't want it to happen again, please don't let me die again, Mom don't let them. Translator. Are you sure he really said that? You could only have misunderstood him, maybe it was just a translation error on your part. Admiral. Sir, my German is very good, I studied in Germany, moreover, the prisoner said it several times. He actually screamed when he said it, although he was in pain, but it was easy to understand him. My translation of what he told us is accurate, I stand by it for now. Translator. The Admiral looked at the linguist in disbelief, he understood that the captive was in shock, but what he was saying really didn't make sense. There was absolutely no rational basis to his words, rather it was insane. Captain Sakamoto Noritoshi called the translator to show the Admiral something. The translator took a box from the table and brought it to the two officers. Admiral, in this box are the personal belongings of the two dead airmen, you should look at them, some of them are very strange. Sakamoto Noritoshi. Without much interest, Kat started going through the things that were stored in the crate, but then he noticed. There were two relatively small pistols, he took one of them out and began to examine it, it was a very high-quality weapon at first glance. The weapon was a Walter PPK, the marking was stamped on the side of the weapon. I have never seen a pistol like it, I did not know that the Germans had it in their arsenal. Admiral. The two officers looked at each other and Captain Sakamoto Noritoshi spoke after a while. Sir, that weapon is certainly interesting, but there are other things you should see. He reached into the crate and pulled out two dog tags, then read the names written on them. The pilot's name was Horst Fuchs and the observer Thomas Mann, those identification tags are the only thing we know about their identities. They didn't have any personal documents with them, but the younger one had this watch. Captain Sakamoto Noritoshi handed them to the Admiral, when the Admiral took them in his hand, he had to admit that they were of very high quality. In addition, they were not damaged at all and, despite the crash, the aircraft remained in very good condition. What exactly is interesting about that watch, Captain, other than the fact that I've never seen a pocket watch of this quality before? Admiral. If you look at the other side, you will see the date of their manufacture. Sakamoto Noritoshi. The Admiral looked closely and what he saw made no sense, no actually it was impossible, yet the number didn't lie. It was clearly stamped, albeit in small print, but it was there. That's not possible, it can't be the year of production after all. Are you telling me that the watch was made in 1938? That number must mean something else, that watch can't be from the future. Admiral. Admiral, we don't know the answer, but we wanted you to know what we found out. Translator. Who else besides the three of us knows this information yet? Admiral. No one, just the three of us so far. Sir, that is why I ordered everyone to leave the infirmary. Sakamoto Noritoshi. All right, we'll leave it at that for now, I'll take the things left by the dead. They'll be in my cabin, don't tell anyone about what you found out yet. Surely everything has some rational basis, you understood? Admiral. Both officers made it clear that they understood, and very well indeed. Admiral Tomosa Burkat took the crate and was about to head for his cabin, but then turned to the two men. At once arrange a quick burial, both of those dead Germans. Have their dead bodies photographed, but bury them as quickly as possible. Call me when it's ready, I want to attend. The Admiral spoke his words in a tone that gave absolutely no chance for anyone to object or even contradict him. KM Story 0046. October 5, 1914 before dawn, near the German coast. HMS Apollo and HMS Latona were near the mouth of the Elbe, quietly laying mines. The elderly protected cruisers, now mine layers, had quietly left base, and skirted the Danish coast, violating Danish waters the entire way, to avoid patrols, and had finally arrived off the Elbe, where they proceeded to drop 40 mines each. This was a slow, and nerve-wracking process, each sound seemed to be a German patrol out to get them. Now though, they were nearly finished. None too soon, dawn was upon them. At least one patrol had passed far too near but had apparently not seen them. This mission had been assigned to hopefully sink blockade runners. Thankfully, not even the First Lord had thought mining the Jade Bite or the Weser to be plausibly accomplished, reflected ordinary seaman, John Jones. He checked the gear, and the last mine slid off the rack and into the water. A moment later, Apollo swung around and headed back out to sea. They would be retracing their steps, up the Danish coast and then back to Scapa Flow. The eastern sky began to glow. Dawn was upon them. Both ships poured on speed, and began working up to 17 knots, which was about all they could manage these days. The sky continued to lighten. A light caught John's eye. Behind the ship, a blinking light. A challenge? October 5, 1914, SMS Nymph. Fregattenkapitän Ernst Ewers glared across the brightening day towards the mysterious vessels, that appeared to be fleeing. They had not responded to his challenge. Put a shot across their bow. He ordered briskly. One of the four 10.5 cm guns boomed out and a splash erupted from the ocean, just to the side of the front vessel. No response, neither did they slow. Fire for effect, take them down. Signals. Call the rest of the flotilla to search for other interlopers. Ordered Ewers. Both four 10.5 cm guns in the front cracked sharply. One splashed just in front of the rearmost vessel, the other just behind. Thump. What was that, wondered Ewers. Something had hit the hull. The four guns boomed out again. This time the spark of a hit on the aftmost vessel. The sun blazed out over the horizon. Mines. Mines in the water, came the shout of the lookout. All stop, shouted Ewers to the helmsman. The ship instantly began slowing, and Ewers ran out to the bridge wing. Looking forward, he could see a dark shape under the water. Nymph approached. Thump. Ewers released a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Thank God a dud. Astern slow, he ordered. The ship slowly began working backwards. October 5, 1914, HMS Apollo. John Jones watched the pursuing German stoically. Apollo had no weapons since becoming a mine layer, but at least the mines were gone. Latona had a fire burning even now, though the German didn't seem to be gaining. A column of water arose beside the German ship. A moment later the sound of a muffled explosion reached his ears. The German had stumbled into the minefield they had just laid. As he watched, the German ship slowly laid over on her side, and before they were out of sight, she had disappeared altogether. The crew still watching cheered, watching the German ship slowly slip beneath the waves. Jones couldn't join them. He imagined himself being on that vessel, being immersed in the icy water. He shivered and headed to the galley for breakfast. Luckily, this was his last mission on this floating bomb barge. When they got back to Scapa Flow, he'd be reporting to his new ship, HMS Audacious. October 5, 1914, HMS Good Hope. Craddock's ships were spread out in a hunt formation as they headed down the coast of South America. They were a few days sailing from the Falkland Islands, where he would coal, and allow the engineers to do some maintenance on the tired engines of his cruisers. In the distance he could see HMS Glasgow. If only his whole squadron was ships like her. Fast enough to catch light cruisers, and track Spee's armoured cruisers. Reports were that SMS Karlsruhe was somewhere in the vicinity, so they were sweeping the entire way down the Falklands hoping for the best. Of course, if they did find Karlsruhe, unless they caught her against the coast, or out of coal, the best they could do would be to wave a friendly greeting. Karlsruhe was reportedly even faster than Glasgow. Craddock again considered the orders he was given. Somehow, he was supposed to catch and destroy ships faster than his. News was that Spee had been very busy in China, so he might be low on ammunition. Which meant he might simply run from Craddock's squadron rather than sinking them. Craddock did not fear losing to Spee, he feared more watching Spee simply sail around him and leave him behind. Leaving him in the same boat as poor Trowbridge. October 5, 1914, Old Admiralty Building. Well Winston, we got one. Said Fisher, sitting comfortably in his office, Churchill with him. True, a light cruiser to hear the mine-laying force. Admitted Churchill. However, with the minefield so quickly discovered, it is unlikely that we'll get anything else from it. True, grunted Fisher, but it's a start. We'll have to get production going. We have far too few mines. It's my belief that, after the raid on Heligoland and now this, the Germans will be far more reluctant to come out. Churchill was silent for a moment. Given that, what do you say to dispatching the Duncan class to do a bombardment of Borkum? Fisher frowned. While I don't disagree in principle, I do ask what you hope to accomplish by this. It's a purely civilian island. Such a strike will demoralize the Germans living on the coast, making them distrust the government that refuses to protect them, declared Churchill, cowering in port while the might of the Royal Navy cruises before their very eyes. Fisher drummed his fingers for a moment. It's worth the risk, I think. But let's send only Exmouth and Russell. Also, we should send a mine layer to lay a small field, in case the Germans send out any units to fight. Note: British mines are notoriously unreliable at this time. They would continue to be until a washed-up German mine was captured. It was so bad that Russian relics from the Russo-Japanese War were bought and used. With better reliability. KM Story 0047. October 9, 1914, Valparaiso, Chile. Admiral Spee sat in his office, writing a letter to his wife, while the evolution of coaling went on outside. His squadron, Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, Dresden, Leipzig, and Nuremberg were all coaling as quickly as possible. Somewhere out to the west, the other squadron under Admiral Karls both stood guard, and were all doing their own refueling. He had seen that happen at Easter Island. It was quite surprising. It was fast. The two small ships had snugged up to one of the tankers, hoses had been dropped, and the two ships had filled up. Quickly, cleanly, easily. No dust, no men collapsing from exhaustion. It was amazing. Spee felt sure that Grand Admiral Tirpitz would pull out his beard in envy. Not least since one of the largest was named in his honor. A discreet knock came at the door. Enter, called Spee. Message from the Admiralty, sir, said the messenger, handing the note to Spee before exiting. Admiral Spee, come home soonest, stop, inform Admiralty to arrange breakthrough stop. Orders home? Well and good, that was planned anyhow. Spee considered what he would reply. He would want to tell the Admiralty that he had more ships than he started with, but not too much information, lest it led to questions he didn't want to deal with over telegram. Spee smiled to himself, thinking of the faces in Wilhelmshaven when he steamed into port, in company with the newcomers. Well, for now a simple acknowledgement would suffice. He also had men purchasing fresh food supplies. The pursers were fretting over where to stash fresh meat, fruit, and vegetables. Not much of those, since they wouldn't last. However, it would be a fantastic reward for the men. The men that had performed their duty like heroes, knowing in their hearts that the only way home for them was in a box. Men that now had hope in their hearts, that they would see home, blessed by God and marry themselves, sending impossible hope. Spee called a messenger and ordered him to send an acknowledgement to the Admiralty through the embassy. He then sat back at his desk, hoping to get his letter posted to his wife before they had to leave. October 9, 1914. HMS Exmouth. Off Borkum. Captain Louis Standish scowled off towards the island of Borkum in the distance. His ship and Russell were preparing to open fire on this piece of dirt. A piece of dirt that was of no significance. Behind him, tailed a minesweeper, HMS Intrepid, starting her distasteful mission. Bombarding civilians, laying mines, it all seemed so off. Not what the Royal Navy should be doing. Standish sighed and gave the order to commence firing. The main gun slowly rotated, and elevated, sighting in on the harbor. It might have U-boats, or torpedo boats in it, and at any rate, it seemed more useful than flinging shells into a town. The main guns boomed out, and the secondary 6-inch guns began a noisy clatter, firing rapidly. Behind them, HMS Russell also opened fire. Orange flames leapt up as shot after shot crashed into the harbor. After the main guns had fired 20 rounds, and the secondaries many more, Captain Standish ordered ceasefire, to see what damage had been done. Smoke obscured the harbor now. Fires were to be seen intermittently as the smoke swirled around. Looking back, Standish could see that Russell had also ceased fire, and Intrepid was doing whatever it was that mine layers did. As he watched, there was a bright flash from Intrepid, and the ship seemed to disappear into the ocean. Note 1. U-boats, he whispered. Full speed, course 270, he shouted. He saw the smoke from HMS Russell thicken, as she too increased speed, eager to not be where U-boats are. Standish felt remorse for the men left to drown, or to be captured, but standing orders were to leave torpedoed vessels to their fate. To do anything else would be to flout those orders, which he could never do. Looking back once more, there were two columns of smoke, one from Borkum, one from the surface of the sea where not even wreckage could be seen now. October 9, 1914, SMKMS Königsberg. Thankfully, reflected Ciliux, the seas continued to be empty. He was far too close to where Japanese or French ships could be, so to see nothing was a positive. Besides, he was unlikely to capture tankers from French or Japanese or find any British tankers in this area. Glancing at the plot, he saw that he should be back at Tsingtao by the 13th. Excellent. He would send a message to Admiral Schmunt to that effect later. Coming back so far had been easy. No vessels encountered, the merchant vessels had maintained 10 knots fairly easily, and supplies were holding well. Upon return, there would certainly be brief refits for all of the vessels involved, then on to the next mission. He wondered idly what that would be. It would probably be necessary to refill the tankers, though not immediately, and those would certainly require an escort. There was no way that the Royal Navy would leave this corner of the world without ships. October 10, 1914, HMS Princess Royal. Admiral Duftonsteady wiped the sweat from his forehead, as his squadron cruised through the Red Sea towards Colombo. Discreetly. He was an officer and mustn't show discomfort. Not even when they were passing through that bloody ditch in the desert. The news that had arrived while sailing to Colombo had been astonishing. The Germans had shelled several British ports, destroying the coal stores that he had been depending on. Thankfully, colliers headed that direction all the time, and several had been directed to Colombo to make sure that his ships didn't arrive and have no fuel. Regardless, fuel was to be had. First things first, refuel. Then he'd go talk to the ports that had been bombarded and see what he could discover. With any luck he'd run into the squadron that had sunk poor Keane and avenge them. There were rumors of the German ships being oil-fired, but Steady considered that to be patent nonsense. Just like the rumor that oil-fired Derflingers shot up a Japanese fleet. No matter what was here, Steady was sure that by the time he left, it wouldn't be. October 10, 1914 Old Admiralty Building, London. Winston Churchill stared incredulously at the message in his hand. Spee's fleet spotted coaling in Valparaiso stop. Robbing Papeete on the 20th, buying oil in Surabaya the 30th and now in Valparaiso on the 9th buying coal. What was going on? Obviously, there was at least two different squadrons. He looked at what was actually reported. Papeete just reported German ships but did not name them, or number them, though they did specifically name Spee. Keane reported Derflinger and Emden in Makassar before going silent. Penang had nothing useful to report. Madras reported battleships, but that could be the Derflinger again, and Colombo had nothing useful to add. A source in Surabaya simply said Emden, and other large warships. How very useful. He tapped his fingers on his desk, attempting to reconcile the facts. Perhaps Spee had sent the light cruisers to Papeete, then Valparaiso. The armored cruisers, converted to oil, went to Makassar and slaughtered Keane, prior to bombarding Penang, Madras, and Colombo? Why then did Keane not mention Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, which he would have recognized? Only one thing for it. Obviously, the German Navy had dispatched several ships to East Asia. New ships, unknown, and a Derflinger. Perhaps rebuilt ships that no longer conformed to a known configuration. Perhaps they were to be Spee's replacement pre-war, and now were joining him in marauding around Asian waters. This led to other disturbing thoughts. If a Derflinger was completed, and sent out without the Royal Navy knowing, then what other ships had also been completed that his lists showed on the stocks? Note 1, actually, a procedural error laying the mine. It's a dangerous job. KM Story 0048. October 10, 1914 Wilhelmshaven. Admirals von Müller, Tirpitz, Ingenol and Hipper were in session. Wilhelm had been beside himself that the Royal Navy had sailed directly up to the coast of Germany and bombarded the very fatherland without the Navy doing anything. Where, he had asked, was the Navy, if not defending the coasts of Germany? Von Müller thought it prudent not to mention whose idea it was to not risk the fleet. The Royal Navy is being far too aggressive, growled Tirpitz. That's 2 incursions on our coast in less than a week. The real question is, what can we do to stop it? Ingenol said thoughtfully. That part is decided. Von Müller replied. The pre-dreadnoughts will be performing coastal defense duties at the Ems, Elbe, and Weser. The Braunschweigs will patrol the Weser and Jade Bight area, the Wittelsbachs will be patrolling the Ems, and the Kaiser Friedrich class will patrol the Elbe area. What can we do to hit back, though? Asked Hipper. Ah, we have a plan on that, said Admiral Tirpitz, smiling broadly behind his forked beard. In 2 days, weather permitting, LZ-31 and LZ-32 will be attempting to bomb the battlecruiser fleet Rosyth. Some of our U-boats are also going to attempt penetration of Scapa Flow. We'll see what comes of that and make a decision. October 12, 1914, HMS Princess Royal, entering Colombo Harbor. Admiral Steady looked around as his ship pulled into the harbor. Overall, the harbor didn't look bad. In the graving dock he could see the burnt-out and broken remnants of a ship being cut up by a group of men. The coaling dock appeared burnt out, and there was the masts and funnels of a ship sticking out of the water in another spot. Well, there were colliers nearby, so his ships would coal while he asked the officers in charge of the garrison how exactly they had been caught with their pants down, knowing full well that there were enemy raiders about. Signals, he called. Order Queen Mary to stay alert while we coal. Afterwards, we'll take guard while they coal. Note 1. With that taken care of, he left the actual coaling of the ship to the captain and took his boat ashore. October 12, 1914, Colombo. Major Richard Mann stood nervously on the docks with 2 of his aides, watching the big ships in the harbor. The commander of the force had contacted the base and made known his desire to speak with the garrison commander. Him. Mann suspected the conversation would be anything but pleasant. A boat separated from one of the ships and began heading to the docks. All too soon the boat came up to the dock, and a pinched, severe-looking man climbed onto the dock, and approached. Man walked up to the admiral, and saluted. "Welcome to Colombo, sir," he stated. "If you'd like to come to my office, I can offer you refreshment, and we can discuss the situation." The admiral smiled somewhat unpleasantly. "Yes, let's do that. I believe we have much to discuss." A few minutes later, they were both seated in the office, with tea and lemonade sitting nearby. "Perhaps you'd like to tell me what happened here," the admiral began, taking a sip of tea. Man sighed, and began. "Well, sir, after we heard the reports of the attack on Madras, we went on heightened alert. On the night of September 22nd, we continued keeping the battery partially alert. Around 11 p.m., more than one enemy ship sailed into the harbor. It was a cloudy night, and they were not spotted until they turned on searchlights and began shelling the harbor. The batteries went into action quickly, but the searchlights were not warmed up and that took time. When they did turn on, they were quickly destroyed by what must have been machine gun fire. Shortly afterwards, the enemy vessels were driven off by the fire of the batteries." The admiral leaned back and regarded him as though he were some kind of worm that was particularly disgusting. "How long did it take the batteries to get into action after the enemy was spotted?" Man had been prepared for this question and had a prepared answer. "The first round went out before 3 minutes had elapsed after the enemy was spotted," he said with pride. It was true, though, that it took another 11 minutes for the next round to go out. He didn't feel inclined to offer. And yet the enemy vessels still managed to do significant destruction. The admiral replied sternly. "Well, sir, we were shooting at flashes. We also do not get to do live fire exercises since this is a busy harbor. In spite of that, we believe we hit them several times, which led to them leaving once the batteries were fully manned." "Could you describe the attacking vessels?" asked the admiral. "No, sir. We could only see faint outlines from their gun flashes, and our searchlights were destroyed too quickly to see. However, sir, we did recover one dud shell. The enemy was shooting 6-inch artillery at us." "What are you doing to prevent a recurrence of this attack?" the admiral asked. "We have no ships currently, and so no way to patrol," stated Man. "You didn't think of arming a merchant with something and using that?" asked the admiral, with an accusatory tone. "Well, no, sir. I'm no Navy man," replied Man, with faint protest. The admiral sighed, and stood, looking out the window over the harbor. There was a lot to do in this corner of the world. October 12, 1914 SMKMS Königsberg. Contact called the lookout barquentine-rigged vessel. Appears to be under steam. That was odd, thought Ciliux. Sailing ships weren't unusual, but having steam was more so. Especially since at the moment, winds were favorable for the direction the vessel was sailing. Very odd. Something wasn't right with that. "Signals. Detach Köln to investigate the ship," ordered Ciliux. Köln was in a better position to intercept the vessel. And probably sink it. There would be no reason to bring such a vessel along. A puff of smoke came from Köln, and a moment later the rumble reached Ciliux. The vessel returned fire. From broadside? What did he have here, the last remaining frigate from the old Royal Navy? He took a close look at the ship from his binoculars, and could see that she possessed no antenna, and had sponsons with guns. There was the British naval ensign plain as day now. Köln let fly with a full salvo from her fore turret. No hits, but the enemy vessel lowered her colors. Note 2. Köln lowered a boat to take possession of the enemy vessel. Ciliux waited patiently, and presently there was a signal. HMS Cadmus was the vessel in question. She could maintain 10 knots, so along she came. The crew was around 150 officers and men, who were transferred to their prison ship/troopship. Very likely there would be use for such a vessel. A smile briefly played across his face as the thought occurred to him that he should sail into Tsingtao harbor on that vessel, under sail, with his eye patch and scruffy uniform, with the Jolly Roger at the masthead. Note 1, OTL in the Falklands, steady cold all of his ships at once. It's a very dangerous position to be in for a warship, since it sees the ship with hatches open, tied up to a ship full of combustibles, and covered in coal dust. Though technically in a protected anchorage, he's taking no chances. It would be quite embarrassing to be browbeating the local officials for lack of preparation, while being unprepared for an attack. Note 2, HMS Cadmus can neither run nor fight, and her captain made the correct decision to not slaughter her crew. KM Story 0049. Pacific September 29, 1914, German naval based Tsingtao. The Germans instituted routine reconnaissance flights by their seaplanes shortly after their arrival at Kyotsku, and after the capture of WI Highway/Port Edward, these flights were further expanded. This reconnaissance activity was a relatively expensive affair, both in terms of aviation fuel consumption and the difficulty of aircraft maintenance. Nevertheless, Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt insisted on reconnaissance flights, he considered them a necessity. Apart from the events of September 14, 1914, when an attempt by Russian and British warships to capture WI Highway/Port Edward was stopped, aerial reconnaissance was dull. The airmen did not observe any activity in the immediate vicinity of the German naval bases. That changed on September 29, when one Arado 196 from the heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper found the enemy. In the morning, around 7:30, less than 100 miles southeast of Tsingtao. The reconnaissance plane was at an altitude of almost 1,000 meters, and to its crew it looked like another routine flight that was about to end like all the others. That is, the usual report that no enemy was sighted. Sven. I spotted something, I think it's a submarine. Observer. The pilot began to slowly descend with the plane and headed towards an unknown object. Soon he too clearly saw the enemy ship. It was indeed a submarine. You're right, Wolfgang, it's a submarine. Send a report to Kyotsko, we'll attack it. Pilot. Arado seaplanes did not carry any bombs on reconnaissance missions. The reason was simple, without bombs their range increased. Nevertheless, even so, the German aircraft was dangerous for the Japanese submarine. The Japanese submarine that the Germans discovered was number 8, which was on a patrol mission near Tsingtao. Her task was to report German activity in the area and, if possible, to attack German warships and merchant ships. The submarine has not yet come into contact with any enemy ships. Number 8 and her sister ship number 9 were originally built in Britain at the Vickers shipyard, Barrow-in-Furness. These were the first truly modern submarines that Japan owned. Their displacement was 286 tons and the crew consisted of 26 sailors. Pacific, September 29, 1914, German Naval Headquarters at Kyotsko. A few days after General Admiral Rolf Karl sailed, a German naval headquarters for the Germans of the future was established in Kyotsko. The building originally belonged to a local hotel, which was requisitioned for the needs of the Navy. Here the fleet command staff was located. Although Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt preferred his flagship, this headquarters was its administrative brain. Commodore Helmuth Guido Alexander High, originally the commander of the heavy cruiser Admiral Hipper, was assigned command of the staff. However, Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt decided he would be better off holding a staff job and promoted him to Commodore, leaving Wilhelm Meisel in command of the cruiser. Helmut High was one of the few Germans in Kyotsko who came from 1943, had extensive war experience and was considered an officer with a perfect service record. The Commodore was working in his office when he was interrupted by his aide. Sir, FKPT. Hans Joachim Gadow has just arrived, do you want to receive him? Sure, of course, invite him in. Hi. When Gadow entered the office, the Commodore met him and greeted him, the two men shook hands, and High offered his subordinate a seat at his desk. Once the two officers were seated, the Commodore got straight to the point. Are you completely okay with the injuries you sustained in combat if Z-13 were to be damaged? Hi. Yes, the doctor released me from the hospital, I can return to duty, but that cannot be said to my flagship. Gadow. Sure, repairs to the destroyer Z-13 Erich Kolner will take some time, plus the governor needs its crew, they're all Narvik veterans. I have a new ship and another mission for you, I hope you are interested. Hi. I'll do anything to get me out to sea again, what's my job? Gadow. I am very happy for your initiative. First, I will give you a brief introduction to the situation. Hi. The Commodore briefed the frigate captain on recent events, particularly the battle in the South China Sea fought by Kampfgruppe Bond. I see, so Bond doesn't have fuel for his destroyers to return home because he used it up during that battle. Gadow. Not only during that battle, he had to sail much further into the South China Sea than we originally thought. So this is what I want from you, you take two Type 1936 destroyers, Z-17 Dieter von Roeder and Z-20 Karl Galster, and our only tanker and sail to meet our ships. You see that Dithmarsken refuels them and then you get the tanker safely back to Kyotsko. It is extremely important that nothing happens to the tanker. The Dithmarsken has its last 3,500 tons of fuel, it is the most valuable ship in the fleet at the moment. We have positive news from Admiral Siliux, he has managed to capture some fuel ships, but he is still a long way off. So until they get home, I have to take it that Dithmarsken has our last fuel reserves. Hi. Any news of Japanese fleet activity here in the Yellow Sea? Gadow. Yes, we have. One of our seaplanes found a Japanese submarine this morning. He attacked her and I had two destroyers, Z-10 Hans Lodi, Z-11 Bernd von Arnim, and two more seaplanes armed with bombs sent to the area where she was moving. An hour ago, our warships managed to locate and sink the Japanese Antique. However, I don't expect there to be just one, based on the historical records available to us. The Japanese have 10 to 12 submarines of various types, of which about 5 can be used in combat and can patrol off Kyotsko. The Admiral was not happy that I was wasting fuel hunting that sub, but I stand by my decision. Japanese submarines are antiques, just like the rest of their fleet, but you can't underestimate them. You know it very well yourself, so be careful and don't take risks. Hi. Believe me sir, my stay in the hospital cured me of any arrogance. Do we know anything else about the Japanese fleet other than the warships that Commodore Bont defeated in the South China Sea? Gadao. So far, very little. Our knowledge of history is no longer reliable, our actions have changed everything. According to the little knowledge we have gained from our Chinese friends, the main part of the Japanese fleet is in the home islands. The rest of the fleet is moving near Dalian, which is a key port for supplying their military in China. Hi. Do we have any offensive plans against disrupting this key supply artery of theirs? Gadao. Yes, certain things are in the plan, but until the Silix arrives with fuel, it's just our imaginations. Until then, the fleet must resign itself to any offensive operations, so there is no point in talking about them. However, I understand that you have some ideas. Hi. I have some idea. I believe we should conduct night mine operations around Dalian. The crews of our destroyers have a lot of experience with these actions. We were able to lay mines in front of British ports, we can also do it in front of Dalian. We can collapse the entire supply of the Japanese army. Our magnetic mines are a terrible weapon in 1914, our enemies do not have the technology for any countermeasures like the British had in 1940. We can easily destroy the Japanese fleet with those mines and put them out of the war. Gadao. I admire your enthusiasm, but you are too optimistic. We only have 720 of those mines and our ability to copy and manufacture them here in Kyotsko is minimal. And I'm not talking about the fact that we need to produce dozens of other things, from ammunition to spare parts. And our industrial base, while not bad at all, is just too small. Hi. I see, sometimes I'm a big optimist. When should I set sail? Gadao. You will leave the base with your ships in 4 hours, if all goes well, you will rendezvous with our ships tomorrow and refuel them. So on October 3rd at the latest, the cruiser Blucher can be back in Kyotsko. The sooner Kampfgruppe Bont returns, the better. We have all our light cruisers at sea at the moment and I'm really not happy about that. Hi. Hans Joachim Gadao stood up and gave a military salute. Hai shook his hand again and wished him luck in his mission. As the subordinate left his office, he began to think about his proposal for a while. Mining the waters around Dalian was not a bad idea, even a good one, but the problem was that the Germans didn't have enough mines. In addition, Admiral Schmundt wanted to use magnetic mines as the last line of defense around Kyotsko, to which Hai himself agreed. Yes, it was too early to come up with any new offensive plans, it was necessary to wait until Bont and especially Silix returned. Then, once the fleet finally had fuel, more operations could begin and that both the governor and the admiral had many very ambitious plans. And in the end it would still be him who would have to guide the two men a bit, the question would be what would change when he returned Silix. Because he too will now be very interested in influencing Germany's future plans. Yellow Sea, October 1, 1914 Kampfgruppe Gadao. It was around 6:20 in the morning when an observer at Z-20 reported sighting a reconnaissance aircraft. The German Ardo 196 flew over the German ships and the sailors on board waved enthusiastically at him. It was clear that the German warships were in the immediate vicinity. Hans Joachim Gadao finally breathed a sigh of relief, having already received a short message via Enigma the previous evening that Bont had to reduce speed again, this time to 7 knots. His light cruisers transferred some of their fuel to both destroyers, but the Type 1934 AS problems again proved a nightmare. Another reason for the reduction in speed was that the cruiser Blucher suffered a serious accident in the engine room and Karl Thanaman requested time for repairs. He didn't get it, but the reduction in speed helped to overcome the crash, but the German vessels were still moving very slowly. Gadao understood that he would have to refuel all ships, not just destroyers. On his own initiative, he already ordered his destroyers to be refueled last night, even though the Type 1936 did not urgently need it yet. But he preferred to do it just in case. The Dithmarsken was a great tanker, fast and robust, and also a very reliable ship. However, it had one drawback, it was only able to refuel 2 ships at a time. This meant that the fleet would lose many hours, probably almost half a day, to refueling. It was a good thing there were no enemy warships nearby. Pacific October 3, 1914, German naval base Tsingtao. It was afternoon when the German fleet finally returned to port. The governor and admiral, together with other officers, watched her return from the bridge of the flagship. The tanker Dithmarsken was the first to enter the port, followed by her escort. These ships were followed by the heavy cruiser Blucher, followed by the warships of Kampfgruppe Bont. I knew the heavy cruiser Blucher would look terrible, but it's even worse than I thought. Moritz Schmidt. For now, it is too early to estimate anything, we will wait for the reports from the technicians in the shipyards. We have 2 dry docks, we can fix the ship, it will just take time. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. I have another request, Governor, there are many of our dead on the ship, 53 in total. The commander of the ship, Acting Captain Kohler informed me that he did not want to bury them on the grounds of the neutral port of Surabaya, so he took them with him. * We will have to carry out another formal farewell, i.e. a mass funeral. Hubert Schmunt. That's no problem, Admiral, I'll take care of it, as early as October 5 the funeral can be done. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Thank you, Governor, I appreciate your help. Hubert Schmunt. The heavy cruiser Blücher sailed past the flagship, the crews of every ship in the fleet were boarded at attention. Every sailor could thus see the damage suffered by the German battleship. The cruiser Blücher was one of the 3 strongest ships in the fleet that remained Kiosk. If he could take such a beating, it was clear that none of the other ships would be immune. The crew of the Blücher made a mistake and paid for it. The Germans had the technological advantage, but they were not invulnerable. Everyone in the fleet was now more than painfully aware of that. It was also clear that the British had suffered a disastrous debacle and would want revenge, as would the Japanese and French. More enemy warships will soon be dispatched to the Pacific. Although this was the original German plan, to tie up as many enemy forces as possible, it also meant that further new offensive operations would be extremely risky. KM Story 0050. October 13, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Winston Churchill sat in Jackie Fisher's office enjoying a fine cigar, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Before him sat the morning's paper declaring to all and sundry that the Royal Navy was taking the war to the very shores of the Hun. The Germans were claiming that the bombardment had struck a school, killing all the children within, but that was certainly propaganda. Well, Jackie, that was a rousing success. Began Churchill after a particularly fine puff from his cigar. I believe we should follow that success up immediately, to keep the Hun on the back foot. What do you propose? Asked Fisher, after taking a sip of his tea. I propose we repeat the raid, but this time we hit the Zeppelin sheds on Sylt. We should forego the mine layer this time and send a few destroyers. It's my belief that the Intrepid was destroyed by her own mines on accident. After all, what U-boat captain would shoot at that ship, when battleships are present? Nevertheless, it will make the captains feel better to have an escort. A reasonable precaution. Fisher aloud. What vessels will you be sending? The entirety of the Duncan class this time. That should allow for the bombardment time to be reduced. The Duncans are fast enough to keep away from the high seas fleet if they are spotted, and all give an account of themselves if the German battlecruisers come out. Churchill said expansively. A fine plan, agreed Fisher. When do you propose to send out the raid? As soon as possible, Churchill replied. Signals traffic from the high seas fleet indicates no special activity, so it's a good time to do so. Well and good, said Fisher. Any indication of the Indian Ocean raiders being tracked down? Churchill frowned. The battlecruiser force only arrived yesterday, so they have probably only just set out again after coaling. We did receive intelligence that the enemy fleet was refueling in Surabaya on September 30th. We relayed that information to Steady. He replied. A knock came on the door. Enter, boomed Fisher. A messenger handed Churchill a packet, and left, closing the door. Aha! Vital intelligence, gloated Churchill, after opening the envelope. What's that? Asked Fisher. One of our agents in Surabaya took photographs of a German warship after the debacle in the Makassar Strait. They are only just here and developed. Churchill explained, laying the photographs across the desk. There were 5 photographs, all but one showing a ship from slightly different angles, the last being an excellent picture of a thumb. The first showed a picture of a 4-turreted ship, clearly sporting battle damage. There was an area of the bow completely washed out in the photograph, but dark areas showed where damage had occurred. The second was a picture of the aft of the ship, the rearmost turret having both guns nearly touching the deck. The third showed the ship from a distance, clearly with a serious-looking list. The fourth showed the ship steaming out of harbor. On an even keel, with light patches showing where holes had been patched. Not quite right for a Derflinger, is it? Mused Fisher. Only one stack. Bridge is all wrong. Gun turrets don't look quite right. No, it isn't, agreed Churchill. Perhaps it was modified during building. This collection of wreckage aft might be the remains of a funnel. Why wouldn't they rebuild a funnel for draft while making repairs, though, argued Fisher. That sort of thing is quickly done. If it isn't a Derflinger, what is it? Asked Churchill. The Germans don't have any other ships with this configuration. Look at this, said Fisher, pointing to the flank of the superstructure. No casement guns, if those are secondaries they are in turrets. And here he pointed at what might be the figure of a man near one of the main turrets. Surely that turret should be larger in proportion to that man. Maybe they used smaller guns that the 12 claimed, guessed Churchill. They do have quite a love of their 11 guns. Perhaps that figure isn't a man, the picture isn't that clear. Perhaps. Allowed Fisher. At any rate, this should be sent to the analysts, to see what they can make of it. October 13, 1914. Entering Tsingtao harbor. HMS Cadmus slowly led the way into the harbor, followed by the gaggle of captured merchants, with the rest of the warships bringing up the rear. In the end, Ciliux had found himself unable to resist. He was standing on the forecastle, watching the harbour open up before him. He had a desire to be in the foretop for this, but with his arm still in a cast, that just wasn't going to happen. His beard was trimmed neatly, he was dressed as well as able in borrowed uniform, replete with borrowed dress sword at his side. He knew he would be reporting to Admiral Schmundt as soon as they moored, so might as well be ready. At the main top was a variation of a Jolly Roger flag, but with several small cannons sewed along the left side, indicating warships sunk, and several small hashes on the right side indicating merchant ships sunk. That had been a suggestion from the sailmaker, which he had wholeheartedly agreed with. Looking around, he could see Blucher in dry dock. Thank God for that, she made it home. Z-13 was still in dock, though she might actually be repaired soon. It was a certainty that his ships all needed some time in the yards after their voyage. In the distance, he could see a crowd on the wharves, and a moment later, strains of music reached his ears. The Unser Marine? He was being greeted by a crowd in celebration. Perhaps his mistakes were forgiven. From Prinz Eugen, flags were being raised. Repair aboard flag. Perhaps not. October 13, 1914. SMKMS Prinz Eugen, Tsingtao Harbor. Ciliux sat across the table from Admiral Schmundt in the wardroom of the Prinz Eugen. The fleet was in and moored. Arrangements were being made to have the warships refitted as rapidly as possible. Well, Otto, first allow me to congratulate you on the success of your mission. 4 tankers brought back full is success beyond hope. Plans are being made to construct bunkerage on shore so that we can get regular deliveries going. The locomotives will be transferred to the Chinese. We have no use for them. The gauge is wrong for Chinese rail, but perhaps that can be remedied. A case for engineers, not admirals. The troopship and sloop will perhaps be refitted as raiders, a study must be done. Schmundt listed. For the battle, I've already heard from the Blucher's acting, now permanent captain. I suspect you have less to add than he, since you were wounded partway through. Accusations here are unhelpful, it is quite clear that visibility was terrible. Was the radar inoperable? No sir, though there was clutter enough on it to render it ineffective, so early warning was impossible. Admitted Ciliux. Next, we come to communications. I appreciate that immediately after the battle you were unable to report. But you should have when possible. I should not have had to demand updates from you. Before you make excuses about signal security, I remind you that in the current situation, we can depend on Enigma being unbreakable. Schmundt said, his tone turning quite grim. Ciliux swallowed hard and took a drink of water before starting. Well sir, because we were in such a heavily trafficked area, with many known bases around us, I thought the danger of being triangulated to be high. Running into the British squadron increased my concern that we would further be found, and we needed to find tankers, so it wasn't worth the risk in my mind. Humph. In the future, please be better about reporting major events, like engagements. I do not expect reports from every sighting, we are not nattering U-boats. Schmundt grunted. How did the bombardments go? We destroyed all oil tanks in Madras and cut out 2 tankers. We sank a third that was disabled. In Penang, we fired the coal stocks and destroyed 3 French vessels in the government docks. In Colombo, we fired the coal stocks, but further damage assessment was impossible. They began firing on us, though they missed. By the captain's suggestion, we had manned the anti-aircraft artillery, which we used to destroy enemy searchlights as they came up. Well done, complimented Admiral Schmundt. He pulled out a newspaper and placed it before Ciliux. The headline was big, bold gibberish and the picture was a city with a black column of smoke reaching into the sky. A Hong Kong newspaper. Your feats reached them. I understand it caused quite the consternation, if the paper is to be believed. Well done. Schmundt stood up, indicating that the interview was at an end. By the way, your entrance caused quite the stir. I imagine we'll be seeing it in tomorrow's papers, with the gallant, wounded hero returning home. Schmundt said with a smirk. Ciliux shook the proffered hand and left the wardroom. He looked forward to wearing his own clothes again. Note, the Unser Marine is a German naval march. KM Story 0051. October 15, 1914, HMS Duncan 12 knots. Rear Admiral Charles Dundas stood placidly on his bridge. He hoped he was showing less turmoil than he felt. He had been ordered to bombard the island of Sylt, off the coast of Germany with his squadron of 5 Duncan-class pre-dreadnoughts. That, and 4 Acorn-class destroyers. Well, 3. One had suffered a condenser casualty and been obliged to turn back. Minstrel, Nemesis, and Fury were ranged along his squadron, keeping a close eye, so he hoped, out for U-boats. Admiral Dundas was actually more concerned about the German battlecruisers than he was U-boats, or even the high seas fleet. His were the fastest pre-dreadnoughts in the North Sea, about as fast as the German Nassau-class dreadnoughts. So, with those tied to the high seas fleet, he could at least stay ahead of them. As long as he was alert, and stayed somewhat fast, U-boats couldn't get him either. The battlecruisers, however, would have no issue chasing him down and executing his entire squadron one by one. However, the Admiralty was fairly certain that this would be a milk run. The Germans had been cowering behind their minefields since the raid on the Bight, and there was no reason to believe that would change now. He had Captain Standish with him, who had already bombarded a German island, and come away no worse for the wear. Yes, the attached mine layer had been destroyed, but he was inclined to agree with the Admiralty. It had destroyed itself, who would shoot that when battleships are available to shoot it? It figured. The infernal contraptions were more dangerous to their own side than to the enemy. Admiral Dundas glanced at the plot. It appeared that they would be in position to begin bombardment in about 2 hours. In the meantime, nothing but cloudy skies and a moderate sea to deal with. Contact, called a lookout, smoke on the horizon, dead ahead. October 15, 1914, SMS Kaiser Wilhelm II, speed 8 knots, near Sylt. Admiral Gerhard Gerdes sat in his office writing reports and reviewing the log. Today was likely to be the same as yesterday. October 14, 1914, encountered nothing, sank same. An entry from the jokester of a first officer, he could tell that offhand. Of course, being an officer on this floating antique caravan would tend to lead men to doing something to alleviate the boredom. In addition to the Kaiser Frederick III class pre-dreadnoughts, he had an ancient protected cruiser, SMS Veneta, and 6 of the oldest torpedo boats in the fleet, of the 1898 class. He suspected that these patrols, ordered after the Royal Navy attacked a German island, would go on until something broke down, and they couldn't anymore. These antiques wouldn't take this action for long. He gave it a month before they were so clapped out that they wouldn't be able to leave their berths without help. The Royal Navy wouldn't repeat such a raid anyhow. It was of no value to them, to shoot up a bunch of civilians. Like High Command, he was surprised it had happened at all. They shouldn't have been in retrospect. The Battle of Copenhagen showed that the Royal Navy would have no qualms about leveling a city to accomplish what they wanted, civilian casualties be damned. So, consequently, the older ships in the fleet would be on patrol until further notice. Or until they broke down. Gerdes couldn't fault the logic, using the main fleet for this would be foolish. This seemed like more of a job for U-boats. Note 1. Admiral Gerdes stood up and stretched. That was enough paperwork for now. No doubt, he'd have paperwork to submit before dying, lest he go on extended leave without filing for proper permission. For now, though, he'd take a walk on the bridge to loosen his stiff joints. The bridge continued its normal flow of activity after acknowledging his presence. He stared out over the cloudy, choppy, empty expanse. Nothing. Just like before. And just like tomorrow, no doubt. Contact, sang out a lookout smoke off the starboard bow. October 15, 1914, SMS U-14, outside Scapa Flow. Submerged, speed 4 knots. Captain Lieutenant Walter Schwieger steeled himself. The crew were equally tense. For the last half hour, he'd been following a small vessel, slowly heading towards the entrance of Scapa Flow. Every 10 minutes, he'd been rapidly raising the periscope, making sure that he was still behind it, and bringing it back down. They had to be fast, to avoid being seen. This was the most important part. They were approaching the net at the entrance. Up scope, he commanded. The periscope hissed upwards. Schwieger took a quick look, and called down scope. The periscope hissed back down. Still on course, he reported to the helmsman. Maintain speed and bearing. The steady thumping of the ship ahead and forward continued its rhythmic pounding, no change indicating that anything had been seen by the crew. May that continue, prayed Schwieger. He had been ordered to attempt this penetration of the main fleet anchorage of the Grand Fleet and do what damage he could. With 6 torpedoes, that wouldn't be much. Depending on what he saw, he would launch his bow and stern tubes at the best targets he saw, then go deep, reload, and hope for a chance to repeat his shot. After his first salvo struck, he had no doubt that the anchorage would light up and become very dangerous indeed. Even if no one saw him, once ships started racing around, trying to avoid the U-boat, and could easily run him down by accident. However, he was going to try. Otto Weddigen had gotten 3 cruisers in one hunt. 3. He was going to try and get 3 battleships in one go. Maybe 2 torpedoes to each ship wouldn't be enough, but he would try. He could almost feel the Kaiser himself pinning a poor Le Marais on him. Stay in the present. First, he had to get in. Behind him, he heard a thrumming of engines. He looked at the plot. Glancing at the chronometer, he made an estimate. Yes, that must be the net tenders. He had made it inside of Scapa Flow. He continued slowly moving forward, until he couldn't hear engines anymore. Even the thumping of the ship ahead had faded out. Once more, the crew tensed up as he prepared the scope. Up scope. This time he made a complete circle down scope. Off in the distance he had seen some trawlers tooling around, doubtless looking for the likes of him. More importantly, however, he had seen line after line of ships. Many ships. Big ships. If only he could succeed, and survive, this would be a day to brag about. He and his crew would never buy another drink at any pub in Germany. October 15, 1914, in the air. LZ-31 and LZ-32 majestically moved towards Rosyth. They had been delayed by bad weather in launching their air raid. The mechanics had used the additional time to continually adjust the machinery for dropping bombs. They each carried 14 armor-piercing 24 cm shells, fitted with crude fins so they would fall downwards. Which was about all anyone could ask right now. No one could claim to have any confidence being able to hit a moving ship, so they would attack ships that weren't moving. Or at least, were moving slowly, in confined areas. Supposedly, the engineers were also working on some sort of bomb sight, so that there would be some way to actually hit what they were aiming at. That, however, was not available today, so the bombardiers would simply do their best to hit what lay below. Which at the moment was cloud. A thick, low cloud blanket covered the earth. It showed signs of thinning as they approached Scotland, so it was hoped that there would be visibility enough to drop bombs accurately on the battlecruisers in Rosyth. Note 1, while he isn't completely wrong, the Navy needs to be seen doing something to stop a repeat of the Borkum raid. Having battleships patrolling offshore looks much better than a few U-boats that civilians are unlikely to see. Note, a penetration of Scapa Flow was attempted, and did succeed, but Scapa was empty at that time. KM Story 0052. October 15, 1914, somewhere above Rosyth. LZ-31 and LZ-32 dropped 28 armor-piercing bombs near Rosyth. No one on the ground notices the bombs. The nearest warship was over a kilometer away from the closest bomb. Admiral David Beatty glared at the German airships and ordered Ralph Seymour to send a communication to the Admiralty requesting anti-Zeppelin ordnance for mounting on his ships. One of these days, reflected Beatty, still watching the Zeppelins rising into the clouds, he would see those infernal contraptions clawed down in flames. October 15, 1914. HMS Duncan, near Sylt. 10 knots. Admiral Dundas rubbed his eyes, then brought his binoculars back up to his eyes. There was no doubt about it, he had run into a German patrol consisting of a few destroyers, an old protected cruiser, and 5 old battleships of the Kaiser Friedrich III class. He racked his brain for the specs of that class. 9.4-inch guns, but nearly twice the thickness of armor of his own ships. That was no concern, also had a much larger gun. He grinned. This would be the first battle between battleships for the Royal Navy since beating the French a century ago. Unless one counted Navarino, which he did not. Dundas gave orders that would bring his squadron parallel to the German squadron, and began working towards the enemy squadron. Guns, he called. I intend to open fire at 12,000 yards. Signals. Order distributed fire. Fire at opposite in enemy line. He looked through the binoculars again. Approximately 17,000 yards and closing. He noted that the enemy had more destroyers than himself. That was unimportant. His were no doubt better, and he could depend upon his secondaries. The enemy fleet was making similar preparations, though putting that cruiser at the front of the line. Perhaps to make smoke when they fled. A flash, then several more caught his eye. The enemy battleships were opening fire. They must still be 16,000 yards away at least. He was still a good 1,000 yards past his extreme range. Well, let them throw away shells. Maybe it would make them feel better. Splashes leapt from the ocean, about 200 yards away on the unengaged side. October 15, 1914, SMS Kaiser Wilhelm II. Admiral Gerdes stood stoically still, as the second salvo raced down towards the enemy. Duncan class, he thought. Larger guns than his own, but with less range. Note 1, he doubted that he'd get any significant hits before the enemy returned fire, but perhaps his gunners would get the range first. The second salvo crashed into the ocean about 100 meters short. The guns adjusted and fired again. The smoke eddied and blew off to the unengaged side. Gerdes, if he was honest with himself, had no thought that he could win this engagement, not if the Royal Navy pressed it. Certainly, he had more ships, and they were roughly the same vintage as the vessels across the water, but it was the Royal Navy. They had humbled the French, the Spanish, the Dutch, the Americans had stung them, but at the end had been trapped in their own harbors. Much like the German fleet now. The shells splashed into the ocean on the far side of the enemy fleet about 50 meters over. Getting closer. Range was approximately 14,000 meters now. Why didn't the enemy open fire? Surely, they were within range of those big 30 centimeters cannons they packed. The guns roared again. Glancing down the side of his ship, he noted the secondaries training out. They must be nearly at extreme range. They were to open fire at 12 kilometers. Soon. Straddle called an excited lookout hit. Third in enemy line. Gerdes looked back across to the enemy. There was indeed smoke and the beginning of flame wafting up from the third-in-line enemy vessel. The guns roared again. Ahead in line, Venetta's guns also barked out. October 15, 1914. HMS Duncan. Admiral Dundas cursed under his breath as another salvo came out from the enemy vessels. He had been under fire, unable to return for far too long. Another 1,000 yards, and he would have his revenge on these ships. The entire flanks of the enemy vessels started blinking. His secondaries were opening fire. The surface of the sea began being dotted with splashes, slowly reaching out towards his ships. Finally his own guns roared out, sending 3,400 pounds of King George's anger towards the Germans. A moment later, the much lighter crackling of his secondaries sounded off. Splashes, well over the enemy. Perhaps 300 yards. The sea speckled with the smaller splashes of 6 impacts. Wang! Whoosh! The ship trembled slightly under the hit. Looking back, Dundas could see the casement just behind the bridge gushing fire and black smoke. That was sure to make the gun just over it untenable. His guns fired again. He began to hear the tinkling of 6 shells impacting the hide of his ship. No real concern there, not yet. Splashes, over the enemy. 100 yards? He glanced at the fore turret just in time to see the spark of a shell hit. Clang. No penetration, though he was sure he saw the shell go spinning into the air. There was a nasty-looking dent in the turret face near the roof of the turret. The gun didn't fire at next interval. He barked at a nearby runner, go to the A turret and find out status. The sailor saluted and ran off. Straddle, called a lookout. Looking across the expanse of water, he saw the spark of 6 hits starting on the enemy ships. Indeed, the boat deck of the lead ship was merrily burning. 4 huge water columns surrounded the second ship in line. Straddle, no hits. 2 splashes were short of his target. The panting runner returned and saluted. A turret will resume firing shortly, sir. Several men were rendered unconscious by the concussion, and are being revived. Well and good. Admiral Dundas clasped his hands behind his back and stood stoically on the bridge, watching the battle unfold. October 15, 1914. Scapa flow, periscope depth. K.L. Schwieger stared through the pericope, hoping he wasn't drooling. He had lined himself up perfectly on 2 targets. In front of him, was a big battleship with 5 turrets on the center line. Behind him, targeted by the rear tubes, was an older battleship, Dreadnought herself, he thought. He took one last look at both, then brought down the scope. Tube 1, los. Tube 2, los, he commanded. Hiss. Hiss. The 2 torpedoes left the tubes, and he heard the satisfying noise of them whirring off towards the big battleship in front of him. Tube 3, los. Tube 4, los. Hiss. Hiss. The 2 torpedoes ejected, but only one sound of an engine spooled up. The other torpedo had failed. Make depth 30 meters, ordered Schwieger. Reload tubes. He glanced at the weapons officer, who was holding 2 stopwatches. He cursed to himself, a failure now? As the first stopwatch reached 0, there came the sound of 2 explosions through the hull. Then another. Too soon. Something else had gone wrong. Schwieger composed himself. It wouldn't do for the men to see him out of sorts on something like this. Above, suddenly the water was filled with noise. High-speed screws were everywhere, and the heavier thumping of large machinery was reverberating through the hull as well. Also, a groaning sound. Torpedoes reloaded, sir, reported a sailor. Good. The sounds of screws had moved away, though the water was still filled with the noise of machinery. Periscope depth, he ordered. The U-boat slowly ascended until the depth gauge indicated the proper depth. Up scope. He would have to make this fast. No doubt every eye in the fleet was currently looking for him. Peering out the scope, he could see the big ship that had been his primary target listing right over and burning. She looked like she was done for. Behind him was a field of wreckage. One of those destroyers or trawlers must have blundered in the torpedo. Bad luck. He could see many little ships tearing around at top speed, while battleships were attempting to get underway. He brought the scope down and adjusted the heading to point the bow towards his next target. Up scope. A hiss as the tube went up. He peered through the scope. There was another big ship, 5 center-line turrets. Down scope. Tube 1, los. Tube 2, los, he ordered. Hiss. Hiss. The satisfying sound of the torpedoes whirring off. The ticking of the stopwatch starting. Make depth. Skuckaroo-anuk. The cabin tilted at a crazy angle, before righting itself. He could hear the cries of wounded men, and water rushing in where water had no business being. Blow ballast. Emergency surface, he shouted. The U-boat all too slowly breached the surface. The hatch was thrown open and men began pouring out to the deck, helping the wounded. After making sure all of his men were out, Schweigger joined them. They all raised their hands. The stopwatch was long forgotten, but the target ship seemed quite unhurt. The first one was settling lower and lower. She was definitely done for. Not far off the aft was a destroyer badly down by the bow. She must have been the one that hit them. Other destroyers were coming up to the damaged battleship to remove crew. A destroyer eased up to them, guns trained. Meekly, they boarded her under the angry glares of the crew. Not long after the last man was off, the U-boat slipped beneath the surface. The destroyer eased up to the settling battleship. A loud crash sounded from within the bowels of the ship, followed by a whooshing sound. The ship began settling quickly. Men rushed out and jumped aboard the destroyer with the U-boat men. Schweigger noticed some were still wearing their tallies. So, HMS King George V was his victim. He, however, was not to enjoy the fruits of this victory. October 15, 1914. SMS Kaiser Wilhelm II. 10 knots. This was going far better than he had any right to expect, but it was still high time that this was over, thought Admiral Gerdes. The range had closed to perhaps 8 kilometers, and both squadrons had been hitting each other heavily. His own ship had the rear turret and one secondary gun disabled. A couple of nasty fires were also burning along the length of the ship. Kaiser Barbarossa reported flooding, and possibly needing to haul out of line shortly. Kaiser Karl der Grosse had reported both main turrets out of action, but held her place in line, continuing to beat the enemy with her secondaries. His other two ships were in decent shape, but Kaiser Friedrich III reported a hit to the engine room which luckily did not affect the battle at the lower speed they were maintaining. Looking across at the enemy vessels, they seemed in much the same shape as his. He could see fires all along them, several had clearly lost secondaries, and though he hadn't counted, he was positive not so many main guns were firing either. One vessel, the last in line, was losing speed it appeared, so maybe this wouldn't be a complete rout. No more of this. Signals, he called, order a torpedo attack. Veneta will participate to keep off the enemy destroyers. A few minutes later, his 6 destroyers surged forward with Veneta peeling off from the front of the line, dashing across the open water towards the enemy ships. October 15, 1914. HMS Duncan. 10 knots. This was far closer than it ought to be, thought Admiral Dundas. The Germans and his fleet had been at it hammer and tongs, and still the enemy sailed merrily along, firing at him. His ships seemed to be getting the worst of it too. His own flagship had not one secondary on the engaged side still firing, Exmouth had lost a turret to a misfire that disabled both guns, Russell was flooding in the boiler room, Albemarle had been obliged to flood her aft magazine due to fires, and Cornwallis had been decapitated by a hit to the bridge. Enemy destroyers suddenly appeared, surging towards them. Torpedo attack. Signals. He called, order our destroyers to intercept. Signal the squadron to evade. Boom. October 15, 1914, Admiralty Offices, Berlin. A message was delivered to Grand Admiral Tirpitz. He quickly read. Battle near SYLT 5 enemy pre-dreadnoughts engaged. Kaiser Barbarossa sunk. Kaiser Wilhelm II grounded on SYLT. Kaiser Friedrich III in danger of foundering. Moderate damage to rest of 5th Battle Squadron. 2 destroyers severely damaged. 1 enemy observed sinking, 2 in serious condition. Admiral Gerdes killed. The cursed Royal Navy had done it again, though this time they at least paid in some blood for their boldness. October 15, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Churchill was working well into the night as was his habit. He sat back for a moment, stretching, and enjoying a cigar. A light tapping came to his door. Come in, he called. A messenger handed him a note and withdrew. He opened it and read. Submarine attack on Scapa Flow. King George V sunk. 2 destroyers sunk. Request safe harbor Jellicoe. A U-boat had not only penetrated the defense of the Grand Fleet anchorage but sank a battleship. How had this been allowed to happen? Obviously, something must be done. Churchill poured himself a glass of brandy, and set his cigar down to take a sip, and consider what that would be. A tapping came to the door again. Enter, he called again. A different messenger handed a note and retired quietly. This one read. 6th Battle Squadron engaged enemy ships near SYLT. HMS Duncan lost. HMS Russell foundered on way home. HMS Exmouth in serious condition. Admiral Dundas killed. 1 destroyer lost. Sunk 1 enemy battleship, 2 unlikely to survive. This would be a long night. Note 1, the 24 cm guns of the German fleet can range out to about 18 km. The 12 guns of the Duncans are limited to about 15,000 yards. Shooting at extreme range is an excellent way to empty your magazines while hitting only the sea. KM Story 0053. October 13, 1914, the Governor's Mansion, Tsingtao. It was early in the day and the governor was once again thinking about the future. His eyes were glued to the sea, his hand not free, but occupied by a cup of coffee, the saucer forgotten on the table. The smell of freshly brewed coffee drifting through the golden hall one was soothing to his worries, the smell of home, but as all good things, they were not to last. He took one last sip from his porcelain cup, a gold-plated thing of Tirschenruth to make, before he turned his attention back to the two groups of people seated on the various leather couches of the room, waiting for his answer. The issue is less what we should tell them, rather, to whom. I answer directly to the Grand Admiral, Tirpitz, but my purview, as lax as it is, doesn't include deals with foreign powers. Alfred looked towards the Peking ambassador. Hence we worked through Herr von Maltzahn. Indeed. In theory, I am supposed to discuss with the Foreign Office before proposing or accepting any deals with a foreign actor, especially ones of such importance. Here, Baron von Maltzahn grimaced. But, can we afford to risk informing Jago III of even just a fraction of what happened? Everyone grimaced at the mention of the State Secretary, more so the Kriegsmarine Germans, as they were the ones who shared how of an utter imbecile Gottlieb von Jago proved to be in his role, before he was replaced by Zimmermann. There's also the issue of the Deutsche Asiatische Bank. Von Maltzahn started. Which should be communicated to the Treasury and the Deutsche Bank in Europe. There were nods to that, with the governor adding. The forgiveness of their debt is no issue, as that's a rather straightforward trade for weapons that won't raise any eyebrows. The deal with the Americans, on the other hand, would make the people in Berlin question why we need 8-inch guns and ammunition, ball bearings, vacuum valves, aluminum, machining tools, diesel, oil, and so on, sighed Admiral Hubert Schmundt. It will bring too many questions that we cannot afford to ask, and the more we attempt to deflect, the more persistent they will become. Especially the escort duty for Chinese aid, said the Vice Admiral Helmuth Brinkmann, commander of the Prinz Eugen, while sipping at his coffee. The obvious question will be, with what ships, and then we can't just say, with oil-fired ships from the future, that will just make a mess of everything, added Friedrich Bondt. Not only Berlin won't believe us, they will call us mad and forbid any transaction going forward. Bondt glanced at the ships in port before muttering loud enough. Perhaps we are mad for even attempting to take on the Japanese Navy with only a few undergunned ships. The pleasant mood that existed at the beginning of the coffee clutch for was now utterly extinguished, being replaced by a gloomy atmosphere. That leaves just aircrafts then. Hubert Schmundt broke the silence that settled over the room. Your engagement, he turned towards Bondt, with the Japanese battleships showed the limitations of our ship's armament. Even if we can blind fire at more than a dozen kilometers, that matters little if the shots are just scratching the ship's paint. The Admiral regarded all Kriegsmarine men before continuing. I believe everyone from my time here had seen what aircraft carriers can do to one extent, and, especially what air power can do to a whole nation. And we just lost an aircraft, replied Bondt, his voice sullen. That's a mistake I will never forget, he added while rubbing his hands together. While regrettable, it was bound to happen at some point, Friedrich. Brinkmann placed his hand on Bondt's shoulder, a comforting gesture that was appreciated. What's the current status of our effort in replicating the aircraft? The governor turned towards his close adjutant, Captain Louis Freiherr von Lilienkron. In the case of the engine, the people working on the project are currently testing the individual parts we manufactured on a spare, seeing if there's any issue or deviation. Soon they should be able to put together a complete engine. Though there are issues that cannot be solved in the short term, fuel and ball bearings 5, which will limit the output to just around 500 or 600 horsepower. As for the rest of the aircraft, we successfully replicated and tested the propeller governor, with all that entails, blades, gears, casing and so on. The internal structure of the Arado is mostly steel, so that was also accounted for. The skin covering and hydraulics are proving difficult, as well as the electronics and avionics, but they should eventually be finished or replaced by alternatives. Governor Alfred Meyer-Waldeck nodded at the information. The best we could hope for, Captain von Lilienkron added. I can at least give you some better news, sir. Our attempts at building a smaller reconnaissance aircraft with parts on hand is close to finish and might fly already by the 15th. Hubert Schmundt interjected. That's the one with the car's engine, if I'm not mistaken? If everything goes right with the flight, how soon do you believe we could place them into service? I really want to conserve the Arados, you understand. I understand you, Admiral. I also want to get the aircraft into service as soon as possible, but it is unlikely for that to happen until the 16th, more likely the 17th. Though, by the 19th we should have another 2 available. The matter of fuel is still up in the air, added the so far silent Corvettan Captain Moritz Schmidt. Modern aircrafts are very dependent on their fuel type. The blue fuel, B4/6, is twice as good as any petrol available at this time. We might cheat and use alcohol injection, as from what the pilots told me, that's something that was in use in the Luftwaffe, or toluene. The fuel teams are currently looking into synthetic fuel from coal gasifiers. 7, responded the governor. As I understand it, Germany during your time was making fuel from coal. Yes. Moritz Schmidt replied. Thankfully, our efforts of verifying what every sailor knew proved fruitful. A few worked in the synthetic fuel industry during the 30s. Said Hubert Schmundt. Even if we solve the issue of building more aircrafts and the fuel needed, the Arados don't allow for center-mounted bombs or torpedoes. Complained Vice Admiral Helmuth Brinkmann. We might not need them the first time going to the US and back, but if we attempt a second time, the Japanese and the British are going to hunt us down in their battleships and battlecruisers. The prospect of fighting the Congos and Fusos with the Hippers is just asking to be sunk. Is there any ship we could convert into a carrier? Asked Friedrich Bondt. Not really. Only the SMS Prinz Eitel Friedrich is suitable, but that's pushing it. The only option is to wait for Ciliux and see if any of the ships he bought back are suitable, though. Here the governor paused deep in thought. SMS Kronprinz Wilhelm is off the coast of Brazil, a modern liner that could do 21 knots. She could make the journey to Tsingtao, or Surabaya and join the convoy to the US, selling whatever loot they managed to get. That sounds reasonable. Said Admiral Hubert Schmundt. Many other topics were discussed, from important to the inconsequential, finicky details and schedules, before Bondt brought up an unexpected question. What's to be done with the Blücher? Should we, change the name? While the Imperial Germans looked at Bondt with confusion, the Kriegsmarine Germans had a spark of understanding. You are afraid that the name's cursed? Asked Helmuth Brinkmann. How could I not be with everything we've seen so far? But even if I wasn't, the crew's morale is being affected. What should we name the ship then? Asked Hubert Schmundt. Walldog. After Heinrich. Yes. It is the least he deserves. Dying twice so soon. Heinrich Walldog 8 was lucky once, unfortunately, he was unlucky twice. Hubert Schmundt grimly stated. We also need to find a replacement. I was thinking of Voss 9, but Kohler could easily be promoted to the task. The name or the commander of the Blücher is the least of our problems. Moritz Schmidt grabbed everyone's attention. Where are we going to find a replacement for the sailors lost without weakening our other areas? By this point, we have around 100 sailors performing activities on land, from machining parts to working on the new aircraft, from electricians to chemists and so on, that is, without taking into account the hundreds of sailors acting as a fighting force. He grimaced. This might sound callous, and please forgive me, but, with all due respect, the sailors on those ships are more valuable than any sailor or soldier from Imperial Germany. Moritz. Hubert Schmundt warned, eyes boring into the Korvettenkapitän. Admiral, I understand where he comes from, and I honestly cannot fault him for thinking like this, when, if it weren't for the knowledge of the men from your ships and their help, we would not have a flight as soon as the 15th. The governor looked thoughtful at Moritz Schmidt, before coming to a revelation. Dr. Wilhelm Schrammeier, who is the commissary for Chinese affairs, recently informed me that when he looked for Chinese volunteers, most rejected fighting as frontline troops, being more enamored with the big warships that sunk a whole Japanese fleet. He turned towards Hubert Schmundt. Do you perhaps have something against employing Chinese volunteers, Admiral? Hubert Schmundt looked thoughtful, but easily quipped. If they can speak German, we will take them. Governor Alfred Meyer-Waldeck grinned as he replied in kind. They are as close as you are going to get to a native German this side of the pond. More seriously, he said. They can speak German fluently and are fast learners. Certainly they have little love for the Japanese or the British, and by that point, they can already be considered part of the Central Powers. Alfred finished on a bemused note. Though, any amusement eventually died down, with the governor looking more tired than ever as he touched upon the next subject. And speaking of the Chinese, Yuan Shikai and his clique are going to pay us a visit the following days, as his government is relocating to Nanjing. He will be here either on the 18th or 19th, I am uncertain of the exact date, but of what I am certain? There will be behind him enough British prisoners to fill up our internment camps twice over if what Herr von Maltzen was told is true, that in our rifles. I am unsure at this point what good they will do. It is unlikely for us to be threatened by Japanese troops, not when the Chinese are building fortifications all along the Yellow River. In addition, they are more or less part of the Central Powers, if nominally at the moment. Commented Captain von Lilienkron. Nominally yes, hence why we need to reach a consensus on what to communicate back to Berlin and to whom. Shikai's visit is as much a chance of convenience as one motivated by politics. Countered von Maltzen. If we manage to impress Shikai, more options will be opened for us. We give him our navy, he gives us his army. Should we do a military demonstration for him? Asked Captain von Lilienkron. If we show them all those fancy weapons, as they are supposed to inspect a few already, together with the aircrafts and warships, maybe he will view this piece of Germany as a vital part for the war effort. That is a good idea, Captain. Might also arrange a meeting between Admiral Ciliux and the President, if possible, also with his son. Perhaps during the Hipper the governor was interrupted by the surprised gasps of the men looking towards the sea. Well, I'll be damned. I never thought I will see Silix return as a pirate! Exclaimed Bont in astonishment. Give me the binoculars, thank you, that's, indeed Silix's fleet, and the Jolly Roger flag. I guess we should welcome him back, gentlemen. The press will adore him, that's for sure, said the governor. I already do, he muttered as he went towards the door. KM Story 0054. October 16, 1914, Old Admiralty Building. Well gentlemen, it's been an eventful few days, began Churchill, staring at those around the table, and we have several developments to discuss. First of all, there has been a naval battle near the island of Sylt. 2 ships of the 6th Battle Squadron were lost while on a mission to destroy the Zeppelin sheds at Sylt. Duncan was lost in the battle against the German Kaiser Friedrich III class, and Russell foundered on the way back to port, from progressive flooding, apparently from a torpedo attack by the German screen. The melee of the screens also resulted in the loss of HMS Nemesis. In return, 1 German battleship was definitely seen to sink, and 2 others were believed in sinking condition. There was a murmur of surprise around table. Do we have confirmation of the sinkings? Asked Admiral Lambert. If so, we have a victory to feed the press. Which is exactly what we will do, replied Churchill approvingly. It would be a good thing to have a success to tell them, and this will do. If our officers believe that the enemy ships would sink, then that's proof enough. Admiral Hamilton shrugged. That seems sensible. Even if they didn't sink, ships of the Kaiser Friedrich class are likely to be written off with any appreciable amount of damage, so it's the same thing. Churchill nodded. My thoughts exactly. The next topic to discuss is significantly less appealing. A U-boat was able to penetrate Scapa Flow and sink the King George V, and 2 destroyers. The U-boat was rammed by a destroyer, which sank from the effort. A collective concerned murmur this time. What's to be done? Asked Admiral Tudor. We have no other anchorage large enough for the Grand Fleet. What's to be done? Growled Fisher. What should have been done when the anchorage was established? Proper defenses will be installed. In the meantime, the fleet will need to be placed in a different base. What sort of defenses? Asked Lambert. All but the main channel must be filled with blockships, began Fisher. Some shore batteries need to be established. The main entrance will be covered with mines and multiple layers of nets. Increased patrols. And gentlemen, the loss of the super dreadnought does not leave this room. Churchill said sternly. The crew, which all survived save 3, are being distributed among other ships. They have also been warned to tell no one. The Germans must not learn of this loss. Note 1. Agreed. Emphasized Fisher. Let them think they failed, with the loss of their U-boat and no news. Finally intoned Churchill. Intelligence from the Far East. He paused and passed out pictures of a damaged warship to the other lords. We have had analysts looking at this vessel, and one will brief us on what they see now. Churchill rang a bell, and a thin, harassed-looking man with thick spectacles and a jacket that had been patched multiple times scurried in, carrying a thick folder. Gentlemen, he acknowledged, messily setting his folder on the table. An assistant set up an easel and retreated. We have been poring over these pictures you see, and have come to several conclusions. He continued, pulling the photo of the German ship, patched and sailing out of Surabaya, and placing it on the easel. First, is the most obvious. While there are superficial similarities, this ship conforms to no known German warship. Observe. Here, he struck the picture with a mighty thwack with a pointer that had come from somewhere. The rear 2 turrets are too close together. The Deflinger's rear turrets are separated, like on our Tiger class, and for the same reason, to place engine rooms. This ship therefore has a different engine room configuration. Secondly, again, a thwack against the photo, there is but one funnel. As this is said to be an oil-fired ship, that is not terribly surprising, though the Germans are not known to have built any purely oil-fired ships. The superstructure is incorrect. This is larger advancement than might be thought initially. He pulled out a photo grainily enhanced of the ship's superstructure and placed it on the easel. Note this thwack is a gunnery director. It is higher than on any of our ships, or known German ships, and clearly wider too, which would allow for more accurate gun laying at longer distance. Not visible in this enhancement, though also present are what appear to be aerials. The pictures are not clear enough to tell, but it is thought that these are related to wireless communication. The Germans are known to have very high-quality wireless sets. This may be the aerials of a new generation of long-range aerials. He paused, and pulled out another zoomed-in photo, this time of the aft superstructure. Now, some might note the lack of a mainmast and foremast for spotting. With the built-up superstructure, obviously the requirement of a foremast is lesser, and the noted aerials are probably plenty. This thwack appears to be the remnants of a mainmast, no doubt shot away in the battle. This thwack, indicating the catapult, is unknown, but possibly wreckage of another structure. Note another director here, smaller than the first. This thwack, indicating an anti-aircraft director, is unknown, though some suggest that it is a director for secondary guns, that are in turrets, as seen here and here. Thwack thwack. The turrets are of a different design than previously seen on German vessels. It is unfortunately impossible to guess the caliber of these weapons from these photographs. However, because we can assume that the secondaries are 4, we think the main gun caliber is 8.2. Because of all of these discrepancies from any known vessel, and the apparent new hull form, it is believed that this is a German colonial cruiser. Designs were thought to be in development before the war, but as our intelligence has less interest in light vessels, these may have been missed. Known design elements include 6.9 or 8.2 guns with 4 secondaries. Torpedoes are probably included. Given the hull form and oil firing, we estimate it is capable of at least 28 knots. With the high-mounted and large director, it will probably excel in long-range gunnery. Armor is probably on level with a light cruiser, perhaps somewhat heavier. The large hull would be needed, as a long-range ship needs plenty of fuel and supplies. The enhanced wireless aerials would also fit the needs of such a vessel. I will now endeavor to answer any questions. Note 2. How many of these ships might the Germans have? Asked Admiral Lambert. The analyst shrugged. Unknown, but probably 2 or 3 at best given German build practices. Are you suggesting 2 or 3 of these, large light cruisers slaughtered an entire Japanese battle fleet? Demanded Fisher. 3 of them with Emden might well have taken down Commodore Keane, but the Japanese. The analyst shrugged and replied, I can't answer that, that would be a question for admirals, not analysts. Fisher turned crimson, the veins in his neck and forehead bulged forth, and he began to take a mighty breath, but Churchill hurriedly interjected, the original thoughts we had about mines or U-boats, or both still apply. If there are no further questions, you may go, Jenkins. There were none, so Jenkins gathered his photos and left. So, what do we do about this menace? Wondered Admiral Tudor. Such a ship would be death to any light cruiser afloat and can clearly take down armored cruisers as well. We do the obvious thing, growled Fisher. The Majestic class have been dispatched to become guard ships at major ports. Though these large light cruisers may be able to bully smaller cruisers, battleships and battlecruisers will still beat them. To that end, Princess Royal and Queen Mary may remain in the Indian Ocean and hunt them down. We also design a large light cruiser of our own, to counter any more that might sail from Germany. Churchill frowned pensively. Trade in the area is important and under threat. We will dispatch the Canopus class to act as escorts for convoys until the raiders are hunted down. We will also ask the Japanese to overfly the harbor at Tsingtao and seeing if any other ships are there. Photographs are preferred. Murmurs of assent came from around the table. Well then, said Churchill, I believe there is a ship to design. Note 1, this was basically done with the loss of HMS Audacious. It was indeed so successful that at the end of the war, the Germans still had her on active lists. Note 2, it was thought pre-war that the Germans were building such vessels. The Hawkins class would be built to counter them. So we see the analysts' takes on the Blucher. They would recognize advancements on the directors, and the hull form, though AA guns are not really visible on most photos I can find, thus those are not seen. They have no frame of reference for radar, and assume it's wireless related. They are certain it is not a capital ship, which greatly eases the minds of the Sea Lords. KM Story 0055. Japan, Tokyo, October 17, 1914. The international situation has changed significantly in the last few weeks. And the conflict in Asia, which at first looked like Japan would easily take the German colonies, turned into a regular war. A war for which the empire was not fully prepared, and it was already quite clear that the conflict would affect everyone in Japanese society as a whole. The government was faced with the decision of whether to declare a general mobilization, which would disrupt Japan's economy. However, the pressure of the army began to be too great for Prime Minister Shigenobu Okumura. The war that broke out in China was completely unexpected and Japan was not exactly winning. The Prime Minister did not want to announce mobilization yet, but it was only a matter of time before the situation changed. His reasons were not so much pacifist as economic, as realistically he was very close to the militant politicians who were part of his ruling cabinet. In addition, Prime Minister Shigenobu Okumura's health was not good at all, even considering his age. The stress, and above all the news about the defeats first of the Navy and now of the Army, didn't help his mental well-being much either. For Admiral Tomosa Burkat, another summons from Navy Minister Admiral Roker Yashiro was something he could not avoid. The Battle of the South China Sea on September 25 did not end well for the Japanese Navy, quite the opposite. The loss of 3 destroyers and damage to the flagship of the fleet, the battleship Kawachi, combined with the deaths of nearly 400 sailors. It only magnified Japan's military failures in recent weeks. The usher brought the admiral to the minister's office. Admiral Roker Yashiro calmly drank tea and waited for his subordinate. He was reading some documents and gestured for Admiral Tomosa Burkat to sit down. The minister himself was under enormous pressure, the government and now the prime minister wanted his head. They needed a scapegoat to bear the blame for the failures the Japanese had met in this war so far. Of course you know about the latest events in China. I'll be honest, what our press writes is only the tip of the iceberg. The military screwed up in a terrible way and now we have to save their ass. It is absolutely necessary that we withdraw from the Yellow Sea. We will lose control of it, but for now we must focus on our operations in the Sea of Japan. We must not allow the Germans to take the initiative in the Sea of Japan under any circumstances. The supply of our troops in Korea must proceed absolutely undisturbed. I hope we understand each other perfectly, Admiral. Yes, Minister, we understand each other well. I must also remind you that to date, we have lost 3 submarines in the area around Tsingtao. Only about the first submarine, number 8, do we have any idea how it was destroyed? Her crew reported being attacked by enemy aircraft. For the others, we do not know how they were destroyed, nor when exactly it happened. My gut tells me that if we send more submarines near the German bases, Tsingtao and Weihai/Port Edward, we will lose them. We cannot afford to send our men to their deaths, especially at this time. Moreover, the number of our modern submarines is very small. So I agree with your decision that it is necessary to suspend our operations here in the Yellow Sea area for a certain period of time. Tomosa Burkat. But we have to do something in that area. It is necessary to find out how many warships the Germans have in Tsingtao and of what types. If sending submarines isn't effective, do something else. The Prime Minister is pressuring me to give him some results. He told me clearly that in the current situation we need the political support of the British and the French, given what is happening in China. And our European allies want to eliminate the threat of the German fleet to their shipping in the Indian Ocean and South China Sea as soon as possible. They have already sent naval reinforcements from Europe to the Pacific and made it clear to the Prime Minister that this is only due to the incompetence of our navy. If we took the Germans seriously and didn't underestimate them, they wouldn't have to get involved. Of course, they ignore the fact that they did not warn us that Germany had moved part of its fleet to the Pacific. We received very little intelligence from them before the war. It's much improved now, but it's already a little late, because the Germans destroyed a large part of our fleet. It seems to me that our allies despise us. To them we are still just yellow bastards who will never be equal to them. Especially after our defeat, the fact that they suffered a debacle themselves, but none of them mentions. We know exactly what the British and French are sending to the Pacific, were they at least a little specific about that? Tomosa Burkat. Yes, as I already mentioned, they are quite cooperative, although most of the information came to us gradually. We know for sure that 2 British modern battlecruisers are already in the Indian Ocean. Admiral Duftonsteady commands them if he moves to the South China Sea. I have not been told yet. The French sent a cruiser squadron under the command of Admiral Charles Faverau. The newly formed French 2nd Colonial Squadron left Brest on October 1. It consists of the cruisers Guichen, Desaix, Kleber, Jeanne d'Arc, and Chateau Renault. She should arrive and operate in the South China Sea by the end of the month. This squadron will be joined by other French warships in the area. We are supposed to support them, which means that our fleet located on Formosa will be at their disposal. I know you wanted the battleship Setsu, cruisers Ibuki and Chikuma to return to Japan, but for now, that is not possible. The British have also sent other warships from Europe. Very soon you will receive the necessary information, which will tell which warships they are. I'm very glad that our allies are so sharing information. I will return to Formosa and meet with Admiral Duftonsteady as soon as his ships arrive. I will do the same for the French Admiral. Does Duftonsteady also have authority over my ships, or will I be my own master and make my own decisions on operational matters? Tomosa Burkat. I'll put it this way, Admiral, just try to accommodate our ally at all costs. He can't afford bad relations. By all accounts, Admiral Duftonsteady is a competent officer, which is why he was sent here. He shouldn't want something we won't be able to fulfill. I hope you are right, Minister. Which brings me to another question, have our allies talked about other naval operations near Tsingtao? Because I wholeheartedly do not recommend them. I have already mentioned the fate of our submarines. To send more warships there is to risk losing them. It's like stepping into an anthill and thinking you won't upset the ants. If the British and French are planning something before Tsingtao, you should do your best to talk them out of it. Or for our navy to avoid participating in a similar action. Tomosa Burkat. I have already said that it is imperative to find out what we are up against in Tsingtao. So anyway, I expect some sort of naval operation in the area from you. I don't care about the risk, I need the information or I'll find someone else to do the job. We both know you'll get a new supervisor soon and I'll be fired. If you refuse to carry out the exploratory operation, your pension will soon be waiting for you. That's not a threat, just a real fact. The government needs someone to pin the blame on. I understand, you said it clearly and completely understandable, Mr. Minister. I will single out several fast warships from the fleet and send them to escort our aircraft carrier Wakamiya. He will send several seaplanes over the harbor. If we're lucky, maybe one will return. I hope the whole operation will not end in disaster, because the risk is immense. Tomosa Burkat. You greatly overestimate the capabilities of the Germans, they cannot be that dangerous. You are becoming like Admiral Sadak Ichikat who has lost his courage. It's not about losing courage on my part, I fought the German fleet so I know what their ships and crews are capable of. I faced several German armored and light cruisers in the South China Sea. And yet I lost, even though I had overwhelming firepower. The Germans have very good night vision and spotted my ships before we even knew they were near us. Plus their ships are clearly faster. It is clear to me that they sacrificed the firepower of their ships to increase their speed. Because if their warships had a more powerful gun caliber than 150 mm, I wouldn't be talking to you today. And the Kawachee battleship would end up at the bottom of the sea. Once the Germans targeted her, they hit my flagship regularly. She was hit more than 30 times in a few minutes, which is a fantastic feat for such a short period of time. Admiral Sadakichi Kat told me that the Germans also have much larger ships. SMS Derflinger was spoken to, at least 2 of these vessels, maybe 3. I know my colleague was hurt and in shock, but when he told me he saw a warship bigger than our Congo, I believe him. These vessels may be waiting for us in Tsingtao, Tomosaber Kat. I believe that's just another reason to find out what's up against us. Now to change the subject, I complied with your request and informed the Germans through the Red Cross that we had buried the bodies of the 2 dead airmen and sent them their dog tags. I know you insisted, I agree that it is necessary to reciprocate the goodwill gesture. The Germans sent us over 300 of our sailors who survived the massacre at the end of August when the fleet commanded by Sadakichi Kat was destroyed. They didn't have to do it, yet it happened. I decided not to put these survivors into combat anymore. They would serve on the home islands, they wouldn't go back to sea in time of war. None of them will break the promise they made to the Germans. I originally wanted to do it only with the officers, but in the end I gave everyone the option. I thank you very much for this decision, Mr. Minister, I respect it. May I ask how the research on that pistol that the airmen carried and the opinion of our technicians who examined it turned out? I wanted to find out for myself, but you put a strict ban on talking about it, Tomosaber Kat. It has its reasons. The technicians who examined the weapon told me that it is a very advanced design. Probably the most modern pistol anyone has ever made. We don't have anything even close to that quality. I decided that we will copy the technology and start producing it ourselves, but for now in a small series and secretly. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be as easy as it seems and it will take a while, but it will happen in a few months. I want that weapon for the Imperial Navy, especially for its officer corps, and as soon as possible. Shall we share that weapon with the army as well? Tomosaber Kat. No, we certainly won't. Regarding this decision, I have many reasons for it. The main one is that whatever the Navy offers the army, they reject it and say it's a shunt. So there's no point in trying to help them somehow, they're self-centered idiots who don't care. I understand. While we're on the topic of pilots and planes, I want you to know that the program to rearm our warships with anti-aircraft weapons is well underway. By the end of the month it will be complete for all warships larger than a destroyer. By the end of the year, every ship in the Navy will be equipped with at least basic anti-aircraft armament. Tomosaber Kat. Excellent, that's good news. I'm a little sorry we couldn't get that German plane. Even if it was just a wreck, our technicians could glean a lot of valuable information from it. Yes. Unfortunately the wreckage of that machine sank rather quickly and could not be saved. Personally, it bothers me more that none of those pilots survived. I would like to hear from them. Unfortunately, the one who was dying didn't tell us anything that could be useful for us. Tomosaber Kat. It's only a matter of time before we sink one of the German warships and get a prisoner. Nevertheless, I remind you, now our main goal is to cooperate with our European allies. We need their political support right now, please think about it. Admiral Tomosaber Kat promised the Navy Minister his utmost support in this regard. Time will tell if his superior's optimism, regarding the military weakness of the Germans in which he believed, will prove to be true. The moment the Admiral left the Minister's office he looked at the watch on his hand. They were the ones that originally belonged to one of the dead Germans. He kept them on purpose to always remind him who he and his subordinates were actually facing in this war. KM Story 0056. October 17, 1914. SMS Z22. Near the east entrance of the Straits of Magellan. Korvettenkapitän Boehm was thoroughly miserable. Not for the first time, he questioned his sanity, even sobriety in actually asking to go to Germany in his tiny command. He had not yet felt that Z22 was in danger, but it was being tossed like a cork in the mountainous seas. Even Marshall's flagship behind was plunging and ploughing in the grey water. Even the saltiest hands were green from the motion of the ship. Well, except that madman of a helmsman who seemed to revel in the danger? Motion? Boehm didn't know. All he knew was that when Schuller was on duty, his eyes seemed to light up watching the big waves approach, plunging over them and down the other side. He fought internally with feelings of anger at someone enjoying this horrible weather while he couldn't even drink tea with confidence. Even if he'd somehow been able to get tea to his mouth in these seas. Another wave crashed over the bow of the ship, and Boehm further suppressed vomit from the motion of the ship. October 17, 1914 HMS Good Hope, near the Falklands. Admiral Craddock stood on the bridge. He could faintly hear the captain in the wardroom delivering an impassioned dressing down to the officers. The performance of the crew, fleshed out by reservists as they were, was not up to the standard of the Royal Navy. While vessels were coaling, he had allowed each vessel to fire off 5 rounds per gun as target practice. No ship had hit the target. Glasgow had towed a target at 8,000 yards, and each ship had taken turns blazing away. Good Hope had come closest to a hit. Well, that wasn't true. HMS Lancaster had succeeded in a straddle. On HMS Glasgow, he suspected an extra laundry day was going to be in order on board the light cruiser. Craddock sighed. He was heading back to Montevideo, to continue his search for a German light cruiser that seemed to be everywhere to hear the screeches of merchants. Some of whom, somehow saw the light cruiser and inexplicably got away. He suspected that some of these sightings were the result of overactive imaginations, but some might well be real. Certainly, vessels were disappearing in the area. Well, if he found any enemy ships, he was prepared. He had passed his last will to the commander of the base at Port Stanley before leaving on this mission. October 17, 1914. German Admiralty. Admirals Tirpitz, von Müller, Ingenol and Hipper entered the conference room. An assistant set out coffee, and discreetly left the room. As you all know by now, began von Müller. Admiral Gerdes' squadron was engaged by the Royal Navy. The Royal Navy was driven off by Gerdes at the cost of his life. 1 vessel was lost, and 1 grounded. The others have various degrees of damage. The British lost 1 battleship and 1 destroyer, with at least 1 other vessel in serious condition. While I am not surprised that the British attacked again, I am surprised it was so soon, admitted Tirpitz. We will need to cover the area of Sylt with other patrols. The Kaiser Friedrich class are going to be disarmed and retired, continued von Müller. The guns will be removed and placed in strategic areas for coastal batteries. What of the grounded ship? Asked Hipper. The grounded ship will be refloated and returned to service for at least the short term, answered von Müller, at least until a new ship can take its name. Why does that matter? Asked Ingenol in puzzlement. Because the grounded vessel is Kaiser Wilhelm II. Will you tell him about the loss of his namesake? Asked Tirpitz somewhat scornfully. A newly constructed vessel will take the name of the All-Highest at some point, but it wouldn't do to let the British think they sank our sovereign's namesake vessel. Think of the articles their newspapers would write. Moving on, interrupted von Müller. The airship attack on Rosyth failed. No vessels were hit, neither was the Zeppelin. A waste of time, grumbled Ingenol. Flying machines will never harm battleships. Don't be a fool, growled Tirpitz. If those had struck, they could have done great damage. Like with a gun, it requires a way to aim. We are working on that. We hope to have a bomb site for testing within the next month. Finally, the attack on Scapa Flow, continued von Müller inexorably. Nothing has been heard from Kapitän Lieutenant Schwieger. He is presumed lost. A Zeppelin flight over Scapa Flow reported the anchorage as empty. Odd. Commented Hipper. If no vessels were in Scapa Flow, where is Schwieger? His last report had him nearing the anchorage. Struck a mine, mused Ingenol. Or hazards of the sea, put in Tirpitz. Regardless, the attack on Scapa Flow appears to have been unsuccessful for whatever reason. The Zeppelin attack requires refinement. Increased heavy patrols must continue. For the moment, the British are still pressing. Our final topic, continued von Müller. Admiral von Spee reported in from Valparaiso. He will contact us again when he is in a position to better estimate his arrival. If he makes it so far, muttered Ingenol. Do we know anything of Royal Navy ship deployments to the Atlantic? Asked Hipper. Very little, unfortunately. Though we have one interesting tidbit from Austria. Apparently, one of their U-boats spotted 2 Lion-class battlecruisers heading east, but was unable to get into a position to attack. Said von Müller. Hipper sat forward in interest. Then the battlecruiser strength in home waters is reduced? How many battlecruisers did the Zeppelin count? Von Müller shuffled some papers. 5 were spotted in the harbor. Hipper looked thoughtful. What might we do to tempt them into battle? A coastal bombardment? Perhaps with the High Seas Fleet in reserve. We need intelligence on the Grand Fleet, argued Ingenol, else we might sail to our doom. We'll make some more Zeppelin flights over harbors. We'll see what we can locate. Said Tirpitz decidedly, but it sounds as though this may be an opportune moment. The meeting continued for a few more minutes before breaking up. October 17, 1914. Surabaya. Admiral Duftonsteady strode ashore at Surabaya. He had come to see what intelligence could be gleaned from anyone here. He had received intelligence that the ship spotted was not in fact a Derfflinger-class battlecruiser, but a new type of large light cruiser. That would make things much easier. For the moment, he had a governor to call on. He had wide latitude in his authority to search for the enemy vessels and was using it. The Dutch gunboats had protested his violation of neutrality, but it was only the Dutch. The governor was waiting for him at the governor's mansion, with an aide to act as interpreter. Steady got right to the point. I'm searching for a German squadron. Have you seen it? He asked. He thought politely. The government of the Netherlands formally protests your violation of our neutrality, began the governor. Steady interrupted. Where did the German ships go? He demanded. The governor gaped for a moment, then regained his composure. We are not required under the Hague to tell you any such thing, he announced. Steady seated under the surface. His duty would not be interrupted by this. If you will not assist us in this, we will take steps to prevent the use of Surabaya by German raiders, threatened Steady. East. They went east, squeaked the frightened interpreter. The governor glared at his aide, not understanding, but knowing that he had spoken out of turn. His Majesty's government thanks you for your assistance, Steady said, smiling grimly, before rising and returning to his ship. KM Story 0057. October 18, 1914. Loch Swilly. Jellicoe felt palpable relief, sitting well out of range of U-boats in Loch Swilly. This anchorage was far out of position for blockade duty, or intercepting the high seas fleet, but getting torpedoed in home base was bad for those things as well. He had just received a message from the Lords of the Admiralty. They had been quite fast. Secondary channels out of Scapa Flow were being blocked, and covered by guard ships, Hannibal and Magnificent. 48 additional trawlers were being allocated to the base for submarine and mine hunting, and an improved net system was being built. Minefields were also being laid, and other light batteries were being constructed. Jellicoe felt a degree of frustration that it took the loss of one of his newest ships to prompt this action, but that's the way it was. The Treasury wouldn't part with money pre-war for a northern base, and it cost a battleship. He sighed and looked at his fleet list. Technically, he had 23 dreadnoughts. However, Benbow was still shaking down. 22. Neptune had been rammed by a cruiser in the escape from Scapa Flow and needed some yard time. 21. Dreadnought was in refit. Vanguard was having condenser troubles and couldn't keep speed. 19. In his opinion, the remainder of the King George V class were not up to par in gunnery. 16. 16 battle-effective dreadnoughts to fight. 15. 16. German dreadnoughts? Then there was the matter of the battlecruisers. Beatty had Lion, Invincible, Inflexible, New Zealand and Tiger, not fully worked up, to fight 4 German battlecruisers and 1 bloated armoured cruiser. Again, he cursed the Admiralty for sending half the battlecruisers around the world. This was no way to fight a war. If the Germans offered anything less than invasion of the British Isles, he'd have to seriously consider declining battle. October 18, 1914. Wilhelmshaven. The North German Lloyd liner Berlin leaves Wilhelmshaven, heading for the North Sea. She was going commerce raiding, armed with 2 105mm guns and several heavy machine guns. First though, she had 200 mines to leave as a present for the British Merchant Marine. Captain Fundheller had already decided to leave his mines near Tory Island, in a fairly busy merchant lane. Then it was off into the ocean to see what vessels he could take before the Royal Navy inevitably caught him. He'd heard of the exploits of von Spee's squadron in the Indian Ocean. Sadly, no such underdefended British ports were available to him. He retired to his cabin. He had a book on the American naval officer John Paul Jones that was proving quite interesting. Perhaps there would even be some ideas on how to maximize his short time. October 18, 1914. Near Rosyth, in the air. Lieutenant Pratt was again in the air, hauling the heavy torpedo. Today, however, he, Lieutenant Childers, and Wing Commander Longmore were making an attack on the battlecruiser fleet anchored in Rosyth. One other plane was supposed to participate but had mechanical difficulties. The officers of the battlecruisers had been informed to avoid tragedy and been instructed to take no special steps. This was a proof of concept. If this worked out well, they would accelerate their training. So far, they had one full flight of 5, counting Wing Commander Longmore, that could reliably get hits. Each of them would be placed in command of their own wings, responsible for training them up. The first of the new machines, the short 184s, were expected to be delivered inside the next 2 weeks, which Pratt was greatly looking forward to. They would have more power, and these short 81s were getting quite tired of the fairly intensive training. At any rate, having a plane that didn't feel like a tired, intransigent donkey with its torpedo would be a great help. The next set of torpedo bomber pilots would have it easy, not having to work with that. Pratt snapped back to the present. They were approaching the target, HMS Lion. Doctrine in this case was for every plane to choose a different target, in order to maximize damage, but since this was the first dry run they were all attacking one ship. They lined up on approach, and neatly dropped their torpedoes within half a second of each other. As Pratt banked and turned around to get back to the ship, he noticed perhaps half a dozen men were, pointing broomsticks mounted on pintles, pointing them at his plane, and yelling something. He wondered wryly if they were yelling bang bang bang. No matter. Back to the ship. 10 minutes later, he and the others landed without incident, and they eased back into Rosyth where Admiral Beatty himself would be meeting with them. October 18, 1914, HMS Lion. Lieutenant Pratt stared in a degree of awe at the admiral of the battlecruisers as he climbed aboard HMS Lion. He stood, staring out to sea, his hands in his pockets, his hat at a jaunty angle, glaring across at the Hun. He led them into the wardroom with Captain Chatfield and they were seated. "Well, you succeeded in your attack," he started, with a half-grin on his face, "though perhaps my men would have shot you down if it was in earnest." "Are the Germans known to have anti-aircraft weaponry, sir?" asked Longmore. "No. Neither do we. We have requested it, but nothing had been deployed yet," replied Beatty. "Good," noted Longmore. "Did all 3 torpedoes strike, sir?" "They did. I'll tell you too, it terrified the men to see aircraft coming in with torpedoes, even knowing they were duds. That aspect might be more effective against the high seas fleet than the torpedoes themselves." "Excellent. I trust next week we can try for a full attack on your fleet, sir?" Longmore asked. "If the Germans allow it." Beatty returned with a smile. "I look forward to seeing what you can do against them." October 18, 1914. SMS Karlsruhe. 1914. Captain Ludek glared at the smoke plume to the north. A plume that size could only be multiple warships. Since he had seen them in the Caribbean, they had seemed to be chasing him. He'd thrown them off for a little while, then had a fine time raiding around the coast of Argentina, but they appeared to be back. He was also low on coal. The need to maintain higher than the most efficient cruising speed to stay away from enemy warships positively gobbled up coal. He sighed and looked at the chart. He'd done a decent job keeping stocks up from prizes, but it was time to coal. Montevideo looked like a fine option. KM Story 0058. October 19, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Fisher and Churchill sat together in Churchill's office reviewing deployments. "We received a message from HMS Mars," noted Fisher. "She has taken her position as guardship at Port Stanley. Majestic will be arriving at Madras within a week, so will Illustrious to Colombo, and Prince George to Penang. HMS Jupiter is at least 2 weeks out from Durban. Victorious has taken position at Suez already. HMS Caesar, en route to Hong Kong, is currently broken down in Valletta, undergoing repairs." "Excellent," proclaimed Churchill. "Then these unseemly harbour raids should be at an end." "One hopes so," agreed Fisher. "All of the Canopus class, save Canopus herself, are preparing for sea, to go to the Far East to patrol sea lanes to protect shipping from further depredations. They can't catch these raiders, but they can deter them by their very presence, and form impregnable citadels around which our shipping can find refuge from the Hunnish raiders," proclaimed Churchill. "Once that occurs, I believe we can safely say that the entirety of that theatre of the war is neatly wrapped up. Canopus is returning from the West Indies station, will receive a refit, and some new crew and join them. Steady is still chasing large light cruisers in the area. He apparently followed after their last observed course. He believes, and I concur, that the enemy group headed back to Tsingtao," observed Fisher. "Should we recall that group? Jellicoe is nearly hysterical at the loss of King George V, with Neptune and Dreadnought in the yards." Churchill waved his hand dismissively. "He subtracts 3 of the most powerful ships in the world from his list because they aren't up to his standards for gunnery. In addition, he neglects to add Benbow, which will be joining his fleet any day. Mind, I have full confidence that Jellicoe is the right man for this job, but his insistence on not counting on any unit not at peak efficiency is galling. He isn't counting HMS Vanguard because she can only make 18 knots due to a condenser issue. She can still take her place in line of battle, and if she is left behind when it comes time to pursue the remnants of the German fleet, well, so be it. Since when has the Royal Navy concerned itself with being outnumbered by the enemy? Despite his complaints, I fully trust Admiral Jellicoe in this," Fisher replied, "though I can agree that his constant complaints can be wearing." Churchill shuffled through papers. "I do not believe that it is necessary at this time to recall Steady. The new China squadron will be arriving in about a week's time." He continued. "HMS Swiftsea, Roxburgh, Antrim, Topaz, and Diamond. The force should be sufficient to deter the forces the Germans still have in the area. I would like Steady to remain in the area, let us say for another fortnight, in case he can pick up the trail of the German ships." "What do you think Spee will be doing?" "He was heading south from Valparaiso. Therefore, he must be headed into the Atlantic. Craddock is in his way, with 3 armoured cruisers and 1 light. He should be a match for Spee's 2 armoured cruisers and 1 or 2 light cruisers," Churchill stated emphatically. "2 of the Monmouth class against Spee?" inquired Fisher, reading the deployment and arching an eyebrow. "Sir William White designed the Monmouths and forgot the guns. They are still among the fastest armoured cruisers we have," assured Churchill. "They'll get in close and wreck Spee with quick-firing artillery." "Stoddard is near Jamaica, but he has more Monmouth class. Kent, Carnarvon, plus HMS Defence, and HMS Bristol is joining him," observed Fisher. "Either fleet might be enough to destroy Spee, though neither is as overwhelming as might be preferred." "Be that as it may," Churchill sighed, "we are actually low on cruisers that can be deployed. Jellicoe is annoyed enough at the loss of light cruisers. How goes the design work on our own large light cruisers? There are 2 initial proposals being drawn up. One is about 12,000 tons, has 8 9.2 guns, and a speed of 30 knots. Oil-fired. The second is closer to 10,000 tons and has 7.5 guns at a speed of 30 knots. Also oil-fired. Full designs are not yet available. Reported Fisher. The engineers are also working on an enlarged rangefinder, for all ships, though the battle fleet will probably receive the first ones when completed. They cannot come soon enough. We'll need to order some as soon as one is available, declared Churchill. Since that is at an impasse, I propose we go and procure some dinner. They rose and headed off. October 19, 1914, French cruiser Jeanne d'Arc, 6 knots. Indian Ocean. Admiral Favreau was in a foul mood. He had hoped to be further than this, but the condensers on some of his ships had been temperamental to put it mildly, since entering this hellaciously warm area. Efficiency was far lower than it ought to be, and maintaining speed was having deleterious effects on the men. His ships could use a stop, but he had the coal to reach French Indochina, and he intended to. Once there, his men would receive a week's leave, in shifts, so as to get the ships back into fighting trim. In retrospect, he was glad that von Spee wasn't waiting for him here. Maybe after a short stay in port he'd go looking for that fight again. October 19, 1914. HMS Princess Royal. Admiral Stiddy paced the bridge slowly, thinking about what the mysterious cruisers must be up to. Logically, they must need a base. They got fuel from the Dutch but would certainly need a refit after all they had been up to. That required a base, which could only be at Tsingtao, with the rest of this part of the world being closed off as neutrals for such repairs. He decided that he would set that course and contact the Admiralty for direction on that point. KM Story 0059. South Atlantic, early morning of October 20, 1914. The German fleet split up shortly after entering the South Atlantic. Admiral Maximilian von Spee's squadron sailed less than 60 miles ahead of the main forces of Kampfgruppe Karls. It included the armoured cruisers SMS Scharnhorst and SMS Gneisenau and 3 light cruisers SMS Nürnberg, Leipzig, and Dresden. Admiral Maximilian Johannes Maria Hubert Reich Count von Spee and his squadron were reinforced by only one warship from the future, the armoured ship Admiral Graf Spee. This warship was equipped with a basic search radar and also had an Arado 196 seaplane on board. The German admiral was commissioned by Admiral General Karls to serve as a forward reconnaissance patrol. Von Spee accepted this role, also submitting to the admiral from the future in terms of command, even though he didn't have to. However, he decided to respect him as his commanding officer. Von Spee spent his last week studying history, the library on the Bismarck giving him a very good overview of what happened after he died off the Falkland Islands. The future did not turn out well for Germany at all. He himself bore no blame, but that was only a small consolation. However, as he looked into the history books and read about his actions and saw everything with due distance, it was clear that he had failed. He allowed himself to be surprised and crushed by the British. Not only thousands of his subordinates but also himself and his 2 sons died. He became much more humble in this regard and also more aware of the responsibility that rested upon everyone in the fleet. It was only a matter of time before the fleet met the enemy. It was true that he was not too afraid of this first meeting, he knew that he himself had managed to fight it with honor in the past, he had won his first big battle then. He now even had the support of a modern warship that bore his name. The armored ship sailed ahead of his flagship and was to be a shield if his scouting force, as he called his squadron, encountered the enemy. Admiral Graf Spee was a beautiful ship, she too had a sad fate and her captain did everything to atone for his failure which led to the loss of this warship. He had only met Hans Langsdorff once so far, so it was hard to form an opinion on him, but his own first impression of the officer was positive. It was around 8:10 in the morning when the armoured ship sent out its Arado 196 seaplane to scout. The light cruisers left their current formation and sailed in front of the armoured ship. Von Spee changed the deployment of his fleet during the day, at night a modern armoured ship led the way, searching for its targets using radar, followed by other warships. By day, the warships spread out in a fan to scout as much of the area as possible. Admiral Graf Spee sailed in the middle of it, 1 armoured cruiser sailed on each side at a distance of 15 kilometers, and light cruisers paralleled another 15 kilometers. 2 sailed on the starboard side and 1 on the left. The German squadron thus combed a relatively large part of the sea, but it was still empty and no contact with the enemy was recorded. The Germans met only a few small neutral ships of the South American states, which they let pass after inspection. There was still no trace of the RN warships. SMKMS Bismarck, morning of October 20, 1914. The flagship of the fleet sent out her seaplane to scout shortly after 9:20 and was soon joined by her sister ship Tirpitz. It was a routine that was done every day, weather permitting. In the afternoon, both twins will send out their seaplanes to explore, later the armoured ships will do it. The formation of Kampfgruppe Karls was relatively simple, sailing less than 60 miles behind the reconnaissance group. At its head were the two 1936 class destroyers under the command of Alfred Schultz Hinrichs, followed by Scharnhorst, Wilhelm Marschall's flagship. Nearby behind the battleship were three large modern tankers, Nordmark, Altmark, Ermland. Also two supply ships and four cargo ships loaded with coal. The tankers sailed side by side, the other support ships also three abreast. On each side these ships were surrounded by one armored ship. Behind them sailed the battleship Gneisenau, and the entire German formation was closed by the battleships Bismarck and Tirpitz. The truth was that this formation was not very ideal, but General Admiral Karls wanted to keep his most valuable ships, the tankers and supply ships, under observation. Realistically, he would have liked to have at least two more destroyers, but he knew very well that this was not possible. Just having the Z-21 and Z-22 with him forced him to stop for fuel more often than he would have liked. And these were the Type 1936, probably the best destroyers available to the Kriegsmarine, yet their radius of action of 2050 nmi was small and insufficient for such a voyage. Meanwhile, the usual morning debate was going on in the flagship ship's dining room, Karls listening to reports and the latest information. Today was somewhat more interesting than the previous days, as Tsingtao had called for the first time the previous evening. The message was sent via the Enigma cipher machine and was quite long and detailed. Here Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt described very clearly the activities of the fleet under his command and the success in obtaining fuel from the neutral Dutch. However, he was objective enough to mention the damage to the cruiser Blücher, which was not exactly small, and also the death of dozens of German sailors who fell during the battle for the Strait of Malacca. Apparently he expected General Admiral Karls to update him on his activities to date as well, but in this case he was sorely mistaken. We will not respond to the message from Tsingtao, I believe they should know how we are doing. Gunter Lütjens. Certainly not, it won't do them any good except to satisfy their curiosity. I appreciate that Hubert informed us, but I really didn't expect it from him. He fights his own war, we fight ours. We cannot help each other much, except perhaps by diluting the naval forces of our enemies who are looking for us. Rolf Karls. That's right, it's only a matter of time before we run into RN warships. Fortunately, we know exactly who will be facing us and what power they have, so it will be easy to crush them. Still, I ask, do you really want to leave the job to von Spee? Wouldn't it be better if we took care of it ourselves, Gunter Lütjens? Von Spee has beaten his opponent in the past, he can do it now, I have absolute confidence in him. Moreover, I want him and the crews of his ships to gain confidence and claim their own triumph. Should something surprising happen, such as Admiral Craddock having more ships, von Spee has an armored ship available to back him up. Hans Langsdorff will do his best to get his honor back. At this moment I am not afraid of a possible battle between our survey group and the RN. Rolf Karls. Speaking of von Spee, he'll soon have to replenish his coal. Shall we send our cargo ships for more coal to Puerto Madryn, or shall we buy coal only in Montevideo and prefer to deal only with Uruguay? Otto Backenkoller. Can we make it to Montevideo? Rolf Karls. It's going to be tricky, we won't have any reserves for the von Spee ships, but the coal should be enough. Still, I'm in favor of completing it a little earlier. I know that Argentina is not as favorable to us as Chile was, but its government should not prevent us from doing business here. Sir, regarding the eventual battle, if we achieve victory, it will certainly help us in dealing with the neutral countries of this continent. Therefore, I suggest we try to find and sink as many enemy ships as possible, as well as capture British and French shipping in the area. We know where they are, or rather where these ships will be. We should paralyze shipping in the area and create fear, we will never have an opportunity like we have now. Otto Backenkoller. That's not our main goal, Otto, and it never will be. We will destroy Craddock and his ships, we will sink every British, French, or neutral merchantman carrying goods for our enemies that we come across on our way. But we're not going to actively seek them out and waste time with a cruiser war. We have our plan and we will not change it. I know about the alternative that you suggested to me a few days ago. I thought the plan over and I have to say no. Keeping our armored ships with one tanker in the area may mean that these warships sink 300,000 GRT of enemy merchant shipping by the end of the year, but that is only a small pinch for the British. We must return home, each of our warships represents a decade of technological advance that Germany must not lose. The fact that I sacrificed Hubert Schmundt and his subordinates does not give me any joy. I would have liked to take them all home with me, but because of the fuel, I just couldn't. I condemned them to death, and their blood is on my hands. So I repeat, there will be no further splitting of our forces, that is my final answer. Rolf Karls. I would certainly not underestimate our brothers in Tsingtao, they are doing very well, plus they have gained fuel, for their operations. They can defend themselves and once we reach Europe, the whole war will change, we will be able to save them. Ernst Lindemann. For God's sake, Ernst, don't be so terribly naive. They are dead, all of them, at best right now Tsingtao is a giant POW camp just waiting to be taken over by the Japanese. Just because Siliux got the fuel doesn't mean it can do it again. The British are not idiots, they will be waiting for him and his ships, and this time they will have a lot more warships and stronger ones too. Moreover, fuel is not the only problem that Hubert Schmundt has. He needs ammo, spare parts, and he will soon run out of all of these. His supplies are relatively small. Also, I didn't help him much when I took 2 of his supply ships, with more than half the ammo for the 150mm and 105mm guns. Hubert Schmundt knows very well that I sacrificed him, and he accepted his role with great dignity and honor. Because he knows very well what is at stake in this war and what is at stake. The fact that he is doing great is only a testament to how good an officer he is, as well as all his subordinates have my respect. And I repeat, absolutely everyone, from ship captains to the most common sailor. But it doesn't change the fact that their defeat is only a matter of time. Quality rarely beats quantity in a long-term struggle. Rolf Karls. Not all officers present shared their superior's pessimistic view of Tsingtao's defenses. Rolf Karls was fixated on one thing only, getting the fleet home. That was the most important task and really the only thing he cared about. Everything else was just secondary objectives. Some might be important in their own way, but in the end effect it was just a distraction that would detract from the main objective of the mission. And that never changed, to get as many warships from the future to Germany as possible. Use their technological potential and correct the military and political mistakes the Germans make in 1915 and try to win the war quickly. Or at least achieve an acceptable white peace, buy time, and modernize the German army, navy and air force. Then, if unavoidable, start the second round and completely crush Germany's enemies. At 10:40 the officers' meeting was interrupted by the news that one reconnaissance Arado had found a group of British warships. Admiral von Spee was quickly informed of the enemy's position. Now it was up to him to seize the opportunity he had. And he decided to use it. In a few hours the Battle of the Falkland Islands will take place. KM Story 0060. South Atlantic, noon October 20, 1914. The German reconnaissance aircraft kept a respectful distance from the British warships. A seaplane from the battleship Tirpitz reported the position and course of 4 British cruisers, 3 armoured and 1 light. Admiral von Spee altered his course to make contact with the enemy as soon as possible. His ships increased their speed to maximum and began to deliberately communicate with each other. These signals were picked up by British radio operators who relayed this information to their superiors. Around 11:30, British Admiral Craddock knew that a group of German warships was moving in his vicinity. And he headed for the area from which his radio operators had picked up German radio communications. As early as 12:50, the British saw the silhouettes of 4 German cruisers on the horizon. The British commander knew very well that, due to the lower speed of his own warships, it was not enough to take an advantageous position to fight. Therefore, he decided to approach the enemy as quickly as possible. He needed to use the large medium artillery of his armoured cruisers at all costs. He changed the deployment from the Dwars line so that from 12:55 his cruisers began to sail in a keel line behind his flagship, which was HMS Good Hope. The change of formation took some time and the Germans still kept a respectful distance, keeping their ships out of range of the British guns. It was not until 13:37 that the German vessels changed their course and sailed to meet the British cruisers, a maneuver that surprised the British admiral. The Battle of the Falkland Islands on the afternoon of October 20, 1914. Armoured cruiser HMS Good Hope 1340. An observer on the highest point of the flagship had just reported seeing smoke to the north, soon reporting the presence of 2 more warships he had not yet been able to identify. Meanwhile, the German warships were closing in on the British and seemed to be deliberately losing the advantage that the greater range of their guns gave them. For God's sake, what are the Germans doing? They are deliberately losing their advantage, said HMS Good Hope Capt. Philip Franklin. Rear Admiral Sir Christopher Craddock also couldn't explain the behavior of the Germans at first, but then he understood why they were doing what they were doing. Or so he thought. Von Spee has no ammunition, he had to waste it against the Japanese when he defeated them at Tsingtao, he could not replenish it anywhere. He has to close the distance, he can't waste his remaining ammo. He needs to be sure of a hit, so he tries to get as close to us as possible. Besides, he's probably running out of coal and he knows he won't escape us, he has to fight the battle, he has no other choice. The officers on the bridge of the flagship realized the meaning of the Admiral's words. She was perfectly logical, von Spee did not want to be hunted and refused to run. Although everyone was aware at this point that their ships had a great advantage. An animal that is cornered and has nothing to lose is usually the most dangerous. Armoured cruiser SMS Scharnhorst 1350. The moment the flagship changed course, the other German ships followed. SMS Gneisenau, Nürnberg, Leipzig sailed behind the flagship. Their crews were considered among the best in the entire fleet of the Imperial German Navy. Von Spee knew very well what he was doing by shortening the distance. He wanted to decide the battle quickly and he wanted to do it his way. Yet he did not refuse the help which General Admiral Karls offered him, and it soon appeared. He wanted to open fire at a distance of around 10,000 meters and gradually decrease this distance during the battle. Armored cruiser HMS Good Hope 1410. The distance between the German and British cruisers was already less than 12,000 meters. Rear Admiral Craddock needed to reduce the range below 9,000 meters to engage all his guns, as only the flagship's 234mm guns had a range of 11,500 meters, and those were only two. The observer reported that the ships seen to the north were approaching, identifying them as one pre-dreadnought and one light cruiser, but the distance between these vessels was more than 20,000 meters. This report worried the British admiral as he was unable to determine what kind of German warship the pre-dreadnought actually was. He received no warning from the Admiralty in this regard. The reports only spoke of German armored cruisers supported by one or two light cruisers. But the presence of the pre-dreadnought explained how easily von Spee could defeat the Japanese fleet. He therefore ordered word to be sent to the Admiralty that he was entering the battle with 6 German warships, 1 pre-dreadnought, 2 armored cruisers and 3 light cruisers. He had this message broadcast twice, wanting other ships in the area to hear it. The message was also intended to serve as a warning to Allied merchantmen should any of the German cruisers escape their ships. At 1414 the British Admiral received word that 6 aircraft had been sighted approaching the British ships. Armored cruiser HMS Monmouth 1420. The planes were spotted quite early. Everyone on the ship was surprised that the planes had even appeared. Where could they have come from? Who did the planes belong to? The British got a fairly clear answer to this last question as early as 2:20 p.m., when the planes attacked the British flagship. The armored cruiser HMS Good Hope was hit by at least one bomb, more likely 2, others landed very close to the flagships. One even appeared to bounce off the deck of the cruiser and explode in the sea. "Sir, the flagship is changing course, shall we follow?" Commander of the cruiser HMS Monmouth Capt. Frank Brandt was confused, as was his first officer. He was about to give the order to copy the flagship's course when he realized that her bridge had been hit and everyone there was either dead or wounded. And the warship is unmanageable at the moment. In addition, the German planes returned, attacking the flagship from a relatively low altitude with their deck guns while ignoring the other British vessels. It was 2:30 p.m. when the first German shell landed near HMS Monmouth. The distance between his ship and the German cruisers was still around 10,000 meters. The Germans could fire while he still couldn't because the enemy was out of range. Cursing his bad luck, he sent word to the other British ships to follow his armored cruiser. He had no choice but to try to close the distance and get the German cruisers within range of his guns. SMKMS Admiral Graf Spee 1440 to 1500 hours. The German ironclad was already cruising at her top speed of 28 knots and approaching HMS Good Hope. When the distance between the two vessels was less than 14,000 meters, Admiral Graf Spee opened fire with her heavy 280mm guns. The first salvos landed relatively close to the British warships. At 1443 the Germans managed to get their first hit. The FMGG, Go, Seetocht radar-guided guns were doing a very good job. The confrontation between the two warships was not a battle but an execution. HMS Good Hope did fire at the German ironclad but she was still out of range of her guns. Moreover, the British ship had difficulty maneuvering and every hit it received caused enormous damage. It was therefore no surprise that when 2 280mm AP shells hit the British flagship at 1449, she exploded. Both missiles hit her main forward turret directly, easily penetrating the thin armor and exploding in the bowels of the ship. This led to the explosion of 234mm caliber ammunition. The explosion literally ripped the tower, which flew several tens of meters into the air. More explosions soon followed and HMS Good Hope disappeared bow first into the South Atlantic at 1456, with no survivors. Captain Hans Langsdorff watched the demise of the British armoured cruiser. He was in the unarmoured command post because he wanted a better view of the battle. Smoking his favourite pipe, he turned to his sidekick who was Kurt Diggins and said, "Send my congratulations to the gunnery first officer, Paul Asher deserves credit. My boat is shooting great today. Head for the other British ships and we will rejoin the battle if necessary. I certainly don't want any of the Brits to get away with us today." Armoured cruiser SMS Scharnhorst 1450 to 1510. The British armoured cruiser HMS Monmouth was still slowing down and fully engulfed in flames. German 210mm shells literally tore the British ship to pieces. All the guns on this ship were silent. Von Spee now ordered his flagship to shift her fire to HMS Lancaster, which was still under fire from Gneisenau. He was also in a bad way, but he was still able to shoot, even if not exactly. The distance between the German and British ships was less than 8,000 meters. The German ships were already within range of the British ships, but none of them had yet been damaged. The battle was extremely one-sided, exactly as von Spee had hoped and wished. Light cruiser SMS Dresden 1515 to 1530. The German light cruiser originally escorted a German armoured ship. But the speed of this modern warship was not enough and he was left behind. Now its commander, Fritz Ludeck, was ordered by Admiral von Spee to arrive at HMS Monmouth, which was still afloat. Dresden approached the British warship and called for her surrender. The response was fire. The German ship opened fire on the burning wreck, hitting it with at least 3,105mm shells. The British armoured cruiser capsized and sank at 15:27. It was the first and also the last time SMS Dresden fired at the enemy in this battle. Armoured cruiser SMS Gneisenau 15:15 to 15:30. The flagship's sister ship fired on HMS Lancaster throughout the battle, which returned fire. Captain zur See Gustav Otto Julius Merker led the fight against the weaker British warship, which also fired appallingly poorly. During the battle, his own ship was hit only twice by the guns of the cruiser HMS Glasgow. However, the damage was minimal, 2 sailors were injured. HMS Lancaster, which shortly after 1520 had most of its guns out of commission except for 2, was now also facing the German flagship. At 1525, von Spee ordered a ceasefire and no further waste of ammunition. He then sent his light cruisers to end the torment of the armoured cruiser HMS Lancaster. He was dying, but he still hadn't sunk. The 2 German armoured cruisers left the scene of the battle and began to withdraw towards Kampfgruppe Karls, which was less than 20 miles from the scene of the battle. All the while, General Admiral Karls had a perfect overview of how the battle was developing thanks to his seaplanes. There was never a moment when he had to support his colleague Admiral von Spee with some of his warships. The battle turned out exactly as he had predicted, a one-sided massacre. Light cruisers SMS Nürnberg and Leipzig 14:30 to 15:40. At the beginning of the battle, both light cruisers fought against HMS Glasgow, which, however, ignored them and concentrated the fire of its guns on a much more dangerous ship, SMS Gneisenau. The German ships under the command of Captain zur See Karl von Schönberg, Nürnberg, and Fregattenkapitän Johann Siegfried Hahn, Leipzig, fired very well, but the low caliber of their guns was not effective enough at first. HMS Glasgow took at least 40 direct hits during the battle, although the British cruiser under the command of its captain, John Luce, manoeuvred brilliantly. However, the fate of the British warship was a shell that hit it at 1500 hours. It hit the command post directly and killed or injured most of those present. The cruiser lost command for a certain period of time and, above all, abruptly changed course. This made him an even easier target for German cruisers. At 3:15 p.m. she was nothing more than a wreck, into which SMS Leipzig fired 1 torpedo. It hit its target and HMS Glasgow disappeared below the surface. Soon after, the German light cruisers reached the burning wreck of HMS Lancaster and at 15:37 SMS Nürnberg fired a torpedo at her, which also hit its target and the British armoured cruiser very quickly capsized and sank. The battle for the Falkland Islands is over. Kampfgruppe Karls, battleship Bismarck 1600 hours. On the bridge of the flagship, General Admiral Rolf Karls listened to the battle report. It wasn't a battle, it just became a mindless slaughter, but that's just how war was sometimes. The Germans had no room for chivalry, and it was clear that von Spee was not up to such a thing, even given his previous experience. Still, he did his best to save at least someone, which was kind of a miracle in this area. Did we capture someone? Rolf Karls. Not much, sir, the British mostly fought to the end. According to the report we received, there are only 20 survivors, but most of them are in bad shape. Captain zur See Harold Netzband, Chief of Staff to Vice Admiral Günther Lütjens, answered. We have no mercy for the enemy, nor do we expect any from him. The voyage of our fleet is the road of death, before we get home we will kill thousands more of our country's enemies. The question is whether it will be enough. Rolf Karls. Brits rather than us. Günther Lütjens. I agree, prefer the British. Nevertheless, please SMS Scharnhorst to request that Admiral von Spee send a message to the Argentinians informing them that he has destroyed the British cruiser fleet. Let him ask them in his name for rescue operations in this area, a gesture of goodwill costs us nothing. Rolf Karls. It is not useless. Already, all of our enemies left in the water are probably dead. The chance of someone surviving, Ernst Lindemann. General Admiral Rolf Karls interrupted the words of the flagship commander with a gesture of his hand and said. It doesn't matter if anyone is still alive or not. I don't really care, I just want Argentinians to know what happened here. It is clear to me that rescue can never come in time. Still, there is always hope, even if the Argentinians save even one Briton, we made a human decision. There won't be many decisions like that during this cruise, so don't take away the good feeling, Ernst. Rolf Karls. KM Story 0061. October 21, 1914. Montevideo. The ships of the East Asian Fleet were busily coaling. A collier was nearby, also filling up. Spee was in his office composing messages, that would be sent off to Germany via the embassy. First was a report to Wilhelmshaven. Engaged RN cruiser squadron sank 3 armored cruisers and 1 light cruiser coaling before continuing on intend to stop in New York to escort trapped German ships stop. Spee knew they would want more accurate information, but he would work on that once he had it. He knew that the future fleet intended to stop in Maracaibo to fill their tankers, which were nearly dry before continuing on. He would continue under their aegis, since the Caribbean was dangerous waters. There would be at least one other Royal Navy squadron around the area, and he didn't think that next time it would be such an execution. The next missive was to the German embassy in New York. Coming to New York, stop, have all ships capable of 10 knots sustained ready to travel, stop, take delivery of turrets from Bethlehem Steel and load in German freighter, stop, take delivery of ammunition for guns as well, stop as possible, fill all ships with items needful in Germany, stop. Spee had barely been aware of the Greek ship that languished in German yards for the war, but Admiral Karls had told him that the British would take those guns and use them for their own vessels. So, he decided to preempt that by seeing them delivered to Germany. Even if they sat and rotted at some pier side, at least the British wouldn't get their hands on them. That settled, Spee handed off the notes to be sent, and went to his next task. All damage from the battle, massacre was set right. Which had mostly consisted of putting right damaged paint. 2 hits had been received during the battle, both on SMS Gneisenau, one of which had impacted against the fore-turret face, injuring 2 men from the concussion. The other had shattered against the belt, distressing only the bosun about the paintwork. One of the injured men was already back on light duty, the other would need a week or so for his sprained wrist to be usable. Finally, was one last thing. He had been pleasantly surprised to find SMS Karlsruhe in the harbor when he had arrived. She had to leave in a few hours, but that was fine. He informed her captain that she was now attached to his squadron and ordered her to join other German ships where they were waiting for him offshore. SMS Karlsruhe was an excellent light cruiser, and her re-addition to the high seas fleet would be welcome. October 21, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. The Germans did it again, exclaimed Churchill in irritation. Once again, they had extra ships where they shouldn't be. A pre-dreadnought in the South Atlantic? How on earth did that get there? And why didn't Craddock flee such a force? His ships should have been much faster than a German squadron tied to one of their pre-dreadnoughts. Stoddard is in the area. We should make sure he has orders only to shadow if he finds this force. Under no circumstances should his forces attempt to engage. As to why Craddock didn't flee, perhaps the Germans pinned him against the coast. Noted Fisher. Note 1. The Lords of the Admiralty were meeting again, having received a message from Craddock that the East Asia squadron consisting of 2 armoured, 3 light cruisers and a pre-dreadnought were in the area, and he was preparing to engage. Then an awful silence, that could mean only one thing. We simply must get intelligence on German ship deployments, declared Churchill. So far, since the raid on Heligoland Bight, the Germans have been continually on the offensive, everywhere but the North Sea. They must have had this planned before the war broke out, mused Admiral Lambert. Otherwise, they could never have all these units pre-placed around the world. Perhaps they had a contingency plan in case of war with us. Perhaps they started deploying after Archduke Ferdinand was shot, just in case. That would explain why we never knew of many of these deployments. That would be just the sort of underhanded thing one would expect from a Hun. Grumbled Churchill. What do we do about it? At this point, there's little we can do except try to react. Fisher replied, this is a great chess game, and the Germans got to make several moves before we even knew we were playing. Now we must make the best of it. Well said. Churchill said approvingly. The first thing we must do is to make sure the Germans can send no more ships out. To that end, I propose we attempt a closer blockade of their coast, using our submarine fleet. Our brave submariners will watch the German harbors, with orders not to attack anything smaller than a dreadnought, but to report all comings and goings to us, so that we will never more be surprised by German deployments. Such a deployment will also give us the chance to attack German capital ships upon their very doorstep as they did to us. Well and good, answered Fisher. In addition, we should be taking delivery of larger, more powerful seaplanes, able to carry a torpedo. As soon as we have sufficient numbers of aeroplanes available, we will repay the Germans in their own coin, and attack them with aircraft in their own harbor. When will that be? Asked Admiral Tudor. Hopefully less than 2 months. Replied Fisher. That is the best that can be done on that, unfortunately. I have also ordered many more mines for our depleted stocks. We simply must do something more to keep the Germans in. In the meantime, I believe we should make another sweep of the German coast, this time with our battlecruisers. Proposed Churchill. They will maintain speed to avoid German U-boats and give enough searoom to avoid German mines. With luck, they can defeat another patrolling squadron, like the one that killed poor Admiral Dundas. Is that wise? Asked Admiral Hamilton, taking our battlecruisers in so close to the enemy citadel. I consider the risk negligible. Replied Churchill. They'll maintain their speed to avoid U-boats, and if they encounter the high seas fleet, they will retreat. If luck is with us, perhaps they find another patrolling unit of pre-dreadnoughts. Struck by sudden inspiration, Churchill suddenly said Spee must be out, or nearly out of ammunition. He has attacked the Japanese at Tsingtao, and now Craddock in the South Atlantic. Why, his ships must have shot off everything they have, even the cutlery. Perhaps Stoddard should be ordered to engage. Fisher shook his head. That need not be the case. He may well have been able to refill at Tsingtao after that affair. He replied, we keep stocks of ammunition for many of our ships at our bases around the world, it's reasonable to assume that the Germans do the same. Note 2. Churchill's look of hope collapsed. October 21, 1914. SMS Seydlitz, Wilhelmshaven. Admiral Hipper was pleased to finally be preparing for sea. He had at long last gotten permission to go raiding. His mission was to attack the British blockade line and sink as many of the blockading cruisers as he could before retreating back to Wilhelmshaven. It was not a glorious battle, but the cruisers of the blockade line were certainly the intended prey of his vessels. His group would be small, consisting of only Seydlitz, Moltke, and von der Tann. Derflinger was still repairing a turbine, and he didn't want to take Blücher on this mission, considering the continual high-speed operations that it might entail. Note 3. Preparations continued apace. Note 1. Churchill at least seemed unaware that Craddock's squadron was nowhere near up to rated speeds. Fisher just came back to the Admiralty, and the other admirals have different responsibilities, and probably wouldn't know. Note 2. Within reason, of course. Any base used by the Navy regularly you could expect to find a few calibers, though not the newest. You won't find much ammunition if you take HMS Canada off to Hong Kong for a visit, for example, but the Canopus class can expect to find ammunition for their 12 and 6 guns at the main bases in the area. Note 3. Blücher has triple expansion engines, which do not appreciate being run at speed for long periods of time. Note, at this time, the blockade is being largely maintained by Edgar-class cruisers. There are AMCs, but not many yet. The Edgas had poor seakeeping for the vicious North Sea, and were gradually replaced by armed merchant cruisers, which had far superior seakeeping and fuel, and could thus stay out longer. KM Story 0062. October 22, 1914. SMS Seydlitz, at sea. It felt good to be at sea again, to feel the deck plates alive with the vibration of the powerful engines driving them forward at 16 knots. Admiral Hipper stood on the bridge wing, reveling in the wind whipping past him as the ships churned on. In addition to his 3 battlecruisers, he was, for the moment, accompanied by a flotilla of destroyers. Those would be turning back at some point, lacking the necessary range for this operation. Today's mission was to visit the British blockade line and send greetings from Germany. Hipper had hoped that the High Seas Fleet would come out and be distant support, but Ingenohl had demurred. His reluctance was probably strengthened by the submarine that had been seen and driven under by destroyers prior to the battlecruisers coming out. Once again, Hipper found himself annoyed that they swung at the pier and rusted, while the Royal Navy ran through their backyard, as if they owned the place. At least last time they had tried it, they had been driven back. He dearly wished to do the same to them, to bombard some of their coastal cities, but it had been deemed not worth the risk at this time. Ingenohl had used Spee's imminent return as an excuse to husband his strength against a day that might never come. Well, not today. They had chipped the rust, and would attack the British illegal blockaders, and sprint back to Germany. He hoped to get several cruisers. The U-boats had reported seeing old cruisers zigzagging along the exit to the North Sea, those were the target. They were apparently far more aware these days than when WI had visited them. Hipper glanced at his large plume, and hoped that they weren't too aware today. October 22, 1914. HMS Lion at sea. It was good to be at sea again. Admiral David Beatty was hoping that today would see some action. He had heard, and was sworn to secrecy, that Admiral Craddock's command had been sunk in the South Atlantic. This sweep was to show the Germans that they were still here. Officially, he was going to make a sweep at speed, hoping to sink something to avenge the loss of Craddock. Unofficially, he planned to visit Sylt and take down that Zeppelin shed that had cost poor Admiral Dundas his life. Perhaps he would find another patrol there. If nothing else, it would force the Germans to recognize that he could and would come do this whenever he wanted. He glanced at the sky. Not a Zeppelin in sight, thankfully. He had not yet received his anti-Zeppelin armament, though it was promised shortly. Within the next week, all of his ships would be fitted with a quick-firing 6-pounder on a mount for shooting Zeppelins, and 2 3-inch guns mounted the same way. It seemed a bit paltry, but it's not like they could miss a target like that, and besides, how many shots could a Zeppelin really take before bursting into flames? As he understood, it was full of more flammable gas than the Houses of Parliament, so 1 or 2 hits would probably do the job. If not, well, hadn't everyone seen what happened to toy balloons when pierced? Note 1. October 2 to RD 1914. SMS Friedrich der Grosse. Jade Bay, speed 0 knots. Admiral Tirpitz stood on the quarterdeck with Admiral Ingenohl. The flagship of the High Seas Fleet had just received an update, 4 8.8 cm guns in high-angle mountings. Tirpitz had decided that if they could drop bombs on the Royal Navy might well attempt to return the favor. The flagship was the first to receive them. Today, they were doing a test. They had nothing to shoot at, but the first thing was to test firing. The signal was given, and 2 of the guns rotated to a designated bearing and began firing rapidly. Thud, thud, thud. The guns fired away at their highest elevation and rate of fire, 1 round every 4 seconds. It wasn't fast, but Tirpitz thought it good enough. After all, 1 hit would probably be quite enough to bring down an airplane. Off in the distance, the rounds began splashing down into the water. The guns on the starboard fired off 90 rounds as quickly as they could, then the port side opened fire. A flock of seagulls started up and began flying across the field of fire of the guns. One of the guns appeared to be attempting to track the seagulls, unsuccessfully to watch the splashes. Perhaps they needed to be able to practice at a flying target after all. Note 2. Regardless, the guns performed as expected as far as he could see. All ships would be receiving mounts for the weapon. The plan at the moment was for all capital ships to receive 4 such weapons, all cruisers too, and it would be attempted to squeeze a single one onto all destroyers. Luckily, there was no shortage of the barrels, so it was only a matter of fabricating the mounts, which he had been assured was simple enough. Hopefully all ships would have the new mounts before the year was out. October 2 to RD 1914. Disreputable pub, Kirkwall, Orkney Islands. John Knight sat at the bar, nursing his beer. A fisherman by trade, he had been requisitioned by the Royal Navy. Last month before going out one morning, an Admiralty bloke had told him that his boat was being requisitioned by the Crown, and he and his crew could be retained as reservists. Else, the trawler leaves without him. This was his livelihood, he really had no choice but to stay on with his crew. He'd been given junior officer's rating, his fishing gear was removed, and a gun was mounted on his trawler. A signalman and a pair of gunners had joined his crew, who had never seen water before he guessed, given the fact that they still had no sea legs in anything more than a light chop. His job had been to putter in and around Scapa Flow watching for U-boats. Now the Royal Navy had left after one got in and no one noticed. That big battleship had sunk, and the others had fled. Still, the trawlers, his own and others from Kirkwall continued to patrol. The fishermen were very unhappy about it. One in particular, deeper into drink, was starting to rant. "Bloody Navy," he grumbled loudly. "Force us to patrol when no ships are here. Ain't another of their ships to sink here, why can't we fish?" "You'd best stow that talk," hissed the barman. "What talk?" slurred the drunk wanton to do our jobs. "If the Navy can't protect their battleships, what are fishermen supposed to do?" There was an air of discomfort in the pub now. Some were leaving. Before the drunk could go on, a nondescript man came over and sat down beside him. "Sir, if you continue on like this, you'll be in jail before the pub closes." "Are you forgetting the Defense of the Realm Act?" he said neutrally. "Kaiser Wilhelm has ears everywhere, you know." The drunken sailor glared at the newcomer blearily, before lurching to his feet and taking a clumsy swing. The attack was dodged, and the drunk found himself in a grip of iron from the nondescript man, and a man dressed like a sailor. He was frog-marched out of the pub, continuing to protest loudly. The air of discomfort was strong now, and many were paying their tabs and leaving, to the disgust of the barman. One man at the bar, however, was indeed very interested in what he heard. October 22, 1914, SMS Scharnhorst, leaving Montevideo. Admiral Spee's fleet exited Montevideo and moved to rendezvous with Admiral Karl's fleet. Upon meeting, they set course for Maracaibo. Note 1, often not understood, lighter than aircraft are not under pressure the way that a child's balloon is. A hot air balloon, a blimp, a zeppelin can be shot full of holes, and can still make it home, as long as sufficient buoyancy remains. The leaks are slow, since the pressure in the bag is at only slightly higher than atmospheric pressure. Note 2, skeet shooting won't be invented for another few years. Bummer. KM Story 0063. I'll be too busy to post tomorrow, so you'll have to take it tonight. Sorry. October 23, 1914. SMS Seedlitz. Admiral Hipper watched intently as they cruised up the blockade line. Uncomfortably close to the Orkneys perhaps, though recent Zeppelin scouting had not seen any sign of the Grand Fleet. He was however, roughly in the area where the blockade line was reputed to be. That U-boat captain, Weddigen, had sunk a cruiser somewhere around here last week. Note 1, Hipper hoped to get more than one himself. His battlecruisers were sailing line abreast to maximize their search pattern, with Maltka visible on the port side, and Von der Tann on the starboard. So far, nothing had been seen. This mission was somewhat last minute, else it would have been good to try to coordinate with merchants, so they could break through while the cruisers were disrupted. Maybe if they did this again. In retrospect, perhaps they should have brought a Zeppelin, though perhaps the low, scudding clouds would prevent it from seeing anything, he wasn't sure on that count. "Contact," called a lookout smoke plume, "dead ahead." Hipper strained his eyes looking ahead. He didn't see anything. Wait, there it was. A plume, barely discernible against the grey clouds and grey ocean. At 20 knots, he'd be seeing what it was soon. There were reports that the Royal Navy was deploying armed merchant cruisers here. That would make sense, and some of the big liners could lead him on a merry chase with enough warning. Signals. Prepare to jam transmissions if possible, called Hipper. The radio man acknowledged. The upper works of a ship began to take form. Hipper intently gazed at them through his binoculars. Definitely a cruiser. An old one. Hipper smiled as the shape became clearer. Initially heading towards them, the ship suddenly turned and thick black smoke began belching from her funnels. She'd identified them, all right. Distance to target. Hipper called. 14,000 meters, sir. Open fire. October 23, 1914. HMS Lion, off SYLT. Admiral Beatty grinned savagely, staring at the coast of SYLT. There was a ship, a pre-dreadnought. It looked like being towed off of a sandbar by a pair of tugboats. Better and better. He would deal with this ship himself, but... Signals, he barked. Order Tiger and New Zealand to proceed up the coast, and take the Zeppelin shed under fire. Sir, there are signals being sent, we are probably being reported. Seymour called. No matter. Guns. Open fire on that ship, he called. The guns of HMS Lion rotated and elevated. Tiger and New Zealand peeled off and headed further up the coast of the island. The thunder of his guns shook the ship. A moment later, great clouds of dust arose behind the enemy ship. A Kaiser Friedrich III class from the looks of it. Looking through his binoculars, Beatty could see a flurry of men jumping off the ship, some swimming for the shore, some for the tugs. The tugs appeared to be frantically casting off lines. His guns thundered again. Short, but not by much. One of the tugs was deluged with water. The third salvo was on target. Massive fires sprung up on the ship. One of the tugs submerged, only the masts and the tip of the funnel remaining above water. Another salvo crashed out, scoring more hits. The pre-dreadnought rolled on its side, apparently stuck on the bottom. Well, it was done. Contact, called the lookout 4 cruisers to the south. 2 appear to be Rune class, 2 appear to be Gazelle class. Beatty gave the appropriate orders, and Lion, Invincible and Inflexible came around and began closing in on the enemy cruisers. They had apparently immediately seen the error of their ways and were attempting to flee. He would have to be cautious, there were sure to be minefields here. Open fire, he ordered. Lion, Invincible and Inflexible all sent rounds racing towards the enemy vessels, as the ether carried the sounds of their distress. October 23, 1914, HMS Drake, near Norway. Captain Aubrey Smith was grateful that this mission was nearly at an end. It had been a long voyage to Archangel, escorting that transport, Mantua. They were under strict silence until this voyage was completed, for in the holds of the HMS Mantua lay £8 million of Russian gold. Russian gold bound for London. The voyage was long, through vicious storms, and finally he was getting close to home. They hadn't actually seen Russia. The gold had been brought to them 30 miles offshore in lighters, to hide any evidence. Sir, partial transmission from HMS Endymion. It started with a position report, then disappeared. Reported a radioman. Smith thanked the radioman, but being under orders of silence, gave no further orders. This mission was too important to risk over potential wireless issues. Besides, he was under radio silence. Even if he hadn't been, the wireless had been unreliable nearly the entire voyage. Note 2. Contact. Smoke to the south called a lookout. Well, it was about time they found the blockade line. He knew they were near it, but not exactly where he was. It had been days since he'd been able to get a good navigational fix. Note 3. Visibility was about 6 miles right now. It was hard to pick out ships between the sky and the sea. Contact is 3 ships, unknown identification yet. Called the lookout. Captain Smith brought up his binoculars to his eyes. 3 ships. Big ones. He couldn't see the flags, the wind was from the ships to him, which made identification all the harder since the funnel smoke from them also swirled around. His mouth suddenly went dry. Battlecruisers. German battlecruisers. The 4 turrets flashed, and columns erupted from the water. Note 1, HMS Hawk, sunk October 15. Note 2, wireless communication does not like interference from auroras. They cause static, and other radio anomalies. Note 3, navigation is still fairly primitive. Dead reckoning is done by estimating where you should be based on course and speed from last known position. That can be taken either from a known landmark, or from taking readings from the sun. Note, the ship said to be with Drake was Mantois, however I suspect it was a misspelling of Mantua, AP and O liner requisitioned by the Crown. KM Story 0064. October 23, 1914 HMS Lion. Admiral Beatty scowled over the waters rushing by. He had been in hot pursuit of the fleeing German cruiser squadron when a distress signal had come from HMS Drake. Well, a partial distress signal. Then it was cut off. Tiger and New Zealand had rejoined him, and they were charging towards the coordinates given at 20 knots. It would take hours to get there, but he hoped that he could avenge HMS Drake. A chance to fight Hipper's battlecruisers, though, that was not to be let go lightly. He hadn't done badly on his assigned sweep. One of the armored cruisers had sunk, and the other was burning fiercely when he broke off. The light cruisers had been unscathed, unfortunately. However, the Zeppelin shed at Sylt was destroyed, and the pre-dreadnought sitting on the sandbank was now on her side. If he could only catch Hipper's battlecruisers, he would have real cause to celebrate this day. One cruiser, one pre-dreadnought and a Zeppelin shed were a fine down payment for the repayment to Craddock's account. Taking down one or more of the battlecruisers would go a great way towards settling it. He looked at the plot. They were 250 miles from the given coordinates of HMS Drake. Obviously, HMS Drake would flee as long as she could from the battlecruisers, which would probably be towards a Norwegian port. Beatty wondered if the Germans would respect Norwegian neutrality. Putting himself in that position, he wouldn't, so decided the Germans would do much the same. It looked like 50 miles from the given position of HMS Drake to Norwegian waters. Drake was good for what, 22 knots? Over 2 hours running, with the battlecruisers having perhaps a 4-knot advantage. Perhaps Drake would make it to safety. October 23, 1914, SMS Seydlitz near Norway. Speed 25 knots. Now, why would they do that? Wondered Hipper. The armored cruiser, a Drake class, had charged the battlecruisers while the liner had turned and was pouring on the coal heading for the Norwegian coast. They could have split up and hoped for the best. They could have both dashed for Norwegian waters. There was no reason to charge to certain death, unless... Signals, he called order Malka to ignore the armored cruiser and destroy that liner before she gets to Norwegian waters. It must have something valuable in it to try this distraction. October 23, 1914. HMS Drake, futilely charging at 17 knots. Captain Smith cursed as he saw one of the battlecruisers breaking off and pointing to head off the fleeing HMS Mantua. His gambit had failed. His ship shook, and he heard an explosion aft. He resisted the temptation to call for a damage report. It would be forthcoming. This was the third hit. The first had disrupted the wireless. The operator thought he might be able to fix it in time. The second hit had destroyed a funnel, reducing draft and limiting his speed. He had hoped to live long enough to launch torpedoes, but that seemed increasingly unlikely. His torpedoes reached to all of 800 yards, if he was lucky. The ship shook again as another shell struck. Damage report, sir. A smoke-stained midshipman dashed up and saluted. Hit in the secondary battery, port side. 2 guns destroyed. Fire is being fought. He saluted again and dashed off. Nothing for it. Bring us about to starboard. Change target to the ship chasing Mantua, he ordered. The guns swung onto target and fired. The distance was such that missing was unlikely. He saw several 6 shells spatter on the armor of the big beast. One 9.2 shell smashed into the aft superstructure, starting a bright fire. The second left a neat hole in the aft funnel. The ship shook again under more hits. Looking forward, he saw the 4 9.2 gun pointing nearly straight up. The ship was taking a distinct list. Black smoke from multiple fires rose skyward from HMS Drake. October 23, 1914. SMS Seydlitz, heading to Wilhelmshaven at 20 knots. Hipper was somewhat put out. He had sunk 1 blockading cruiser, plus 1 armored cruiser. Note 1, the liner had made it to Norwegian waters, and Malta had broken off. The liner was burning nicely and down by the bow but had escaped. Damage was minimal. The blockading cruiser had not hit them once. Malta had taken many 6 shell, that had wrecked her boats and caused other light damage. She had also taken 4 9.2 shells, one of which had gutted the aft control station, one had holed a funnel, one had struck the fore turret, startled the crew and left a nasty gouge in the turret roof, and one had shattered against the belt. Not too bad. He was now heading back towards Wilhelmshaven at 20 knots. At the very least, he'd put some heartburn into the blockading squadron. October 23, 1914. HMS Mantua, approaching Bergen. 4 knots. Captain Nigel Hall sighed in frustration. They were so close. To run into battlecruisers of all things on the last leg of the journey. His wireless surprisingly still worked, and he had sent a message to the Admiralty. His engineer had assured him that there was no way the ship would be leaving before their 72 hours elapsed. Indeed, it would be all he could do to keep her from sinking at her berth in the next 12. His ship had taken 3 hits from 11 guns. The last had been the most damaging, bursting in a boiler room, scalding all the black gang in there instantly, before drowning whoever survived the steam with salt water. Even now bulkheads were being reinforced. One had already failed, putting her in her current precarious position. Right now, the bulkhead between the cargo hold and the boiler room was groaning ominously, while they attempted to reinforce it. He wanted to unload the gold, to keep it safe, but that couldn't happen in Norway. The British government would have to figure out what to do about this. A crash sounded from somewhere beneath his feet. October 23, 1914. AMCSS Berlin, near Tory Island. The last mine splashed into the water. That dangerous and unpleasant task completed, Captain Fundheller set course into the Atlantic. Note 1, HMS Endymion and HMS Drake. KM Story 0065. The Yellow Sea, the evening of October 25, 1914. The Japanese fleet had already entered the Yellow Sea the previous day, with Admiral Tomosa Burkat once again taking command in person. He had promised the Secretary of the Navy to make a survey around Tsingtao, and that was what he was going to do now. It was necessary to get the fleet less than 190 kilometers from the German naval base so that the seaplane carrier Wakamiya could send its planes. Wakamiya was carrying 4 Farman MF.11 seaplanes, due to take off early on the morning of October 26. The admiral hoped that sailing his fleet at night would protect him from German aerial reconnaissance and he would gain the element of surprise. The seaplanes were supposed to take off around 6 o'clock, when it would still be dark, but he had no other choice. All 4 aircraft were to conduct a reconnaissance of the harbor and photograph German warships. The operation was originally not supposed to be carried out until early November, but pressure from Britain's allies forced it to begin several days earlier. The British, especially their Admiralty, pressed Tokyo very hard to get some information for them. This British pressure became even more urgent after October 20 when another RN squadron was destroyed in the South Atlantic. Admiral Tomosa Burkat was not at all happy about this crushing British defeat, but he felt a certain satisfaction as Prime Minister Shigenobu Kuma understood the strength of the German Navy operating in the Pacific. And that the Japanese defeat at the end of August 1914 was not caused by the incompetence of Admiral Sadakichi Kat, but by German numerical and also technological superiority. And we're not talking about the element of surprise, which also had a huge impact on the Japanese debacle. Originally, the army, as well as the government, wanted to solve the defeats of the Japanese Navy by placing the main blame on Admiral Sadakichi Kat and then on the Minister of the Navy, Admiral Roker Yashiro. Now voices began to be heard in the government that some criticism of the Navy was a bit exaggerated after all. Even so, Admiral Tomosa Burkat did not believe for a moment that his superior would retain his post as Minister of the Navy for long. Even his own position was greatly threatened and it was only a matter of time before he himself would be stripped of command. What happened to the British in the South Atlantic was actually nothing that surprising. He fought against the Germans and knew what they were capable of. He was a little worried that his eventual successor as Commander-in-Chief of the Navy would lack his pragmatic caution and try to force the German fleet to fight again. In such a battle, the Imperial fleet could bleed to death and that was the last thing he wanted. Therefore, he commanded this operation personally. Great caution was necessary. The question was whether this would be enough to avoid heavy losses for the Japanese fleet. His main concern was that the Wakamiya was only capable of sailing at 10 knots. Which was a big problem, especially when the Japanese ships would have to retreat. Many officers of the Imperial Navy thought that Operation Uka, Cherry Blossoms, would be simple. They pointed out that the Japanese fleet would be almost 200 kilometers from Tsingtao, giving it plenty of time to withdraw in case of danger. Normally, Admiral Kat would agree, but Wakamiya would have to be able to develop a speed greater than 10 knots. At this point, it was just a ball tied to a leg, slowing down the other ships in the fleet. The fleet included not only the battlecruiser Kong, flagship, but also its sister Hiei, which were some of the strongest and fastest warships that Japan possessed. Their eventual loss would literally be a national disaster, but their presence during Operation Uka was essential. Other ships in the fleet were the armored cruisers Asama and Azuma, the light cruiser Otoa, which was escorted by 12 destroyers from 3 different squadrons, Ariake, Fubuki, Oboro, Yayoi, Kamikaze, Kisaragi, Harukaze, Hibiki, Hachate, Uranami, Ayanami, and Isanami. The Yellow Sea, the morning of October 26, 1914. The Japanese fleet has arrived at the location where the Farman MF.11 seaplanes will take off. It happened on October 26 around 1 o'clock. The crew of the seaplane carrier Wakamiya took less than 4 hours to prepare the planes for takeoff. Never before had 4 planes taken off at once, today was the first time. Lt. Col. Taro Yamazaki, who was the commander of the Naval Air Corps. He assured Admiral Tomosa Burkat that his pilots would be able to take off in the dark. That's why the first plane took off at 5:30 am, half an hour before the scheduled start, the other planes followed it at 10-minute intervals. The first aircraft arrived over Tsingtao at 7:17 and its crew achieved a moment of surprise. The pilot kept the plane at a height of less than 500 m and headed over the anchorage of the fleet, while his observer tried to take photos of the German warships. Shortly after 7:26 a Farman MF.11 flew over the dry dock where the damaged heavy cruiser Blucher was moored and soon over the second dock where the destroyer Z-13 Erich Kolner was moored. Which, however, looked like a light cruiser from the point of view of the Japanese pilots. Then the pilot headed the plane to the inner harbor where 2 more large warships, about the same size as the one damaged in the dry dock, were stationed. There were also 4 light cruisers and another large cruiser, which, unlike other large cruisers, had 3 turrets, each with 3 guns. At 7:39 am, German patrols finally spotted a Japanese plane. Warning sirens sounded on the German warships in the harbor and very soon the German flak opened fire. By some miracle, the pilot managed to get his plane over the sea and out of the flak fire. He and his spotter witnessed the Germans quickly shoot down their Japanese comrades who had just come in from the sea. This Farman MF.11 literally disintegrated in the air and crashed into the depths of the sea. The crew of the first plane knew that another attempt to get over the harbor meant certain death and headed for home. The Japanese plan was to have each reconnaissance plane approach Tsingtao from a different direction to give it a better chance of surprising the defenders. Only the first plane achieved the moment of surprise, the others were unlucky and were immediately shot down by the German defense shortly after they got over the port. That the first plane managed to survive was somewhat of a miracle. But the main reason was that the Germans did not expect for a moment that anyone would be so insanely brave as to attempt a daytime aerial reconnaissance of the harbor. They didn't even consider it technically possible. As early as 7:50, the order was given for the German planes stationed at WI Highway/Port Edward to take off immediately and conduct a reconnaissance over the sea. Their goal was clear, to find the Japanese fleet. At the same time, the order was given to the destroyers of the 4th Zestroyer Flottille, commanded by FKPT Hans Joachim Gadau to leave the harbor and set sail. In Tsingtao, Kampfgruppe was preparing to set sail, which was to leave the port in 2 hours, and it would be joined by the 1st Zestroyer Flottille, which was commanded by Bondt's deputy and at the same time Führer der Zestroyer Erich Bay. 3 German light cruisers, Nürnberg, Leipzig, and Karlsruhe, and 6 destroyers, Z-10 Hans Lodi, Z-11 Bernd von Arnim, Z-12 Erich Gies, Z-15 Erich Steinbrink, Z-16 Friedrich Eckelt and Z-17 Dieter von Roeder, received a clear order from Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt. Find and destroy the Japanese ships that have penetrated the vicinity of Tsingtao. It must be said that the Germans felt extremely humiliated that they had allowed the Japanese to surprise them like this. The truth was that the German ships deactivated their radars when they were not at sea and air patrols were not being conducted over Tsingtao harbor. The Germans did not think that it was necessary at all, they always considered an attack from the sea as the main threat. And now that war had broken out between China and Japan, even a land attack was considered unlikely. So they didn't believe that any aircraft could even come close to Kyotsko. Especially some antique made before 1914. There is a certain irony that this is what allowed the Japanese aviators to succeed. As already mentioned, none of the Germans believed that such a task could be accomplished with the technology of 1914. At the same time, it was enough to make the Germans much more attentive and cautious. In OTL, Wakamiya has been deployed in front of Kyotsko many times with great success. This omission of historical fact meant that the Japanese could now ascertain the number of warships that were stationed at Tsingtao as well as their operational status. The seaplane returned to its mothership shortly after 9:10, the aircraft was damaged and slowly began to sink after landing on the water. Admiral Tomosa Burkat refused to delay the rescue of the aircraft and ordered that both airmen be sent to the flagship immediately with intelligence information. Because the report the plane's crew made confirmed his belief that all the other planes were lost. He gave the order to retreat at 9:30, but the Japanese ships were limited by the speed of the slowest ship, the Wakamiya. Admiral Tomosa Burkat would have preferred to evacuate the crew of this vessel and sink it and then flee away at a speed of at least 20 knots, but he could not do so. The Germans had not yet discovered them and the Wakamiya was the only ship of this class that Japan possessed, her loss would be very painful. At 9:49, the Japanese fleet was spotted by a German reconnaissance aircraft, which reported the number of ships and their direction. The pilot wanted to get closer, but was driven back by fire from the Japanese warships, so he wisely withdrew out of range. He also reported this fact that the Japanese had equipped their ships with anti-aircraft weapons to his superiors. In addition, the German was very surprised that both state-of-the-art battlecruisers were part of the Japanese fleet. And Admiral Hubert Schmundt sent a message to his subordinate urging him not to risk the day's battle. He also allowed him to withdraw and avoid confrontation if he saw fit. He changed his original orders because when he issued them he did not expect the presence of these powerful Japanese warships. It was of course annoying that the Japanese had gotten the intelligence, but the risk of losing or just damaging some of the German warships was too high. However, Commodore Bondt, now aware of the presence of the Japanese battlecruisers, was not for a moment interested in retreating. He decided to attack the Japanese fleet during the night. He will use the great technological advantage his radar gave him and destroy the Japanese aircraft carrier. Although this vessel could hardly be called an aircraft carrier, it was a threat that had to be eliminated. Nevertheless, Commodore Bondt still had to respect his superior's warning. Admiral Hubert Schmundt did not directly order him to retreat, only advised caution. Bondt therefore decided to try something that would accomplish his goal without having to take significant risks. If this attempt fails, a night battle will be the last resort. At 11:10, Kampfgruppe Bondt linked up with both the 1st and 4th Zestroyer Flottille and increased speed to 28 knots. The hunt was just beginning. KM Story 0066 October 24, 1914. Early morning, somewhere in the broad 14s. Guy Broke, formerly Robert O'Malley, was at sea in an old Brixham trawler. He had come down in the world, having been in Ireland with a well-paying position on the docks. Well, until he ran his mouth. It turns out the British did not appreciate his opinions and activities regarding their presence in Ireland, and so he was obliged to change his name, location, and profession. Luckily when he ran, he'd had enough coin on hand to buy and refit the old fishing vessel. A few repairs, a few modifications, and the lovely fortune was ready for him, and a small group of like-minded men. So, now he was a fisherman in Scotland. Well, such was his official duty. He did indeed catch fish too. In actuality though, he was a smuggler, provider of uncustomed merchandise, currently loaded with coffee, waiting to meet a contact from, well, he didn't care. All he knew was that the man paid top coin for certain things, especially coffee, tea, and sugar. And newspapers from the UK, and even certain rumours. He had heard interesting things in Kirkwall, that he was sure would be worth some coin to his contact. Being Irish, he certainly had no loyalty to the cursed British, it was their fault he was having to operate out of this horrible place. Ah! The signal. He eased his boat next to the contact. October 24, 1914. HMS Lion, speed 10 knots. Beatty was back on the bridge after resting a few hours. After dark, he had lowered the speed of the squadron to avoid completely missing the German squadron in the dark. That would also allow stokers to rest, in case the German ships were spotted. Lookouts were doubled, looking for sparks, or anything else that might help find the Germans. It would be first light soon, then he'd spread the squadron out more for searching purposes. Contact, called a lookout sparks off the port stern. Possibly just a blockade runner, but not a chance to take. Beatty sprang into action. Come about, prepare for full speed, he ordered. To the east, the sky began to turn grey. October 24, 1914. SMS Seydlitz, speed 15 knots. After dark, Hipper had reduced speed to allow his crews rest. It had been a tiring mission, and they'd have earned their rest when they got to Wilhelmshaven. Not too many more hours now, and they'd be tying up and reporting an easy mission. Contact aft, called a lookout several ships. Curses! Several ships could only be the Royal Navy here. The lightning sky would help them for now, but when the sun came up. Contacts are battlecruisers. At least 4, came an update range about 17,000 meters. Full speed ahead. Prepare to open fire, ordered Hipper. The guns began rotating and elevating, while in the rangefinders the gun layers strained their eyes picking the ships out of the murk. Flashes lit up first one, then the rest of the enemy ships. Enemy ships have opened fire, advised a lookout. The German guns spoke out in reply. Spotters watched for splashes. October 24, 1914, newspapers all over Germany. Admiral von Spee does it again. Proving once again that Britannia no longer rules the waves, our own Admiral von Spee has inflicted another crippling defeat on the vaunted Royal Navy. This time 3 armoured cruisers and a light cruiser fell victim to the brilliant prowess of Germany's most talented admiral. We understand minimal damage was inflicted on German ships, and Admiral von Spee will be able to continue his campaign against the Royal Navy. For those keeping score, this is the second major defeat of the Royal Navy by Admiral von Spee, not even counting his savaging of the Indian Ocean trade, lifeblood of the British Empire. Before starting his campaign of retribution on the Royal Navy, the Admiral first demolished a stronger Japanese fleet, saving Tsingtao from the savages. We here in Germany salute you, Admiral von Spee, and eagerly anticipate your next strike against the foes of Germany. October 24, 1914, HMS Lion, speed 26 knots. Admiral Beatty was annoyed that he had almost sailed past Hipper's battlecruisers, but now he was in hot pursuit. At 15,000 yards, his ships had opened fire. So far, no hits had been obtained, but that was merely a matter of time. The Germans had returned fire, and also been unsuccessful in scoring hits. Wang! Beatty looked out one of the viewing slits of the conning tower. A turret was leaking smoke. Well, scratch that, the Germans drew first blood. If he had any hope of ending this before the Germans were safe behind their minefields. He estimated he had 2 hours before he'd be obliged to break off. Outside, B turret fired. Hit. Enemy's bow, called a spotter. Beatty grinned wolfishly. The first of many. Though not by Tiger. He would be having words with Captain Pellew of Tiger when this was over. He wasn't sure what she was shooting at, but he suspected that they'd not come within a mile of hitting anything yet. His flagship shook. A few minutes later the report came. Hit to the bow. We are flooding, but it is under control. Beatty suppressed an urge to growl in frustration. He was glaring at the Seydlitz when he saw the spark of a hit near her aftmost turret. A moment later, smoke began gushing out of first one, then the second aft turret, completely obscuring the targets, billowing out higher than a house. Ha, look at that! Beatty crowed. British ships don't explode when hit. So much for the superior craftsmanship of Germany. Smiles were exchanged around the conning tower. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing all 3 German ships still racing for home, smoke still trailing from Seydlitz's aft turrets. October 24, 1914. HMNZS New Zealand. Speed, 26 knots. Captain Lionel Halsey stepped out onto the bridge wing, to better see what was happening with the German ships. One had apparently suffered a massive explosion. His own ship had been under fire for some time, but so far been unscratched. The crew still attributed this luck the Maori warrior's skirt and pendant he wore. It looked silly over his uniform, but a little luck never hurt. RRRRRRRR splash! Suddenly Halsey was engulfed in the deluge of a near miss. For what seemed like ages he couldn't breathe and felt like he was going to be washed clean off of the ship. He was sure only his death grip on the railing kept him from being washed overboard. When the water was finally gone, he lay gasping on the deck. A signalman hurried out of the bridge to help him up. "Are you quite all right, sir?" asked the signalman as soon as they were back in the bridge. "Quite well, thank you," gasped Halsey, wicking water out of his face, shivering from the cold. He noted with wry amusement his hat was gone, then with a sudden impulse his hands went to his neck, then waist. The pendant and skirt were gone. October 24, 1914. SMS Seydlitz, speed 26 knots. If Hipper was concerned before, now he was nearly frantic. Unlucky enough to run into 5 Royal Navy battlecruisers with his 3, but now he'd lost a great deal of firepower. He had only 2 comforts right now. One was that in about an hour if he didn't lose speed, he'd be safe. The second was that one of the British battlecruisers seemed to think they were much farther away than they were, with splashes consistently 2,000 meters over. Hit! Enemy is losing steam, called a lookout. Hipper went to the bridge wing and stared through his binoculars. Sure enough, one of the ships was blowing steam from some hit, and visibly slowing. Luckily, the one that couldn't shoot was still keeping speed. After the severe hit, he was grateful that his ship was still effortlessly keeping speed, but very unhappy that something like that had happened. There would be an investigation when this was over. The seaman that had been severely injured, Wilhelm Heidkamp, would be rewarded for this. The man had flooded the magazine, being badly burned in the process. If they made it home, that is. "They're breaking off," exulted a lookout. Hipper looked again, and sure enough, the enemy vessels were breaking off. He released a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Clang! Hipper saw a shell splash into the sea, apparently after bouncing off of Seydlitz's belt. It was the last round fired at them. October 24, 1914. HMS Mantua. Speed, 0 knots, grounded. Captain Hall was both relieved and filled with dread. A bulkhead had given way, but he had managed to get his command onto a sandbank. Indeed, she was more level than she had been. Hopefully that wouldn't change when the tide went out. However, with the ship currently grounded, repairs were progressing much faster. The engineer was hopeful that he could get the boiler room dewatered and patched without the motion of the ship. The Norwegians hadn't come to investigate yet, so Captain Hall figured he would start his timer to internment at that point. He had already wired for instructions but heard nothing yet. In the meantime, he'd do his very best to get out of here before that happened. Note: the German newspapers are attributing all happenings in the Indian and Far East waters to SPI. KM Story 0067. October 26, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Churchill noisily cleared his throat to bring the meeting to attention. "Well, gentlemen," he began, "the Germans have finally come out of their hole. The valor of Admiral Beatty in the battlecruiser fleet drove them back into it. Look at this." Here he handed out a photo taken from the bridge of HMS Inflexible. It showed several dots and a column of smoke over the sea. The German battlecruisers attacked the blockade line. More on that later. Admiral Beatty, making a sweep of the German waters, intercepted him. "The damage received on our ships was fairly inconsequential. Lion had a turret destroyed and took a hit to the bow, causing some flooding, and Invincible took a hit to a boiler room. The ships are expected to be back in action within a month. One of the German ships was hit, and had a massive secondary explosion as seen here. She got home, but with such damage as that, she'll at best be in the docks for some months," Churchill proudly proclaimed. In addition, a German armoured cruiser was sunk, a pre-dreadnought was sunk, and the Zeppelin shed at Sylt was destroyed. "A rousing success," concurred Admiral Tudor. "What of the raid on the blockade line you mentioned?" "Yes. One Edgar-class cruiser was caught and sunk. The HMS Endymion. More unfortunate, a gold shipment coming from Russia had the bad luck to blunder into the Germans. HMS Drake was sunk, and the gold ship itself, HMS Mantua, is currently aground in Norwegian waters. The captain thinks they might be REFLO'd today, but getting back to any British base is out of the question before she is interned. There was a disturbed murmur around the room. What will we do about that? If the vessel is interned with the gold, the Tsar will be furious. Inquired Admiral Hamilton. I have already detached HMS Shannon from the Grand Fleet. The gold will be transferred into one of her magazines, and she will return to Loch Swilly at top speed. It is possible not all will be transferred in time, but if not, the task will be finished, and the Foreign Secretary will smooth things over. Shannon should be arriving shortly. Churchill stated. I believe it to be certain that the High Seas Fleet will attempt a sortie to allow Spee back to Germany. This will be welcomed. We will catch the High Seas Fleet and Spee all at once and eliminate the enemy. A murmur of agreement went around the room. October 26, 1914. German Embassy, Washington, D.C. Count Bernstorff was busy this morning. He had received a message from the consulate in New York that Admiral von Spee was planning on visiting and escorting any German ships capable of keeping 10 knots speed home to Germany. His first order of business had been to contact Bethlehem Steel and arrange for the loading of the turrets and guns intended for the Greek battleship Salamis loaded into a large German freighter in New York Harbor. There would also be a shipment of ammunition for the guns. In addition to that, he was providing for any German nationals that wanted to get home. They would be taking passage on one of the German liners currently rusting in harbor. Well, rusting no longer. They should currently be making ready. Spee wasn't sure when he would be to New York, but the ships had to make ready. Having ships ready long before Spee was ready would be advantageous anyhow. Such activity could not be hidden from the British. Half the longshoremen on the east coast were probably in the pay of the British. Allowing the ships to be ready before Spee came both allowed for them to be ready at any time, and if it was some time until Spee arrived, then the watchfulness of any watching Royal Navy vessels to degrade into ennui. Finally, he was purchasing anything that might be useful in Germany. Copper, nickel, rubber. The liners were being loaded, as were a few cargo ships able to maintain sufficient speed. Bernstorff wondered how long until the British caught on and tried to interrupt his efforts. October 26, 1914. German Admiralty, Wilhelmshaven. It was a tense meeting at the German Admiralty. Kaiser Wilhelm II, a total loss. Rune sunk. York severely damaged. Seydlitz nearly lost to a magazine explosion. The Zeppelin at Sylt destroyed. Listed Tirpitz, agitation growing with every word. And what did we manage in return? 2 cruisers that belonged in the scrap heap sunk, and a glorified ocean liner driven into a neutral harbor. We have reason to believe that this is the Russian gold shipment that was advised about. Pointed out Hipper. Note 1. Which might mean something if she sunk, snarled Tirpitz. Do you honestly think that the British won't manage to get the gold off of that ship, one way or another? What of the damage to Seydlitz, said Ingenol, changing the subject. What happened, and how can we prevent it from happening on any other ship? We have identified issues with our ammunition train, noted von Muller. Seydlitz will have the fix administered while she is under repair. Other vessels will be receiving improved anti-flash measures fitted as well. Seydlitz should be repaired in 2 months. Hopefully sooner, so we are ready to sail whenever Spee is ready to make his break for Germany, commented Hipper. While repairs and enhancements to the fleet are underway, we'll be husbanding our strength until then. Noted Ingenol. What we will be doing in the meantime though, said Tirpitz, is to increase patrols by Zeppelins and U-boats. Indeed, we will not sit idle. Several U-boats will be heading out to amuse the blockade line. Several batteries of 15 cm guns are nearly finished on Borkum, and Sylt will be receiving several as well. Minefields will be laid on likely approaches to both. 24 cm guns will be emplaced as well. That is expected to take better than a month, unfortunately. The sooner the better. Noted von Muller. All the good that Admiral Spee's work is doing is undone by the Royal Navy romping through our waters like it's their own private firing range. That will be at an end, I believe. Tirpitz noted once the first ship hits a mine. October 26, 1914. HMS Mantua, moored in Bergen. Captain Hall breathed a sigh of relief, and at long last laid down in his bunk. They were safe in harbor. In the shallowest anchorage that would fit them. They were floating, and had made it into harbor, but that was all that could be said about things. He'd been informed that HMS Shannon would be coming to take the gold the rest of the way. That couldn't happen soon enough. The last thing he wanted was for something to happen to the gold while it was under his care. As far as the Norwegians were concerned, they had another 36 hours until internment. His crew were resting, as well they might, after the heroic efforts they had put into getting the ship off of the sandbar and into harbor. His eyes drifted closed. He sat bolt upright in alarm. Something was wrong. It took him a moment to figure it out. The steady throbbing of the pumps that had been constant since the battle had ceased. Note 1. The Germans did indeed know about the gold shipment but made no effort to interdict it. Unnumbered note, Room 40 did not alert the fleet about the raid on the blockade line because it was a last-minute operation. There was insufficient time to digest and disperse what was known. KM Story 0068. Yellow Sea, afternoon October 26, 1914, Kampfgruppe Kampfgruppe, which had linked up with both the 1st and 4th Zestroyer flotilla a few hours earlier, was less than 80 miles from the Japanese fleet shortly after 15:30. The German ships caught up with the Japanese warships relatively quickly. After all, they had the advantage of sailing about 20 knots faster than their opponent. On the bridge of the light cruiser SMKMS Nürnberg, which was Commodore Bondt's flagship, a meeting was held on how best to attack the enemy. Most of those present clearly preferred a night battle, which gave the Germans the best hope of success. A day battle would be suicide for the Germans, because despite superior technology, there was no chance to stand up to the Japanese battlecruisers. Both Kong and Hai certainly had their flaws, and in 1914 those flaws were certainly many, yet their firepower was overwhelming. A single hit from their 356 mm guns was all it took, and a German light cruiser or destroyer would be crippled. Conversely, German artillery, despite its accuracy, was relatively ineffective, as the 150 mm guns were simply too weak to sink a battlecruiser. The German chance was thus concentrated on a mass night torpedo attack. Commodore Friedrich Bondt had 9 warships, and during the night attack, he could fire up to 33 torpedoes at the Japanese at once. Then retreat using higher speed and attack again with the same force. These 2 attacks within a maximum of 40 minutes will allow him to knock out both Kong and Hai battlecruisers. The other Japanese warships posed no major threat to the Germans. Fregattenkapitän Helmuth Giesler, and at the same time the flag navigation officer, presented a map to his superior where the position of the German and Japanese ships was drawn. I recommend attacking shortly before midnight. With any luck, there will be an element of surprise on our side. At that time we will still be in the Yellow Sea, but the Japanese will think they are safe. Because on the morning of October 27, their fleet will be fairly close to their naval bases in Korea. We expect they won't anticipate us going so close to their naval bases, which could be to our advantage. According to reports from our reconnaissance aircraft, in addition to the 2 battlecruisers, they have 2 armored and 1 light cruiser, plus about 12 destroyers, and of course the Wakamiya to slow them down. Helmuth Giesler. The Japanese destroyers don't worry me much, they're small and won't stand a chance against us. Most of them do not even have 400 tons and their armament is ridiculously weak. Moreover, in rough seas, they will not be able to maintain stability at high speeds. Both Kong and Hai are the problem, we have to take them out with the first strike. I propose a 3-pronged attack. Our forces will be divided, but that is a small price to pay for eventual success. I repeat, they are 1914 battlecruisers, each ship will need about 2 torpedoes, 3 at most. We will manage to destroy them. Otto Kluber, commander of the flagship KPT.Z.S. Otto Kluber wanted a battle, and he was certainly not the only one on the bridge of SMKMS Nürnberg to have such a wish. The Japanese, and not only according to him, gave the Germans a great opportunity to fight a decisive battle. They sent their most modern and fastest ships into an area that was practically under the control of the German Navy, which bordered on arrogance or stupidity. Destroying the Japanese fleet meant knocking out the Japanese Navy as a threat for many more months, even half a year. Which would be a huge strategic advantage for the Germans, especially now that the German fleet will have to start conducting operations in support of China. And not only in the Yellow Sea, but also in the South China Sea. Commodore Bondt listened to the opinions of his subordinates. The truth was that the opportunity Germany now had was enormous. But the risk was great. He personally did not believe in the moment of surprise, the Japanese would be waiting for him at night. The Germans must carry out their attack very quickly and mercilessly. The Japanese must not be given any chance to organize and defend themselves. However, his experience of the battle in the South China Sea told him that if the first attack failed, his Kampfgruppe would be in big trouble. He had to win the battle without suffering losses. It wasn't just the risk of losing some warship, it was a huge problem to merely damage it. Admiral Otto Ciliux could now be considered a hero by the people of Kyotsko, especially as he returned home with rich loot. But all naval commanders knew very well what the real truth was. It was only Ciliux's mistake that meant he suffered unnecessary losses during the Battle of the Malacca Straits. In doing so, he should have clearly won without taking any damage, as both the balance of power and the technology advantage were clearly in his favor. Now one of the 3 most powerful and at the same time the most modern German warships lay broken in dry dock, for almost 5 months. And in the coming months, the heavy cruiser Blücher will be sorely missed by the German Navy. As Bondt thought about all this, he looked around and realized that Commodore Helmuth hadn't said anything yet. Helmuth signed up for this mission himself, spent most of his time in the office and did not get to see. He had no official function here on the flagship, he was only there as an observer. Have you no opinion on the battle, Helmuth? Most of the time, we are much more sharing in our conversations, Bondt. I'll put it this way, our job is to prevent the Japanese from ever being able to repeat what they did this morning. What you are going for is a general battle, I understand why you want that, but that is certainly not our order. Japanese battlecruisers are not our target, you want a trophy and vindication for your previous failures in a past life. Now, Don't take this as an insult, Friedrich, but right now, you've taken a bigger bite than you can handle. And we will all suffocate with you because of it. Helmuth High. With all due respect, Commodore, you want to allow the Japanese to escape with impunity. That is almost a display of cowardice and lack of fighting spirit. Every battle involves risk, and here we have the opportunity to achieve more than our operational orders. We will sweep the Japanese ships off the surface and remove the threat of their fleet to our operations in the Yellow Sea. In addition, we will also show China that we will protect their coastal cities from naval bombardment. The risk of damaging some of our ships is worth such a magnificent victory. Helmuth Giesler. Commodore Bont knew Helmuth Hay very well, so he was not offended by anything he had just said. He didn't need Helmuth Giesler to justify his decision, so he got straight to the point and asked. So what do you think we should do, Helmuth, if you think a night battle is too much of a risk? I will be very happy to listen to your wise suggestion. We have 3 seaplanes, have them armed and attack by evening, just before visibility gets worse. The 3 errata strike the Japanese seaplane ship at dusk and sink it. It's a giant barrel of gasoline, just one bomb and it turns into a burning torch. Such an attack will cost us nothing and you will complete the mission. It will take months for the Japanese to build anything like Wakamiya, so their chances of repeating another exploration of Kyotsucha are slim. It won't cost us anything and we can prepare for the next battles to come. Helmuth High. What if the attack fails? I don't have enough confidence in our squadrons, nor in their machines. Bont. If the attack fails, then you will have your night battle and a chance to make history, but I have great confidence in the success of the air strike. The Japanese could equip their ships with anti-aircraft guns, but it's a huge difference to shoot at planes from 1914 and those from 1940. Helmuth High. Order our ships to send their planes to attack the enemy. We will coordinate that air attack. It is true that such an attempt costs us nothing. Bont. Sir, even if our airmen succeed in sinking the Wakamiya, we should not let the Japanese escape. We will hardly ever have such an opportunity again. We have 9 ships, which is a huge force. Otto Kluber. We have far more to do than risk our ships in a battle that will bring us nothing more than prestige at this point. During Yuan Shikai's visit, the Chinese shared their intelligence with us, so we know that the British have already sent their battlecruisers to the South China Sea. It is their response to Admiral Siliux's activities in the Indian Ocean. These are most likely the same ships that destroyed Admiral von Spee's ships off the Falkland Islands and are probably commanded by Admiral Stede. Although we do not have this information completely confirmed. Likewise, other warships, both British and French, were moved. We don't know exactly how many, but we know they are already in the South China Sea. Some individual British and French ships were already shelling Chinese coastal cities. The damage is relatively small, but such actions will soon spread our enemies, so we will have to face them. Our fleet will have to move to the South China Sea, so many more battles and challenges await us in the future. If we lose any of our warships today, either through sinking or damage, it will weaken us. The Japanese are not our main concern, they are more or less irrelevant, the RN and MN are the main problem. Helmuth High. Sometimes I fear that I would sacrifice the strategic for a tactical victory. You are right, Helmuth, we have too many enemies, we must choose our battles. Bont. At 1720, 3 Arado 196 seaplanes, each armed with 2 SC-50 bombs, took off from the German light cruisers. The planes had only one objective, to sink the Wakamiya. All of the airmen already had combat experience attacking Russian warships when they attacked WI Highway/Port Edward in late September. The only difference was that the Russians had no anti-aircraft weapons at the time, but the Japanese did. Yellow Sea, evening of October 26, 1914, Battle Cruiser Kong. Admiral Tomosa Burkat spoke for more than an hour with the 2 airmen who were the only survivors of the reconnaissance flight over Tsingtao. The 2 airmen told him that the port was different from the photos they had been shown during the preparation for the whole operation. The changes weren't that big, but they were there. Most surprising to the Japanese naval officers was the information that the Germans had 2 large dry docks in the harbor capable of accommodating a warship of 20,000 tons displacement. This personally did not surprise the admiral so much, because if Germany moved its large warships to the Pacific, it had to build the necessary infrastructure for them in Tsingtao. What troubled him far more was how and when the changes in the harbor had taken place. Japanese intelligence did not report any major construction work in the port before the outbreak of war. The question, however, was how good the work of Japanese naval intelligence actually was, given the events he had already experienced. The admiral personally asked each airman about the German warships they had seen in the harbor. He was told that there were 3 large cruisers in Tsingtao, each between 15 to 19,000 tons displacement, with 4 twin-gun turrets. One of them was to be repaired in a dry dock, the others were to be fully combat-ready, at least from a visual point of view. There was also 1 large cruiser in port, its tonnage was between 8 to 11,000 tons. It had 3 triple-gun turrets and the odd thing was that 1 was in the front and 2 were located in the rear of the ship. Moreover, these gun turrets were not placed evenly, but asymmetrically. Apparently, this cruiser was also undergoing repairs. Also in the port were 5 to 6 small cruisers, their displacement was estimated between 3 to 5,000 tons. The airmen could not find out more, because the Germans detected their presence over the port. The German defenses of the harbor were extremely strong, and the airmen believed that they survived only thanks to the element of surprise, as well as enormous luck. Admiral Tomosa Burkat thanked the two and ordered them to go rest. He also ordered that all Navy aviators who participated in the mission be promoted, including those who died. He wanted to honor their bravery in some way. Now he was waiting for a report from the technicians when he would have photos of the German warships available. The airman's report, bad as it was not as catastrophic as he had originally feared. He himself was waiting in the harbor for many more German warships, and above all much larger and heavier ones. If the largest warships had a maximum displacement of 20,000 tons, that explained a lot. Facing them, his fellow Admiral Sadak Ichikat could easily have overestimated their strength. In addition, he saw them very soon after the battle, when he was not yet completely healthy mentally and physically. So the ships might have seemed much more dangerous to him than their actual strength. However, they definitely had to be strong, with a high probability they were armed with 280mm guns. These 11-inch naval guns were responsible for the destruction of the Japanese fleet. Considering how exactly he saw the German shooting, he wasn't really surprised. Darkness was about to come, something that bothered him immensely. Because if there was one thing the Germans were really very good at, it was fighting at night. Daylight protected his fleet from the German ships, but this protection was soon to disappear. It was 6:06 p.m. when the alarm was sounded on the ships of the Japanese fleet. The enemy attacked. The arrival of the German planes came like a bolt of lightning, even though the light cruiser Otoa and 4 destroyers, Hatch 8, Uranami, Ayanami, and Isanami were near Wakamiya. The German attack was almost flawless. The enemy took advantage of the reduced visibility and surprised the Japanese. Although Wakamiya was only hit directly once, she soon turned into a burning barrel of gasoline. In addition, bomb explosions that fell near the ship damaged her hull. Already at 1841 it was clear that the demise of the ship was close. The admiral wasted no time. He ordered the evacuation of Wakamiya's crew and at 1929 left the seaplane ship's burning wreck, which slowly began to capsize and sink. The Japanese fleet increased their speed to 21 knots and headed for the nearest base, which was Jinhaegu. During the night, Admiral Kat did not sleep at all and spent the entire night on the bridge of his flagship. He expected the Germans to attack him at night, luckily they didn't and he reached Jinhaegu at 14:27 the next day. By then he had already seen the photos his airmen had brought back from their suicide mission over Tsingtao harbor. As he looked at the German warships, he had a very bad feeling in his body. The warships were unlike anything he had seen up to this point. The photographs recorded 3 large cruisers, 1 in dry dock, 1 medium, and 6 small cruisers, 1 in dry dock, as well as a large number of merchant and support vessels. His technicians estimated the length of the warships. In their opinion, the large cruisers were clearly larger than his flagship. These ships had only one chimney and with almost 99.9% certainty they were not coal-fired but diesel-fired. This will most likely allow them to operate over long distances without having to refuel frequently. He also couldn't help but notice in the photos what looked like the construction of a large fuel tank and not just one. Which only strengthened his opinion that all the German warships present definitely did not need coal. It was very scary, but he understood one thing for sure, the Germans had been preparing for war in the Pacific for a very long time. They very likely expected to fight the Japanese as well. The Germans were very careful and also thorough in their preparations. When he compared it to how Japan itself viewed the war, he was horrified, and with very good reason. Because this is definitely not going to be the short war that the Japanese government was hoping for. No, this war was going to turn into an attrition nightmare that his country was completely unprepared for. Now he understood more clearly than ever before that he must retain his position as fleet commander. Because right now a person with common sense was needed to lead the Japanese Navy. Not a fanatic who wants to solve everything by force. He looked again at the photograph of one of the large cruisers and then said, "Make copies of these photos, the British and French must get them too, as soon as possible." He had already sent word to his superiors in Tokyo that the entire mission had ended successfully despite the loss of Wakamiya. He had accomplished his mission and survived. Now he would make sure that the next time he faced the ships that were in those photos, he would be much better prepared. Definitely much better than during the Battle of the South China Sea. And then he thought to himself, why did our intelligence fail to warn us? KM Story 0069. October 28, 1914. SMKMS Bismarck, speed 10 knots. By Admiral Karl's estimates, they were now off the northern coast of Brazil. He plotted about 10 more days to Maracaibo. The German embassy in Montevideo was to arrange for oil purchases in Maracaibo, where he could finally fill his tankers. He wasn't sure how much was left in the tankers, but it was low. Very low. He had little hope of remaining unnoticed in the coming days. The Caribbean and eastern seaboards of the United States were far too busy for that. His only hope was for delays in that information being transferred. Captain Lindemann had suggested an idea that was now being implemented. The Bismarck, Tirpitz, Scharnhorst, and Gneisenau were in a tight group in the center of the formation with the tankers. The rest of fleet were fanned out around the center, hopefully scaring off any merchants before they would see the big ships. There was a risk of, somewhat, isolated ships being attacked, but Karls thought that risk minimal. He did have hope that the Royal Navy would not be encountered again before Germany. Just not much of it. The British would know the moment they left New York Harbor and would surely be waiting for them with the entirety of the Grand Fleet. Should that happen, he had several contingencies. If the High Seas Fleet came out to help them break through, then if in range, several Arados would be loaded with important documents and launched to land in Germany. He would attempt to have some ships break through to Germany with the cargo ships, and the remaining vessels would assist in fighting the Grand Fleet. If the High Seas Fleet would not come out and help, then there were choices to be made. If he could avoid combat using his radar, he would. If he had to abandon Spee, it would be a hard choice, but the presence of the knowledge was more important right now than Spee's armored cruisers. He hoped it would never come to that. October 28, 1914. HMS Shannon, hopefully near Great Yarmouth. Speed 6 knots. Thick fog. Captain John Dumarisk was beyond annoyed. This voyage had been nothing but trouble. First, he had been ordered to make best speed to Bergen to take possession of a bullion shipment. He had made it easily, beating the clock for internment, and then the troubles had started. The HMS Mantua had settled on the bottom of the harbor. Practically all that meant was that the ship was sitting about 5 feet deeper than normal. Shannon was still able to pull next to her, to begin the transfer of the gold to the fore magazine. During the transfer, one of the men of the Mantua had nearly drowned while getting the gold out of the partially flooded cargo hold. He had a narrow escape and several broken ribs when something had shifted, leaving him pinned under water. He was lucky. While hoisting over a crate of gold, the crate, clearly built under fine Russian standards, had broken, dropping several bars, most landing luckily on the Shannon's deck. Unluckily, one had landed directly on the head of a petty officer, smashing it like a melon. Having finally loaded the gold, he estimated they were over internment by at least a couple hours, but the Norwegians did not attempt to intervene. They had set off at 21 knots for London. On the way, there had been one man washed overboard when a rogue wave struck the ship, and an engineering casualty, which had resulted in dropping to 15 knots for a couple of hours. Now they were nosing their way through thick fog. The crew were whispering that the gold was cursed. Captain Dumarisk was not a superstitious man, but he felt somewhat inclined to agree. He examined the plot and estimated that he should be safe from the friendly minefields. He wasn't positive of his exact location, due to being unable to take sightings. Because of that, he was attempting to give a wider berth to the fields. So far so good, though a surprising dearth of traffic. Captain Dumarisk walked to the fore bridge windows and stared off into the thick fog. Whumph. October 28, 1914, HMS Princess Royal, near the Yellow Sea, 15 knots. Make best speed to Jinhaegu. Stop. Pick up vital intelligence from Japanese Navy. Stop. Expedite return. Stop. Admiral Stiddy stood on the bridge of his flagship, watching his ships cutting through the water, holding his new orders in his hand. He had received these Admiralty orders to report to the Japanese harbor of Jinhaegu immediately to take delivery of vital intelligence, then head back to home waters at all speed. He estimated that he'd be to Jinhaegu tomorrow. He wasn't sorry to be in the Far East again. He had been on China Station before, almost 40 years ago. He looked forward to seeing if the tea was as good as he remembered. Or if the tea had in Japanese holdings was as good as the Chinese tea. If so, he'd have his steward lay in a goodly supply of it. Perhaps he would also get a fine tea set for Marion, his wife. He did have to expedite getting back to Rosyth, but coaling and provisioning would take time. The engineer would also appreciate a day or so to look things over, in preparation for the long trip home. He'd have to look to see the best route home, whether he should retrace his steps, or head down the coast of North America to the Panama Canal. Either way, he'd have additional opportunities to attack enemy raiders if caught. He was sailing inside of about 200 miles of Tsingtao. He had his lookouts doubled. With any luck, he'd spot one of the German large light cruisers, and be able to dispatch it quickly. Stiddy would not try this once he had the intelligence on board. Beforehand, though, perhaps one of the ships would be in range. October 28, 1914. HMS Tiger, Wardroom. Admiral Beatty had called together a meeting of the captains of the battlecruiser force. Lion was in dry dock for the next month, so he was currently using Tiger as his temporary flagship. The ship had a lot of work to do in order to work up to his exacting standards, he could see that now. Weather had impeded her training, and she had been committed to his fleet before her working up had finished, it was true, and her crew was the scrapings of the jails, and other ne'er-do-wells that captains of the fleet could do without. Note 1. Let's begin. I don't believe in long staff meetings, so this will be quick. Beatty began. Overall, our performance at the battle recently was barely acceptable. We obtained hits, but not enough. Captains, it is up to you to increase your rate of fire. Captain Pelly, we have much work to do on your vessel. I appreciate that your training was cut short when you were assigned to the battlecruiser fleet early. Because of that, I will see that you get what you need to train. Thank you, sir, said Captain Pelly gratefully. I'll use whatever I can to get this ship efficient. See that you do. Stated Beatty. Now, we must get worked up, because it is believed that Spee will be attempting to break through to Germany. It is likely that the task of interdicting him will fall to us. To that end, let's be prepared. Do we know when Spee will be attempting to break through? Asked Captain Chatfield. Not yet. I expect we'll hear in plenty of time. Replied Beatty. So, let's make sure our ships are the fastest firing in the fleet. With that, the meeting adjourned. Note 1, not completely true, though many deserters were in her crew, and morale was low. Note, British mine moorings were poor in the early war, with mines noted to drag position by miles in several cases. KM Story 0070. October 29, 1914. Tsingtao. Sung Li was on the streets of Tsingtao, peddling her wares from a pushcart. Never wealthy, her family had, however, seen an increase in their fortunes with the establishment of the German colony here. Europeans and Americans came and visited. And they bought things. Especially traditional Chinese artwork. Sung and her mother were both very skilled at sewing and had taken to producing patchwork quilts. Note 1. It had started with a British visitor offering what was to Sung an astonishing amount of money for an old quilt she had wrapped some items in. When Sung gave her mother the money, and told her about it, her mother, ever the brilliant woman, had come up with the idea of making more. Sung had been sent to scavenge scraps of cloth, and then she and her mother would sew quilts and tunics that Europeans and Americans would buy. That was a decade ago. They no longer used scavenged cloth scraps, but silk, and sold their goods at an appropriately higher price. Sung still handled sales, as her pretty face and soft voice were better than her mother for that, who had been sharpened by a lifetime of experience, and tended to deter customers. It came with occasional unwanted attention, but nothing serious yet. Plenty of times sailors from the big German ships shouted things at her, whether insults or solicitations, she didn't know. She couldn't speak the language, so her sales pitch consisted of holding up the ware, and a coin of the value she wished to receive for it. Few ever attempted to haggle. Then the war came, and business started drying up. Until the night all the new German ships had appeared. She knew little of that, hearing later that they had destroyed a powerful Japanese force. The men once returned, though, were eager to buy wares. Some ships had left, but enough men were still here that business remained. Her reverie was interrupted by the approach of a bashful-looking German sailor holding a small book. He stood in front of her cart for a moment before speaking. In Chinese. Terrible, butchered Chinese, but Chinese all the same. Greetings, he began haltingly. Then spewed several words of gibberish, in which she caught the word what. Note 2. I do not understand you, she replied to him. I do not understand you, he mimicked her carefully pretty name. Realization struck her and she burst into laughter. The young man in front of her blushed furiously. She regained her composure. Tapping her chest, she said slowly, Sung. The young man pointed to her and repeated Sung, then pointed to himself and said Johann. He then consulted his book again, and held up a silver coin and haltingly said, You gibberish lessons me. She nodded her head, and taking the coin, began pointing to various objects and giving the Chinese words. Johann carefully repeated her. It seemed that she had just improved the family situation again. Perhaps others would also like to learn. October 29, 1914, HMS Erin, near Tory Island. The 4th Battle Squadron was out on maneuvers, especially gunnery. Jellicoe was a fanatic about his ships being well drilled in shooting. Captain Victor Stanley was fine with that. Short of real engagement, there was nothing quite like target practice to hone the men. The boom of the big guns, the thrill of hearing the spotter shouting hit or straddle. Added to that, his ship was a much better shot than Vanguard, St. Vincent, or Collingwood. Note 3, always good for the men to be able to beat another ship in contests. He was proud of his ship, she had done very well today. Straddles on the 3rd salvo at 12,000 yards. He hoped to someday soon test the mettle of his crew and ship against the Germans. In the meantime, when that day came, he'd be ready for it. Whumph. Note 4. The deck shook under his feet. He ran to the bridge wing and looked back in time to see a column of water subsiding from just forward of the Q turret. Was it his imagination, or did the ship already feel different? Signals, he shouted, hoist the signal for have been torpedoed. The rest of the squadron steamed off at top speed as soon as the signal was seen. Standing orders after the slaughter of the cruiser squadron. Soon the sea was empty, except for Erin and 2 destroyers. A soaked midshipman ran up and saluted, Sir, boiler rooms are flooding. We're losing steam quickly. Land wasn't far, perhaps they could beach. Captain Stanley gave the orders, and the ship slowly began coming about, lurching over with a sickening motion. All too slowly she came back. Speed was dropping. 5 miles. The engineer appeared, dripping and shivering. She's done for, sir. She was never built to British standards, we can't control the flooding. We need to abandon ship. Captain Stanley stared at the man bleakly for a moment before starting to give the necessary orders. He would never be forgiven for losing such a valuable ship in such desperate times. Men gathered on deck, the destroyers drew close, and began offloading men. There was no panic, despite the increasingly nerve-wracking roll of the ship. Captain Stanley stepped off onto the waiting destroyer, the last man off, save for the bodies of 4 drowned in the initial hit. The destroyers moved away, none too soon. Erin lurched far, far over. He thought she would capsize, but she didn't. Her quarterdeck was awash when she slowly righted herself. She slowly rolled the other way, and kept rolling until her red bottom showed. It floated like that for a few minutes before silently slipping beneath the waves. Captain Victor Stanley did his best to hide the tears as his once beautiful ship disappeared beneath the waves. October 29, 1914. Yavuz Sultan Selim. The former Goban sailed away from Sevastopol, smoke towering into the sky from the burning city. Willingly or no, the Ottoman Empire had just entered the war. October 30, 1914. HMT Ocean's Bounty. Near Great Yarmouth. Lieutenant George frankly looked nervously around. He was tied off to a wreck protruding from the water. At low tide, the gun turrets were only just below the surface. It was slack tide now, and his supernumerary cargo, a salvage team that was wished upon him by the Admiralty, was inspecting the wreck. She had apparently stumbled into either the edge of the friendly minefield, or a drifter. Either way, she made it nearly to shore before succumbing to damage. She was a big beast. A battleship, he reckoned. Note 5. At least most of the crew had been saved. The salvage divers came to the surface and were heaved aboard. Over to the side, the trawler crew that had been working the air pumps collapsed in exhaustion. Big hole opened up near the boiler room. Said one of the divers. We'll need pontoons. And to remove those big, heavy turrets. We need a strong crane barge to get those off. We'll need to work fast, weather can go off at any time. A salvage tug and barge are on the way now, remarked another of the salvers. They are moving fast on this one. Can't be hoping to repair her. Said the other diver. I think her keel is bent. Dunno. Admiralty was firm on this ship coming up, though. Don't think she'd hardly settled before we had orders. Another put in. If she's in the way, why not just break her up with explosives? None to be had, I hear. Remarked another. The discussion turned from that to technical salvage aspects of which frankly understood not a word. Note 1. I am nowhere near skilled enough to appreciate the fine differences in Chinese embroidery types and will use the closest equivalents I know. Note 2. Trying to learn a language from a Chinese-German dictionary is hard. Note 3. The St. Vincent class had a new 1250 caliber gun when built. They used a larger propellant charge that didn't always completely combust, resulting in varying range on the same elevation. Note 4. Audacious avoided her date with Destiny, but... Note 5. It's HMS Shannon. Unnumbered note, not being built for the RN, the Erin lacked a degree of compartmentalization found on ships built for RN service. She was also smaller than an Iron Duke, and carried her midships turret higher up, which would negatively affect her stability while flooding. KM Story 0071. Pacific, October 30, 1914, German naval-based Tsingtao, the life of sailors. When the heavy cruiser Blücher returned to base on October 3, the vast majority of her crew had been taken ashore. Wounded sailors were sent to shore hospitals and others to barracks. Most of the sailors had to go through infantry training again, which was not something these men were particularly happy about. Fortunately, the front line was very far away from Kyotsko, so there was no danger of any of them having to fight as pawns in the near future. All crew members were gradually given a short leave. It was supposed to be a reward for the good work they had done during their service on the ship. Although the crew of the cruiser Blücher did not take part in the operations in the Indian Ocean, they were still considered heroes by the people of Kyotsko because they were able to return home with their damaged ship. One of the crew of more than 1,000 was Wolfgang, who had the rank of Oberfähnrich zur See, a non-commissioned officer who was about to celebrate his 40th birthday. His last memory of his past life was that he served in as part of the occupation forces in Oslo. Unlike many others, he didn't die in a past life, though like the others, he knew his personal reason for being chosen to be given a new chance. Wolfgang was born in northern Germany and had a strong affinity for the sea. He was in the Navy from the age of 15, first as a fisherman, then as a member of the Reichsmarine and later the Kriegsmarine. He wasn't the type of person to believe in any ideology, so when the being told him that Nazism was evil, he wasn't surprised. Basically, he didn't really care, he was never interested in politics. However, he understood that he and everyone else who went back in time were given a chance to change the events of history. At the moment he had only one interest, somewhere to get really drunk and enjoy life. He finally got a day off. After many months he had a well-deserved week's vacation, not only him, but also his friends. He served as deputy commander of one of the 3.7 cm Schnellade cannon C/30 anti-aircraft batteries. This gun was manned by 6 men and was destroyed during the Battle of the Malacca Straits. Miraculously, none of his team was killed, only his friend, the youngest member of the team, Lothar, was injured. Today, he and his friends pick up Lothar from the hospital and go out to enjoy the evening. Tsingtao was a special place for all Germans from the future. It mixed a lot of influences from Europe and Asia, and at first Wolfgang had trouble getting used to it. Although he had been a sailor most of his life, the truth was that he had never been to Asia. He spent most of his life in the North Sea, or in the Baltic. He knew the ports and the people there very well. He was actually not even fully German, as his father was from Denmark and his mother's parents were of a mixed marriage. The grandfather was German, the grandmother came from the Netherlands, so his attitude towards local people who did not have the right blood was more than benevolent. Even if the being who sent the Germans back in time told everyone the truth about Nazism, it hardly meant that many would stop being racist, or still have certain prejudices. This definitely didn't concern Wolfgang. He wanted to enjoy himself today, and with a Chinese woman, he hadn't had a woman for several months. However, there were also those in his team who never had it, like Lothar. That's why he wanted to help him get one tonight. During his infantry training, he met a crew member of the cruiser SMS Kaiserin Elizabeth. He was an officer, but according to Wolfgang, he was a good guy. He had been here for several months and had also served in China during previous cruises of the SMS Kaiserin Elizabeth to the area. And on top of that, he already knew the local language fairly well, at least well enough that he didn't have to use his hands during the conversation. Paul was not Austrian, he came from the Sudetenland and was of a mixed marriage, as were many of the inhabitants of Austria-Hungary. His rank as an officer did not prevent him from befriending Wolfgang and promising to show him the good sides of nightlife in Kyoto. Originally, Wolfgang wanted to visit some brothel where there would be white women, but Paul talked him out of it. He had many reasons for this, the main one being that most of those women are simply not the youngest anymore and their ability to entertain men is relatively small. That's why he recommended Wolfgang and his friends to a Chinese restaurant where he went himself when he had time off. Wolfgang gladly accepted his offer. He had a wallet in his pocket with his several months' salary, which he practically had nothing to spend yet, and believed in an unforgettable night. The German sailors met the officer near the hospital, where they picked up Lothar and then headed together to one of the Chinese businesses that Paul had recommended. Along the way, he gave them all training on how to behave in the company. First of all, Mrs. Ling Ling is an old dried-up witch who only cares about our money. She'll be nice to you as long as we pay her, but to her we'll always be just another West Devil who all look exactly the same and can't behave. Even though Mrs. Ling Ling is a woman, she has the same idea that all Chinese people have about us Europeans. We are only primitive barbarians occupying her land. Well, the truth is, you Germans have gotten a bit of a boost in face now because you kicked the Japanese's asses. By the way, the Japanese are the devils of the East to all Chinese. Now a little advice on paying: you can bid on the price of the girls, but if you expect to knock the price down by more than 10%, then I say right away, it's a waste of time. Her girls are relatively expensive, but each one is worth the money, and most importantly, they are healthy. So in my view, it is a very good investment to spend time with one of them. Paul. Does that uneaten Jew know a little German because my Chinese is lousy? Hans. A little, yes, maybe more than a little. He pretends not to, but he's smarter than he looks. It's the same with their girls, they're smart, some even very so. If you're expecting ordinary hookers, you'll be disappointed. Regarding their greediness with money, the Jews are literally altruistic compared to the Chinese. Every Chinese in this town will try to rip you off in some way, that's just the way they are. Besides, this is their country, not ours. Paul. We rented it, so it's ours now, or am I wrong? Thomas. No, you're right, it's really ours now, but the locals don't feel that way. If they could, they'd kick our ass and kick us out. Paul. But they can't, because the British or their Japanese puppets would come here instead of us, so the Chinese are out of luck. Gregor. They are more afraid of the Japanese, although they also hate the British. It was good for the Chinese that we were defeating and humiliating the British, French and Russians. Regarding the defeats of the Japanese, I would say that it is pure ecstasy on their part, which is why they more or less tolerate us and help us. If I say that we also have their respect, I won't be too far from the truth. Paul. Have you been going to that establishment for a long time? Lothar. Yes, I've been to others, but this one is my favorite. I have a favorite there. You'll like Lothar. Paul. I don't like Chinese women very much, they all look the same to me. I actually have trouble distinguishing individual Chinese from each other. Lothar. Like I said before, they feel the same when they see us, we have this in common. About that girl, believe me you will be satisfied, the fact that you have nothing to compare with yet is actually an advantage, because she will set your bar very high. I've had many women in my life, but in Asia, sex is more of an art, especially in the business we're going to. Paul. What if I can't make it? Lothar. Don't worry about that, the girls in that establishment are there to help you with these things. You'll see that you can handle it. Otto. When the group arrived at the establishment, Paul led them, heading towards the entrance with the others, but he lingered at the entrance, talking to a Chinese man who was standing there welcoming the guests. Mrs. Ling Ling was already waiting for the group in the corridor, who looked down on Lieutenant Paul's friends. None of them wore an officer's uniform, and they looked like ordinary sailors, mere cannon fodder. But the lieutenant vouched for them, so she put on her best smile and welcomed the guests. To call Ms. Ling Ling ugly would actually be quite a compliment. Her age could be estimated as something between 60 to 90 years, although she was most likely younger. She was thin and looked extremely dry, rather dried out. She wore an expensive Chinese-style dress and smoked a pipe. She looked at the new arrivals with great interest. After which she welcomed everyone in her broken but fairly intelligible German and told them to follow her. Which all the sailors did and headed to the hall where tonight's entertainment was to take place. The room of the hall was large and spacious, also luxuriously furnished. A group of young girls welcomed the sailors and seated them in designated places, after which she began to pour them alcohol. Please dear gentlemen, taste the Chinese rice wine, if you don't like it, we can offer you your German beer. Ling Ling. On Paul's advice, none of the Germans refused the wine, and each took a cup, which he drank. It didn't taste bad at all, at least Wolfgang was satisfied and asked for more. Madame Ling Ling clapped her hands and a group of 6 girls came in to entertain the guests. They were dressed quite differently from the girls who were pouring them alcohol. Paul had already explained to them that those who offer them alcohol and various foods are not for sale. Most of those girls were just preparing for the role of prostitute/companion, and they were very young. But in this country a girl's age was never an issue, especially when the man had money and could pay for her. In China, women were mere commodities, their value based on their age, appearance, and sometimes intelligence and ability. Soon Paul also came into the room and started talking to Mrs. Ling Ling. The owner then called one of the girls who immediately came to her. Paul beckoned Lothar to come to him. Lothar, this girl's name is Ine, she's going to entertain you tonight, treat her like a gentleman. Madame Ling Ling looked at Paul and said. Who's going to pay for Ine? She's in high demand, she can't attend to one customer all night. One of the biggest Germans got up and went to the owner. That man was Hans, the only sailor who could be described as a land rat because he was born in Berlin and not by the sea. Hans was almost 2 meters and compared to Mrs. Ling Ling, who was barely 150 centimeters, he looked like a giant. So how much money do you want? Let's get this over with. Hans. The owner told him the required amount and Hans was horrified. For the money you want from us, I'd have all the whores from St. Pauli and their moms too, maybe even their sisters. You are a little too greedy. The owner did not take her eyes off her for a moment and raised her hand, and within 10 seconds, 2 huge Chinese men were standing behind her. Who, while not as tall as Hans, certainly commanded respect. If you have no way to pay, then you will have to leave my business, Ling Ling. Hans, who normally had no problem drunkenly smashing anything and everything around him, was sober enough so far. And besides, not wanting to ruin Lothar's evening, he decided to back off. Sure we'll pay, you've just got the prices a little high. Whereupon he took out his wallet and took out bills of the appropriate value from it and handed them to the owner. Wolfgang, who meanwhile got up and went to Hans, was already standing behind him and watching the owner's reaction. She took the bills and started looking at them. I don't want this money, I don't know you, give me the right German marks. Ling Ling. Hey, Grandma, don't complain, these are real Reichsmarks, straight from the Führer. Adolf gave them to us, for the service of the fatherland, so don't turn your nose up at them. Hans. For God's sake, Hans, that Chinese woman sure has enough toilet paper at home. Give her the money from the emperor, it has the right pictures on it. Nobody cares about our Adolf here anymore, you can't cheat this girl. Wolfgang. Reluctantly, Hans took a Third Reich era banknote back from the owner and gave her an imperial mark. The owner immediately counted the new bills and then smiled at Hans and wished him a pleasant evening. As she was leaving, Hans said. I hope your bitch fucks Lothar like Helen of Troy Parida did, because if she doesn't, I'll want the money back. Wolfgang let Hans riot and then escorted him to the others, not angry at his friend but wanting to keep him under control. Hans was a bit of a stray bullet and whenever he got drunk, and very little was enough, he tended to seek out conflict. The irony was that when he was otherwise sober, he was actually the wisest person on their team. Unlike the others, he had a relatively decent education, he even went to university, although he was expelled from it a year before graduation. Hans never told anyone why this happened and Wolfgang had no interest in asking him. Everyone sat and drank together. Most of the sailors very soon asked for local beer, after all they liked it more than rice wine. Only Paul and Wolfgang remained with the wine, sitting next to each other and talking. Is Lothar very close to you when you wanted to get him this special gift? Paul. You could say yes. Tell me, Paul, what did they actually tell you about us Germans from the future? Wolfgang. It is said that you were sent here by God to change the course of history and prevent the catastrophes that will destroy Europe and both our nations. They didn't tell us more about it, Paul. Wolfgang thought for a moment about what his companion had told him and then replied. I probably wouldn't use those words directly, but it's kind of true. What comes after 1914 is not good for anyone in Europe, especially for us Germans. It is a fact that we are mostly to blame for this, but if we prevent the repetition of those horrors, it will be good for all people in Europe, rather on our entire planet. Wolfgang. Do you want to talk about it? Paul. Not really, but I'll tell you something about Lothar. That young fool volunteered for the Navy when the war broke out. He had a head full of Führer and propaganda, hid his age and got on my ship, which was the heavy cruiser Blücher. I had previously served on the light cruiser Emden and when I was transferred and promoted I was extremely pleased with myself. I got on a new beautiful ship, so I waited 6 to 8 months of training before we were sent into action. Well, they sent us into battle much earlier. Lothar was in my squad when we set out to occupy Norway in April 1940, the idiot admitted to me that he would be 18 on April 9. I knew he was younger, he was a terrible ear then, so I took him in charge. And on April 9, the Norwegians gave us a hard wake-up call to reality during our attempt to occupy their capital. They managed to sink our ship, they sank the Blücher. I can't understand it to this day and I'll never forget it. Wolfgang. How did they do it? Paul. Very simply, our commanding admiral was a complete moron, our captain wasn't, he was fine, but Rear Admiral Oscar Kummitz was a model idiot. I still hate that guy and I'm not alone. I'm glad he's not here with us in Kyoto. Why am I even telling you this? As the flagship sank, the cruiser Blücher was in absolute chaos. Not from us in the crew but from the here guys, most of them were scared shitless, there were hundreds of them, as part of the invasion force. I don't need to tell you that most of them couldn't swim and there weren't enough life preservers available. All those soldiers were young boys, hastily drafted conscripts, moreover, they had never seen the sea, they had seasickness. Now put that together with the fact that they were on a burning and sinking ship. In the middle of a fjord where the water was so cold it would kill you in minutes, and the sea was on fire all around because our ship was leaking fuel. Then I saw Lothar, completely calm, yelling at the other crew members to take off their life jackets and give them to the terrified here boys. He was one of the first to do it, others soon followed, I did too, but if it wasn't for him, I'd probably only be taking care of myself. Lothar is a nice guy, I always knew that, but that's when I really started to like him. When I got ashore I looked for him, managed to find him, but he was burnt and we were in enemy territory. He got to the hospital but it was too late, he died the day after his 18th birthday. Wolfgang. I see, that's why you wanted to give him today's present. Paul. Yes, and no, you know the British surprised us in the Strait of Malacca, all their fucking ships fired at our cruiser again, as if Blücher was a magnet for assholes. It reminded me a bit of Oslo, but luckily we made it, but Lothar was seriously injured. It wasn't long before he could die again. We all got a second chance and over 50 crew guys died right after a few weeks of fighting. Lothar is a child, he has the right to enjoy life, who knows what the future holds. Wolfgang. Now you should take it easy, it will take several months to repair your ship, I've heard maybe 5. You will serve as foot soldiers, they are formed by auxiliary units of the Navy, small combat teams, one of which I will command. I'm getting promoted soon plus I have several friends so I can arrange to get you to my place if you want. For now, the new units are only expected to do guard work, definitely no combat. Paul. Aren't there any ships that need recrews? Wolfgang. Yes they are, but that problem has been resolved, at least from what I've heard, and the 2 auxiliary cruisers have already left Tsingtao and are at sea. I don't know if another auxiliary cruiser will be equipped, I don't have such good information. But I heard that the Chinese will be hired as auxiliary sailors on your warships, there are already several hundred of them in Kyoto. Paul. I was kind of hoping they'd order us to place one of our anti-aircraft batteries on some local hill and be tasked with defending the skies over Kyoto. The Japanese proved they've got a hell of a lot of balls when I sent in my antique planes. Wolfgang. Paul laughed and said. You know, to you their planes are antiques, but to me they're the pinnacle of modern technology. We were all surprised by what the Japanese did, those airmen had courage. And now the Japanese are dead, if they try again, they'll all die again, it'll just be a suicide mission on their part. Wolfgang. Asterisk. Let's change the subject, you should pick a girl, you won't regret it. If you want, I can recommend one, Paul. Have you tried everyone here at this establishment? Wolfgang. Yes, he tried. After all, I've been in Kyotsko for a long time. All the girls have their own charm, each one is different. For example, Mao Mao is very zealous. She is the one currently massaging Thomas's back. I would recommend you here, he has a lot of experience. In addition, she has no problem handling several men at once, which is also a very interesting experience, Paul. A man with a wedding ring on his hand calls me. Do you have family in the Sudetenland? Wolfgang. I had, 2 years ago, after returning home from a voyage, to find that my wife and daughter had died of the smallpox. I came back and all I could do was put flowers on their grave. I had no reason to stay, my ship became my home, now I am back in China. And I'll probably stay here, Kyotsko is now my real home. Paul. Sorry, I didn't know that, sometimes I'm not very tactful. Wolfgang. Don't apologize, I was worthless as a husband and father, I was forever gone, I wasn't home even when my daughter was born. I'm the last person who should be offended, I still wear that wedding ring, I don't even know why, it's just a habit. Paul. So you tell Mao Mao that she is good. And what about your INE, it must be a Chinese pearl if it costs so much money. Wolfgang. Yes, INE is great, but she's not Chinese, if you looked at her more closely, or rather, over time you'd catch the details, you'd see that her face is different from other girls. She is originally Korean, Madame Ling Ling bought her into her company as a little girl and raised her as her champion. INE is now the most expensive concubine he owns, her virginity cost a fortune to buy back then. Paul. Were you the one who bought her first night? Wolfgang. I wish. I wasn't really that lucky, the amount the old witch wanted was beyond my means. Even today, I wouldn't be able to get the money together if I wanted to buy out INE, I'd need a frigate captain's salary, and I certainly don't have that. Paul. And you want to redeem her? Wolfgang. Paul smiled and then said. Why do you think I want to stay in Kyotsko? Notes on the text. Asterisk. It was officially claimed at Kyotsko that all the Japanese planes had been shot down. The governor did not want to show any weakness in public and in front of the Chinese ally. In addition, his claim was supported by the Navy, which successfully sank the seaplane ship Wakamiya. KM Story 0072. How could we remain confined for so long to the constraints of unequal treaties and oppressive conditions? How wasteful it is if we continue to do so, bound by ink and paper, when our duty calls us to the battlefield. For when we march on the road from life to death, we shall toast for the reunion and farewell. Yuan Ketting's speech in front of the Peking Military Academy's juniors. October 20, China, 1914. 1 month has passed since the beginning of the Second Sino-Japanese War, when on 20th of September, Yuan Ketting and freshmen from the Peking Military Academy with the help of local forces derailed and attacked the train carrying one of the 6 independent garrison battalions of the Guangdong Army towards Peking. While the Guangdong Battalion was a numerically superior force made up of regular soldiers serving as railway guards, numbering at around 1,000 men compared to the 200 irregulars of the Chinese, the surprise and prepared position of Yuan Ketting led to heavy casualties among the Japanese soldiers who were left exposed on the Lugu Bridge, Marco Polo Bridge, to machine gun fire from a Maxim Model 1889 World Standard and artillery fire from a 7.5 cm Krupp M1904 mountain gun. After 1 hour of heavy fighting, the Japanese lost 670 men to gunfire, shrapnel, or aggravated wounds caused by the derailment of their train before they surrendered, whereas the Chinese lost only 33 men. This was easily a tactical success and was acclaimed as such by the Chinese media, injecting a much-needed dose of national pride into an already nationalistic population. However, the Beiyang military did not share such an optimistic view, considering the whole debacle as a blunder, with General Duan Kora even declaring it a strategical failure. Such a reasoning came from the unfavorable conditions the Beiyang army found itself in at the time, with 7 divisions halfway mobilized near Peking and Zhili and with a further 29 divisions not even informed of the mobilization order, let alone the slower and less trained reserve divisions who would take weeks to mobilize. It certainly did not help the hastily attempt of apprehending the British garrison at Peking and Tientsin, while there was still an element of surprise, as the troops that were supposed to participate were in most cases not ready or substituted by local policing forces. Any hopes of a fast war of maneuver such as the one favored and taught by the Germans were soon dashed after the Marco Polo Bridge incident. This became apparent following the chaotic street fighting between the South Wales borderers of Colonel Nathaniel Barnardiston and the 1st Beiyang Army Division of General Cai Chinsuo plaguing the streets of Peking and Tientsin for 2 straight days. Time in which the Japanese and the Russians learned of the events that transpired and reacted in some shape or form. However, it is worth mentioning that the approaches by the Japanese and the Russians differed greatly, in large part to their inherited national policies and the character of the people in charge, government and local ones. On the Japanese side, the Governor-General of the Guangdong Army was Baron Fukushima Yazumasa, a descendant of a noble samurai family and one of the few still living samurai, veteran of the Boshin War and a famous long rider who decided to return home by traveling 14,000 kilometers from Berlin to Tokyo on horseback by himself. General Rafael de Nogales described the equestrian explorer thus: Fukushima's courage, drive, and exuberant cheerfulness were amazing. For a man like this nothing was impossible. Indeed. The aging governor, who very well understood the gravity of the situation he was now facing, did not shy away from the daunting task at hand. With a force at his disposition of at most 12,000 men, the prospect of fighting a force of at least 50,000 Chinese was a dire one, even if Tokyo believed otherwise. Governor Fukushima, however, did not share the belief that the Chinese forces were of little military value as the uniformed men in Tokyo thought, and from the beginning, he had no expectation of defeating the 3rd, 20th, 23rd and 27th divisions of the Beiyang army, let alone any regional army scattered throughout Fengtian, Liaoning. Therefore, the governor hoped with the element of surprise on his side, he could concentrate enough forces to defeat in detail the Chinese in and around Mukden, Shenyang, capturing the headquarters of the 20th and 27th divisions and paralyze their chain of command for enough time that reinforcements from Korea could relieve his forces. The first battle erupted between the Japanese Mukden, Shenyang, garrison battalion and the local Chinese mixed brigade, which caught the Chinese forces by surprise, and were soon defeated. However, it should be mentioned that the unprepared Chinese fought with a stubbornness and tenacity that impressed even the Japanese and confirmed Governor Fukushima's beliefs regarding their fighting prowess. Though, even if the Chinese were prepared or had more units in the city and managed to resist the initial attack, the Japanese had in the area the Guangdong Army's infantry division and a heavy siege artillery battalion from Port Arthur that were in the process of being transported to Tientsin, Tianjin, to take part in the now cancelled attack on Tsingtao. Any defense the Chinese could have used or built in the short time would have been rendered useless by the Japanese's 24 and 28 cm howitzers. Additionally, the Kaiwan Garrison Battalion only 80 kilometers away was on the way to Mukden, Shenyang, and reached the train station an hour after the fighting died down, later merging with the Guangdong Army's infantry division in hunting down parts of the 20th and 27th divisions on the city's outskirts and surrounding rural areas while they still held an advantage. While the operation in Mukden, Shenyang, achieved its objectives and ended up as success for the Japanese, the one further north, in the Jilin capital of Chongqing, was anything but as from the start the Japanese hit metaphorical roadblock after roadblock, stumbling their way to their objectives, and by the time they took control of the 3rd Division's headquarters it was too late. Almost 4,000 Chinese soldiers led by Tao Xiongui, the commander of the 3rd Mixed Brigade of Jilin, were on their way to relieve their besieged brothers and in the following days would achieve their mission. When the Governor-General was informed of this development on the 22nd of September and realized his gamble there failed, he ordered the garrison battalion from Gongjiling, not even 30 kilometers away, to assist the Chongqing's garrison battalion and allow them to retreat to Mukden, Shenyang, leaving the troops of the Jilin's military governor Meng and Aiyuan to be dealt by the Russians. The fighting in Chongqing proved to be the most intense the soldiers of both the 3rd Mixed Brigade and the Japanese experienced in their career to that point, lasting for more than 3 days and only ending as a result of the exhaustion suffered by both sides, which allowed the Japanese to avoid total annihilation as they escaped to Gongjiling, then Mukden, Shenyang. On the Russian side, the situation was a bit different as, compared to the Empire of Japan that pursued an aggressive response to the Tsingtao debacle and forced the start of the Second Sino-Japanese War, the Tsarist government was anything but interested in opening a new front line. However, the linchpin that saw the Russian intervening came in the form of the chief manager of the Tsar in Harbin, General Dmitry Leonidovich Krvat, who tried to engineer an incident between the Tsar frontier guards and the Chinese since 1911, aggressively pushing for war in 1912 and attempting to drag other generals in the Trans-Amur area into a conflict with China. The Japanese seizure of the railways was his perfect chance, as, during 1912 he was ordered in the case of such a seizure to do the same, but it must be noted that the conditions this order was given were certainly not the same as to the ones in 1914. This was the excuse he used to avoid any kind of reprimand, citing previous orders and lack of new ones in how to act to the Japanese actions, never mind that he could have waited for new ones from the foreign minister before taking action. This was also justified as following the state's policy for Manchuria since 1905 to the men in Petrograd who were more interested, to put it nicely, in either dragging or stopping the discussions at Kyakhta for Mongolia until the situation in China stabilized or evolved in a way that suited their interests than engaging in another war. It wasn't long after that he got his incident that started the conflict between the Russian Empire and the Republic of China. On 23rd of September, when his railway garrison battalion moved unervingly close to the headquarters of the local Chinese forces in Harbin, who, by this point knew what happened in Chongqing, unexpectedly fired at the approaching Russians, leading to a firefight that exploded into a regional conflict the following days. Compared to the Japanese, the Tsarist forces in Harbin were large and mobile enough to the extent that they could harass and delay any concentrated Chinese response until the 4th Siberian Army Corps could reach the front line. The Harbin forces numbered the 3rd Trans-Amur Frontier Infantry Regiment, 1st Trans-Amur Frontier Horse Regiment, 2nd Trans-Amur Frontier Horse Regiment and 1st Trans-Amur Frontier Mountain Horse Artillery Battery. This was obviously a disaster for the Russian government, as by this point, they only had the 4th Siberian Army Corps in the Amur military district while the rest, 1 to 7th, were on the Eastern Front. However, not reinforcing the Siberian front line could have been easily considered political suicide to whoever was brave enough to voice the thought, especially on admitting fault in the instigation of the conflict. The situation was made especially difficult for Petrograd in regards to Mongolia, as the local commander of the frontier troops, after being prompted by Krvat, entered and occupied a not insignificant number of local towns, requiring even more troops to be sent from the Eastern Front to Siberia. Krvat was obviously indifferent to Petrograd's concerns, as even at the start of the European War he was against mobilizing the Siberian Corps, seeing it as a weakening of their presence and influence in Manchuria. To him, Manchuria was more important than Poland. While the 4th Siberian Army Corps was embarking the 500 trains prepared by Krvat, which in 1912 numbered as high as 3,000, by the 30th his frontier horse troops were harassing patrols, regiments and other smaller-sized units of the 30,000 soldiers located in the Jilin and Heilongjiang provinces in the likes of Bai Lang and his roving band of bandits not even a year ago. However, by the 1st of October this strategy's success would prove to have been short-lived, as with to an extent, Bai Lang. Though, in his case, the lack of a clear center of power and operations extended the lifetime of his rebellion, something that the Russians clearly lacked, because, even with the raids, sabotage and nighttime attacks, the Chinese forces had a clear target in sight, being only a matter of time before they reached and captured them: Harbin, Vladivostok, Changchun, Mukden, Shenyang, Port Arthur, and so on. And it was on the 1st of October that the situation, chaotic as it was during the latter parts of September, started to change and solidify for the Chinese, and should come as no surprise that the first organized response came from Manchurian generals who were the most affected by the sudden start of hostilities. On the Chinese side, specifically in regards to the Fengtian, Liaoning, and Jilin provinces, the two most important men were Zhang Ziulan and Meng Aniyuan respectively. Two ruthless self-made men who couldn't have been more diametrically opposed if they tried, as in the case of Zhang, born to a family of poor peasants and filled with ambition, competent and meticulous, he slowly climbed the military ladder to the top, ending up as the governor-general of the whole of Fengtian, Liaoning. An intimidating and dangerous individual that made even Yuan Shikai wary when dealing with him. Meng, on the other hand, was born into the underworld of Tientsin, Tianjin, made a living managing tea in a brothel, and as he slowly started to gain prominence and wealth in the military, he started to indulge in extravagant pleasures. However, one thing was for certain, he was a Beiyang man from top to bottom, loyal to Peking and specifically the president. Zhang and Meng distrusted each other, and even when at war with the Entente, they only tolerated the other's presence. There was little if any chance of a common or centralized command, as in the case of Meng. He rightfully believed that giving Zhang overall control of the Manchurian armies would just solidify his hold of the region and pose a future threat to the Peking's government, while Zhang also rightfully believed that Meng would only use his Fengtian army to fight the hardest battles and chip away at Zhang's power base until nothing would remain. They nonetheless cooperated in pushing the Japanese and Russians out of Manchuria, as by the 5th of October, Meng's 3rd and 23rd divisions, together with what mixed brigades and city militias he could find, managed to capture Harbin to the shock and horror of the Siberian forces. It wasn't long before Meng Aniyuan, recognizing the weakened state of the Russian forces in the whole Jilin and Heilongjiang provinces, decided to push towards Vladivostok in the hopes of forcing the Russians out of the war. If there was one silver lining from the mess Krvat engineered, then it was his raiding and harassing strategy that allowed enough time for elements of the 4th Siberian Corps to mount a defense at Heilin, forcing to a temporary stop the Chinese advance, who by the 8th were running out of steam from the constant marching and fighting. However, any temporary relief proved just that, temporary, as by the 12th the Chinese broke through the Russian defenses and crossed the Heilang River, entering Heilin proper and turning the boundless snowfields red. By the 20th they reached Vladivostok and began sieging the desperate defenders. Much further south, Zhang, who was determined to repay the humiliation inflicted by the Japanese, had recaptured Fengtian, Shenyang, by the 7th of October and went as far down south as the Guangdong territory, placing it under siege by elements of his 20th Division augmented with regional brigades and reserve units. However, his attention was not on the least territory but on Korea. As the days passed since the start of hostilities, the more enticing the prospect of him being the first Chinese general to march into their long-lost territories became, until he aggressively pushed for a march towards Andong, Dandong, as the Japanese blew up the railways by that point. It was at this point where on the 11th of October he stumbled upon the Japanese's Second Army with a composition of 3 infantry divisions and engaged in a hard-fought battle for 2 days near the outskirts of Andong, Dandong. His 22,000 troops, tired from the constant fighting and marching, would have been easily routed if not for the reinforcements from Peking finally arriving to force the Japanese back to their defense lines. By the 15th of October, both sides were engaged in a vicious trench warfare near the city of Andong, Dandong, not unlike to what happened a decade ago when the Russo-Japanese War took place. A fighting that finally put to rest any doubts about the Chinese fighting prowess or morale, as one of the German liaisons wrote. There was no hint of hesitation, the sole concern of the wounded in the field hospitals was to return to the front lines as swiftly as they could. It is undeniable that these men were driven by a fervor for a cause they deeply believed in, convinced they were battling to liberate their land from an oppressive foreign rule that had become unbearable. This newfound determination must be acknowledged in all future interactions with their forces. And further upstream, near Linjiang, and Hunchun, the 1st and 6th Divisions of Cai Jinsua and Wulahen were holding against the onslaught of the Japanese 7th and 8th Armies, who were desperately trying to save their besieged Russian allies, even if only to deny the Chinese control of Vladivostok. Finally, by the 20th of October, the front line, at least in the north, stabilized and allowed everyone a breath of fresh air to take hold of the situation and react accordingly. Though, as more and more Chinese divisions arrived at the front, the more difficult the managing of such a large force became apparent, with distrust and disagreements appearing left and right between the generals supposed to fight together. Less said about the abysmal logistics the better. The situation at one point became annoyingly enough to a frustrated Yuan Shikai that he even considered to place his lifelong friend, the retired General Konstantin von Hanneken, in charge of the Manchurian army to act as a meditating force, just as the Qing did in 1895. Which was one of the many reasons for why he was going to Tsingtao. KM Story 0073. October 31, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Churchill was nearly beside himself. Jackie Fisher was in his office, attempting to make plans. Another dreadnought lost, lamented Churchill, and in a merchant lane. Does the depredation of the Hun know no decency? At least when HMS Shannon sank, she did so in shallow waters. Noted Fisher. The salvors seem confident they can have her raised relatively quickly. The loss of the gold would have been most inconvenient for relations between His Majesty and the Russian Tsar. Yes, and Stiddy has set off from obtaining the photographs the Japanese took. Conceded Churchill. There is that good news as well. Are you sure it is wise to bring back the battlecruisers while the German ships are still marauding? Inquired Fisher. I believe the risk to be minimal now. The Japanese will be investing the colony soon. The new China Station Squadron has arrived in Colombo, and Colombo, Madras, and Penang have all received their guard ships. Unfortunately, the guard ship for Hong Kong is in Grand Harbour with a wrecked engine. Note 1, regardless, with guard ships in the important harbours, and the new China Squadron, plus the new French Far East Squadron, the threat is reduced. The German large light cruisers may not be contained, but they cannot dare to attack a pre-dreadnought that is cruising the sea lanes. The first of the Canopus class will arrive to begin patrolling in a fortnight. Replied Churchill. Grunted Fisher. At least the German battlecruisers will be stuck in port for a good while with the damage Beatty inflicted. Which is fortunate, acknowledged Churchill, though we do still suffer from the prestige of losing yet another dreadnought. And we have the bad news that the Ottomans have officially entered the war, noted Fisher. They are of little consequence. I've already ordered the 2 battlecruisers watching for Gobine's breakout to bombard the forts at the entrance of the Dardanelles. The French will send some battleships to assist us in showing our displeasure to the Ottomans. Stated Churchill. The first of the new seaplanes is supposed to be delivered in 2 days. Fisher said 4 will be delivered to the seaplane carrier Empress, and relayed to Rosyth, where the training squadron will put them through their paces. Will we have sufficient planes for the planned attack in December? Asked Churchill. Yes. Or things will be unpleasant for anyone who stands in the way of that. Replied Fisher grimly. I only wish we could get that done sooner. Sighed Churchill. It would do the public good to know that the High Seas Fleet is not safe from us even in their harbour. Patience, old friend, we will strike them in their own harbour. With any luck, they will completely retreat out of the North Sea, and we can start our plans to attack the Baltic coast. The first of the landing craft are already completed. Churchill brightened. Yes, I look forward to that. I wish I could see the look on the Kaiser's face when he's told his fleet has been sunk in harbour. I imagine we'll hear him screaming from here. Note 2. Churchill sobered. Are you familiar with the situation in Hong Kong? He asked. Fisher looked most irritated. Yes. The opportunistic Chinese buffoons thought to snatch it away with us distracted. I'll admit, I didn't think they had that in them. Got quite the bloody nose for their troubles though, didn't they? Yes, acknowledged Churchill. They took massive losses when they attacked, our garrison there took barely any. Regardless, I plan to see if some troops can be shipped there from Australia and New Zealand to stiffen up the defences. The new China squadron will be there any day, though the HMS Caesar that was assigned as guardship is still broken down in Grand Harbour. The sooner the better on the troops, snarled Fisher. Apparently it's time to teach them another lesson. Yes, a bit more territory in the area wouldn't be amiss. Nodded Churchill. I'll see how soon they can be dispatched. October 31, 1914. SS Berlin, auxiliary cruiser, Solway Firth. Captain Fundheller knew he was taking a huge risk doing this. Possibly not worth it, but he was going to try. He had heard of the exploits of von Spee's squadron in the Indian Ocean. He had been reading of the American John Paul Jones raiding this very area. He was determined to try it, then flee as quickly as possible. Everything was in readiness. Loka loomed before him in the gathering dusk. He knew a plant had been built here to make explosives. He had a cousin that had helped install it. Note 3. He had initially thought to try and bombard it from the sea but decided to try something a bit more direct. After dark, he would land men that would march up to it, plant some demolition charges, and then leave. There was a risk of being shot at by the locals, but he thought that danger minimal. The first boat set out. Fundheller had the guns manned, but still hidden. Steam was up too, ready to dash away. There was plenty of traffic around here, though most had disappeared before the sun set. Mostly coasters, fishing vessels, and other things beneath his concern. The minutes dragged by. Much as he had hated to delegate this sort of thing, he had an officer that knew his way around these sorts of things and would have the best chance of doing greater damage. The men had been surprisingly willing to undertake this mission. To the point that he had to have his officer pick them by lot. This sort of thing was only going to work once, succeed or fail, so it had been a coveted assignment. He glanced at his watch. An hour had elapsed already? Where had it gone? He looked out towards the town. All seemed peaceful. A slight splashing sound. The boats were back. No sooner had they been hoisted aboard, than came a flash from the direction of the plant and a booming sound echoed over the firth. Flames leapt high into the air. The men were laughing with each other. Lieutenant Eisen was tightly holding a parcel in his hand. Fundheller gave the appropriate orders to head into the Atlantic at best speed. He then beckoned to the officer, Lieutenant Hans Eisen. "Well Hans, how did it go?" Fundheller asked, with barely contained excitement. "It went well sir." He replied, "I'll write a full report of course. We encountered several night watchmen that fled when they saw us. We think they went to fetch help from the town, because some shots were sounding when we returned. No one was hit. However, we set charges on gas pipes, and other equipment that looked important. We also opened the office safe. We brought back this as well." Here he handed the parcel to Fundheller. Opening the parcel, he found a British flag, as well as bundles of money. The plant payroll no doubt. One of the men brought a German flag. We took their flag that was in front of the plant and put this one in place. One of the men brought a camera, so we got pictures of it before taking our flag back. Explained Eisen. Fundheller laughed. This would be a day for the log and no mistake. Note 1, triple expansion engines are maintenance intensive, and engineering sections out of the reserves aren't always up to keeping things going. Note 2, Churchill might be expecting a bit much out of a 14 torpedo. Note 3, a German firm did indeed put the plant in. Despite that fact, its existence was supposed to be kept secret. From the Germans. A U-boat attempted to bombard it in 1915. KM Story 0074. November 1, 1914. Hohenzollern Palace, Berlin. Tirpitz held his peace, watching Kaiser Wilhelm. Having been informed of the naval happenings of recent, the Kaiser had gone dead silent, his mustaches drooping. "Another battleship lost," he whispered. "Which one?" Tirpitz groaned inwardly. He had hoped this question wouldn't come up. "The ship that was destroyed off Sylt was SMS Kaiser Wilhelm II," Tirpitz answered carefully. "A painful loss, but most crew was not present, and it was an older ship." Watching the Kaiser carefully, Tirpitz was positive that he was about to watch the Kaiser burst into tears. Instead, he stayed surprisingly coherent. "German soil shelled again. Zeppelins destroyed. The fleet damaged." He groaned. "With Spee working home, it is imperative that the fleet not be risked until he is ready. We cannot risk it any further." "I agree, Your Highness." Tirpitz answered smoothly, though this is perhaps a blessing in disguise. "The issue that nearly led to the loss of Seydlitz has been identified, and all ships will be retrofitted so that this cannot happen again. Seydlitz herself should be repaired within 2 months." Wilhelm paused a moment, seeming to collect himself. "Mines need to be laid by the coast. We cannot allow the Royal Navy to attack our shores at will," he stated. "More guns need to be placed. They shall pay for their intransigence." "An excellent idea, Your Highness," extolled Tirpitz. "And may I suggest one of the new vessels on the slipways might receive your exalted name upon launch?" Wilhelm beamed. "A splendid idea. It would not do for the British to know they sunk a vessel bearing the name of the German sovereign." Tirpitz bowed obsequiously. "It shall be as you wish, Your Highness," he said, inwardly glad that this had gone better than he could have hoped. November 1, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. "This is intolerable," groaned Churchill, "a landing on British soil, the first in centuries. Now a German invasion fleet is being spotted from every village." Note 1. "How is the news spreading like that?" asked Fisher in surprise. "People fled when explosions came from the plant at Loka." Churchill explained they encountered guards from the plant that told them they were under attack by a German landing. "The news has spread rapidly." Fisher waved dismissively. "This is easily solved. Send the Wobbly 8, Note 2, to patrol up and down the western coast for a week or so. Churchill paused. A good idea. Perhaps militia can be formed to allow for local defense, or at least the perception of it. He paused, taking a moment to enjoy his cigar before continuing. We also have the news of Beatty beating the high seas fleet we can extol. How badly was the plant damaged? Asked Fisher. Churchill found a paper. Much superficial damage. The plant had been shut down for maintenance, so the gas that might normally have been in the plant was all drained. It's estimated that the plant will be down for 1 month of repairs. Fortunate that such maintenance had started, else the plant would probably have been lost. Fisher nodded. A bit of good news. The first of the new airplanes were delivered to the experimental torpedo bombers in Rosyth. I imagine they are putting them through their paces now. November 1, 1914. Rosyth. Lieutenant Pratt pulled back on the controls as his brand new Short 184 schemed along the waters. The plane near leaped into the air. Right now, he and Childers were test flying the planes. No torpedo yet, just a fuel load. The plane handled like a dream. Plenty of power, and it handled on the water beautifully. He soared into the air, Childers flying behind keeping pace. He did a lazy turn, then lined up on his home ship as though on a torpedo run. He wouldn't fool himself into believing it would handle this nicely with a torpedo slung, but in the meantime, this plane was a dream compared to his previous mount. He mechanically pulled the release, and soared over his ship, imagining a torpedo speeding into the side of a German battleship. He smiled a little, imagining the look on the German admiral's face, watching airplanes dropping torpedoes and being unable to do anything about it. He brought the plane about, and put it through a few other maneuvers, before glancing at his watch. It was time to land. He looked back at Childers and waggled his wings, before coming down to set into the placid waters. Childers made an equally uneventful landing. A launch pulled the plane over to the Riviera. He climbed aboard, meeting Childers, and heading to the flight commander's office, while the planes were winched aboard. He knocked on the door and was quickly admitted. "Well, Lieutenant, how do the new planes fly?" asked Commander Longmore brusquely. "Sir, they handle beautifully. Gentle on the controls, plenty of power. It will be a different story when we load torpedoes, but these planes are everything we could ask for. Even a rookie pilot should have no issue learning to fly them," Pratt said, Childers nodding in agreement. "Good. No issues, then. We'll find out more, I'm sure, as we fly them. We'll get all the flight leaders familiar with the plane and do a few drops, so we find out how they handle a torpedo. If there's nothing else, you're dismissed." Childers and Pratt saluted and left the office. He thought of flying that wonderful machine more and smiled. November 1, 1914. HMT Ocean's Bounty, wreck of HMS Shannon. Lieutenant Franklin watched in amazement as the aft 9.2 gun turret broke the surface of the water. At low tide, it could be easily seen, but to see the crane barge haul that massive thing out of the water was still amazing. At the front of the wreck, another crane barge was pulling up the fore turret. The turret was slowly eased over to a waiting barge and gently lowered. The crew on the barge were busily making sure that the massive weight of the turret was balanced so as not to cause the barge undue issues. Nearby, another large barge with a set of enormous pontoons waited. When the turrets were removed, it had been explained to him, the pontoons would be attached to the wreck, and then filled with water to sink them. They would then be more securely attached to the wreck, and the salvage barge would fill them with air, bringing the ship to the surface. He wondered if they would try to return her to service. One of the divers had opined she was a total loss, but Franklin didn't know. A report like a gunshot shattered the air. Turning quickly, Franklin was just in time to see the forward gun turret swinging crazily. Another crack split the air as a second line parted. The turret broke loose from the crane, and smashed through the bottom of the waiting barge. The crew of the barge quickly abandoned ship, and it nearly immediately dipped below the water. A moment later, he saw dripping forms being hauled aboard the still violently rocking crane barge. Apparently, this salvage wasn't going to be as easy as all that. Note 1, panic spreads fast. Note 2, King Edward VII class battleships were known as the Wobbly 8. A new rudder design made them extremely maneuverable, which also made station keeping difficult. KM Story 0075. November 2, 1914. SMKMS Scharnhorst, approaching the Caribbean. Admiral Marshall did his best not to pace. Not only would it accomplish nothing, but it would also spook the crew. He was impatient for action. Sneaking around like this was not at all what he liked to do. Intellectually he knew that when they got to the North Sea, there was likely to be action enough, but in the meantime, here he was on a grocery run. It was still important. He completely agreed with Admiral Karl's strategy, but it was taxing. He longed to be in action, to hear the thunder of his gun meting out destruction to the Grand Fleet. Of course, it wasn't going to be like that. Ideally, they wouldn't fight at all before getting back to Germany. The High Seas Fleet would receive whatever upgrades could be quickly spread from the Kriegsmarine ships, and then, finally, it would be time. In the meantime, all the modern ships were squished as tightly as they dared in the middle of a convoy, with Spies armored and light cruisers forming a loose perimeter. The panzer ships were on an alertness rotation in case something needed to be quickly responded to. So far, no interesting ships had been seen. A few plodding merchants. Not too many, as Spies ships belched enough smoke to be seen from Buckingham Palace. Any concerned merchant avoided the clouds. Which was just as well. Radar sweeps were being regularly done as well, to keep an eye out for any suspicious-looking contacts. So far, nothing but the odd unwary merchant. November 3, 1914. HMS Indefatigable. Mouth of the Dardanelles. Captain Sowerby watched the line of ships smoothly swinging their guns out. In addition to his Indefatigable, the HMS Indomitable was preparing to fire, as well as the French battleships Suffren and Verité. "Commence firing," he ordered. The ship rocked as the guns of his vessel fired. Aft, the other ships fired as well. Great clouds of dust rose from the peninsula, all around the targeted forts. Splashes rose too, someone was well short. The French, no doubt. The guns fired again. More clouds of dust, no splashes this time. The dust clouds lazily drifted away. The fort looked like it really was better suited to fighting Horatio Nelson. It must have been over 300 years old. Note 1, leave it to the Turks to try and fight a modern war with antiques. Another salvo raced out. This time, a massive secondary explosion erupted from the fort. The men cheered excitedly. They had found a magazine. The cloud lazily drifted over the promontory, occluding further spotting. He glanced at the chronometer. It had taken 20 minutes, and it was safe to say that this fort was neutralized. The guns returned to center, and his ship slowly pulled away, followed by the other battlecruiser. The French ships headed away as well. A flurry of signals came from Verité, congratulating them on a job well done. He ordered the sentiment returned. He then wrote a message to be sent off to the Admiralty, stating that the Ottoman fort had been neutralized. November 3, 1914. Cruiser Jeanne d'Arc. French Indochina. Admiral Favreau was relaxed. No, that wasn't correct. He wasn't as tense. He was finally in a protected anchorage, and his ships were busy refitting. All needed boiler and engine work after that voyage from France. As soon as things were set right, he was to collect his fleet, and go teach the Chinese another lesson. His orders were to collect whatever other vessels might be in the area, and sail up the coast of China, looking for German or Chinese vessels, and sinking or capturing them. As well as wrecking whatever havoc he could along the Chinese coastal settlements. In addition to the vessels he had brought, the ships Duplex, Montcalm, and Guidon were waiting for him at the colony. Montcalm and Duplex were nearly done refitting. He would have 8 ships to take out, and he was confident that he could easily eliminate any Chinese threat. He had also been informed that the ships that had been causing the Royal Navy such woe at Tsingtao were some new class of colonial light cruiser. All the better. His armored cruisers would easily humble them. How the Royal Navy couldn't manage, he couldn't imagine, but it was likely they had simply sent backwater commanders against the German squadron and had suffered for it. Note 2. The German command staff was said to be very competent. Sighing, he shook the clouds out of his head and returned to the present. They had been here in port for 72 hours now. The 5 ships he had brought with him were in various states of refit. Indeed, the only ship that was in any shape to do anything was the armored cruiser Guidon. She had completed refit before his squadron had arrived and was now patrolling outside of the harbor. Good man, that captain. It would be at least another week before he would set out on his mission, with all the other ships under refit. It was well that they had brought 2 ships full of parts and lubricants. If they were out here any period of time, it was likely that they would need to send for more. Tonight though, he would have a dinner aboard the flagship with his captains. The wine cellar, note 3, on his ship was well stocked, and after the journey, it would be well to increase the camaraderie amongst the squadron, as well as integrate the on-station ships into it. They would also have experience in these waters. Experience that might be useful, for instance, in learning how to deal with the horrible heat. It was worse than the Mediterranean somehow. His steward unobtrusively approached and handed him the menu that was planned for tonight to approve. He glanced over it. Cold consommé, Petty's pats, a saddle of lamb, roasted chicken, potatoes Anna, buttered string beans finishing with pineapple à la marquise. Note 4, a dinner truly fit for a French gentleman. He nodded his approval, and the steward quietly left. His chef must have been preparing for this. A fine man, that chef. This would be an excellent meal. Note 1, an exaggeration. It was built in 1659. Note 2, Favreau doesn't have all the information, and so is filling in gaps with his own assumptions. Note 3, I don't know specifically what French ships did include Winnicellas, but some did. The French battleship Jean Bart would be torpedoed in the Winnicella OTL. Note 4, to my understanding, Petits pâtes are a small pie sometimes eaten as an hors d'oeuvre. Potatoes anna are a dish consisting of sliced, layered potatoes cooked in a copious amount of butter, and pineapple à la marquise is diced pineapple, soaked in kirsch, vanilla sugar, white wine, and vanilla bean served in a champagne glass with champagne poured over it. Apologies for any errors on this. KM Story 0076. Pacific, October 30, 1914, Auxiliary Cruiser SMS Prinz Eitel Friedrich. Less than a week has passed since the auxiliary cruisers SMS Prinz Eitel Friedrich and SMS Cormoran left Kyotsko. The departure of the two warships accompanied by the coal ship Mark took place without any major problems. The Japanese fleet had virtually no operations in the Yellow Sea, and German warships had not yet been detected. The German commander in charge of these three vessels was Captain zur See Theodor Detmers. The original plans, which he personally discussed more than a month ago with Governor Alfred Meyer-Waldeck and Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt, turned out to be a mere thought exercise. The successful return of Kampfgruppe Silix completely changed everything. As there was now relatively enough fuel at Kyotsko, it was decided that the auxiliary cruisers would not operate in the Indian Ocean, but would shift their activities to the Pacific. The main task that Theodor Detmers now had was to create fear and uncertainty among the enemy merchant fleet and further fragment the Entente naval forces. The actual task of sinking merchant ships was rather secondary at this point. Theodor Detmers was to use his knowledge of history and more or less copy the voyage of OTL's SMS Prinz Eitel Friedrich, which was quite successful in its own right, with one exception. No US-flagged ship was to be attacked and sunk under any circumstances. Personally, he rather felt disappointed by the new task. He and his subordinates were pushed to the back burner. They had a secondary task. Korvettenkapitän Therichens, the commander of the flagship, had already drawn up a detailed sailing plan that made use of the knowledge the Germans had brought with them from the future. The German ships sailed into the waters of South America, more precisely near the Corral, where their first trophy was to be awaited. All of these plans could prove to be completely misguided, as history had already changed so much that relying on OTL knowledge was risky enough. However, at least such were the orders of the command in Kyotsko. However, Admiral Schmundt made it clear that a healthy initiative would be more than tolerated. The German ships had one Arado 196 seaplane at their disposal as well as a radar, which gave them a good chance of finding and sinking other ships as well. That is, not only those whose position the Germans knew very well from history. Likewise, German vessels had a good chance of avoiding Entente warships thanks to modern technology. On the one hand, Theodor Detmers believed that the British and French were greatly weakened in this area of the Pacific. The question remained as to how long this would be valid and when reinforcements from the RN and possibly the French Navy would arrive from Europe. Whatever fate awaited the crews of the German ships, one thing was clear: now they had only themselves to rely on. It was precisely for this reason that Theodor Detmers was chosen as commander, and he knew it very well. Australian light cruiser HMAS Sydney, October 30, 1914, South China Sea. The commander of the Australian cruiser, Captain John Glossop, observed through binoculars the Chinese port of Bahai, which was still illuminated despite the war. In his opinion, it was an unimportant small backwater port with minimal strategic importance. Nevertheless, he received from Vice Admiral T.M. Jerem's order to bombard this place with his warship. This was not the first such action by Entente warships since China entered the war. Those little yellow bastards thought highly of themselves, and now they're going to pay for their arrogance. The Australian commander knew very well that if Vice Admiral Martin Jerem had more ships, the entire Chinese coast would already be burning and most of its cities in ruins. However, the Battle of the Malacca Strait meant that RN forces were not yet as strong as needed in the South China Sea region. Moreover, after the disaster of the Japanese off Tsingtao and later the Russians, who had both of their only cruisers sunk in the Pacific, the Germans were a major threat. The orders that Captain John Glossop received clearly called for caution. The Australian commander was not to attempt at any cost to attack the German warships, only to follow them. Caution was also advised during the naval bombardment of Bahai port itself. HMAS Sydney was to fire a maximum of 152 mm shells and then withdraw. Moreover, the bombing of the harbour was to take place in the dark to achieve the element of surprise. Shortly after 23:10, Captain John Glossop received word that his ship was ready to open fire. So without hesitation he ordered a bombardment, HMAS Sydney reeling from the fire of her main guns. The bombing was not aimed at specific targets, it was mainly aimed at inducing fear and panic. At 23:40 the Australian cruiser ceased fire and withdrew from the burning Bahai. His next target was the coastal cities of Hainan Island. Formosa Island, November 1, 1914. Admiral Shiget Diwa was, as recently as last December, the commander-in-chief of the Japanese Navy. Unfortunately, the circumstances surrounding the Siemens Vickers Navy arms scandal, when as chairman of the Commission of Inquiry he concentrated his efforts on removing corruption from the Navy. They led to the fall of Admiral Yamamoto Ganohie's cabinet in March 1914. Admiral Diwa was thus forced into seclusion, which he did of his own volition. Japan's current situation and military defeats not only at sea, but also on land, allowed him to regain his influence and position. He was immensely respected, both by his colleagues in the navy and by powerful politicians in the government. They all wanted the man of strong hands back again. Many politicians were deeply dissatisfied with the performance of the navy, which went from defeat to defeat. Admiral Tomosa Burkat, who was not only his successor as commander of the Japanese navy and now his superior, was considered by the government to be too cautious and weak. The Minister of the Navy, Admiral Roker Yashiro, was supposed to be removed from his position earlier this month and initially replaced by Dewa himself, but he clearly refused such a thing, which most likely delayed the end of the Minister of the Navy in his position. Admiral Shiget Dewa now commanded all Japanese naval forces concentrated on the island of Formosa. He was promised more reinforcements in the near future. At the moment he had 1 modern battleship, 2 armored cruisers, 2 light cruisers and 5 destroyers at his disposal. His task was to prevent German warships from attacking trade routes in the South China Sea and destroy the Chinese navy, then bombard Chinese coastal cities. He was to work very closely with and accommodate the Entente Navy as much as possible. He personally did not like having to listen to the arrogant British and French, but he was well aware of the political reality in which his country now found itself. Japan was not doing well in this war, it was absolutely clear, and for this reason, he himself returned to the command. For the past few days he had been studying reports of battles between the Japanese and German fleets. He knew a secret message that informed him of the number of German warships that were stationed at Tsingtao, which was obtained thanks to the courage of the Japanese airmen and the loss of the seaplane ship Wakamiya. According to his superior, it was only part of the German fleet that operated in the Pacific during August 1914. Indeed, Admiral Tomosa Burkat believed that the German forces had split up after the destruction of the Japanese fleet at the end of August, with the main body heading home to Germany. This main part of the German fleet under the command of Admiral von Spee was then found by the British cruiser squadron off the Falkland Islands. The Germans crushed the British mercilessly and apparently did not suffer too many losses. However, Admiral Shiget Dewa did not know the detailed reports about that battle. The British kept silent and were very stingy with information about their debacle. There was a certain irony that the most information was provided by Argentina, and above all by Uruguay, where the Germans landed the surviving British sailors. By doing so, they followed the letter of international law and thus provided the whole world with news of their victory. According to all accounts von Spee had 6 warships. The question was whether this was actually true, as Tomosa Burkat believed he had twice as many. Half coal and the other diesel. The truth was that Admiral Shiget Dewa hated such a situation because it was all just conjecture and conjecture. He had no certain information, except for a photograph taken by Japanese aviators that he had never seen with his own eyes. However, that was to change in the next few days. Actually already tomorrow, the armored cruiser Asama was to arrive on Formosa to bring them. French Admiral Favreau will also arrive very soon, with whom he will want to coordinate operations against the Chinese coast. The British and French were sending more warships to the Pacific, thankfully finally taking the situation very seriously. Until then, Dewa will have to manage the situation with the forces at his disposal. And that was his biggest concern at the moment. Then he looked at the map again and looked for Hong Kong. The military situation here was anything but optimistic. He had already received a request from the governor there to transport units of Japanese Marines from Formosa to the British colony as reinforcements. And he also took care of the protection of military transports from Australia and India. The problem was that he didn't have enough Marines of his own and the Entente troops could never arrive in time. Singapore, November 2, 1914. The RN Commander-in-Chief in the South China Sea area was Vice Admiral Martin Jerem. He was an experienced and competent officer who was now trying to deal with the crises that came one after the other. First the destruction of the Japanese fleet, then the defeat of Commodore Keane in the Straits of Malacca, and finally the fiasco of the Russians off Port Edward, which cost the British 2 more destroyers. This, combined with the successful German raid in the Indian Ocean, meant that the Admiralty began to doubt whether he was the right man for the job. At least that was the news he had from his friends in London. Unfortunately, the lack of modern RN warships in the area, not knowing the number or types of German warships he faced, did not exactly make his tasks any easier. And to make matters worse, China was now at war with Britain and threatening Hong Kong and beyond. In addition, there were dire reports coming from China that the British, as well as friendly Europeans, and especially defenseless civilians, were being mercilessly slaughtered by revenge-hungry Chinese hordes. Most of these reports were exaggerated, but it was clear that there was some truth to it. The same thing was happening to the Indians, but none of the British cared much. Vice Admiral Martin Jerem was clearly instructed by the Admiralty to drown China's coastal cities in blood. His superiors believed it would be as simple as during the Opium Wars, but times had changed. No, Jerem wasn't afraid of the Chinese Navy or the shore batteries. What worried him was the Germans. The Admiralty took the liberty of informing him that it was withdrawing Admiral Steddy's battlecruisers, which were returning with sensitive intelligence back to Britain. Vice Admiral Martin Jerem knew very well what the intelligence was and was very interested in seeing the photographs. Finally, he must have known very well what kind of German warships he was up against. The withdrawal of the battlecruisers worried Jerem immensely, he would thus lose his strongest ships. Whatever warships the Germans at Tsingtao had, they were hardly a match for those two battlecruisers. The Admiralty promised him reinforcements, but many of the ships would only serve as a static defense of the ports. And the squadron of cruisers their lordships had sent wasn't strong enough, at least that was his personal opinion. HMS Swiftsee and cruisers HMS Roxburgh, Antrim, Topaz, and Diamond could at most replace the losses in the Strait of Malacca. But not to increase the potential of the fleet under his command. Sure, there were still the French and Japanese to help him, but Jerem didn't want to rely too much on them. Moreover, he did not think very highly of the French Navy, and the Japanese had let him down terribly when they allowed themselves to be lured into a German trap at Tsingtao. He mainly wanted more RN warships, he needed to have two very strong squadrons of cruisers available to deal with any potential problem. In this regard, he could not hesitate, he decided to send another request for reinforcements to London. He needed 2 heavily armed armoured cruisers and at least 2 light cruisers. He knew that this request of his would cause their lordships to resent him, but the South China Sea region was his responsibility and he was not going to underestimate anything. He wasn't sure how Churchill and Fisher would react, but he didn't really care. The Admiralty took his 2 battlecruisers and he got no compensation. Hopefully the people in charge in London will realize this and understand the situation the RN is in here. Regardless of what his superiors in London decide, he will do his best to clear the South China Sea of German ships. He will also make sure that the Chinese pay dearly for their crimes against the British Empire. KM Story 0077. November 4, 1914. HMS Swiftsee. Singapore. Admiral Jerem was aboard what was his new flagship. Swiftsee was broadly similar to the Triumph, which had been part of his squadron. Now gone. Along with most of the rest of his old command. The Germans had been most surprising. Panic about German battlecruisers had turned out to be nothing more than light cruisers of a new design, according to the Admiralty. He had seen the pictures of the cruisers that the Japanese had taken. They were certainly like nothing he'd ever seen before, but between his squadron, the French squadron, and the Japanese Navy, he was reasonably confident that he could face them. Yes, his ships were older. But 2 ships were clearly in dry dock after facing down Keane and his 4 ships, so they weren't unbeatable. Jerem had initially wondered about how light cruisers sunk a battleship, let alone 4, but thinking further, decided that the Germans used mines. Sailing in a predictable line for shore bombardment would make that child's play. Well, if mines were a danger, he would be wary. His mission, which he was to leave on shortly, was to assist the French squadron and Japanese Navy in reducing Tsingtao, and further reduce the Chinese coastline. Hong Kong was under siege by the Chinese, and though it didn't seem to be in any danger yet, he didn't care to base out of a harbor that could conceivably be in range of heavy bombardment. He had heard about the Japanese destroying Russian ships in harbor with German 11 howitzers. The Chinese, actively working with the Germans, would surely try the same thing. Between French Indochina and the Japanese ports, refueling wouldn't be an issue. Rearming might be. There was ammunition of suitable size in Hong Kong, but if being in port under fire wouldn't be bad enough, trying to rearm while under fire, well, he'd have to see what happened. Colombo also had appropriate ammunition but wasn't very convenient for resupply. He'd have to charter a ship to transport it. Today, however, was not that day. All around him, the squadron was continuing to prepare for sea. They would attempt to meet up with the French squadron in Indochina, then they would finally see about dealing the Germans and their Chinese lapdogs. The Chinese would learn yet again, that it is far better to have His Majesty as a friend. November 4, 1914. HMS Princess Royal. Admiral Duftonsteady was in a vile mood. While it was good to be finally heading back home, he felt his mission was incomplete. The enemy was bottled up in Tsingtao, ripe for the picking. All he needed to do would be to sail within range of his guns, and quickly all of the enemy cruisers would be resting on the bottom of their harbor. It was not to be. The First Lord had impressed upon him the absolutely need to get these photographs back to London. Other ships would come to finish what he had started. It would be so easy to do. Now that they were cornered. The Japanese had their 2 battlecruisers in port with him. He had lunched with their captains. Splendid ships those, even better than the 2 ships he had with him. The captain of Congo had proudly given him a tour of that magnificent vessel. HMS Tiger had integrated improvements derived from building the Japanese Congo. Unfortunately, he had not managed to get everything done he had hoped while in port. With the assistance of the Japanese captain, he had managed to get several pounds of jasmine tea, now safely stowed in his day cabin. Sadly, he had not had time to find a new tea service, or anything in particular to bring his wife. Well, there would be other coaling stops on the way home, he'd have another chance to find something to bring to her. A droning sound interrupted his thoughts. Glancing up, he saw a plane droning along parallel with him. Thoughts of the Japanese warnings ran through his head. Was he about to be attacked? Full speed. Prepare for evasive maneuvers. He ordered. Signals. Order Queen Mary to do the same. The ship trembled as the screws bit harder at the water. The plane continued on serenely as before, apparently unconcerned by his preparations. It continued following effortlessly, his speed apparently unimpressive, as it made a slow lazy circle around him before droning off in the direction of Tsingtao. Steady glared after it. Well, if it was going to tell the Germans he was here, he hoped that they would at least be polite enough to come out and be sunk. November 4, 1914. HMS Riviera. Rosyth. Lieutenant Pratt watched as one of the short 184 seaplanes slowly lifted off of the water. It was a training flight with one of the new men, undertaken with the flight commander. 20 men needed to be ready, and they had only a little over a month to do so, and 5 of the precious short 184s. Lieutenant Childers, the flight commander, Lieutenant Peters and himself would all train up squads of 4 men as torpedo bomber pilots. They had even been promised a hull to try a live drop on before their actual mission. Watching the plane soaring in a lazy circle, it appeared that Commander Longmore either had a better student, or was a better teacher than himself. Pratt thought about his first student, Walter Reed, who was an indifferent pilot, doing everything exactly by the numbers. He seemed to have no capacity to improvise on the fly, so to speak. His second student, Charles Fletcher, was a clumsy ox, yanking the plane off the ground and around the sky and setting it back on the water as though it were an anvil. Well, they had barely any flight time. Surely that would get better. A sputtering caught his attention. Childers was preparing to take off with a torpedo, the first such test. The engine had failed to catch. The crew tried again. This time with a reluctant cough, the engine caught, and spun up. It seemed smokier than normal, and the cadence didn't sound quite right. Bang! Pieces flew off from the engine in several directions. No fire, though an enthusiastic sailor began hosing off the plane, and the unfortunate Childers as a precaution. They wouldn't be trying to launch a torpedo today either. Note 1, the captain of a larger naval vessel, or the admiral, in this case, has a sea cabin, which is a small space right off of the bridge for resting while remaining near the bridge. The day cabin is further off and larger, and was often used as a combination bedroom/office/small conference room. KM Story 0078. Admiralty Arch, London, November 5, 1914. The last few days were again hectic with events, and Churchill had to deal with the new challenges and problems facing the RN. The entry of the Turks into the war meant that the Bosporus and the Dardanelles were blocked and the Russians were cut off in the Black Sea. This further complicated events in the Pacific as Russia, like Japan, had invaded China, and now it looked like the little yellow Chinese bastards were going to take Vladivostok from the Russians. Once again, it was shown how ill-prepared Russia is for this conflict, and nothing very positive could be said about the Japanese either. All these events about the failures of the Allies came to the British gradually. The truth was that neither Petrograd nor Tokyo were very proud of their failures. Churchill himself had to admit that he would probably have acted the same way in their place. I think you've all heard by now what happened to Admiral Steddy's battleships. With the help of their planes, the Germans can quite successfully track the position of warships. The Japanese also informed us that the Germans were not only using aircraft for reconnaissance but also for offensive operations. However, the Huns have shown that their aircraft are a definite threat to our warships. We already have plans to use our own aircraft. And then we'll show the Huns that two can play this game, not just them. Fisher. It also means that we must equip our large warships to withstand aircraft attacks. According to previous reports, the Japanese have already sent us some warnings. They themselves have already armed their warships against aircraft. Apparently, the Japanese have decided to arm their destroyers against aircraft as well. They take the threat of aircraft very seriously. Steddy claims in his report that he had no chance to drive the German plane away. Such a situation simply must not be repeated. In addition, the Japanese claim that the German planes are very modern, better than anything they own. Admiral Tudor. Churchill has been listening to this debate and has not yet intervened. The incident with the planes was really unexpected, and in a way it was a humiliation for the RN. Because there was nothing Steddy could do to stop the Germans from following him. Something like this deprived the RN of the element of surprise, which was not good news. So he had no problem agreeing to Admiral Tudor's proposal. Although he took the opinion of the Japanese that the German planes were some kind of miraculous machines with great reserve. Japan was hardly at the forefront of aviation, so any slightly modern aircraft had to impress them. Still, he decided to change the subject of the call to something he wanted to discuss now. I'm sure you all know about the request that Vice Admiral Martin Jerem made to the Admiralty. He's asking us for reinforcements again. In his opinion, it is necessary to send another squadron of cruisers to the Pacific. He says it is a necessity. I think Jerem is exaggerating. His forces are sufficient at the moment. Once the remaining warships arrive in the area, the threat from the Germans will become marginal. Here I have to support Vice Admiral Martin Jerem in his request. From our perspective it appears that the Pacific is already secured, but with the withdrawal of our battlecruisers, that may not be the case. I believe that by sending 2 armored cruisers, we can't go wrong, quite the contrary. Even if these vessels did not arrive in the area until the Germans were completely destroyed, the armored cruisers would still be useful. It is necessary to send a clear message to China that we are already bombing its coast, but these retaliatory actions are not nearly as effective as they should be. Our troops will also need naval support when they want to make their way inland. China has proved to be a dangerous adversary, it has enormous human resources, it will take the RN a long time to clear its coast. Frederick Hamilton. China was really a big nuisance, and that everyone underestimated it at first was not good at all. Churchill needed some RN successes, and bombing the Chinese coast was something he could give politicians who appreciated it. His superiors in the government wanted revenge on China for the humiliation she had subjected them to. No one in London expected for a moment that the Chinese would have the courage to defy the British and even support the Germans. This made the entire war in the Pacific a mess of monstrous proportions, and the German Navy took advantage. China itself was not a big problem. Churchill himself believed that before the Chinese put their industry and military potential in order, the war would be over. So in the long run China didn't matter. Unfortunately, now the little yellow bastards were making big trouble. So be it, I'll second Admiral Hamilton's proposal and have 2 armored cruisers sent to the Pacific. I'm sure HMS King Alfred and HMS Leviathan will be quite sufficient, they are quite fast, 23 knots, and have plenty of firepower. I believe Vice Admiral Martin Jerram will be satisfied. Churchill. I propose to join these armored cruisers with HMS Natal, a modern and heavily armed cruiser. None of the German ships moving in the Pacific can face him. At this moment we can afford to withdraw this warship from the North Sea. Frederick Hamilton. Churchill wanted to object, but was not given the opportunity because Fisher himself had intervened in the matter. I agree, 3 armored cruisers are a sufficient force. I will also have the light cruiser HMS Gloucester added to this squadron to serve as a scout ship. If, then, the First Lord of the Admiralty does not object, Fisher. The First Lord of the Admiralty did not dispute the First Sea Lord's request and indicated that he agreed with the proposal. Churchill did not want to contradict his subordinate. It was clear that Fisher had good reasons to support the proposal of Admirals Martin Jerram and Frederick Hamilton. And he continued to listen to what was on Fisher's mind. The command of these ships will then be placed in charge of Rear Admiral Horace Hood, whom I consider a very capable young officer. This gives Vice Admiral Martin Jerram 2 very strong squadrons of cruisers, completely outclassing the Germans in terms of firepower as well as outnumbering them. I will issue the order for these ships to sail to the Pacific today. Fisher. The meeting continued for at least another hour. When it ended, Churchill and Fisher were left alone in the room. I believe that Jerram is greatly exaggerating now that he wants more reinforcements. Our main concern now should be the destruction of von Spee and his ships. The Pacific is under our control at this point, especially since the French have sent so many of their warships into the area. However, I respect and support your decision. I would just like to know your true opinion. Churchill. I'm not saying I don't agree with your assessment of the situation, First Lord, but that's not what I'm talking about at the moment. We can no longer afford to underestimate anything at any cost. We must crush the Germans in the Pacific as soon as possible and the Chinese as well. No more hesitation on our part. That Jerram will have more warships than he actually needs, so be it. That's a small sacrifice I'm willing to make. After the fiasco in the Falkland Islands, I have no desire to experience anything like that again. Fisher. Was that why you refused to allow Stoddard to attack von Spee when I suggested it then? Churchill. Yes, it's right. You know, maybe you're right and the Hun is out of ammo, but the risk of another debacle is too great. Admiral Stoddard's chances of succeeding are about 50/50, and that's just not enough. We'll make sure that when von Spee sails home, our fleet of battlecruisers will be waiting for him, and then we'll absolutely crush him. We so overwhelmingly outnumber them, no other outcome will be possible. It's not exactly fair, but it's war and I'm not going to play fair. It will be the same in the Pacific. Vice Admiral Martin Jerram is not an idiot, he will wait for Hood. When Hood arrived with his armored cruisers, he would crush the Germans without mercy. Until then his ships will be crushing the Chinese coast with their fire, and this will force the Germans to sail to the aid of their allies. As soon as the snake pokes its head out of its hiding place, we cut it off. Fisher. Churchill thought about what his companion had just said. He was right about a lot. There was time on the part of the British and the RN, really they just had to wait and the German fleet in the Pacific would cease to be a threat. Even the threat from von Spee was overestimated. If the warships of Admirals Craddock and Stoddard had combined then, the German squadron would not exist today. Together they would easily crush the Germans. The problem was that time could not be turned back and mistakes corrected. Okay, I'll second your suggestions. It's also necessary for Jerram to get more ammo. He asked for it in his report. Bombarding the Chinese coast is quite an expensive affair. We will send several fully equipped ammunition ships to the Pacific. Personally, I will put even more pressure on the Japanese to get involved as much as possible. As soon as Admiral Hood is in the Pacific, I will order Jerram to attempt to take Tsingtao from the sea. thus cutting out the German tumor that is rampant in China. As soon as Tsingtao falls and the German fleet is gone, the Chinese will come to us asking for peace, Churchill. Excellent, let the Japanese and especially the French get involved as much as possible, we Brits don't have to do all the work. I want to go back to the thing that is happening in the USA and the support of the Americans that goes to China. I don't like the idea of China getting American warships, even if they are older vessels. I am not at all happy that the Germans can buy ammunition and fuel in the USA thanks to the Chinese. And this applies not only to those Huns stuck in the Pacific, but also to von Spee. At all costs he must not be allowed to buy any munitions or coal from the US. The Americans are being extremely arrogant, our government should remind them that Britain is their main trading partner. Fisher. I don't really like the behavior of the Americans either, but we can't impose on them who they can sell what to. The situation in the Pacific is extremely politically complicated at the moment, with various interest factions clashing with each other. The US does not want the Entente to gain a dominant position in China, they are afraid of the ambitions of Russia and Japan, which I quite understand. Regarding the trade, the State Department has assured me that it will do its utmost to ensure that von Spee cannot purchase any ammunition in the United States. However, I am skeptical about coal, the Americans have no restrictions not to sell it. I was promised that von Spee would not get the quantity he wanted, but the Americans would certainly sell him some coal. Churchill. And those weapons for China? The US is violating its neutrality. Fisher. Unfortunately, as I said, there's not much we can do about it as long as the military material is on US soil, we're powerless. However, once they board Chinese or German ships and leave US waters, then it's up to us how we deal with the problem. To capture such ships would further our military plans in the Pacific. Churchill. Do we know a timetable for when those ships will leave US ports? Fisher. Not yet, but we will find them soon and then take appropriate countermeasures. The First Lord of the Admiralty smiled and raised his glass towards Fisher before drinking with great gusto. It would be great if China and Germany paid for the weapons and military material that would then end up in Britain's hands. KM Story 0079. November 5, 1914. HMT Ocean's Bounty. Near the wreck of HMS Shannon. Lieutenant Franklin glanced at the wreck site with a bored eye. Since the last of the turrets had been hauled up, nothing seemed to happen. He continued to patrol and watch for U-boats, which never showed up, thankfully. Rumors had been swirling throughout the little group over why they were putting so much effort into salvaging this wreck. He had heard it all. One group maintained that one of the royals had been aboard, and they needed to recover the remains. Another group maintained that the crown jewels had been aboard, though no reason had been forwarded for that, and yet another had the ship full of treasure. All patent nonsense. A shout from a crew member caught his attention. He looked over at the wreck where the man was pointing. The water was boiling. As he watched, the superstructure, barely poking out of the water, the masts had been cut away, began to tremble. Slowly, more of the superstructure began to rise, slightly quicker, but still slowly, bit by bit more of the ship began to appear. The deck broke the surface, shedding torrents of water, and suddenly, the entire ship was there on the surface, serenely bobbing like a cork, securely chained to the two massive pontoons. The salvors cautiously approached and continued to do something. He wasn't sure what. After what seemed like forever, a tugboat was carefully attached to the bobbing vessel, and began chugging slowly off in the direction of Great Yarmouth. Franklin followed, still keeping a close eye for periscopes. November 5, 1914. HMAS Australia. Leaving Sydney Harbour. Admiral Patey looked out over his little fleet. HMAS Melbourne was visible, and then plenty of transports. His current mission was to escort this troop convoy to Hong Kong. He wasn't sure of the numbers, but somewhere in the neighbourhood of 6,000 troops were aboard all of the troopships. The primary mission of these troops was the reinforcement of British garrisons in China. Personally, Patey wasn't sure about this. Surely, the British Empire had enough trouble on its hands without courting more in China? He had spent the first month of the war snapping up German possessions, though while he was doing that, the Germans were apparently making trouble in China and India. After making the delivery, he was to return to Australian waters. Despite official proclamations, the Admiralty wasn't sure that more German vessels weren't around somewhere and wanted a response force available near Australia and New Zealand. His mind returned to the China question. Where were the diplomats? Surely this could all be smoothed over. There were more important places for Australian troops to be. Certainly, attacking them further would only enrage a foe that, while technologically inferior, had a manpower advantage that the Tsar would envy. Surely it was worth a few concessions to get that, if not on their side, at least off the table? Surely, they had as much right to defend their land as the British? Regardless, he expected this mission to be something of a milk run. No matter what ships might still be in the area, they would be no use against his flagship. November 5, 1914. Surabaya. Christian Demir had a great come-down in life. He had been an aide to the governor himself, an important interpreter. Then came the day that the British Empire had come knocking with threats. He'd lost his nerve, and the governor had tossed him out. Since then, he'd had issues finding a job anywhere. Losing a cushy government job made anyone else leery of hiring him. Leaving him where he was today. Selling farm produce near the docks. Today, he had a load of cabbages. He'd not done too badly, though his best sale of the day wasn't cabbages. A nosy, talkative American had been very interested in what had been happening, and especially the British visit. After asking far too many questions, he'd paid quite handsomely in the end. That was greatly appreciated. November 5, 1914. Zeppelin shed in Cuxhaven. A group of technicians were overseeing the installation of a bomb sight into the bombardier's position on a Zeppelin. It was extremely simple, being basically a set of concentric rings with demarcations on where a bomb would fall at a given airspeed. It was assumed that all bombing would happen from 1,000 meters. This was felt to be the minimum height that would be somewhat safe from small arms fire. The Army Zeppelins had already experienced losses from being indifferent to ground fire. The Navy would make no such mistake. Upon being fitted, the crew would take it up, and drop dummy bombs on an uninhabited island where the outline of a ship had been prepared. A run would be made, and then further adjustments would be considered to the bomb sight. The bombardier had already objected that this didn't take into account crosswinds. Or any winds really, only the relative airspeed. The technicians acknowledged this, but pointed out that this was better than nothing. To which the bombardier grudgingly agreed. 20 dummy bombs were loaded, and the crew loaded up, as the Zeppelin was prepared to be walked out of the shed. November 6, 1914, Whitehaven. Early morning. Billy Slater shivered and pulled his old army jacket a little closer to himself, and gripped his shotgun a little closer. The fall air was cool. Billy was 15, and trying to do his part. He still remembered the night when his father had roused him out of bed with the terrifying news that the Germans were landing. They had to flee. His father, mother, and 2 sisters had hurriedly gotten dressed, gathered a few things and started walking. Slowly. His father walked with a severe limp due to an accident years ago. The trains weren't running yet, so they had to walk. Along with what seemed like the entire rest of the town. It wasn't until mid-morning that someone from the government had said that it was all over, just a raid. So, back to home they had come. The Slaters were lucky, they found their house as they had left it. Some found their houses had been broken into in the interim. Upon returning, Billy had run right to the local recruiter and tried to join up, lying about his age. The man had looked at him critically and told him to come back when he was out of diapers. Dejected, he'd returned to his home. A day or so later, a call went out for a militia. Something he could do. And so here he was, walking the coast, watching for German ships. He leaned against a tree, looking out to the harbor, and sat down, before pulling out a pasty, note 1, and chewing slowly on it, while looking out to sea. His eyes closed. His eyes snapped back open. It was beginning to get light. In the harbor, he could see a large ship, flying a German flag. Boats were moving from the ship to the dock. He jumped to his feet and gripping his double-barreled shotgun, his hand shot to his pocket and seized 2 shells and loaded the gun, before running towards the harbor. Running to the docks, he encountered 2 German soldiers. Surprising them, he got off a blast with his shotgun, sending them both down. He continued running to the docks. He saw no more Germans until he got to the docks. Seeing a small boat, he got into it and pulled out to the ship. Why were there no more German boats? He found a pilot's ladder and climbed up awkwardly with his shotgun landing on the gently rocking deck. He ran to where he thought the bridge would be and burst in, covering the captain and others with his shotgun. Surrender, he bellowed, swinging his gun back and forth, covering the men in the confined area. The German captain regarded him with a cold eye. Come back when you are out of diapers, boy, he sneered. Billy pulled the trigger. He snapped awake. It was morning. His neck hurt from sleeping against the tree. The sun was bright. Next to him, a chicken was eating the dropped pasty. It regarded him curiously for a moment, before returning to it. He looked at the harbor. The normal traffic, nothing was happening. It was all a dream. He sighed and got up, and started walking for home. Note 1, pasty, a hand pie filled with meat and root vegetables, popular among Cornish miners, and in some areas of the United States Midwest. Not to be confused with something of the same name, which while possibly also edible, do not enter into this story. Unnumbered note, I know nothing of Patey personally, but many characters absolutely did definitely possess, shall we say, the attitude of the times. As I don't want all of the British to be mustache-twirling villains towards the Chinese, I'm writing Patey like this. It's meant to be less sympathy, and more surely, we have bigger fish to fry. The Germans will also have some of that, though they are being forced to work and fight with the Chinese, so it doesn't take a genius to figure out that you'd best put your best foot forward if asking someone to die for you. KM Story 0080. Pacific, November 7, 1914, German naval base Tsingtao. The visit of the Chinese president and the talks at the highest political level gave Admiral Schmundt much to think about. He left most of the political negotiations to the people in charge and didn't get involved much himself. It didn't make sense. The Germans needed the Chinese and it worked the other way around too. The problem was the military side of their alliance. China was waging an extensive land war on several fronts, primarily against Russia and Japan and to a lesser extent with the British and French. With the onset of winter, the military situation was headed for a stalemate. None of the parties had the desire to launch a large-scale winter offensive, they did not have the means to do so. In addition, the logistics of fighting in Manchuria and Korea was rather a nightmare for all parties to the conflict. So here, the Germans with their advanced navy couldn't help China much. The Chinese president and his government were troubled by the inability of their navy to prevent Entente warships from bombarding the coast of China. The Chinese fleet could not face the enemy navy in open combat, as that would mean its end. The Chinese lacked experience and their ships, while not nearly as bad, lacked the necessary quality. Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt was thus under some pressure for him and his fleet to do something about these attacks against Chinese coastal cities. That was not the only task the admiral had. A convoy of ships to the US was forming at Tsingtao and in America, more precisely in San Francisco. A fairly large convoy was preparing to set sail, which was soon to head to China. The US guaranteed its safety only until it left its territorial waters, then its protection was a German problem. The Chinese Navy did not have the capabilities to make such a long voyage, and it will not be easy for the Germans either. The Entente, on the other hand, still had a large number of warships in the Pacific area, and according to reports from Chinese scouts, their number was constantly increasing. Moreover, to make matters worse, one of the fleet's reconnaissance seaplanes found 2 British battlecruisers in the Yellow Sea arrogantly sailing there unescorted. At first, Admiral Hubert Schmundt wanted to pursue and destroy them, but then he rejected this idea because it could be a trap of the British and Japanese. However, the fact that the British had sent 2 of their modern battlecruisers to the Pacific clearly meant that they were taking the Germans at Tsingtao quite seriously. This really satisfied him in a way, because the British must have missed those battlecruisers very much in the North Sea. A meeting of naval commanders was convened in Kyotsko on November 7 to decide on plans for November. Vice Admiral Hubert Schmundt needed complete agreement on these issues, as the fleet faced its most demanding operations since the start of the war. That is, the moment they appeared in Tsingtao. It wasn't just the Germans who attended the meeting. Chinese Admiral Liu Guanxiang was also there. He was stationed with his full staff in Tsingtao to oversee training and construction work. Also present was the president's son, Yuan Keding, who had been exiled to train aboard the Blucher as a result of a half-decent plan he had executed against the Japanese. It was a form of punishment from his father because Yuan Keding bore the main responsibility for China now being at war with the Entente. President Yuan Shikai did not have high expectations for his son, as he did not want to get involved in nepotism. He forced him on the German commander to be given any role that suited him: radio operator, gunner, loader, repairman, etc. Governor Alfred Meyer Waldeck, however, insisted that the president's son attend the meeting, because it was precisely due to his imprudence that China was now Germany's ally at last. The conference was held at the governor's residence. 14 high-ranking officers were present, including 4 admirals. The debate over the upcoming operations was very heated, as not everyone agreed with the course of action proposed by Fleet Chief of Staff Helmut High. The German naval staff at Kyotsko proposed a 3-phase operation that called for the deployment of all combat-capable warships available. Moreover, at practically the same time, which meant that only the damaged cruiser Blucher would remain in Kyotsko. In addition, these operations would put quite a strain on German fuel supplies, which was something that could not be taken lightly. With all due respect, Commodore, this is madness what you propose. You expect us to fragment our already small forces across the Pacific and operate thousands of miles from our logistics bases. Moreover, dependent only on themselves, without any support. Helmuth Brinkmann. Vice Admiral, there aren't many other options. We have to escort our convoy to San Francisco and pick up the convoy of German and Chinese ships from the US. It's 15 freighters there and 12 back. All those ships sail at different speeds and their maximum as a whole, i.e. 8 knots in the convoy. The Americans will not protect our ships from the Entente, only we have to do that. China and its navy are not capable of that. There are nearly 40,000 tons of war material in a convoy from the US that China and its military desperately need, as do we. In order to get that convoy home safely, we must avoid not only the Entente warships, but also their bases. I don't need to warn anyone that the Entente will know when and where the convoy leaves US territorial waters and they will be waiting for it. We need to distract the Entente in another direction. We need their fleets in the South China Sea, as far away from the convoy as possible. In addition, much larger convoys with up to 40 vessels are planned in the future. If we can't protect 12 ships, how about 40? In addition, it is possible that the Entente will try to attack the convoy that is heading to the USA, although I hope that in this case, we can achieve the moment of surprise, but we are not sure. Helmet high. Not only that, but we have to lure the British and their henchmen to one particular spot and then crush them completely, and we only have one shot at it. I have studied the plan. Yes, it is a huge risk, but we simply have no alternative. We have to get those convoys out of China and back. We're the only ones in charge of protection, no one else. Our ships will be permanently at sea for 60 to 70 days without rest and in a climate that will be hell for our crews. Friedrich Bondt. Admiral Lu Guanxiang, we need you to have your Shanghai fleet begin to pretend to put to sea. In order to bombard Formosa, in retaliation for what the Entente is doing to your coastal cities. It is also necessary that rumors spread among your people that the core of our fleet will leave Tsingtao and move to Shanghai itself to support you. It is necessary for this secret information to reach our common enemies. The sooner the better, Alfred Meyer Waldeck. You want the Chinese Navy to be bait for Entente warships? You do realize, Governor, that when we set sail and take the battle we will be completely destroyed. We are not ready yet and won't be for many more weeks, rather months. Also, while your warships are amazing and I don't deny that, they won't stand a chance against such an outnumbered force. The enemy will crush you with their numbers, Lu Guanxiang. They can actually defeat us during the day because our enemies are more numerous and have more firepower, but not at night. For what we want to do, 2 heavy and 2 light cruisers will be enough. Realize one thing, Admiral, we have to fight the battle close to our bases. We can always retreat to Shanghai or another Chinese port if there is no other option. Our ships, which will protect the convoy leaving China, will not have such an opportunity. It is necessary that they come into contact with the enemy as little as possible during the voyage. Plus, sending our entire fleet to that convoy is a recipe for defeat. The enemy cuts us off somewhere halfway home and it's over. Your fleet doesn't have to do much during that battle, all we need is for you to feign a sortie towards Formosa and at any sign of a threat simply retreat back to port. So far the Entente is attacking small Chinese cities and ports from the sea. Your key bases like Shanghai haven't had the guts to attack yet, the same goes for the Yellow Sea bases. However, this will not be the case forever, soon other warships that the Entente withdrew from Europe are due to arrive here. Once that happens, we will be completely outnumbered by the enemy. Our enemy can afford to wait, we cannot. That's why we have to act now, then there won't be a chance. Moreover, we have to bring the convoy safely not only from China, but also back, which will be even more challenging. Hubert Schmundt. I admire your determination, Admiral Schmundt, but surely you know what information our intelligence has provided. The British have 2 battlecruisers in the South China Sea. We also know for sure that HMS Swiftsa is in Singapore, or was there recently. We have identified other British ships in the area, including the Australian cruiser HMAS Sydney, and that's not to mention the warships of the French, who have 6 to 10 of their cruisers in the South China Sea, at least 4 of which are armoured. And of course the Japanese, who have a base, as you say, on Formosa, Lu Guanxiang. The Chinese admiral uttered the word Formosa with distaste because he considered Taiwan an integral part of China that had been stolen by the Japanese. The translator who translated the admiral's words made it clear that it would be unwise for the Germans to use the Japanese name for the island, as it was an insult to the Chinese. But we don't want to fight our enemies in just one battle, we want to destroy them piece by piece. I don't believe the Entente can coordinate their actions. All those navies have their own procedures, they are too different and work together for too short a time to make it work. If we were only up against the British and their RN I would be worried, but not like this. Plus, as said, we don't have much of an alternative, we need to deal a crushing blow to them, distract them from the convoy and force them to focus their resources on the South China Sea. If you have a better solution to our problem, Admiral, please propose a better plan, helmet high. Unfortunately, despite his objections, Admiral Lu Guanxiang had no better solution at hand. The German plan wasn't bad, but he thought the idea that 4 German cruisers, however powerful and modern warships they were, could face at least 5 times the number of the enemy was pure madness. I have already stated my objections to certain parts of this operation and must repeat them. It is really necessary that at the same time we send our strongest cruisers to the South China Sea and the remaining cruisers together with the 1936 destroyers to escort the convoy from the US. Were they sending our Type 1934A destroyers with tankers to Surabaya? Can't this last part of Operation Hydra be postponed to a later date? I would like to remind you that 2 tankers carrying 12,000 tons of fuel will sail in the convoy from the USA. I'd rather use those destroyers in the South China Sea. Besides, they don't have a sufficient radius of action. This whole mission seems like an attempt to stick my head in a noose. Helmuth Brinkmann. It's a risk, of course, I don't deny that, but once the Entente warships are tied up off Shanghai, that part of the operation has the best chance of success. Helmet high. As a compromise, we could lay a minefield near the Japanese naval base near Taiwan even before the start of our operations, or even during them. 2 destroyers would separate from the group that protects the tankers and carry out this task, we will lay 120 magnetic mines. The risk is high, but the reward can be great. Hans Joachim Gadow. Will you take charge of this operation, Hans? Hubert Schmunt. Yes sir, I have no problem with that. Hans Joachim Gadow. Could the Chinese Navy do something similar before Shanghai? We would supply you with the exact positions where we imagine you will lay your mines. It could be part of our trap on the Entente warships. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. I don't see a problem with that, but our stockpile of mines is relatively small, yet we will do what we can and coordinate our joint actions. Hopefully it will be of some use to us in the next few weeks. Lu Guanxiang. It was clear that the Chinese admiral was not much of an optimist, but he was a patriot who wanted the best for his country. And at the moment the best thing was to help the Germans who came up with this crazy and gambling plan. But as already said, neither he nor any of his Chinese staff had a better plan. If the Chinese Navy doesn't have enough mines, we can lay the fields ourselves through the port of Shanghai. My ship, Nürnberg, has a capacity of 120 minutes, her sister ship the same amount. We could create two different minefields together, one with normal mines and one with magnetic ones. Thanks to demagnetization, our ships are immune to magnetic mines, so we could lure the enemy into this minefield during the battle. Otto Kluber. For God's sake, Otto, you want to sail into battle with a load of mines on board your ship, that's a recipe for disaster. Helmuth Brinkman. I believe we need every advantage. The surgery itself is so risky that the extra risk is something I don't really worry about. In addition, we will lay the field at night, we have radars and GHG, if the Entente appears, we will be warned. Otto Kluber. Governor, I wanted to ask, was it not possible to convince the Americans that we could only send the convoy from China to the Philippines and then proceed to the US with our warships without it? It would greatly simplify the whole operation and give us much more operational freedom. Eric Bay. I've already thought about it, and not just me, but it's politically unfeasible, at least for now. The US government has made it clear that it cannot provide security for us or China at this time. Our cargo ships outside of US territorial waters are therefore solely our concern. The US Navy will not protect them. We can refuel in the Philippines or Hawaii, but the Americans will definitely not provide us with military aid and protection before the Entente. Alfred Meyer Waldeck. Being able to refuel in the Philippines or the Hawaiian Islands was a welcome help, but it also meant that once the Germans got there, the Entente navies would know about them immediately. Everything had its pros and cons. KM Story 0081. November 6, 1914. LZ-31 in the air, Baltic Sea. Bombardier Otto Hirschberger peered through his bomb sight. Such as it was. Still, it was better than dropping the bombs and hoping. Beneath him was a light mist, which didn't help much. His eyes strained. There it was. The useless rock, with the ship outline painted on it. In addition to his bomb sight, a set of controls had been run to his position. He could now control the Zeppelin's rudder during the bomb runs, to better put his bombs on position. You have the rudder, squawked a voice pipe by his head. He peered through the sight again, and gently steered towards the outline. He double-checked the airspeed and waited until the target lined up with the appropriate ring on the sight. He yanked on the release, and the airship instantly started moving faster, a ton lighter. Bombs released. Releasing control, he shouted into the voice pipe. An acknowledgement came through, and the great airship slowly turned about and began running back towards the shed. It was difficult enough to see where live bombs struck, there would be no chance of finding out how accurate they were until they returned to base. Already he could see the wake of some boat crawling towards the island. If the accuracy was good enough, they were supposed to make another attack on the British. He knew no other details than that, if they were supposed to attack the battlecruisers at Rosyth again, or some other target. Well, he'd find that out soon enough. Perhaps. November 7, 1914. SS Columbia. David Chambers was nominally enjoying a visit to the exotic East, when something more that had demanded his attention had come up. David was a reporter for a California newspaper. Normally, a reporter wouldn't make enough money for such a venture, but he had married well, and this was his honeymoon. They were finally on the way home, and he was writing up notes for stories to submit upon his return. His wife, severely seasick, was in the cabin being miserable, so it gave him this opportunity. First, he had found a newspaper in Chinese and thus completely unreadable to him, but one of the stewards had read the main article that was of interest. The front picture was what looked like Blackbeard's ship, Note 1, sailing into a harbor, apparently a German colony, flying a Jolly Roger and a German flag. The photo beneath that was the German admiral, looking extremely piratical with an eye patch and bushy beard. According to the story, the man was Admiral Otto Ciliux, returning after an extremely successful raiding expedition on British shipping. More interesting news had come out. Apparently, some German ships had sailed through the British possessions in the Indian Ocean, leaving a trail of destruction. The Columbia had avoided that area, and instead visited neutral areas, including Surabaya, where the locals seemed to know quite a lot about what had been going on, and were more than willing to talk about it. The most helpful had been a surprisingly knowledgeable merchant of cabbage, making the dubious claim of having been a government interpreter. Said interpreter had claimed that a British admiral had stopped by the Dutch colony with 2 gigantic ships and threatened to conquer the colony, unless they helped with finding the German raiders. The Dutch authorities had bowed, Note 2, and offered minimal assistance to get the Royal Navy to leave without further issue. He'd have quite the story when he got back. The readers would eat this sort of thing up. November 8, 1914. SMKMS Bismarck, off Maracaibo. Admiral Karls was in his day cabin, trying not to fret. All of the tankers had entered Maracaibo and were filling up with precious fuel. One would fill all of his ships, before returning to the pier to top off. Spee's coal-fired ships were rotating into the harbor in shifts as well, in order to fill up their bunkers. Spee himself would be visiting a German consulate to send a be-ready message to New York. That visit was to be as short as possible. The coal-fired ships would refuel once more, whatever German ships were ready would come, and they would head for Germany. He had no illusions that this could be hidden. So, he planned to use the same strategy as before, keeping the modern ships in the miasma of coal smoke from Spee's ships. When away from the American coast, then his big ships would move into a position to best use their radar. The British would try to intercept. They had to. This was where he had encouraging news. Spee had said that the Admiralty was planning on making a sortie to help cover his return. Reading his books, he knew that this was the time for the High Seas Fleet to face off against the Grand Fleet. Due to assorted issues, the Grand Fleet barely had numerical superiority. Perhaps Ingenohl could pull off at least a draw against Jellicoe. Note 3. Regardless, some ships had to make it through. The captains of the most advanced ships had already been informed. If a fight happened, they would break off and dash for Wilhelmshaven. The less advanced ships would perform a rearguard action, keeping the faster Royal Navy ships occupied. He had spoken with Spee about this, allowing him a place on one of those vessels slated to make the dash, in case the worst happened. Spee's reaction was curious. He had stated that, having sent such help, the Lord would see to it that it got to Germany. If it was his part to die to see that happen in a rearguard action against the entire Grand Fleet to see that through, he was ready to face his destiny. A brave man. And noble. With such men in the service, surely, they could succeed? The more that he considered though, the more he was convinced that Spee must live. They needed some liaison between themselves and Germany when they got there. Spee would be the obvious and ideal choice. He would help smooth much of the road between past and future. They just had to get there. Note 1, the former HMS Cadmus. Note 2, someone omitting details that make them look bad. What a completely surprising development. Note 3, Karls is operating under the assumption that nothing has changed in Europe while he and his men have been stomping merrily through the field of butterflies. KM Story 0082. November 9, 1914. Rosyth, in the air. Childers' aircraft had been repaired, and now he flew alongside as they both had hauled the heavy torpedoes into the air, for the first time on the new short aircraft. Compared to his previous mount, it had been a breeze, Lieutenant Pratt reflected. The aircraft was certainly still sluggish but didn't have the feel that the torpedo slung under the belly of the plane was about to physically pull it into the ocean. They could actually carry more than 30 minutes of fuel now, though they did not for this test. With the success of this flight, it would be time to start the new pilots on carrying torpedoes. It was high time. They were on the clock. Rumor had it that the mission they were training for was in less than a month. HMS Ark Royal, being converted into a new seaplane carrier, was ahead of schedule for her conversion. Details beyond that were completely beyond Pratt. All he knew was that it had been strongly encouraged to have at least 20 pilots ready by the start of December. In which case, new airplanes would need to be available. They had 5 of the new seaplanes. Pratt and Childers lined up on their targets. Childers was lined up to HMS Tiger, and Pratt selected HMS Invincible. He carefully pointed to the middle funnel of the battlecruiser. He judged his speed and altitude to be good and pulled the release. The plane felt instantly better, relieved of 810 pounds of torpedo. Childers pulled into formation with him, and they both gently set their planes down on the water. The planes were pulled over to HMS Riviera, and Pratt looked over at Invincible. Up on her halyards soared flags. They indicated that he had hit well. Tiger did as well. Tomorrow would begin practicing with the cadets. The mechanics would doubtless also be getting heavily practiced. November 10, 1914, SMKMS Bismarck, Caribbean Sea. Speed 10 knots. Admiral Karls was relieved to finally be sailing again. All ships had full bunkers, and they were at long last moving up towards New York. Spee had reported that 10 ships would be waiting in New York for escort to Germany. That was one thing that Karls did not at all look forwards to. Getting bunch of plodding merchants, although some would be fast liners, to sail together in some semblance of a defensible convoy. No one in the world knew how to go about this at the moment. Some of his men had indeed seen convoys, but only in the act of fleeing in terror. One thing he did know is that trying to get merchants to sail together in formation was as effective as herding cats. He hoped to ease that slightly by having several ships donate lieutenants to be placed aboard each merchant. Perhaps under actual naval oversight they might sail in generally the same direction. The ships were to be laden with whatever useful materials were to hand that might be short in Germany, as well as any Germans who might wish to return home, and probably a few adventurers seeking fortune in war. At least there was no shortage of ships for escort. Spee's squadron with his would make this a heavily defended convoy. The real danger would be after leaving New York. It would be about a 3-week voyage. A 3-week voyage that would probably see them constantly harried by the Royal Navy's limitless cruiser forces. Note 1. The men would need to be rested as well as possible, it would be a tiring journey. He had been approached by von Spee, who seemed almost embarrassed. After some preliminaries, he asked that his 2 sons, both in the squadron, be transferred to a fast ship. In the case that the worst should happen, he wanted them to have a chance to live. Karls readily agreed, and gave orders for them to be transferred to Tirpitz and Admiral Scheer. The palpable relief shown by Spee was immense. November 10, 1914. Great Yarmouth. At long last, HMS Shannon had disgorged her treasure onto British soil. Under very heavy guard, the gold was being transferred to a special train, that would then run it into London, finally reaching safety in the Bank of England vaults. It had proven to be more difficult than first thought. The first idea had been to transfer the gold to another ship. However, it soon became clear that many sailors considered the gold to be cursed and did their best to respectfully decline any assignment to sail with the gold. Or touch it. Consequently, Marines were the ones that began unloading the still damp gold from the fore magazine of HMS Shannon. While the gold was being unloaded, in a different part of the ship, a rough patch was being installed over the hole inflicted by the mine. It had been decided that HMS Shannon's final duty would be to be a live target for the torpedo bomber squadrons currently training up in Rosyth. While dummy drops assisted with aim, there was nothing quite like a live drop to really see how things went. To that end, with the pontoons holding the damage clear of the water, the hole was being patched with whatever was easily to hand. Old plates of iron, concrete, and wood. While that went on, the boilers were being repaired enough to provide steam for the pumps. While the ship would be stationary for the test, it had been requested that full watertight integrity be set, whatever that looked like after the repairs, and pumps be running in order to provide the best available test for the torpedoes. On the siding nearby, the gold was completely loaded onto the special express to London. A small train, it had but 3 cars. One was loaded with the gold, the others carried Royal Marine Guards, and some representatives from the government. Forms were signed, and countersigned, assuring that all was in order, and the gold was formally turned over. Then with a whoosh of steam, the train slowly pulled out of the siding. It traveled about 30 feet before halting in a cloud of steam. "Safety's blue," shouted the engineer to an inquisitive government clerk. "We need to have the engine inspected before we try to run her." "Get us another locomotive," shouted the clerk over the noise of the escaping steam. "This express needs to get to London." Note 1. Karls is conflating the WW1 and WW2 navies a little here. While in 1914 the Royal Navy does have a healthy supply of cruisers, many would lose in a stand-up fight with his destroyers. Attempting to harry a well-defended convoy with radar would be a death sentence, in an 18-knot protected cruiser. KM Story 0083. November 11, 1914. SMKMS Königsberg. Tsingtao. Silix watched the bustle of the harbour around him as a convoy assembled. There were a lot of moving parts to this operation. His 3K-class cruisers would be escorting 12 ships to America to pick up a huge load of war material. That operation would be difficult enough, but trying to slip past Japanese and other ships added a new dimension. Admiral Schmunt was arranging a feint plan to distract any Entente forces, to allow him to slip out. He did not look forward to this operation, and he was going to have it easier than most. The bridge crew of every merchant was being supplemented with naval regulars to assist with station keeping and orders. The stokers on all coal-fired ships were being enlarged with Chinese volunteers. While the cruising speed of the convoy would be a fairly fast, for 1914, 10 knots, all ships could go a little faster, so for the first leg they would sprint a little faster to get out of the danger zone that much more quickly. Silix looked down at the plot. He estimated around 6,300 nautical miles to San Francisco. One way. That made for a 26-day journey at 10 knots. Probably on the order of a week loading war goods, then another 26 days back. Note 1, 2 months all said, if no major delays. 2 months of daily fretting and watching for Entente warships. Well, all time in American waters would be safe, outside of the possibility of warships waiting to pounce on him upon leaving American waters. Sighing, he stared at the map, willing the distances to change. He noticed something he hadn't thought of. The Americans had Pacific possessions. It was perhaps too late this time, but what about next time? Could the Americans stage out the war supplies in the Philippines, or even the Hawaiian Islands? That would cut weeks off of the supply run. This was not a question for him, but one to suggest upstairs. He reached for a sheet of paper to write down a formal inquiry to that possibility. November 11, 1914. French cruiser Jeanne d'Arc, leaving French Indochina. Admiral Favreau was in a fine mood. It was a beautiful day to be setting sail. His 9 ships were forming into 3 perfect columns as they exited the harbor, all seemed right with the world. It had been a frantic week getting the ships ready for sea. 4 days the men had been worked hard, coaling and cleaning and refitting boilers and engines. They had done their work well, and Favreau had rewarded them. Each man had been granted liberty the day before leaving, and a week's advance on salary. Doubtless, the entire colony was now low on alcohol. Note 2, the men had come back on time, some clearly nursing wicked hangovers, but the atmosphere aboard ship had greatly relaxed. The men had seemed excited to see action. The busy week had not been without benefits. After his sumptuous dinner for the captains, the rest of the week had been a series of fine dinners, as each captain sought to emulate the admiral, and outdo his fellow captains in serving delicious dinners aboard their ships. All in all, it was close to a week's sampling of the best Paris had to offer. With his ships ready, and the men in good spirits, he looked forward once again to facing down German or Chinese ships and showing them just what the French Navy could do. He glanced at the latest message from the wireless. The British Admiral Jerome was hoping to rendezvous with his fleet near Hong Kong. He would take his time getting there. First, he would antagonize the Chinese, hoping they would be obliged to send some of their warships. Crushing a few enemy warships would be very good for morale. Especially if they were German. November 11, 1914. HMS Riviera, Rosyth. Lieutenant Pratt tried not to wince as he watched his flight wing practicing torpedo runs. He had wanted to fly with them, but Commander Longmore had been quite insistent that they do this without squadron leaders. He had reasonably pointed out that, without plane-to-plane communications, there was no chance he could assist them anyhow. In any case, given the possibility that he might not be there on actual mission day, for one of many reasons. Pratt winced, watching Sub-Lieutenant Fletcher jerk his plane through the air, as he lined up on HMS Tiger. The block had never seemed to improve his handling of the plane. At least his approach seemed perfect. The torpedo dropped free. Why didn't the fool pull up? He was going to fly straight into the funnels of the Tiger. Belatedly, he seemed to realize his danger, and yanked the plane towards the sky. He almost made it free too, but then his floats caught and snapped some of Tiger's wireless aerials. Pratt sighed. The plane at least seemed undamaged from what he could see, though he imagined that the crew of the Tiger probably had some choice words for Fletcher right now. The seaplane set hard down on the water and was towed to the Riviera. The mechanics would no doubt give it a very thorough inspection after that. Why Fletcher couldn't be a gentle hand on the controls he'd never know. He'd suggested that the controls be used gently, like working with a baby, and somehow that had resulted in the plane being controlled in an even rougher manner. Apparently, Fletcher had no experience with babies. Flags hoisted on the Tiger. An acknowledgement of a good hit, and a message. Pratt mentally translated the message. To pilot, oh. Yes, the crew of the Tiger were indeed put out by that accident. Well, maybe that would be a lesson that would stick. In the meantime, his next squadron member was preparing to take off. Note 1, it's ever so much faster pumping a tanker full, than carefully stowing a load of dry cargo. Note 2, let's not even touch the effects on the local snail population. KM Story 0084. November 12, 1914. Prison camp near Tsingtao. Charles Bertram, formerly of HMS Yarmouth, was hauled roughly by a pair of Chinese guards along the grounds of the prison camp. He struggled, insulted, and attempted to stomp on feet, but was inexorably dragged along until they reached a small cell. This was opened, and he was launched within, and the door was slammed shut and locked. The cell was quite small, perhaps 6 feet square on the floor. Some boards were set up as a cot or seat with a couple of blankets, and 2 buckets were in the cell, one full of water. He made a mental note not to mix those two up. Charles had been a machinist's mate aboard HMS Yarmouth and was indeed the only survivor of the engineering section of Yarmouth. He had actually still been below decks when the ship slipped under the waves. As he struggled to escape the ship, he had suddenly been shot out of the wreck in an escaping air pocket and, according to another survivor who claimed to have seen it, had been launched clear of the water. He had made it through that ordeal with nothing worse than some bruises and a burst eardrum. Then came captivity. The Germans had fished him out of the water, even as sharks attacked a wounded man not far from him. He was lucky. They had been brusque and distant, with little attempt at communication with him. Ultimately, he and every other prisoner taken from the naval battle had been put on a captured troopship before being hauled back to Tsingtao. As if that wasn't humiliation enough, the Germans had then transferred him to a prison camp that appeared to be run in every respect by the Chinese. Note 1, the food had been plentiful if monotonous, and the guards seemed to mostly ignore them as long as they didn't cause trouble. Despite the fact that it was Chinese guarding them, Charles had been the only one to take exception to this. Well, the only one to take active exception. The others didn't like it, and complained in whispers, but did nothing to show it. Initially, he had just shouted insults, and made himself generally obnoxious. Irritatingly, the guards ignored this. Today, however, he had attempted to escape. None of the other prisoners had tried to join in. True, it had been rather spur of the moment, but still, British lions shouldn't be cowed by Chinese dogs. On a whim, when he noticed the guard detail at feeding time had been lesser than normal, he'd managed to make his way out of the gate while most of the guards were supervising the meal serving. One guard had been watching the gate, and Charles had suddenly thrown a blanket over the guard, pushed him over, given him a few kicks for good measure, and run. The guard he had attacked recovered and pursued. A drum had started booming, presumably warning of the escape. Well, he could take one guard, nearly a head shorter than himself. He'd have a rifle and could better figure out a plan. He'd launched himself at the guard, and in the ensuing struggle, somehow the guard's rifle had gone flying, and he found himself in fisticuffs with the guard. Sure, he'd never been much for that, but he was sure he could take that pathetic runt. The Chinese guard had proceeded to beat him like a drum, he had never landed a blow, and the guard succeeded in preventing him from escaping until other guards had run up and hauled him to the cell. Even now he was nursing 2 black eyes, and his chest was a mass of contusions. He tried not to think of what the Chinese might do to an attempted escapee. Commandant's office. Well, we knew it would happen eventually, Axel. Sighed Hans Steiner. The Chinese guards had finished the report of the attempted escape, and now, Hans Steiner, commandant of the prison, and Axel Hetzel his aide had to deal with it. The guards were livid and wanted retribution on the man. Something would have to be done, but what? He had to show the prisoners that escape attempts would be dealt with and show the guards that he had their back. However, he refused to stoop to brutalizing the prisoners to achieve that. I have an idea. Axel said slowly. It will involve the guards, and I imagine they'll enjoy it immensely. So, they will start and prisoner block. Charles was doing his best to ignore the Chinese guards. Quite unsuccessfully. For the last hour, the guards, fully visible through the bars of the door, had been pantomiming what was going to happen to him. As he gathered from the ongoing play, testicle crushing would be involved, amongst other less guessable, but equally horrendous tortures. His attempts to not look had brought about horrifying noises, as the guards he supposed imitated his cries. The guards abruptly snapped to attention. 2 Germans walked up and stopped in front of the door. Vel prisoner, what do you have to say in your defense? One asked in heavily accented English. It's my right as a prisoner to try and escape, blustered Charles. The German shook his head sadly. So be it. I cannot have prisoners escaping, and ZE guards need encouragement. There are punishments for escaping. He said sorrowfully. Charles felt cold sweat trickling down his back. Chinese tortures don't scare me. I'm a British subject, there will be retribution if you do anything. He shouted, a little too quickly. The German arched an eyebrow. ZE Chinese tortures? That would be neglecting my duties. Besides, they are so basic. We have developed much more effective means. Charles began trembling. You can't. He squeaked. The German turned to his companion. Axel, he ordered, bring me ZE turnips and ZE sandpaper. We will begin. A shriek echoed from the cell block, catching the attention of the other prisoners. Commandant's office. Axel and Hans, along with the leader of the guards, were seated, laughing uproariously. The Chinese captain spoke German fluently and had been all too happy to be along with the activities. Turnips and sandpaper. Axel managed to say at last. What did you plan to do with that? It was all I could think of at the moment, Hans replied. Besides, after watching the guards for an hour, I think he was imagining worse things than anything I could have come up with. He couldn't promise to be a good prisoner fast enough after that. By the way, Captain Pei, congratulate your guards on a job well done. Yes sir, the Chinese captain replied. I suspect this will be the talk of the barracks for a week. Drinks were passed around, along with more gales of laughter. November 12, 1914. LZ-31, somewhere over England. Hopefully. They had been flying for hours. Though clear over Germany when they left, they had encountered fog, and been unable to find the end of it. The ground continued to be invisible. That they were over England the navigator had no doubt, but he was unsure where. His dead reckoning was only of marginal use. In the air, crosswinds, tailwinds, and headwinds counted for much more than a ship on the water, so, dead reckoning was far more likely to be in error. However, it was beginning to be time to head back towards base. Today's target was supposed to be the naval base at Lowestoft. It was unknown what ships would be there, but it was expected that it would be an excellent test of the new bomb sight. Unless nothing could be seen. Bombardier, Squawked the voice tube. Drop the bombs. We're going back to base. Otto acknowledged and yanked the release. 24 high-explosive bombs, converted from shells, crashed into the fog. Glows indicated where shells struck. Bombs gone. Otto reported. The Zeppelin turned ponderously around to a northeast heading and began seeking home. They had plenty of fuel, which might be necessary depending on where they actually found themselves when any landmarks became visible. Far below, the bombs mostly churned up dirt and mud in streams and fields. One struck near a rail line and displaced one rail. November 12, 1914. HMS Princess Royal. Near Singapore. Steady's squadron was approaching Singapore, his first coaling stop. He could go further than this before recoaling, but having less than a 50% fuel load was uncomfortable. Besides, Singapore would be an excellent location to stock up on sundries, and maybe find something to bring home to his wife. Coaling took a long time in the cursed heat anyways, even with the conveniences of the harbour to accelerate the process. The men had to be worked in shifts, to avoid injuring them from the heat. The boiler rooms especially got incredibly hot, even with the best efforts of all involved to ventilate them. Regardless, it would proceed as quickly as possible, then it would be up anchors for Aden. November 12, 1914. Rail line between Great Yarmouth and London. A government special express derails after hitting a damaged section of rail. None are injured, though the locomotive will be out of service for a while. November 12, 1914. French ship Jeanne d'Arc. Admiral Favreau was on course for Fort Bayard, Note 2. There had been a worrying wireless transmission that had been cut short. Hopefully just technical difficulties. It would be another 2 days before they reached the port at any rate. It wasn't much more than a coaling station, but given Chinese intransigence, it was a concern. They might be under attack. Regardless, if it was under Chinese attack, his guns would quickly convince the Chinese to give up any siege. Besides, it was well defended. Possessing a coastal artillery, Note 3, and a Tonkinese rifle regiment, and perhaps some of the French Foreign Legion, it could withstand any attack by the Chinese, he was sure of it. Note 1, the Germans do not have the manpower to run the camps, so the guards and attendants are mainly Chinese. The officers in charge are German, and they keep an eye on things to make sure all is run as it should be. Note 2, Fort Bayard would later be developed into the modern city of Zhangjiang. Note 3, conflicting sources on this. I'm calling 65.5 guns. KM Story 0085. November 11, 1914, Tsingtao. General Liu hummed in contemplation as he observed the proceedings of loading the German 8-gun and its afferent ammunition onto the rail car meant for the Jiangnan Arsenal in Shanghai. It was the largest and most modern gun currently on Chinese soil, and hopefully, there would be more such guns in the future. It was a shame that his Hanyang arsenal had no capability to manufacture such large guns, at least for now. However, it wasn't as if his arsenal was going to be short on orders. On the contrary, drawings and physical examples of the KAR-98K, the MG-81, the so-called 2 cm flak and the 12.8 cm gun were already en route for his engineers to attempt to study and produce. Even to Liu, who was more interested in small arms, they were marvels of engineering compared to what China had. However, in his opinion, it wasn't the big and imposing naval gun or the modern belt-fed lightweight machine gun that were of pivotal importance, but the so-called STG-44 and its stamped construction. As the director of the Hanyang Arsenal, Liu understood the realities of mass production with their expenditure in time, materials, and manpower. Even on a full 24-hour war mobilization program, the arsenal could only produce so many rifles, ammunition, and artillery. The STG-44 could have all those considerations and restrictions. Another shame that remained on his mind was that his semi-automatic rifle would not see the light of day as the realities of war and necessity made sure of it. His hope now rested in the STG-44 and perhaps later, after mastering the technology, into a full-sized rifle of stamped parts. Hence he was now waiting with his family and assistants to embark on the trip to the U.S. to inspect the Pratt & Whitney Tool Company machinery ordered half a year ago and find any suitable stamping machinery on short notice. He already inspected and talked with the German engineers in Tsingtao and had the pleasant experience to discuss at large the technological process needed with a man in the domain. What he was doing as a sailor he would never understand, or who was this Keitel individual and what role he played. Just as his mind was starting to wander again, he was brought from his thoughts to the sight above him, a small, slow-flying monoplane climbing towards the clouds on a already common reconnaissance patrol. It was one of the improvised aircrafts produced here in Tsingtao, nicknamed Mayer much to the amusement of the Germans, for some, again, unfathomable reason to Liu that only the Germans knew. Note 1, General Liu is General Liu Qing'en, the superintendent of the Hanyang Arsenal and creator of the General Liu rifle. Note 2, while Liu only sparsely mentions the Jiangnan Arsenal, you can be sure that other arsenals are being given examples and drawings to contribute to the war effort. The drawings for the 15 cm gun, also the 12.8 cm, were sent to the Qiangnan Arsenal for example. Note 3, the intermediate cartridge, detachable magazine, and select fire was not the important point of the STG-44, but the fact that it cost half the price of a KAR-98 and took even less time to manufacture. Liu is looking at it as a cheaper and better alternative to the current rifles they are producing. KM Story 0086. November 13, 1914. HMS Natal, leaving Portsmouth. Despite bitter complaints about leaving on Friday the 13th, the newly formed 2nd China Squadron departs Portsmouth. Consisting of armoured cruisers King Alfred, Leviathan, Natal and the light cruiser Gloucester sailed for Singapore. Captain John Green of Natal was in command of the squadron until such a time as he joined up with Admiral Jerum's China Squadron, at which time he would place himself under the command of Admiral Jerum. It would be about a month to sail to Singapore, and after a journey like that, at least some maintenance would be required. Personally, Commodore Green, he rather liked the sound of that, suspected that between the British and French Asian squadrons, and the Japanese Navy, everything would be quite mopped up by the time his squadron was there, and in any shape to lend assistance. There might not be any shore bombardment left to do either. Accompanying the naval squadron was a small convoy of supply ships. 3 carrying ammunition, and 1 also carried spare parts for the Royal Navy ships. These ensured that the squadron would never make more than 12 knots, and that not for long. 10 knots would be all that they could realistically hope to manage. With a blast of whistles, the squadron slowly pulled out of Portsmouth, on to the next destination. November 13, 1914. Old Admiralty Building. Winston Churchill and John Fisher sat together in Winston's office, poring over the most recent developments. Well, so far it looks like the seaplane project is shaping up to be a success. Churchill noted, though they still haven't done a good test for the radius of action. That will no doubt be soon. The important thing is that it can fly and lift the torpedo fairly easily. Fisher replied. The Ark Royal is nearing completion. She unfortunately won't get a full shakedown cruise, the attack on Wilhelmshaven will be part of it. Do we have a tentative day for the attack? Churchill inquired. Initially, I thought that late December would be the earliest, but I intend to push for early December, if at all possible. The rest of the aeroplanes are to be delivered in the next 2 weeks, and the pilot training is continuing apace. Good, good. We can use some good news. The situation in China is becoming dire, and the Germans have gone suspiciously silent. Both in the North Sea and in the Orient. I don't like it. I think they're up to something. Churchill mused. Oh, the first of the landing craft have been delivered. Fisher announced, looking at another sheet of paper. We should gather some Marines and do some tests with them. A pity we can't get them to Asia in time. They would be a splendid addition to humble the Chinese. Quite. Speaking of that, the situation in Hong Kong continues to develop. I've ordered Admiral Jerum to sail directly there to lend gunfire support if possible. Churchill said. Hopefully he's on his guard. If things are developing as we've heard, the Chinese will have to sortie whatever they have, and the Germans likely as well. Fisher speculated. All the better, we'll have a chance to settle the matter of who holds Neptune's trident once and for all. Churchill proclaimed. November 13, 1914. HMS Swiftsea, departing Singapore. Well, it had taken longer than it really should have, but at last the China squadron was sailing towards Hong Kong. That would be about a week's sailing. The sight of his squadron offshore would surely put heart into the defenders and dread into the attackers. Wireless messages had indicated that the Chinese had made another unsuccessful attack on Hong Kong, but worryingly, artillery appeared to be making an appearance. No attack from the artillery yet, but it was apparently being staged. Due to that, he would attempt to bombard any visible artillery when he arrived off Hong Kong. If they opened fire, it would be that much easier. According to reports, the Australian and New Zealand troops were still 2 weeks out. Things were heating up in China, they would arrive none too soon. November 13, 1914. SMKMS Königsberg. Tsingtao. Admiral Silliax watched ships departing with a knot in his stomach. Soon it would be the turn of his 3 cruisers, and the 15 merchants that he was to take to San Francisco. Early that morning, planes had departed to ensure no enemy vessels were in the offing. Cautiously, bit by bit ships had begun sailing. First had been 3 destroyers, deployed to watch for Japanese fleet movement from the north. Z-10, Z-11 and Z-12 were currently picketing, in case Japanese ships came from their base to the north. Next, Prinz Eugen, Admiral Hipper, Nuremberg and Leipzig had all sailed. Silliax wasn't clear on their part in this operation, but they were going to attempt to work with the Chinese Navy to try and destroy some of the Entente ships in the area. Z-19 and Z-20 had left with a load of mines, and Emden, Z-17 and Z-18 with 2 tankers, heading back to Surabaya. All the ships of Silliax's convoy had raised steam. Unless they received a message to abort within the next hour, they would be sailing for America. A full month of stress, watching for the Entente navies to descend upon him. A brief respite in America, then a repeat performance. In the vast wastes of the Pacific, his radar would assist with seeing enemy ships long before they could see him. Of course, smoke plumes would work both ways. His own ships had very little, but the freighters smoked like volcanoes. The only comfort he could take there was that enemy warships would be at least as bad. Note 1. He glanced at the chronograph. No signal had come, it was time. He ordered the signal to depart hoisted and gave the orders. His flagship began slowly nosing its way out of the harbor. Note 1. Many factors figure into the smoke plume. One of the biggest factors is the quality of the coal. American and British ships often had access to high-quality anthracite coal which burns hot with less smoke. German coal mines produce much lignite, which is much smokier. China today produces much anthracite, but I'm unclear on how much was mined in 1914. KM Story 0087. November 14, 1914. French cruiser Jeanne d'Arc. Near Fort Bayard. Admiral Favreau was deeply concerned about the French colony now. As daylight broke, he could see a pall of smoke hanging over the land as he approached. When the land finally loomed into view, smoke hung sullenly over the remains of the port. A pile of coal was producing most of the smoke. The colony itself was gutted. No life appeared anywhere. A few masts and funnels poked out of the water here and there. Signals. Order Guichen to go in close, see if there are any survivors. Ordered Admiral Favreau with a sickening feeling growing in his stomach. Guichen peeled off the squadron and felt her way slowly into the excellent harbor. Favreau swept up and down the beach with binoculars. Fort Bayard was hardly the busiest colony, but no one at all? Perhaps it had just caught fire. That sort of thing did happen. But then what happened to the ships in the harbor? This was looking like an attack. Sir. Message from Guichen, said a radioman, saluting smartly and handing off the paper, and waiting for orders. Many bodies on beach stop. No sign of life. Stop. Interrogative. Landing to search for survivors. Stop. Landing to look for survivors? It was certainly his duty as the apparent ranking Frenchman in the area, but what if whoever had done this was still around? He made a decision. Send a reply to this. He ordered. Reply affirmative. Search 1 hour. The rest of the squadron would patrol offshore in case any ships, German or Chinese, were in the offing. It didn't look like anyone was here nearby. No plumes to be seen, and the shore appeared quite empty. Did you see that, sir? He heard the captain say. See what? Asked the admiral, turning to look at the captain. A boat was just landing from Guichen, and the men were cautiously debarking, rifles at the ready. I would have sworn I just saw one of the coast defense guns move, sir. Perhaps it's my imagination, admitted the captain. The guns? Favreau looked at them. He hadn't taken any particular notice of them initially. One, pointing towards Guichen, the second, also pointing towards. Signals. He called. Contact Guichen. Tell them to. Too late. The 6 guns all erupted with fire and smoke, and Guichen was engulfed in water, and a moment later flames from hits. A moment later, a fusillade of rifle fire erupted from the rubble, knocking down several of the confused sailors on the shore. The rest turned and fled towards the boats. Guichen began slowly moving, pulling back out of the harbor. The guns fired again. Guichen was again engulfed in water and fire. Favreau noted with dismay that steam was rising along with smoke from the stricken Guichen. Guns, he called. Take those batteries under fire. Men erupted out of the rubble, running down the beach towards the fleeing French sailors. With a rising fury, Favreau saw some of them wore the uniforms of the local rifle regiment. Note 1, traitors. The sailors were caught as they tried to get their boat launched. It was with horror that he saw the French sailors hauled out of the boat, and set upon by the mob, being literally torn to pieces in the violence. His guns boomed out. Many shells impacted one of the batteries. 2 guns were clearly disabled when the smoke cleared. The other battery fired again. All 3 shells impacted Guichen. She was listing heavily now. His guns boomed out again, engulfing the other battery. It looked like they missed, but he could see forms fleeing. Apparently, they didn't intend to wait and see if the next salvo was more accurate. Guns, he snarled. Target that mass of mad dogs on the beach. But our men, began the gunner. Are dead. Favreau interrupted. The guns changed target, and the mass of humanity on the beach was engulfed in water, flame, and sand. Signals, he called. Order Chateau Renault to lend aid to Guichen. The captain of Chateau Renault must have been anticipating such an order, and quickly pulled over to the struggling half-sister. Watching grimly, Favreau saw that the Guichen was being abandoned. Men poured onto the decks of Chateau Renault. When the smoke on the beach cleared, nothing living remained. Favreau thought briefly of bombarding the rubble, to kill any that might still be hiding therein, but decided to instead take his revenge elsewhere. Slowly Guichen slipped under the harbor surface. The French force set out to claim their vengeance elsewhere. November 14, 1914. SMKMS Bismarck, leaving the Caribbean. It had been a surprisingly fruitful sail through the Caribbean. The squadron had been reported, as might be guessed, though Karls was reasonably sure no one ever saw the modern ships. Well, no one that escaped. The light cruisers had been busy either chasing, or making a show of chasing, assorted ships away from the group. In the process, 7 vessels had been seized, and 6 scuttled. Though from all ships, assorted cargo had been liberated for use in the squadron. The one ship that had been kept was a very new ship with a cargo of Royal Navy rum, the others had been full of various goods, ranging from sugar and coffee to wood and coal. All of those ships had been too slow to keep pace with the convoy, so were relieved of anything helpful and scuttled. The crews of these ships were currently guests of von Spee, scattered among his squadron. It was planned to land them all at New York. Thankfully, none of the intercepted, unjammed radio signals said anything more than German raiders, or some variant thereof. No warships had been noted thankfully. Not that Karls really feared any warships that might be found here, but he was eager to get back to Germany. He walked to the plot. 5 to 6 days, and he'd be in New York. There, Spee would refuel and the destroyers as well. He wanted every ship ready. He fully expected that sprinting might be required, so every ship would be ready. The next week would be daily drills. Presuming that they made it safely to Germany, Spee had told him that his crew wished to compete against any of the new ships in a gunnery contest. He'd select his own best ship, and hopefully that contest would take place. Note 1, the French hired and trained locals as security. It saved shipping out French soldiers, and the locals better know the area. Note, Gieschen was lightly armored, and the 138mm batteries would indeed shoot her to pieces. KM Story 0088. November 15, 1914. HMS Swiftsa. If Admiral Jerem had been concerned before about the situation in China, he was becoming positively frantic now. He had received a message from the French admiral, reporting that Fort Bayard had been razed by the Chinese, leaving no survivors. Hong Kong was far better equipped than Fort Bayard, but it was being invested far more than Fort Bayard too. The reports still had artillery showing up, but not yet opening fire. Jerem was no general, but one didn't need to be a military genius to deduce that, if artillery were showing up in numbers, men must be too, just not in view. When the attack came, his ships would be desperately required to help break up the attacks. According to the military, Hong Kong was in a state of barely contained panic. This had been assisted by drafting a militia using any willing men and giving them something to do. It had been requested that he arrange for the evacuation of civilians that were unable to actively assist. How it was expected he could do that, he had no clue. There were probably some ships he could appropriate, but then he had to ship thousands of people somewhere. Singapore? Maybe. Or perhaps one of the other British colonies in the area. Admiral Jerem was deeply concerned that starting an evacuation would start a panic among the populace. Then there really would be a problem. They just had to hold another week and a half, and reinforcements would arrive. November 15, 1914. SMKMS Z19, near Formosa. KK Koth paced impatiently in the bridge. It probably set the bridge crew on edge, but they were already on edge. Laying mines deep in enemy territory was a nerve-wracking business. Following that, they were to set off to rendezvous with the tanker convoy near the Philippines. After being empty for so long, it seemed now like that local sea was teeming with enemy ships. The Japanese had ships nearby, there were rumors from the Chinese about a British squadron and a French squadron, to say nothing of 2 Royal Navy battlecruisers around somewhere. With any luck, these mines would claim some of the myriads of ships arrayed against them. His secondary mission was no easier, escorting 2 oil tankers through seas that were swarming with enemy ships. The 14,000-ton Deutschmarschen, and the 7,000-ton Old Schiff 1. It went without saying that these 2 vessels were incredibly valuable, and to be protected at all costs, hence the heavy escort. 4 destroyers and Emden. Since the tankers couldn't run, they would have to fight if anything showed up. Anything could be a battlecruiser, or one of the pathetic Japanese destroyers. The one advantage they had was that Admiral Schmunt was playing the magician. He was the right hand everyone would be watching while the left performed the trick. What he would accomplish would depend on how well the mines worked, and what he found, but he would get the attention of Entente forces in the Pacific. Still, it could be worst. All going to plan, he and the oil convoy would be back, safe and sound in Tsingtao when Silix was only just pulling into San Francisco. Mine laying completed, sir. Reported the first officer. Excellent. Lay in a course for our rendezvous point, ordered Koth. November 15, 1914. Bank of England. After far too long, £7 million of Russian gold was finally being laid to rest in the vaults of the Bank of England. However, the Russian curse had another card to play before quietly residing in England. A bar fell and smashed the foot of one of the clerks inventorying the gold. Note 1, he was still being assessed by a physician, but his foot was badly broken. Legends would arise, attributing much of the subsequent events to this gold, sitting in London. November 15, 1914. Shanghai. Admiral S.A. Zhenbing watched his ships. Steam was being raised, as they prepared to make a feint towards Formosa. Theoretically, no danger was in the offing, since they were to retreat once anything was spotted. The powerful German squadron was also going to make a flank attack against any attacking Entente vessels. This plan had too many moving parts for Admiral Zhenbing's comfort. He didn't know the entire plan, but he did know that this was just to keep attention away from other happenings in China's waters. China's fleet now was a mere shadow of what it had been even 20 years ago. The Germans seemed confident that they could, if not outrightly defeat the Entente in these waters, at least push them back. They certainly had the track record so far. A Japanese fleet and a Royal Navy cruiser squadron sent to the deeps. Personally, he hoped some ships might be captured and turned over to his navy, to in part repay the indignity of the last conflict with Japan. Note 2, it might finally start erasing the stain of that conflict. November 15, 1914. Just before midnight. Admiral Favreau was unable to tear his eyes away. In the tumult where his sailors had disappeared, he watched as a Chinese soldier separated from the pack, triumphantly holding aloft part of a leg, the shoe still on the foot. As he watched, unable to move, the group seemed to take notice of him. The group seemed to advance as one towards him menacingly, some with knives, others with guns, still others with clubs. He turned to run and heard the mob close on his heels. Admiral Favreau awoke with a start, drenched in sweat. He lay for a moment, panting as the dream continued dancing through his head. The scene from yesterday haunted him every time he closed his eyes. He sighed and stood. He wanted some coffee. Better to be up than to be treated to that again while trying to sleep. He wondered how he might get some coffee without disturbing his steward. Well, he'd worry about that later. Just because he couldn't sleep didn't mean he needed to share that with anyone else. He walked to the bridge. The bridge was darkened but for the glow of the binnacle. The officer of the deck acknowledged him with a salute. "Coffee, sir," came a soft voice at his side. Turning, he saw his steward, presenting him a cup of steaming liquid. He took it gratefully, wondering how the steward knew. Surely, he had been dead asleep. He stared out the windows in the darkness. He'd exact vengeance on the Chinese for the massacre of Fort Bayard. That would calm the nightmares. Note 1, in movies, large amounts of gold get moved around as though it weighs no more than aluminum. A gold ingot the size of a standard brick weighs better than 50 pounds. Having that fall on your toe from waist height would certainly tingle. As a point of reference, gold is nearly twice the density of lead. Note 2, in the Sino-Japanese War, several Chinese vessels were captured and put into service under Japanese colors. KM Story 0089. November 16, 1914. SS Berlin, auxiliary cruiser. Mid-Atlantic. Captain Fundheller watched as the boat pulled over to the ship he had stopped. It was an old freighter, no wireless aerials, and smoked like a volcano to make perhaps 5 knots. He had enjoyed very poor luck hunting. This was only the second ship he had seen, and the first he had lost during the night. After perhaps 15 minutes, boats put off from the freighter and slowly pulled to the Berlin. Captain Fundheller met the group as they came on board. The captain was a grizzled old character, looking something like Father Christmas. He seemed to be in a state of shock. "My apologies for the inconvenience," said Fundheller, offering his hand to the British captain. "We'll transfer you and your crew to a neutral nation or merchant as soon as we can." The British captain seemed to wake up. "You have my thanks," he muttered. "Never thought I'd see blockade from this side." He was led away to a cabin. A few minutes later, the boat came back, and the crew was hoisted aboard. Lieutenant Eisen approached and saluted. "Scuttling charges set, sir. She's got a full load of mules. Pity to drown them all, but they'll be sorely missed on the front." A flat clap echoed over the water. Within a few minutes, the freighter was distinctly lower in the water. Berlin started making way. Fundheller glanced at his scrawled figures. It was time to head home, unfortunately. With a fairly poor showing for this cruise. Well, maybe he'd get another cruise, and be more successful. November 16, 1914. Admiralty Building, Wilhelmshaven. Tirpitz, Bachmann, von Muller, Ingenol and Hipper greeted each other as they entered into the conference room. "We have some interesting rumors from the Grand Fleet," began Tirpitz. "They may have lost another battleship. With the loss of the one in Scapa Flow, 2 battleships gone makes the sortie to escort Spee in look like a good time to attack. If this is true, how many dreadnoughts do they have available now?" asked Ingenol dubiously. "We estimate they may have as many as 21 dreadnoughts available." Note 1, Tirpitz replied. "That still leaves us in a deficit of 6 dreadnoughts." Ingenol complained Kronprinz and Markgraf are still on trials, and not fit to join the battle line. That is to say nothing of the battlecruisers being outnumbered nearly 2 to 1. Note 2. Calm yourself, Admiral Ingenol, soothed von Muller. We are not seeking a battle of annihilation, but only a distraction. Keep the Royal Navy busy, so that Spee and his ships can get through. You will also have the Deutschland and Braunschweig classes, which individually are no match for a dreadnought to be sure, but two of them should be a match for an early dreadnought. Surely this is excessive risk for a few old ships though. Ingenol objected. The return of the light cruisers is more important than the armored cruisers, true, admitted Admiral Bachmann, but Spee will also be bringing in several merchants from America, which will include a bullion shipment and the guns slated for the Greek ship Salamis. That ship can then be completed and added to our numbers for the duration of the war, should it last so long. Be that as may, how are we to make a path for Admiral Spee, and extract ourselves without heavy losses given that we are heavily outnumbered? Ingenol asked. We propose that U-boats make a heavy effort against the Royal Navy in the weeks leading up to the engagement, von Muller stated. Also, we hope to make use of Zeppelin scouting and attacks in the actual engagement. Bah, snorted Ingenol, the battle will happen in December. The Zeppelins won't dare leave the safety of their sheds, and even if they did, the North Sea conditions in December will preclude them seeing anything. That will work both ways, though. Pointed out Hipper, we may be able to meet Spee and get him to Wilhelmshaven and never see the enemy. Nevertheless, we will be making the attempt. I believe the risk is not excessive, interrupted Tirpitz. We will continue attempting to whittle down Royal Navy numbers. Even if we fail, we may well make them nervous about being out. The meeting shifted to other issues. November 16, 1914. SS Walfish, New York. Captain Otto Koenigsknecht watched as the last 14-barrel was safely stowed in capacious interior of his vessel. These guns were destined for some warship being built by a German yard. Why a German ship was being armed with American rifles, he had no clue. It promised to be a hectic week. Up until a few weeks ago, he had been in a forced sabbatical. His ship was nowhere near fast enough to try and break through to Germany. She could manage a steady 12 knots, a bit more if forced. However, he'd never break a blockade in that. Consequently, he had talked with the crew, and for the moment, they were doing odd jobs. If the war still seemed to be going on in the spring, they had planned to lay up the ship as well as possible and go find work on the Great Lakes. Otto had a cousin who lived in Ohio that captained a ship there, and he had visited before. The man was off all winter, as apparently the storms on the lakes were horrific in the winter. Then came the communique from the German embassy. He had been told to get his ship ready for sea, an escort would see him to Germany, and there was a special cargo he would take on. That cargo had turned out to be 8 14 guns, and turrets, plus a small quantity of ammunition. Note 3, a dense, but not bulky cargo. The rest of his capacity was being filled with copper ingots. Around the harbor were 9 other German ships similarly preparing for sea. They had been told to be manned and ready on November 19, to be on 24 hours' notice. No doubt the British already knew all this. They likely had a better idea of what was in the cargo holds of the ships better than he did. It had better be a good escort. He didn't care to spend the rest of the war in a British prisoner camp, though it might well be more comfortable than overwintering in Ohio, though that wouldn't say much. Still, better a chance to see home and wife again this year. Note 1, Benbow and Emperor of India have not yet joined the fleet, though Tirpitz is assuming that they have. Also, to my understanding, German ships do not join the fleet until fully worked up, whereas Royal Navy practice was to have the ship work up in the fleet. Note 2, the absence of Princess Royal and Queen Mary is unconfirmed and thus it is thought they are around. Note 3, the turrets were OTL assembled in the shipyard, so they were shipped broken down. Hopefully with better instructions than an IKEA piece. KM Story 0090. The entrance of Bulgaria in the wake of the Indian Tiger. November 15, 1914, Sofia, Bulgaria. Prince August Wilhelm of Prussia was not happy to be in Bulgaria. He much rather be home in Germany, finishing one of his paintings. But what could he do? His father, the Kaiser, sent him to gain Bulgaria's support in the war and he could not come back until he did so. He was glad that he had the help of more senior diplomats than him. His role was to be there as a son of the Kaiser. Alfred von Oberndorf, who had been recalled from Norway, would be the real man behind the show. At any rate, August surmised that he would enjoy sketching the Bulgarian country. Do you think that the Bulgarians will join us? August asked Oberndorf as they sat drinking coffee on the train. Oberndorf thought for a moment and then, they do want to. Germany and only Germany can give them Macedonia, something they have coveted for a long time. So they'll join then, August interrupted. A look of irritation flashed over the face of Oberndorf for a brief second and then he replied, maybe be, but maybe not. They did lose the last war they fought in and they do not want another humiliation like last time. Circumstances are very different this time. This time it is just those Serb dogs to worry about, this time the Ottomans are with us. And they need not fear the frogs nor the Brits, the French die in the trenches, and thanks to von Spee, we beat the Brits right on their turf or rather their surf. November 15, 1914, Pondicherry, French India. The mighty British are stumbling, now is a chance for freedom. Let us seek help from the Germans for independence, said Varahanari Venkatesa Subramaniam AR1, to his friend 2, Nandamurthy Viraya. But how if we cross the border from Pondicherry to India, we'll be arrested immediately, Viraya replied, they think us responsible for the attack on Madras 3. Ayar coyly smiled and said, that's why the time is now, if the Germans can destroy all of the fuel tanks in the port and then walk away unscathed, then the British are weakening. 100 of our Tamilian sons are dead, thanks to them, Viraya responded. Ayar could not respond to that and quickly changed the topic, I will try to create a militia here, you take a French ship to China, and from there we can communicate with the Germans in Tsingtao. November 16, 1914, Hyderabad, British Raj. Mir Osman Ali Khan, was to say the least rather interested in the recent developments. As the Nizam of Hyderabad, he was the most powerful ruler of a princely state and the richest. He was sending a significant amount of money from his treasury to the British for the war effort. And supporting them would mean that after the war, given that they won, would mean an increase in his personal prestige. But up until now the war was a distant matter, sure money, food, and troops were being sent to Europe, but there was little else to worry about, no trenches and artillery. But now the Germans were making their presence known in the Indian Ocean, perhaps he ought to switch sides. KM Story 0091. November 17, 1914. Japanese cruiser Tsushima, near Formosa. Captain Gunji quickly came to the bridge. He had been resting when the first officer had sent a messenger telling him that multiple ships had been spotted. This was the first thing larger than a fishing boat they had seen on this otherwise routine patrol. He arrived at the bridge. He was handed a pair of binoculars and pointed to the bearing of the contact. He peered through the binoculars for a moment. 3, no, more. 3 ships of at least cruiser size, 3 torpedo boats, and 2 liners. Liners in wartime meant troops. This was an invasion of Formosa. Signals, he shouted, send a message to the admiral. Chinese invasion fleet spotted. Engaging. Long live the Emperor. The radio man raced away. All hands to battle stations, he ordered, this is a Chinese invasion. We're outnumbered, but we will defend the honor of the Emperor. We must delay them until the fleet can assist. Sir. The first officer said obsequiously, the French squadron is in the area. We should inform them too. Yes, make it so. Helm. Turn to interpose the ship between the enemy fleet and Formosa. Full speed ahead. Gunji ordered. Spray flew as speed increased. Outside, the guns rotated and elevated, waiting for a target for the Emperor's wrath. November 17, 1914. Chinese cruiser Haichi. Near Formosa. Admiral Zhenbing watched stoically as the Japanese cruiser turned towards them. The radio man had reported a flurry of signals when they had been spotted. They had played their part in this, it was time to leave. Helm. Set course 000, full speed. Signals, order the fleet to do the same. He ordered. He could take one lone Japanese cruiser. He did not know how long it would take the Japanese in Formosa to respond, so it was better to leave. Looking out the bridge windows, he could see the ships coming around, even the clumsy liners. The decision to bring those along had been a last-minute decision. He thought it would be a good way to guarantee a response, if it was thought that an invasion was in progress. At any rate, they were every bit as fast as the Hai Yun, so they weren't an impediment. He had 3 cruisers, Hai Chi, Hai Zhou, and Hai Yung. 3 torpedo boats completed his complement. Sir, a radio man saluted. There has been a response to the Japanese signal. Close. Blast. There were ships nearer than Formosa ready to intercept. This might be a nearer run thing than he had been hoping for. He walked out to the bridge wing and stared at the pursuing Japanese cruiser. They appeared to be holding steadily, probably out of their range, but in his guns, he called open methodical fire on that cruiser. Outside, the aft 6-gun elevated, and barked the first shot of the engagement. It went beyond the enemy vessels and splashed into the sea. November 17, 1914. Battlecruiser Congo. Formosa. Admiral Diwa was electrified. The Chinese had come out with an invasion fleet. They were much bolder than he gave them credit for. Well, they'd pay for that. Not too bold, though, this was apparently a sneak attack, and once discovered, they had turned tail. He had 2 battlecruisers, 2 light cruisers and 6 destroyers with steam up. He had the opportunity to smash what was probably the entire Chinese navy at a blow. Orders were given and ships began pulling out of harbor. The destroyers and light cruisers took point, and they began sailing for the direction of the retreating Chinese. November 17, 1914. French cruiser Jeanne d'Arc. Admiral Favreau was exhausted. Sleep later, though. Right now, there was a chance to exact vengeance upon the Chinese. Their fleet was out, and he was in a position to cut them off before they reached the safety of Shanghai. The Japanese were in pursuit, they would catch the Chinese between hammer and anvil, smashing them to bits. His ships were currently charging to battle at 15 knots, and increasing as more boilers came online. He had considered allowing Chateau Renault go ahead and begin watching for the enemy faster, but decided to keep his command together. It would accomplish nothing to have the light ship arrive first. She had no business engaging numbers like that, if she did find them. His ships continued to drive on, belching great clouds of black smoke. November 17, 1914. SMKMS Prinz Eugen. East China Sea. Well, the time was here. Admiral Schmunt was thoughtful as he stood on the bridge. The Japanese had taken the Chinese bait and were pursuing. He hoped to smash into the flank of the pursuing Japanese, inflict losses, then flee. Above all, he did not wish to risk damage. He already had one heavy cruiser Yard Queen, he didn't need another. Luckily the speed of his ships, and his high-velocity 20 cm guns meant that he could outrun and outrange any ship in the world. Granted, he wasn't likely to hit anything at that range, but it might put a little fear into them. His men were drilled, the engines had been lovingly inspected, and the sensors were ready. He glanced at the chronograph, then moved to the plotting table. According to the plot, he should be able to see the Chinese and Japanese fleets at November 17, 1914. Battlecruiser Congo, steaming away from Formosa. Congo and her escorts charged through the water at 25 knots. He estimated that they would spot the Chinese fleet in about 4 to 5 hours if they maintained this speed. Tsushima had reported that the Chinese fleet was traveling around 18 to 19 knots. Which was all that Tsushima could maintain. Good man that captain, though. He was keeping contact and pursuing to the utmost. He'd been under fire as well, unable to respond and continued to do his duty. That was a man to keep an eye on. He brought his powerful binoculars up to his face and scanned the horizon. He didn't expect to see anything yet, except maybe a smoke plume in the far distance. He brought his binoculars back down and was just in time to see a massive water plume erupt around the Chikuma. November 18, 1914. November 18, 1914. French cruiser Jeanne d'Arc. Admiral Favreau strained his eyes. He could see the plume from the Chinese ships. Soon he'd have them under his guns. His crews had performed incredibly, especially the Black Gang, through the long night dashing to the attack. The condensers were giving the normal trouble in warm waters, and the speed had gradually slipped to 18 knots, between the exhaustion of the stokers and the condensers' lowered efficiency. He looked through his binoculars. He could see the upper works of a ship. Excellent. Soon he'd be in range. His largest guns, the 194mm weapons on his flagship, could range out to 11 kilometers. Perhaps a bit more. Regardless, if the Chinese didn't change course, he could reasonably expect to be in range in the next hour. He drummed his fingers impatiently on the plot. It would be a long hour. November 18, 1914. Japanese battlecruiser Congo. Near Formosa. Admiral Dewa glared in frustration at the seemingly empty expanse of water in front of him. The Chikuma had abruptly blown up in a huge column of water, followed by the destroyer Ayanamai. They had immediately reversed course. It could only be a minefield, of unknown dimensions and density. With that revelation, he had requested minesweepers, and dropped anchor, waiting for light before slowly easing back to harbor. No other ships had been lost luckily. He had signaled to the Tsushima that he would not be forthcoming to help deal with the Chinese and had received no response. It could be the end of her. The French had reported being in sight of the Chinese, who were still fleeing for Shanghai. With any luck, they would finish off the Chinese fleet, leaving him free to concentrate on the Germans in Tsingtao. At any rate, if the Chinese were not eliminated, the army would have a field day with his failure. They would pretend a minefield was no danger at all. As if they would blindly charge across a minefield. Well, maybe they would. It was the army, after all. An airplane droned by at a respectful distance. November 18, 1914. Chinese cruiser Haichi. Admiral Zhenbing cursed as he saw more ships materializing off his port side aft. The single pursuing Japanese ship was of no consequence. The previous day before dark, he had sparred with it inconclusively. His ships had not hit it once, note 1, but Hai Yung had been hit only once before it became too dark for gunnery. Now however, he could see several ships. At least 4, and they were gaining. His own speed was down to about 15 knots, as the stokers wore out. The Japanese trail had maintained a respectful distance or was having similar issues with his stokers. He briefly wondered where the Germans were. Well, it's possible that they are the reason that more Japanese ships hadn't materialized. A stab of light showed from one of the new ships. Several seconds later, a geyser erupted from the ocean. Guns. Return fire, he ordered. It appeared that the enemy vessels, definitely French, were within range, so he might as well amuse them. He glanced at the chronograph. 4 hours to safety. November 18, 1914. SMKMS Prinz Eugen. Heading north at maximum speed. Admiral Schmundt was annoyed. The entire trap had been sprung too early. He was out of position, and racing to the succor of the Chinese ships. Apparently, a French squadron was in the area, and now that was another moving piece. Add to that, his primary purpose, to engage the Japanese heavy vessels, was spoiled. His scout showed the Japanese ships returning to harbor. There had also been wreckage spotted in the minefield, so he'd claimed a victim, but not what he had hoped for. The battlecruisers were still afloat. Now he was racing to rescue Admiral Zhenbing, who had radioed for assistance. He had been discovered by a Japanese patrol, and now was being intercepted by a French squadron. According to the last report, the French were just opening fire. According to the plot, he was well behind, even at best speed. He'd advised the Chinese admiral of his status. He'd received a terse acknowledgement. He willed his ships to go faster. November 18, 1914. French cruiser Jeanne d'Arc. The battle had raged for over an hour now. Well, perhaps rage was the wrong word for it. The French ships had all opened fire in dribs and drabs as they got into range. The Chinese had returned fire. One seemed extremely accurate, and the secondaries had been beating Montcalm like a drum, but the armored cruiser had ignored the projectiles. They appeared to be the light 10 cm pieces, high velocity, very accurate that the Germans favored. Well, let them continue. He panned the Chinese formation with his binoculars. All ships had been hit, though one cruiser had taken multiple hits, and as he watched, another glow on the hull indicated another hit. It was accompanied a moment later by a gout of steam, and the cruiser began dropping back in the formation. He mentally noted each ship. On the far side of one of the destroyers, hard to see in the plume, was an ocean liner? Troop ship? More than one. Thoughts of the troops that raised Fort Bayard flooded his mind. His sailors, ripped apart. Admiral Favreau saw red. Guns, he shouted, target those troopships. Signals. Order all ships to sink those liners. November 18, 1914. Japanese cruiser Tsushima. Captain Gunji watched in glee as a Chinese ship began dropping back. His boilers, in need of maintenance, had refused to provide sufficient steam to keep up pursuit, and he had gradually been losing speed. Of course, it appeared the Chinese had suffered the same issue, with the result that he'd been unable to gain, but they had been able to escape him in the dark. He was pleased that they had not lost them in the night. If he had been in charge of those ships, he'd have tried to loop around, or engage in the dark with the superior numbers. That was probably expecting too much out of Chinese. Regardless, he was now in easy range of the damaged Chinese ship. The flanking French squadron seemed to have changed targets, leaving this ship to him. Guns, he called, target that ship. Deliberate fire. Outside, the guns came on target and fired. Splashes arose around his vessel as they returned fire. November 18, 1914. Chinese cruiser Haichi. A surprising reprieve had occurred. The French had abruptly changed targets to the liners. Indeed, the French ships seemed to have completely lost interest in his warships. Well, that offered a new tactic. They had less than an hour to safety now. Hai Yung was probably gone now. She had reported boiler damage, and then being engaged by the tailing Japanese ship. Then silence. If he managed to extricate himself from this with only that loss, he'd count himself lucky. Another forest of splashes surrounded the liners. An idea occurred to him. Signals. Order the liners and torpedo boats to the engaged side. Continue heading for Shanghai. When that maneuver is completed, the torpedo boats are to make an attack on the French with torpedoes. He ordered. It was possible that he was condemning the liner crews to death, but they were skeletal, being little more than bridge and engine crews. At any rate, the loss of those would be less painful than the loss of the rest of his cruisers. November 18, 1914. French cruiser Jeanne d'Arc. Favreau was gratified to see that the Chinese were apparently offering him the troopships on a platter. They had pulled from the unengaged side of the Chinese squadron to the engaged side. One had immediately taken a flurry of shells, and was burning like a torch. Favreau grinned widely, watching more shells smash into the stricken vessel. Deck. Torpedo attack developing, called a lookout. Favreau looked back towards the other ships. 3 torpedo boats burst out of the cloud of smoke that was being left by the liners, dashing towards his ships. No. Helm. Bring us about to comb torpedo wakes. Signals. Tell squadron to evade torpedoes. Guns. Sink those boats, he barked off. The boats abruptly turned and raced back towards the smoke, with shells appearing to boil the water around them. One appeared to receive several hits at once and came to a stop in a cloud of steam. The others regained the protection of the smoke. None of the lookouts called any torpedo wakes. A geyser of water erupted from the water. Favreau looked at the plot. He was approaching the coastal defenses of Shanghai. Cursing, he ordered his ships about, and set a course for Hong Kong. He pulled his ships. Montcalm had taken better than 40 hits, probably from 10.5 cm pieces. No major damage was reported, though her funnels were riddled, and her boats had been reduced to matchsticks. Duplex had been hit once by a shell somewhat larger, which had holed her bow above the waterline, and 4 times by lighter shells. Kleber had taken 2 light hits, and no other ships had been hit. November 18, 1914. SMKMS Prinz Eugen. Admiral Schmundt watched as Nürnberg peeled off to look for survivors. As they raced to the assistance of the Chinese, they had come upon a single Japanese cruiser, that was quickly dispatched. Nürnberg had been released to pick up the crew. They had been distracted and had not seen him until far too late to escape. A few well-aimed salvos of 20.3 cm shells had seen the ship clearly sinking. "Message, sir," reported a young radioman, saluting to him. It was the Chinese admiral. He'd regained the defences of Shanghai, and had lost a cruiser, a destroyer, and a liner. The French had broken off. Thoughtfully he went to the plot, wondering if he could catch the French. In all probability yes, but he didn't know the composition of their forces. It was unlikely he'd make an intercept before dark, which he was somewhat nervous about. "Message, sir." The radioman reported again. "From the tanker convoy. Being tailed by RNLT cruiser stop will attempt to attack as convenient stop." Blast. The tanker's convoy was spotted. Thoughts of the French left his mind. He would now need to sail to Surabaya to escort the convoy in case those British battlecruisers showed up. All in all, a near success it appeared. The fact that Siliox had not transmitted indicated that he must be undetected yet. The oil tankers were discovered, so he would need to come to their aid. There was no way those ships would be allowed to come and go unmolested. Note 1, one near miss caused splinter damage that disabled the Tsushima's wireless. November 19, 1914. Formosa Island, Japanese fleet base in the South China Sea, November 19, 1914. Admiral Shijet Diwa was still thinking about the events of the previous day. His fleet, trying to stop an attempt by the Chinese who were planning to invade Formosa, sailed into a German trap. The trap was extremely effective. The minefield off the harbour cost him 2 warships, the light cruiser Chikuma and the destroyer Ayanamai. Casualties among the crew of both these warships were considerable as both vessels disappeared beneath the surface like a stone. Efforts to clear the minefield have not yet been very successful. 2 British cargo ships Exford, 4,452 GRT, and Chilkana, 5,220 GRT, found their end in it at night. Both also sank very quickly. The mines literally exploded under their keel and broke the backs of those ships. Only 1 sailor survived from the first, unfortunately no one survived from the second cargo ship. In the morning, around 6:20, the cargo ship Hitachi Maru, 6,557 GRT, was also lost. Miraculously, the mine did not break her back this time and the vessel sank slowly, so the loss of life was small. However, this did not change the fact that Admiral Diwa refused to leave the port. The risk to his fleet was simply still too great. Minesweepers tried to clear the area all day, but it was slow, and 3 had already been sunk. The Germans used a particularly dangerous type of mine that was difficult to disarm. But what annoyed the Japanese admiral the most was how the Germans could so easily manage to create that minefield. Not only did they avoid Japanese patrol and guard ships while laying mines, but no one spotted the German ships even on the way to Formosa. This failure was a huge humiliation not only for him personally, but also for the entire Imperial Japanese Navy. Another great loss was that the cruiser Tsushima went silent and the admiral had no news of her fate. The Japanese inquired about the fate of the French cruisers, but Admiral Favreau retreated and lost contact with the Japanese warship. Diwa thus lost 3 important warships during the course of November 18 without inflicting any confirmed losses on the enemy. Reports from the French said that the Chinese fleet had suffered heavy losses and that the invasion convoy had also been destroyed. On the contrary, losses to the French side should have been relatively light, so the Entente forces as a whole won on paper. However, the Japanese role in this victory was minimal. For Admiral Diwa, this very situation was very difficult. The Japanese government expected from his appointment that he would achieve some big and prestigious victory. The politicians in Tokyo were desperate for good news, and he could only send them an honest report that he had suffered more serious losses. It was clear that the end of the Navy Minister Admiral Roker Yashiro was inevitable. His dismissal would come now regardless of what Diwa did. The question was who would replace him. Many expected that the only one who could unite both the army, the navy, and the entire government across the political spectrum at this time was the hero of the previous victorious war, Admiral Heihachi Tg. The question was whether the famous admiral would be satisfied only with the position of the Minister of the Navy and not have greater ambitions, that is, the chair of the Prime Minister. A knock on his office door broke him out of his thoughts. Diwa, shortly after the overnight fiasco with the German minefield, abandoned his flagship and returned to Japanese naval headquarters on the island. His adjutant informed him that Admiral Hayao Shimamura, who was the chief of the General Staff of the Imperial Japanese Navy, wanted to speak with him. Admiral Diwa was not looking forward to this interview at all, but he had to have it. Admiral Hayao Shimamura was among the most honorable men in the Imperial Japanese Navy. He was a man who did not seek personal honors and never had a problem taking responsibility for his failures. In addition, he was considered an excellent tactician and had great experience fighting against the Russians in the previous war. His friendship with Fleet Commander Admiral Tomosa Burkat was widely known, and it was said that he would resign his post if his friend and superior was recalled. The chief of the General Staff of the Imperial Japanese Navy arrived on Formosa a few days ago. Together with Admiral Diwa, he was to plan combat operations against the Chinese and German navies and the bombing of Chinese ports and coastal cities. In addition, Admiral Hayao Shimamura was to oversee the formation of a common Entente naval strategy and settle any disputes that might arise. Japan had to be as accommodating as possible to its allies, under no circumstances could it afford to lose the support of the British and French. As soon as Admiral Hayao Shimamura entered the office, the two senior officers greeted each other warmly. Diwa tried not to show his irritation as he expected his colleague to want to blame him for the night's failure. He was very surprised that he didn't. "I'll get straight to the point, dear friend. What happened last night is very regrettable, but time cannot be turned back. The Germans are a much more dangerous opponent than the Russians were, and we must adapt to this very unpleasant reality as soon as possible. What are your current plans once that minefield is cleared?" Hayao Shimamura. "I was hoping to join our French allies and try to chase down the German convoy. The German Navy is in dire need of fuel and the only most realistic option to get it from is the Dutch colonies. The Dutch already sold oil to the Germans, I have no reason to think they won't do it again. Without fuel the Germans will be crippled, perhaps it will be much easier if we defeat them indirectly. Because all attempts to destroy their fleet in battle ended in failure and the Entente suffered heavy losses." Shijet Diwa. "I honestly agree, stopping that tanker convoy is a sensible plan. Unfortunately I've received new orders from Tokyo and I'm just saying, you're not going to like them. The government is very dissatisfied with what is happening here in the South China Sea. Within a week at the latest our fleet is to leave Formosa and head for Shanghai and destroy the Chinese fleet plus the German warships anchored there if any. In addition, we have to turn the port and the city into ruins, cause as much damage as possible. These operations are to be carried out regardless of the risk to our forces. There is no point in raising objections, it is a personal order from the Prime Minister supported by the Emperor himself." Hayao Shimamura. "There may be other minefields around Shanghai that the Germans laid near Formosa. Our fleet can enter any of them and be practically destroyed, and the British have asked us to help defend their colony. Hong Kong is in danger and there is a risk of collapse." Shijet Diwa. "I am very well aware of all this. I also know what happened to the French at Fort Bayard. All the civilians and soldiers here were slaughtered by the Chinese hordes. These things happen everywhere in China. Not only to the British and French, but also to our people. Dozens, rather hundreds of Japanese who lived in China had already been murdered, including women and children. Our government wants retaliation in the harshest possible. The army failed to guarantee security to these people and now it is up to the navy to exact revenge. The British are aware of this and Vice Admiral Martin Jerram has supported our attack against Shanghai, hoping it might reduce the pressure against Hong Kong. I think this is just wishful thinking on his part, but it is possible that the Chinese will detach some of their troops and move them to defend Shanghai. In addition, it is necessary to eliminate Chinese and German warships. If the Germans are not in Shanghai, we know for sure that the Chinese are there, we don't have to look for them." Hayao Shimamura. "Sure, the Chinese fleet is holed up in Shanghai and hidden behind minefields and protected by coastal batteries. Destroying those ships in the harbor will not be easy at all. Our shelling can destroy the city, but not the fleet hiding here. Even during the day, such an action will not be easy, we will not have a moment of surprise." Shijet Diwa. "There is no point telling me rational reasons against this operation, I agree with you, but our orders are clear. Only our resignation can delay it, but not stop it. Tokyo wants the blood of the Chinese to flow like a river. And our Entente allies want it too, perhaps even more than our own government. Prepare the fleet to sail, I will join you in person. I have not the least interest in sending my subordinates into battle and myself remaining safe on Formosa. If I have to risk my career in this operation, I want to risk my life as well as all those who will be at sea." Hayao Shimamura. Admiral Shijet Diwa smiled very bitterly and then said, "It's hard to expect anything else from someone like you. Sometimes I regret that the era of the samurai is over. That period was much simpler in many ways than it is now. I will be very happy if you join my staff in planning the upcoming operation against Shanghai. Your help will be most welcome. I will do my absolute best to ensure that we all succeed in the upcoming mission, as another defeat would be absolutely devastating to our navy. It would be the same for our nation. This war has only brought misfortune to Japan so far. Unfortunately, the responsibility falls on our heads. I also don't want the attack against Shanghai to be just primitive revenge, the main goal of which is to kill as many Chinese as possible. Such a thing is a foolish waste of our limited resources. Our attack must be well prepared and executed. It will be necessary to destroy the Chinese docks and cause as much damage as possible to the port itself. Shanghai is of great strategic value due to its location, and the Germans can use it as their logistics base for operations in the South China Sea. It is necessary to prevent something like that. Hayao Shimamura. Shijet Diwa had to agree with what Admiral Hayao Shimamura said. Japan terribly underestimated this war, and not only the army, politicians, but also the navy. It was easy to shift the blame from one to the other, but the reality was that the blame fell on everyone. None of the Japanese took the Germans in the Pacific seriously at all. And even worse, no one considered that China could have the backbone to stand up to the Entente, and so successfully. This war was going to be long and cruel, that was now abundantly clear. Even if the Entente manages to crush the German fleet, it will have to fight the war in China. A war against the most populous nation on the planet, which was also united by hatred against the Entente. And conquering China will be a nightmare, and not only in terms of logistics. Pacific, November 20, 1914. Pacific, November 20, 1914, South China Sea, near Hong Kong Naval Base. Less than a week ago, the first Zestroyer flotilla left Tsingtao and headed for the South China Sea. Führer der Zestroyer Erich Bay had a clear task, to make absolute hell for the British near Hong Kong. How he would do it was entirely up to him. The operational orders did not specify in any way what exactly the German objective was. This whole mission was not only a political order in which the Germans wanted to somehow help the Chinese, but also a way to dilute the Entente forces. The German destroyers were all Type 1934A, had a small radius of action and not very good nautical characteristics. However, no other warships were available and so had to be used. Operation Hydra had several phases, originally Z-14 Friedrich N, Z-15 Erich Steinbrink, Z-16 Friedrich Eckeled were to escort the tankers to Surabaya, but in the end it was decided to leave this work to destroyers of the 1936 type. Commodore Erich Bay was actually behind this change of plan very happy. He was to take offensive action and had no responsibility for anyone but his own vessels. Even before the event, there was speculation about whether it would be appropriate to lay magnetic mines in front of Hong Kong. Fortunately, this plan was called off and the 1. Zestroyer flotilla sailed into action without a load of men. The German destroyers sailed slowly to keep fuel consumption to a minimum, so they should have reached their destination on the night of 1920 November 1914. During the return voyage, they will have to refuel in one of the Chinese ports, most likely Shanghai, where they were promised not only fuel, but also provisions and ammunition from the Chinese. Commodore Erich Bay was rather skeptical about this last part of his expedition. Anchoring in Shanghai was the last thing he wanted, but the technical parameters of his warships gave him no other option. The situation of the British in Hong Kong has worsened significantly in recent days. To say that they have it firmly in their hands was rather a euphemism. There was panic throughout the colony and all the British and Europeans in general were trying to get away at any cost. The British colony fell into chaos, certainly not helped by the fact that the local Chinese, who had previously served their masters loyally, suddenly ceased to be loyal to the British Empire. The sympathies of the local Chinese, who very easily succumbed to the propaganda of the central government, now shifted to the army besieging the colony. And the Chinese thus became the fifth column inside Hong Kong. There were massive attacks against Europeans, and murders in broad daylight became a regular routine, as did looting and theft of property. The British administration issued draconian orders and the army daily executed dozens of Chinese caught in anti-British activities. Yet it was quite evident that the fall of the colony was imminent and unstoppable. Vice Admiral Martin Jerram did his absolute best to defend the colony, using virtually every RN and Entente warship at his disposal to stop the onslaught of the Chinese army. A detachment of sailors from each warship under his command was sent to the colony to bolster its defenses, as the promised infantry had still not arrived. Warships bombarded the Chinese positions day and night, trying to destroy the artillery that was shelling the colony. In addition, the admiral had to somehow implement the evacuation of the residents of Hong Kong, which was easy to say but much harder to implement. The news that Vice Admiral Martin Jerram was receiving outside of the events in Hong Kong was not exactly encouraging. The Japanese again allowed themselves to be lured into a German trap and their fleet sailed into a minefield. The cargo ship Hitachi Maru, 6557 GRT, which evacuated more than 200 local residents from the colony, sank in this minefield. Fortunately, casualties among crew and evacuees were very low, only 12 dead and missing. The Chinese fleet that attempted to invade Formosa managed to escape, although according to French reports, it suffered heavy losses. Now she was hiding in the port of Shanghai, licking her wounds there. He knew from the Japanese that their fleet would try to bombard Shanghai and completely destroy these ships, including the port infrastructure. The messages that the Japanese were sending gave the British admiral an inkling that this time the Japanese were going to see the whole thing through. Either they win overwhelmingly or they die. Their determination in this matter was absolute. Jerram hoped, nay he even prayed, for Japanese success and victory because the Entente desperately needed it. Another wrinkle was added by a message from the cruiser HMAS Sydney, which discovered a convoy of German tankers. This small, yet important convoy was most likely headed for Surabaya. Because the Germans could not get fuel from anywhere else and from no one but those rotten greedy Dutch. And since the Dutch were inveterate scumbags, they are very happy to sell their oil to the Huns. Jerem knew full well that the Huns needed fuel. That they sent that convoy right now, at the most inopportune moment, was a heavy blow to him and the RN. Vice Admiral Martin Jerem simply had no warships, except the cruiser HMAS Sydney, to stop the convoy. The report claimed that the convoy had 2 tankers, one of which was said to be huge, and 3 warships as escort. One of those warships was identified as the SMS Emden. The other 2 unknown warships, mentioned in the report as small fast cruisers, must have been the ones he had seen in the photograph he had received from the Japanese. Other German warships laid that minefield near the Japanese naval base on Formosa. Perhaps the Germans also had those large light cruisers at sea. If so, HMAS Sydney was in danger. And Jerem had no means to support the warship, commanded by Captain John Glossop. He had no choice but to turn to the French, who promised to stop and destroy the convoy. Admiral Charles Faverau and his subordinates now had to do the work for the RN, and Vice Admiral Martin Jerem certainly did not feel good about it. As the reinforcements promised by the Admiralty were still a long way off, it was frustrating, but he badly needed those armoured cruisers. The British Admiral informed the Admiralty of the latest events. At this moment he greatly regretted losing the battlecruisers that were on their way to Europe. Admiral Stiddy could easily help him now. He considered ordering him back for a moment. But he had no such authority and he knew it very well. He cursed the Admiralty for not taking the situation in the Pacific seriously enough and clearly indicated in his report that Hong Kong's defences would collapse within 3-4 days at the most. He knew very well that he would be seen as a defeatist and a panic-monger by all the politicians in London, but he doesn't really matter. He decided to describe the situation exactly as it was, without any embellishments. Neither the political nor the military reality in the Pacific after China's entry into the war has somehow unsettled Churchill. Jerem had no illusions that losing Hong Kong would change that. Then he realized that the loss of the colony would mean the need to find some culprits, rather scapegoats, to cover up the failure of the politicians. Churchill probably already counted on something like this. There were many candidates and his name was one of them. The First Sea Lord wouldn't stand up for him, he was absolutely sure. He would be neutral in that regard. Jerem couldn't blame him. Since the beginning of this war, Jerem has done his best to control the situation in the Pacific. Unfortunately he has not succeeded. He never had enough strength to handle everything. Not when the Germans moved the fleet without British intelligence noticing. If he is dismissed, his eventual successor will be in an unenviable position. Perhaps it would be easier for him himself to meet his end in battle. Then Churchill and Fisher wouldn't have to remove him from his post. He laughed bitterly at the thought, realizing that he was becoming a fatalist in recent weeks.